Capítulo 35, Mysteries of the Heart. Then she said, I think I have fallen for you, and then Bloody disappears for decades. What's that all about? Edward grumbled, slamming his cup down as he drank. Olthros threw his head back and laughed, the sound carrying in the quiet chamber. Ha ha ha, that's classic Death. Always so calm and collected on the outside, but inside? He shook his head with an amused grin. She's a big softy. I'd say she got shy and bolted. Sounds like her. But be fair, brother, it's weird. Edward raised a brow. How so? Well, you are technically our brother now, Olthros said slowly, drawing it out as if savoring the thought. And by that logic, Death is your sister. And now? He trailed off with a wicked grin. Edward's eyes widened. Ah, screw you, man. I was already confused as it is, and you pull an Alabama joke on me? He glared, his voice dripping with irritation, though the corner of his mouth twitched despite himself. Olthros raised his hands in mock surrender, still laughing. All right, don't get mad, but you've got to admit it is pretty funny. Funny for you maybe, Edward groaned and slumped back. You've been on leave from work for what, 200 years? You've got too much free time. Now, are you going to tell me where to find her or not? Olthros leaned back and smirked. You can find her easily, just jump into a volcano or something. She'll come rushing to save you or take your soul. Edward narrowed his eyes. Screw you, dude. Do I look like a Mayan virgin sacrifice to you? Ahaha, stop, you're killing me. Olthros wiped a tear from his eye, grinning broadly. Your face, priceless, if only I could paint. Edward groaned again, pinching the bridge of his nose. Seriously, are you going to help me or not? Olthros finally straightened, though the grin never left his face. Fine, but she's going to kick my arse once she finds out. He stood, clapped his palms together, and focused on a distant mountain. The air trembled. A sharp cracking noise rang out as space itself fractured. A glowing chasm split open, showing the interior of a modern villa. Olthros glanced sideways, lips quirking. Don't you dare say a word about my whereabouts, even if you too seal the deal. Edward gave his shoulder a firm pat. No worries, bro, I've got your back. He took a deep breath, straightened, and stepped through the rift. The villa's cool, clean air hit him as he emerged. He looked around, impressed by the polished wooden floors and modern furniture, then dropped onto the couch with a sigh of appreciation. Ah, modern luxuries, I missed you. He stretched out lazily. Wait, what year is this? What universe? Might as well pull some pranks while I'm here. A familiar voice muttered in the hallway. Huh, who's at my home? Death appeared in the doorway, her expression shifting from confusion to wide-eyed shock as her gaze fell on him. She froze. Oh crap! And then she turned on her heel to run. Not so fast. Edward waved his hand. Golden chains shot out of the floor, Enkidu coiling around her waist before she could vanish. With a swift pull, she spun like a startled actress in a bad drama and landed right in Edward's waiting arms. Hello there, he said with a mischievous grin. Death sighed, though there was a faint smile tugging at her lips. You're a stubborn man, walking through universes just to find me. Edward shrugged, like how mature you were, dropping a confession and running away. A flush crept into her pale cheeks as she looked aside. That was just a heat-of-the-moment thing. Please forget it. Edward ignored her protest, scooping her up with ease and carrying her to the couch. She didn't resist, in fact. She nestled in closer, eyes slipping shut as if his presence soothed her. He sat down with her still in his arms. So what's with you this time? Edward asked evenly. First you avoided me because you didn't want to interact with a mortal. Then you got close after learning I'm like you and your siblings. Everything was going fine. Then you drop a romantic confession and disappear for 20 years. What's going on in that thick head of yours? He poked her forehead accusingly. Death swatted his hand away in irritation. Oh, so now you suddenly notice I've been gone for 20 years. Why didn't you come sooner? Or were you too busy with your wives? Or on some noble mission again? Edward almost choked. Why are you being so unreasonable? You're the one who vanished after confessing, not me. Wait. His eyes narrowed as he studied her face. There's something different about you. Death struggled in his arms, voice rising. No shit, genius, it's because of you? Her tone sharpened with frustration. Ever since I touched you that day, my mental state has changed. I feel emotions more deeply, get crazy impulses that have nothing to do with my duty. I am losing my mind here. Your powers did something, and I don't know what." Edward didn't answer immediately. His brain stalled, and then decided to act before thinking. He leaned in and kissed her. Death stiffened in surprise, pushing weakly against his chest with her fists, but then her resistance faltered. Her eyes fluttered closed as she melted into his embrace, fingers curling against his shirt. They didn't know how long the kiss lasted, seconds, minutes, until their lips finally parted. Death's lips trembled, her gaze soft and uncertain as she opened her eyes. Why did you do that?" she whispered, voice low and unsteady. Edward smiled gently, brushing a hand along her cheek. "Because you needed to calm down. I can tell something's bothering you, just talk to me." She sighed, resting her forehead against his chest, the tension in her shoulders easing. "It's a long story, promise you won't laugh." Edward chuckled quietly. "Of course not, unless it's funny." He winked at her, earning an exasperated glare. Death rolled her eyes. "What did I ever see in you?" "My charming looks, my amazing personality," Edward offered with a smirk. "I can tell it wasn't for your dumb narcissistic humor," she said dryly. Edward only grinned wider, holding her close as the tension slowly faded. "Okay, so before I start, I need to tell you more about me." Death's voice was steady, but her eyes betrayed the weight she carried. She sat beside Edward on the couch, her posture uncharacteristically still. Edward leaned forward slightly, giving her his full attention. "I have been around for a long time, Edward," she said quietly. "I have seen worlds end, civilizations vanish as if they never existed, and through all of it I kept doing my duty to be there when they take their first breath and when they take their last." Her tone didn't waver, but the faint edge in her voice hinted at exhaustion centuries deep. "It's not easy, but I managed. I managed because I didn't feel emotions too deeply when I was doing my job. I was detached like I had to be." Edward's gaze didn't leave her. He didn't interrupt. He knew this wasn't easy for her to share. She looked down at her pale hands before continuing. "Then I found this new universe under my authority, one destined to be destroyed, but it was unlike anything else I'd seen. The gods cut off their connection to it, they abandoned it completely, so I didn't pay much attention to it at first." Her eyes lifted toward Edward, searching his face. "But then, one day I felt a presence, a mortal man, who somehow possessed a form of immortality, someone whose death I couldn't see, so I got curious. I started watching him." Edward grinned faintly, unable to resist. "So that's how you developed your stalking habits." Death shot him a sharp glare, but before she could retort, Edward leaned over and pecked her cheek. "Sorry, won't do it again." Her stern expression cracked. She smiled wryly despite herself and let out a soft laugh. "It's not that easy to coax me, you know." Edward just smirked, leaning back into the cushions. Death inhaled, gathering herself, then spoke again. "So I started watching you, what you did, the choices you made. At first I was horrified, thinking you'd suffer a backlash from karma after killing those avatars. I thought maybe those gods would appear in their original forms to punish you, and humanity along with you, but nothing happened." Edward stayed quiet, his smirk fading as she went on. "You kept changing things," she said. "And soon, the timeline itself started to shift. It was changing rapidly. So many events unfolded differently, which changed countless others. It was fascinating. I would wait to see what new change you'd bring." Her voice softened, almost hesitant. "It became an obsession. I never felt human emotions like love or jealousy before, not in my original form. But watching you stirred something I didn't understand. It was new, and it was terrifying. I even thought about visiting you in person." Edward's brow rose slightly at that, but he stayed silent. "Then I remembered what happened to Nada and Morpheus," she said, her lips tightening for a moment, "and I got scared." Edward's hand found hers, giving it a reassuring squeeze. She glanced at him and smiled faintly, drawing strength from his touch before continuing. "I didn't want to harm you. I told myself I should stay away, that I was content just watching from afar. But then, you found love, watching you live like a human, enjoying something I could never have. It made me jealous, a feeling I didn't think I was capable of." Her voice cracked briefly. "I thought, if only I could be human, maybe I could have been there with you. But that's not possible for me." Edward rubbed his thumb gently over her hand. So I stayed conflicted. I cared for you, but I couldn't bring myself to get close. I convinced myself I should just stay away from you entirely. And I decided, if something ever happened to you, if by chance you died, I'd give you another chance to live. That was the only way I knew how to care without breaking the rules. She looked down, her dark hair hiding part of her face. But then you vanished from Earth, she whispered. I searched for you everywhere, but I never found you. And I felt guilty. I thought maybe I was the cause. Maybe the universe took you away to show me I should never interfere, that I was wrong to even think about breaking the rules. Edward's eyes softened at her words. Then you came back, magically without warning, and I was happier than I could ever admit to anyone. But then I saw what happened on Golgotha. I saw your sorrow. Her voice trembled. I didn't know how to approach you. I couldn't help you, and you already had lovers, people to support you, and that made me angry. Angry at myself, angry at everything. I felt it was unfair that I couldn't do or be any of those things for you. I even considered leaving my realm, like Ulthros did. Death gave a shaky smile, though it quickly faltered. Edward reached out and gently patted her head. That's all in the past now, he said softly. She looked up at him and nodded, managing a small smile. Yes. Then we met at that tavern in Britannia. The day I descended as a human, with my emotions and will unbound. I knew if I stayed there longer, I might do something reckless. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. Her eyes grew distant as she recalled it. I wanted to make you go away, I wanted to stop myself, but when I grabbed your hand, it happened, I saw it, the realm of hope. It was beautiful, I felt happy, peaceful. I didn't want to wake up from that feeling. All I wanted was to be free. She exhaled softly, her voice almost a whisper now. Edward chuckled nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. You said you wanted to be free, and you wished for it while your soul was there. Death looked up at him curiously, her dark eyes shining. Yes, and ever since then I've been having trouble controlling my emotions. I'd sometimes do things I normally wouldn't, act in ways that aren't like me at all. Her voice softened as she rested her head against his chest. I kept visiting you often, because I felt at peace when I was around you. And then I realized I don't want to hide anymore. I'm usually composed, always following my duties without question. But for once, I wanted to choose something of my own will. Edward listened carefully as she tightened her arms around him. So despite fearing your refusal, she went on quietly, I said what I felt. Then I ran, because all of this is new and confusing to me. I was afraid you might reject me. And with these emotions I can't control, I worried I'd hurt you somehow, the way Morpheus hurt Nada. Her voice faltered, and she clenched him tighter. I'm so lost and confused, Edward. Edward sighed softly and wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. I think I might have an idea what's happening. Death flinched slightly, lifting her head to meet his eyes. What do you mean? My domain of hope? It's complicated, Edward said, his tone calm and thoughtful. It connects to a lot of things. One of them is about possibility, the chance for someone's hope to become reality. If someone earnestly hoped for something, I could grant their wish. When you entered your soul into the realm of hope, I think you truly wished to be free, and my power made it happen. Not total free will, but something like breaking the chains that kept you from following your heart. Death watched him intently as he spoke. You felt that being human, experiencing emotions, living like they do, was true freedom, Edward continued. So your wish allowed you to do that. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but that's the only explanation that makes sense. When he glanced down, he found her looking at him with a faint, warm smile. What? Edward asked, raising an eyebrow. Death smiled wider and asked softly, so, does that mean I'm free to do what I want? Edward scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. I believe so, He didn't get to finish. Death tilted her face up and kissed him, sudden and passionate. His eyes widened for a moment, but he didn't resist. He simply pulled her closer, his arms tightening around her as the kiss deepened. When they finally parted, Death's breath was warm against his lips. So it's true, she whispered, her voice almost trembling. I did that, of my own will. She gazed at him affectionately, her fingers lightly brushing his cheek. Thank you. Edward smiled softly. You're most welcome. Death pushed herself up slightly from his embrace, her dark hair falling over her shoulders, and smirked. So, does that mean you accept? Edward cleared his throat, looking flustered but amused. Well, Since you've poured your heart out so openly, I'd be an ass if I didn't. I've decided I'm going to live by following my heart from now on, and I can feel how deep and sincere your emotions are. So yes, I accept. Death chuckled and swung a leg over him, straddling his lap. Her cool hands cupped his face as she leaned close. Look, I don't know how to handle these feelings yet. I've never loved anyone like this, but I want to learn. I want to feel everything, try everything. But there's one thing I need you to promise me. Her playful expression faded, turning serious. Edward smiled slightly. What is it? She leaned close, her lips brushing his ear as she whispered, Don't you ever die on me. If that ever happened, I might break every rule that exists. Her voice distorted slightly at the end, betraying just how much she meant it. Edward felt the weight of her words. The sincerity, the fear, it was all there, raw and unguarded. For someone like her, it was an entirely new kind of vulnerability. He wrapped his arms around her and whispered back, No worries, I plan to stay alive, and show you what it really means to love someone. Death giggled softly, her voice like a bell. And I look forward to experiencing it with you, dear Edward. Edward chuckled, tilting his head to kiss her again. This time she melted into him, her arms curling around his neck as the kiss deepened, slow and lingering. The rest of the day slipped by quietly. They didn't leave the couch for hours, content just to lie tangled together, stealing kisses and enjoying the warmth of each other's presence. For once, there was no rush, no duties, no worlds to save, just them. When evening came, they decided to go out on a date. Death had insisted on doing something normal, something ordinary and human. Edward humored her easily, leading her out into the city where no one would recognize them. She wanted to watch a romantic movie. Something human couples do, she said with a mischievous grin. Fine, Edward replied, amused. But you're picking then. That's easy, Death said at once. Titanic. Edward groaned. Of course you'd pick the one where everyone dies. It's tragic and romantic, Death shot back, feigning offense. Edward crossed his arms. What about Meet Joe Black? Fits the theme a little better, don't you think? They went back and forth for several minutes, half serious, half laughing. Death finally relented, rolling her eyes only because Edward promised they'd watch Titanic next time. At the theater, they blended into the crowd like any other couple. Death leaned into his shoulder during the movie, sometimes glancing up at him with a small, contented smile. Edward, for his part, slipped an arm around her, his thumb tracing idle circles on her hand. More than once they leaned close, exchanging playful kisses when no one was looking. For both of them, it was a welcome change of pace. No powers, no titles, no cosmic duties. Just two people enjoying a simple evening together. After they left the theater, Death's eyes lit up suddenly. Oh wait, I remember a nice place. It's got good food and live singers. Before Edward could answer, she tugged him by the arm, weaving through the evening streets with a cheerful urgency that made him chuckle. She was clearly enjoying herself. The lounge they entered was high-end, full of people in tailored suits and elegant dresses, drinking and talking under warm lights. The air smelled faintly of wine and expensive cologne. Conversations buzzed, but they seemed to hush slightly as Edward and Death walked in. Even among the wealthy crowd, their presence drew eyes. They had an effortless air of authority and grace that didn't fit the usual picture of high society. Death held onto Edward's arm as she led him through the room, smiling with unrestrained happiness. Edward shook his head, amused by how easily she slipped into the role of a woman out for a fun night. They reached a small table close to the stage, settling in as waiters passed with trays of drinks. As the curtain lifted, Edward blinked, then froze. On stage, standing at the microphone in full costume, was none other than Batman himself. Edward stared, dumbfounded. You've got to be kidding me, he muttered under his breath. Death tilted her head. What? Edward leaned closer, his voice low. I've seen this before. Long story short, Diana got turned into a pig and Batman made a deal to fix it. This is the part where he has to sing. Death arched an eyebrow in faint surprise, but said nothing. Batman began to sing Am I Blue? His deep, controlled voice carried through the room, smooth and unexpectedly heartfelt. The lounge fell silent, listening. Am I blue? Am I blue? Ain't these tears in my eyes? Telling you. Am I blue? You'd be too. If your schemes, like your dreams, done fell through. Was a time. I was her only one. Now I am. The sad and lonely one. Oh yes, I am. Death whispered near Edward's ear. He sings rather nicely, dear. Edward chuckled softly. Yeah, he does. On the edge of the room, Edward spotted Zatanna and Circe watching quietly, both dabbing their eyes as the song went on. Even Death, who rarely let mortal performances move her so strongly, seemed to feel something. When Batman finished, the audience erupted in applause. Edward and Death clapped along with the crowd, both smiling. Leaning close, Death whispered, "That was nice, dear. I feel like I should grant him a gift. What do you think?" Edward thought for a moment, then replied, "That's kind of you. How about this? Grant him a day to spend with his parents. Just one day to share his story with them. You can do that, right?" Death hummed softly. "It's not usually part of the rules, but you know what? Today is a good day. Let's make it happen." Edward smiled warmly and kissed her on the cheek. "You're awesome, Die. She smiled proudly. When Batman tried to leave without speaking to anyone, they intercepted him. He clearly wanted to vanish as quickly as possible, but Zatanna stepped forward and put a hand on his arm. "Wait, Bruce. I think you should hear them out." Batman scowled under his cowl but turned toward them, silent and guarded. Edward looked at Death. "You wish to tell him, or should I?" Death smirked. "Allow me, dear." She stepped forward, her voice calm and certain. "Bruce Wayne, thank you for your amazing performance. My lover and I both enjoyed it. Since we're in a good mood, we'd like to offer you a gift. You can accept or refuse it." Batman stiffened, almost reacting to the fact that she spoke his name aloud. "Who are you, and how do you know?" His voice was sharp, defensive. Before Edward could laugh, Zatanna smacked Batman on the head. He blinked in surprise, glaring at her as she bowed her head respectfully toward Death. "Apologies, my lady, he didn't recognize you. And congratulations on your relationship." Edward waved casually with a grin. "Thanks." Batman glanced between them, unsettled. "Who are you?" Edward's grin widened. "Well, I'm Edward Elric, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Oops, wrong universe." Death shot him a look of exasperation, the kind that said not now. She turned back to Bruce, her tone even. "What my lover failed to say, because of his ridiculous humor, is that I am Death, and he's a fool who insists on trying to save humanity." Batman's eyes widened under the mask. He looked at Zatanna, who nodded solemnly, confirming it. Slowly, he straightened, his voice lower, respectful now. "So what does Death wish to offer me?" Death smiled gently. "You've carried more than your share of pain, Bruce Wayne. Since your song brought us joy, I've decided to gift you a day of happiness. I will bring back your parents, and allow you to spend one day with them." For a man known for his unshakable composure, Batman looked shaken. "Is that truly possible?" His voice trembled despite himself. "Not usually," Death admitted with a soft chuckle, "but I'll make an exception." She lifted her hand and made a simple wave. Two faint, luminous shapes appeared, gradually forming into human figures. Thomas and Martha Wayne stood there, alive and whole, as if they'd stepped straight out of Bruce's memories. Batman fell to his knees, staring, unable to speak as tears welled up and fell from his eyes. Edward placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Go on, spend the day with your parents, be happy, you deserve it." Bruce looked up, still stunned, and managed a slight nod. Edward turned and offered his arm. "Let's go home, dear." Death gracefully took it, smiling at Bruce and his parents as she waved goodbye. As they walked away, they heard Bruce's muffled voice behind them. "Thank you." They both smiled quietly and left the lounge, leaving Bruce to his long-awaited reunion. Capítulo 36, The World Beyond the Stars. After granting Batman his gift, Death guided Edward back to her home. She insisted that he stay the night. The evening carried no trace of urgency, no hunger for passion or overwhelming desire. Instead, they just laid there, talking for hours about each other's lives, trading stories that span millenniums. Death rested her head on his chest, her voice soft but tinged with curiosity. "You're a greedy man, Edward. You have 2 wives already, yet somehow you managed to charm me. I wonder how they might react." Edward let out a low laugh. Well, I told them about how you confessed to me and then disappeared, so they know about you. Hera almost fainted in shock, Hippolyta nearly did too, but they don't mind. Death chuckled lightly. I suppose they really do love you, that's good. And it's fine, I'll be busy with my duties most of the time. I don't want you to feel lonely. Then her tone sharpened suddenly, her eyes narrowing. But I do hope you don't start collecting women everywhere, dear. Edward gulped, holding up his hands defensively. Of course not. Satisfied, Death kissed him affectionately before pulling away with a small, shy glance. I know at this point people usually get physical, but I just want to hold you and talk tonight. I want to make up for the time I missed with you. Edward smiled warmly and brushed his hand through her hair. It's fine, dear. We have all the time in the world for that. Death's face softened, her composure slipping into something almost childlike giddiness as she nestled against him. In that moment, she looked nothing like the cosmic embodiment of death, just another woman in love. But their peaceful night didn't last. A sudden knock echoed through the house. Both of them looked up at the door, surprised. Expecting company, Edward asked. Never usually. Death frowned, irritation flashing in her eyes. I want to see, who dares to disturb my time with you? Her voice went cold, her presence briefly darkening. Edward could swear her eyes flickered red. He froze for a second, thinking nervously, is this a new development? Did the presence decide my life didn't have enough problems and turned a cosmic entity into a Yandir? At least she's usually reasonable. But any relief vanished when he saw what she was holding. Fuck, stop, babe, let's see who it is first. She'd somehow produced a vicious-looking dagger, and Edward had to rush over and wrap his arms around her to keep her from charging the door. Death blinked and then, just as suddenly, her anger melted. She smiled sweetly, lowering the dagger. Oh, sorry, dear, my emotions got the better of me. I'm still not used to the intensity. Edward was sweating bullets. Ahahaha, it's fine, sweetie, just let's not stab people randomly, or at all. When he finally opened the door, the sight waiting for him was almost comical. Amenadiel, the mighty angel, kneeling there looking absolutely terrified. The muscular figure, well over 6 feet tall, was visibly tense. Edward reached out and offered him a hand Ro pull him up. Hey man, long time no see, huh? It's okay, she just got angry because you interrupted our loving moment. Death was still standing behind Edward, glaring at the angel with unmistakable displeasure. Amenadiel quickly got to his feet and bowed deeply. My humblest apologies, Lady Death. Edward, I should have announced myself first. I was only following Father's orders. Death's glare didn't soften, her voice was flat and dangerous. Next time I won't be so merciful, speak. Amenadiel felt a chill down his spine but forced himself to continue. This is regarding the mission Father spoke of during your last visit, Edward. Your presence is required. He sent this for you. The angel produced an ornate watch, crafted from divine gold and silver, a ruby and sapphire embedded on either side. Edward accepted it curiously, fastening it to his wrist. The ruby immediately began to glow faintly. Amenadiel also handed him a note. This should explain the mechanism and how to use it. Edward read carefully, the ruby will blink when you are needed in the other universe. By pressing it, you will be taken to the exact coordinates. When the task is done, press the sapphire to return. Edward closed the note with a casual shrug. Pretty easy to operate. Did Big P tell you which timeline needs saving or something? Amenadiel shook his head. No, such information isn't shared with us angels. I can only wish you good fortune. He bowed once more and departed swiftly, clearly relieved to escape Death's unyielding stare. Edward shut the door and returned to sit beside her, explaining everything. He described how he and the Presence had struck a deal to help another world will, to act as an agent sent to rescue timelines on the brink of collapse. Death listened quietly, her usual calm expression shifting to concern. Though she didn't raise her voice, Edward could feel her reluctance in the way she rested her hand on his arm. I don't want you going into danger, she said finally, her voice quieter than usual. I'll be fine, Edward assured her gently. It's part of the deal, and it's not permanent. I just go in, fix what's wrong, and come home, nothing more. After some coaxing, she reluctantly accepted it. Before letting him go, Death kissed him deeply, the tenderness of her lips making it clear how much this moment meant to her. When they finally parted, she rested her forehead against his chest. "Please take care of yourself out there," she whispered. "Don't do anything reckless, okay?" Her voice carried both warmth and vulnerability. Edward smiled softly, caressing her cheek. "Of course, I have a home and family now to come back to." Her lips curved into a sweet smile. "Come back soon, I'll be waiting." Edward gave her one last reassuring look, pressed the glowing ruby on the watch, and in an instant, space rippled around him, pulling him away. He vanished into a world much more insane. Edward felt the world lurch as the teleportation pulled him apart and reassembled him elsewhere. It took him a few moments to regain his senses. The place he landed in didn't resemble anything familiar. No sky, no stars, no sun. There was no source of light, yet everything around him was perfectly visible. The space seemed alive, vast and constantly spiraling, like an endless ocean of colors and forms that never settled. Looking too long at any one part of it made his vision spin. Then a gentle voice broke the silence. "Welcome back, my child. I hope you're having a wonderful life out there." Edward turned toward the sound and saw her, a stunning, mature woman, radiant yet serene, with a smile that carried no malice. He knew immediately who she was. Clearing his throat, he tried to sound casual. "Root, I presume. Thanks for granting me a second chance at life, although not a fan of the apocalypse." The woman stepped closer, her presence somehow grounding the chaotic space. "No, thank you, Edward. Even after witnessing the end, you haven't given up on humanity. You continue to fight for them. That makes you a true hero." Edward gave a tired sigh, rubbing the back of his neck. "Not sure I'd go that far. So, what's the job this time? Which timeline's cooked now? Feels like it's always one apocalypse after another." Root shook her head, still smiling. "Don't look at it that way. Every timeline, every life, no matter how doomed it seems, matters." She paused for a moment before her expression turned more serious. "This time, there's an anomaly in the Fayuki Grail War of 2004. I need you to go there, observe, and stop it from destroying the timeline." Edward exhaled sharply. "Oh, that's easy. Fate stay night. Only Goldie's a real problem there. If he starts spamming EA, the timeline's toast." Root chuckled. It was quiet, melodic, and brief. She extended her hand, forming a glowing summoning circle in front of him. The intricate lines and symbols began spinning slowly, etched into space itself. "I've already arranged things with Alea," she said. "You'll be summoned as the Grand Ruler. Your Saint Graph and origin will be that of Adam and you. Because of that, your other spirits will be locked, but you'll still have access to their skills." Edward frowned. 7 servants war. She nodded. "Yes, so it should be fine, probably." Edward raised an eyebrow. "Oi, that last part doesn't make me confident." She smiled. "I know." With a gesture, the summoning circle flared to life. Edward's clothing shimmered and transformed. Now a divine white shroud enveloped his body. It was simple but radiant, something between priestly robes and a holy warrior's attire. His blonde hair and blue eyes remained unchanged. He looked like Adam already. Root added one final note before he stepped into the circle. "By the way, this isn't the timeline you're expecting." Edward raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is it unlimited blade works? I can handle that, it's just a little darker. Gotta protect the lowly." Root shook her head. "No, it's the Holy Grail War that set off the Grand Order. I suspect you'll meet multiple heroic spirits you already possess, which is why I locked them." She gave a mischievous smile. "Hee hee." Edward's eyes widened. "Wait, what the?" But before he could finish, the summoning circle pulled him away. Light surged around him, and his body vanished into the stream. Root giggled softly to herself. "That child is rather fun to mess with. I hope he likes the gift I left for him." Edward fell from the sky and smashed through the ceiling of a rundown building that had long been abandoned, splintering wood and stone as he slammed into the floor below. "Fuak yuwu ruat," he bellowed mid-fall, hitting hard enough to shake the entire structure. Luckily, it was abandoned, but his landing caused something unexpected. The very air shifted around him, the mana becoming denser and purer. The cracked floor sprouted strange, radiant flowers. Concrete walls crumbled as vines and moss overtook them. Within moments, the entire room looked like a blooming garden from a fantasy anime. Well, to be fair, it was. Edward groaned, pushing himself up. Stupid passive skills. He groaned and just laid there for a few moments. Then his senses flared. 2 mana signatures were closing in fast. Great! I've been here less than 5 minutes and trouble's already knocking. He quickly suppressed the passive effect, stopping the rampant growth of fauna, and locked his charms as usual. In this world, he could barely suppress them, as if the world didn't want him to hide it. He glanced down at his pristine shroud and smirked. Oh yeah, divine gift, doesn't even get dirty. Nice. Dusting himself off, he turned toward the approaching presence. 2 figures appeared at the edge of his vision. Edward straightened his posture, deciding to make a cool first impression. He stepped into the light, preparing his best dramatic pose and an introduction speech worthy of a ruler-class servant. But before he could open his mouth, he overheard them talking. Is that actually a servant? Where's his master? He looks really weak. The first voice was smooth, mature, with a seductive edge. A tall woman holding a spear stepped into view. Lancer-san, I think he's just a Western monk who's lost, said the other, an orange-haired girl who followed closely behind. Why would a monk be here in the middle of nowhere? Can't you sense the divine mana around us? Unless he's some lunatic who escaped an asylum. Lancer snorted. Edward's eye twitched violently. Seriously. There goes my plan to look cool and mysterious, he muttered under his breath. Screw it, no more low-key act. He flared his aura deliberately, activating his passive skills and charms. Then he spun around with dramatic flair, voice echoing with regal authority. Hello, my children. Blessings be upon you. I am ruler. I have arrived after hearing the sorrowful cries of the planet as it seeks salvation. Fear not, for I am here to bring hope for humanity. He flashed them a dazzling, almost divine smile. The orange-haired girl gasped aloud, cheeks turning pink. Kaya, he looks so good. In her mind, she was already imagining herself being swept off her feet in a classic Princess Carrie. The purple-haired woman, however, stayed composed, though her gaze sharpened with recognition. I can smell it, the essence of fallen divinity. He's just like me, and he looks rather charming. She thought, almost relieved and excited as she licked her lips. Edward noted their reactions, pleased at first, until his gaze focused on them fully. Information flooded his senses as he identified them. And then he froze. WTF, he muttered under his breath, panic flashing across his face. What kind of luck is this? Why are these 2 here? Edward stared at the 2 women, surprised and panicked, although his face didn't show it. Now, slowly regaining their bearings, the younger of the 2, the orange-haired girl, adjusted her uniform, brushing dust from her sleeves. Then she offered a small, sheepish smile. Hello, my name is Ritsuka Fujimaru, Master of Lancer and single. Oops, didn't mean to say the last part. The purple-haired woman beside her sighed, and shot her an exasperated glance. You shouldn't reveal your identity to a stranger, Master, she said flatly, then turned her attention to Edward. Her eyes narrowed. Who are you, servant? Where is your master? Edward exhaled, unimpressed. Didn't you hear my epic introduction? He said, gesturing lazily. Seriously, you guys are killing my vibe. I finally got a chance to let loose, and this is it. This really doesn't put a smile on my face. He shook his head slowly. Allow me to say it for the last time. I am ruler, the overseer of this war. If any of you act naughty, I'll be the one giving you a spanking. He finished with a grin, charming, confident, unmistakably mischievous. Ritsuka blinked, stunned for a moment, then looked like she'd momentarily forgotten where she was. He can spank me any time. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that. Scathach sighed again, visibly losing patience, though a trace of something else flickered across her face. Her expression settled into something more analytical. Since you're ruler, there's no point in hiding our identities. I am Scathach, Lancer-class servant. She paused, then stepped closer and sniffed the air faintly, subtle but deliberate. Why do I feel a familiarity with you? I smell divine essence, stolen from gods. Are you a fellow godslayer? Edward gave a low chuckle. Lady, you're just part of the Godslayer Club, he said. I founded the club. Scathach's eyes widened slightly. Her instincts screamed that he wasn't lying. The weight in his voice wasn't boastful, it was a matter of fact, dangerous. Still, curiosity won out. Who are you? She asked softly. Edward smiled, but it was distant, almost weary. I'm just a fool with an impossible dream. Elsewhere in the city, far from the shattered stone and tense introductions, others began to feel the shift in the world. Mana flared like a beacon in the night. A white-haired man stood quietly atop a ruined balcony, gazing into the distance. The skyline trembled faintly under the weight of something old and vast. To think he would be summoned here, in this broken world, he murmured. I wonder how he'll feel after seeing what humanity's become. Behind him, his master tilted her head. Who was summoned, Castor? Castor didn't look back, he closed his eyes. The final piece of the puzzle, the progenitor, he said, voice almost mechanical. Elsewhere still, a golden-haired man sat in opulent surroundings, legs crossed, a wine glass swirling lazily in one hand. His crimson eyes glinted as he sensed the disturbance. Oh, he said with amusement, how interesting. It seems the world recognized my presence and sent me a gift to relieve my boredom. I wonder, will I enjoy what lies within that sealed garden? His tone was detached but intrigued. For once, something in this era had caught his attention. A different scene unfolded in a quiet, grassy field where a woman with expressionless eyes stared at the horizon. Her hand trembled slightly against the hilt of her sword. An unstable factor has arrived, she said flatly. Her master, a middle-aged man with a stoic face, stood a few feet away. What happened? What's that ridiculous Mana signature, Saber? She didn't hesitate. Ruler has been summoned, and he's probably a grand servant. The man frowned deeply. Can you beat him if he interferes? Saber looked ahead. Probably not. In an old church, a man wearing a priest's outfit stood in silence. The candlelight flickered as he clenched his fist behind his back. How troublesome, he muttered to himself. Back where Edward stood, the air had settled somewhat. The three of them, Edward, Scathach, and Ritsuka, stood in an uneasy triangle. So, Scathach began again, her voice calm but curious. Why did a ruler appear here? There is no anomaly. Edward shrugged, tone casual. Maybe I was dragged here by your beauty and fierce spirit. Scathach scoffed, unimpressed. Do you think I'm someone who will fall for your flowery words? Ritsuka chimed in quickly. Scathach-san, you say that, but then why are you standing next to him like that? Caught off guard, Scathach took a step back and cleared her throat while looking away. I was just observing him for weaknesses, she said curtly. Edward raised an eyebrow. Did you find any? She looked away. Why would I tell you that? He laughed again, a short, amused sound. It's fine. Anyway, I gotta get moving. I won't interfere unless something serious happens. I want to experience the joys of modern times. No Amaterasu this time, which means nobody here to emotionally blackmail me into staying forever and becoming a god or something. He waved lazily and turned, walking away. Behind him, Ritsuka hesitated, then called out, I know a good cafe that stays open late. Would you be interested in joining us? Edward paused in his step, then glanced over his shoulder. A cafe sounds lovely. I'm in the mood for some coffee and desserts. Ritsuka's face lit up. Of course, that place has the best desserts. Edward gave a light smile. Then lead the way, little girl. Ritsuka almost stumbled over herself. I'm not a little girl, she protested. Edward chuckled, placing a hand gently on her head. In my eyes, even the oldest of human beings are like little children. Now let's go find that cafe. Scathach followed them both with a quiet, unreadable expression. Her steps were calm, but her thoughts churned. I need to speak to him alone, she thought. Maybe he can grant my wish to finally die. Capitulo 37, Edward's servant profile. I racked my brains to create this profile. You better enjoy it. This is Edward's servant profile for Nasuverse, a mix of his and Adam's skills. Bro is ridiculously op, and I almost broke my laptop in frustration as I looked for all possible skills. Let me know if I missed anything. Now go ahead, feast your eyes. Or just skip this, and when you fall asleep, Diddy will come to touch you in ways you don't want to be touched. Hee, I'm just joking, or am I? Servant profile, Edward Elric. Class, Grand Ruler. True name, Adam. Alignment, lawful good. Origin, biblical myth/Eden. Titles, the father of humanity. Bearer of the original sin. The one who witnessed the end. The perfect human. Appearance, cloaked in a pure white divine shroud. Gender, male. Height/weight, 182 cm/78 kg. Likes, Eve, humanity, freedom and desserts. Dislikes, injustice, divine tyranny, suffering of humans. Attribute, star. Traits, humanoid divine male, servant of humanity, founder. Parameters. Strength, A+. Endurance, A+. Agility, A+. Mana, A. Luck, A. NP, X. Personal skills black square. Progenitor of humans, A+++. As the first human molded by the gods in their perfect image, Adam possesses a flawless physical form, unmatched in strength, speed, and reflexes. His abilities are not learned but innate, making him the embodiment of human potential untainted by fear, doubt, or limitation. He possesses a perfect body that never falls sick, gets poisoned, or gets magically charmed. Magic resistance, A. Negates up to a level magecraft spells completely. Adam's body, created by the gods, naturally resists magical influence. Combat instinct, A. The ability to feel danger and react instantly. A pseudo-clairvoyance in battle that allows near-perfect reflexes, stemming from his assimilation of countless heroic spirits. Ruler's authority, X. He shall rule over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, and in all that which roams the earth. The ultimate authority over everything, further augmented by the class boost. Charisma of the king, A. An unusual form of charisma that doesn't command loyalty through just position, but through presence, force of will, and sheer aura. Divine Slayer's aura, X. Classified by the Throne of Heroes as ultimate divine killer after slaughtering many gods. Unknown reaction to divine constructs or pantheon-bound beings. Divine Shroud, A+++. Adam was created naked, so to preserve his dignity, God gave him a divine shroud to not only protect his dignity, but also to shield him from any attacks. Any attacks below a rank are nullified when they touch this shroud. Mask of the Fake Smile. A personal skill derived from Edward's past life. Despite being unable to feel anything, Edward managed to put on a smile and act like a regular human. His acting has personified it into a skill. When activated, despite any abnormal status condition, Edward can calmly smile and continue any action. Charm of mystery and solitude, A+. As his origins and life remain shrouded in mystery, Edward exudes an undeniable charm that comes with his mysterious persona and solitary life beyond humans. Activates automatically around the opposite sex from any race and incites their curiosity and desires. Eyes of the Lord, X. A supreme skill that grants Adam the ability to perfectly imitate and counter any technique he sees, no matter how divine or supernatural. Whether it's a martial art, magic, or noble phantasm, once Adam lays eyes on it, he can read, decode, and reproduce it with flawless precision. Passive replication is instantaneous. Cannot be used on reality-warping abilities or abstract divine mysteries that transcend action, e.g., causality manipulation. Overuse causes spiritual strain. Extended use against divine opponents risks soul collapse. The father of humanity, A. Adam is viewed by mankind as a symbol of pure innocence, love, and rebellion for the sake of his children. He is the father of humanity. This grants him bonus resistance to mental interference, corruption, and divine judgment. However, it also draws the ire of some divine beings who see him as an icon of disobedience. Unbreakable will, A+. Even when faced with omnipotent force, Adam's resolve does not waver. He fights not to win, but to protect. This skill allows him to function even under extreme duress, including lethal wounds, despair, or exhaustion. His love for mankind fuels him beyond normal limits. The Divine Forge. Rank A++. Effect: Adam was blessed by the heavens as the first human. He can copy and conjure any weapon, be it holy or demonic. He gains the ability to wield them masterfully as he summons them. Noble phantasms. Eve's blessing, the reason I fight. Rank, A. Type, support/self. A passive secondary noble phantasm. Eve's love and sacrifice live within Adam's core. When Adam is fighting for the sake of others, his parameters increase by 1 rank. If protecting a specific individual, his master, or an ally, he gains temporary resistance to death for 1 turn. His wounds do not bleed, for they are endured in love. Effect. While protecting an ally or fighting for another's sake, all parameters increase by +1 rank. If defending a specific individual, such as his master, Adam gains 1 turn of death resistance. Fatal damage instead leaves him standing until the end of the turn. Wounds inflicted during this period do not bleed or hinder him, sustained purely by the love and sacrifice he inherited from Eve. The Sealed Garden, Eden. Rank, X. Type, anti-world, anti-creation. Adam's origin was not of earth, as he was born in heaven. He lived in the Garden of Eden, an utopia and eternal paradise. Yet he forsook it all and walked away with Eve, but he never lost his connection to it. Once activated, it alters and overwrites everything and turns the world itself back to the Eden where eternal paradise awaits. It is the final salvation and reset for humanity when all is forgiven. Adam will guide humanity back to the Eden. Effect. Reality is overwritten with the concept of Eden, purging curses, poison, and corruption. Within the garden, Adam's parameters are enhanced, and all non-divine beings instinctively recognize him as ruler. Can serve as a mass salvation, restoring life to the dead, purifying the corrupted, and resetting the world state to its first condition. Symbolizes the ultimate forgiveness. Even enemies may find their will to fight fade in the overwhelming peace of paradise. The one who witnessed the end, Land of Steel. Rank, X. Type, anti-world, anti-creation. As the last survivor of humanity, Edward had witnessed his world end and the land of steel that awaits humanity. It has been painted deep within his soul. Once activated, it does the opposite of the Sealed Garden. It takes the world to the end of humanity, where the land of steel awaits. When invoked, the world around him shifts to this dying landscape, forcing all who remain to feel the despair of extinction. It is both a curse and a judgment, a punishment for the folly of mankind. Effect. Overwrites the world with the concept of humanity's extinction. All living beings within are afflicted with a crushing despair that erodes morale, fighting spirit, and magical energy. Environmental hazards are constant, the air is toxic, the earth burns underfoot, and even the sky feels hostile. The longer an enemy remains, the more their body and will decay, symbolizing the slow death of a doomed race. The first sin, fall from Eden. Rank, X. Type, anti-world/anti-genesis. True name release, all shall fall and begin anew. Range, 1 end of world, practically unbounded. Maximum targets, entire world. This is Adam's other ultimate, irreversible noble phantasm, the manifestation of Adam's greatest tragedy, bringing about the fall of man from heaven. Activating it is equivalent to symbolically reenacting that event, except here, the fruit of knowledge becomes a weapon. When invoked, an enormous wave of primordial truth bursts forth from him, forcing all who see or feel it to experience the original sin in their souls. Humanity is forced to bear his sin, which he carried on his shoulder, making them collapse and perish in agony. The world remains unharmed, only life itself is gone. Nothing can survive this. Thus, Adam and Edward have both chosen to seal this noble phantasm forever. Mechanics. Concept erasure. Nullifies magecraft, noble phantasms, and divine blessings within its area for a set duration, anywhere from 1 minute to 10 minutes depending on mana supply. Moral collapse. All who fail a high difficulty will save are overcome by despair, losing coordination and fighting instincts. World breaker. Against certain bounded fields or territory-based noble phantasms, this move forcibly tears them apart, overriding their reality marbles or defensive worlds. Drawback. Once activated, Edward's own Saint Graph destabilizes. After 10 minutes, his body begins to collapse. This is a last resort meant for decisive battles. Lore. Adam is the first human, crafted by divine hands in paradise. A perfect being, born without sin or flaw, Adam walked among the gods until he chose to stand against them. When Eve was wrongfully judged and cast from Eden, Adam followed her without hesitation, choosing love and free will over blind obedience. Despite being human, he can fight on equal ground with the supreme deities, relying only on his own will, strength, and the eyes of the Lord. Though mortal, his spirit was unshakable. Even at the cost of his life, he proved that mankind can challenge the divine. In the Nasuverse, Adam's existence borders on myth and archetype. He is the foundation of the human order, a being whose very body is a prayer for freedom. Summoning him brings forth not just a warrior, but a symbol, the will of humanity to survive, defy, and protect. Bonded with Edward, who witnessed the end of humanity, Grand Ruler achieves perfection in contradiction. The desire to save his children, knowing the inevitable end. Bond Essence. The card depicts a colossal figure standing upon a bridge of golden light stretching across the void. One half of his body shines with divine radiance, clad in regal, sunlit armor etched with the tree of life. The other half is wrapped in ancient, towering warplate marked by the aquila of a far future empire. Behind him, galaxies spiral like halos, and a single golden throne burns at the end of time. Effect Max Limit Break. Increases NP damage by 20% and debuff resistance by 30%. Additionally, once per battle, survive with 1 HP when receiving lethal damage. In the first moment, I was the breath of creation. In the last moment, I shall be the fire that ends the night. From dust to star to dust again, I am the covenant between Alpha and Omega, humanity's first cry and final word made flesh. No tyrant shall chain them, no void shall consume them. This I swore when the world was young, and this I shall keep when all worlds fall silent. Capitulo 38, The First of Men. Edward hummed the tune softly. The opening notes of Be Yourself by Audioslave while treading gently through the quiet night as he followed Ritsuka through the dimly lit streets. The city was peaceful now, silent except for the occasional distant hum of a car or the soft rustling of leaves stirred by a faint breeze. Most of its inhabitants had long since retreated to sleep, leaving the world hushed and almost reverent under the watchful gaze of the stars. Edward's appearance had shifted from the divine shroud of his summoning to something far more casual, yet still distinctly his. A black leather jacket hung comfortably over his shoulders, worn and softened by time but clearly well cared for. Dark jeans fit snugly, the fabric slightly faded at the knees. Beneath the jacket, his red Full Metal Alchemist t-shirt, a subtle nod to his name, added a splash of color against the darkness. His blonde hair caught the faint city lights as he walked, the blue of his eyes reflecting a quiet curiosity and an undercurrent of fatigue. Trailing behind him, Scathach kept a steady pace, her sharp eyes frequently flicking toward him. Though silent, her presence was unmistakable, an aura of calm strength with an undercurrent of tension that spoke of battles both fought and yet to come. Occasionally, her gaze softened, betraying a rare vulnerability as she observed the man she knew only as ruler. Edward's mind drifted momentarily, cataloging thoughts for later. A battery-operated Walkman, some music players, clothes, and movies, items that, while commonplace in this era, were still centuries away from invention in his original timeline. He would need to collect them all. It was a small comfort, a reminder that no matter how fractured the timelines might be, some things endured. So, Edward said casually, breaking the silence as he glanced over his shoulder toward Ritsuka. Since you know the place, mind taking me shopping tomorrow? I need some proper gear and maybe some entertainment. Ritsuka's face brightened immediately, nodding enthusiastically. Of course, I'd be happy to help you. Scathach let out a sharp scoff. We are in the middle of a war, master, if you've forgotten. The words cut through the lightness of the moment like a blade, and Ritsuka's smile faltered. The memories she carried, the weight of Chaldea's fall, the friends lost, the comrades gone, loomed heavy. Even Mashu, the kind and loyal junior who had always supported her, was no longer by her side. All of that loss pressed down on her shoulders, the burden of being the last pillar of humanity an unbearable weight. Edward noticed the sudden shift in her demeanor and stopped walking. Ritsuka glanced up to find him reaching out to gently pat her head, a rare softness in his expression. "Raise your head, Master of Chaldea," he said quietly, voice calm and reassuring. "You may carry a heavy burden, but you've never carried it alone. Others helped share it before, didn't they? Don't forget their desire to help you set things right." Ritsuka's voice was barely audible, tinged with self-doubt. "But they're all dead now, all because I was weak, a failure." Edward's mind rebelled against the words. "You're a failure? The person who choked Gosha barehanded? Even I'm scared of your chaos." But his face betrayed nothing but a gentle smile. He pointed upward toward the night sky, where countless stars shimmered faintly. "Look up there," he said softly. "See those stars shining through the vast darkness? Even the smallest light can brighten the night. Darkness, no matter how overwhelming, can be chased away by a single candle's light." He took a slow breath. Humans are bound to make mistakes, cause destruction, even end the world itself. But as long as there's a chance, don't we keep fighting? Don't we claw and scratch for victory? Do we let ourselves drown in sorrow just because the end might come one day? Ritsuka's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice trembling. "But what's the point if everything we do ends up meaningless, if it all ends anyway?" Edward sighed and lowered his gaze to meet hers. "A thing isn't beautiful because it lasts forever, Ritsuka-chan. It's beautiful because it exists at all, because it brings joy while it lasts. And when the end comes, we hold on to the memories and say goodbye. That's life." A gentle calm settled over Ritsuka as she heard the soothing words. She wiped the tears from her cheeks and smiled, small but sincere. "Thank you, Ruler-san. You're very kind. You must have been a great hero." Edward shook his head, voice quiet and heavy with regret. "No, I'm the worst of them all. The one responsible for everything that happened, if only I'd stayed." Before he could finish, Scathach's voice cut through the moment like a cool wind. "You are quite wise, Ruler, but who are you truly? What is your real name?" Edward chuckled softly. "I'm just a man, nothing more, nothing less." Scathach snorted, clearly unconvinced. "Yeah, right, you're a grand servant. They don't just hand out that rank to anyone. Since you're a ruler, you must have been a great king or a saint in your life." Edward's smile deepened, playful now. "Oh, you're curious about me, Scathach-san." She looked away, cheeks faintly flushed. Whether from embarrassment or frustration, Edward wasn't sure. "You're a mystery I intend to unravel," she said. Edward winked. "Mystery is part of the charm, don't you think?" Ritsuka watched their exchange with wide, curious eyes. Wait, are they flirting? The thought made her cough awkwardly. Ruler-san," she interrupted, "I'm curious too. Why are you helping me? Rulers are supposed to be neutral, right?" Edward laughed, a full, hearty sound that filled the night air. "Ha ha ha, I'm not one for following rules. I am the greatest rebel of all. I do what I think is right. As for helping you, I don't need a reason. What kind of man would ignore the plight of others? I'm just an ephemeral existence, I'll be gone soon." He met Ritsuka's eyes with earnest intensity. "You, Ritsuka Fujimaru, a human, will live on long after I'm gone. You will shape the future. We heroes have fought and died for the future. Who else is there to protect if not you?" Ritsuka blushed, looking away shyly. "Why does it feel like a father lecturing a child?" Edward grinned knowingly. "Maybe it is." The three of them reached the cave. A warm light glowing behind the glass windows, the aroma of coffee and baked goods inviting them in. The door opened easily with a soft chime, and they stepped inside, unaware that a surprise awaited them within. And the battle for Holy Grail War was about to commence. The moment the trio stepped through the cave's front door, the atmosphere changed. Edward's senses sharpened instantly. He stopped mid-step, his expression shifting from casual ease to guarded focus. Without a word, he reached out, gripping Ritsuka's shoulders firmly and pulling her behind him. Scathach, quick to react, pivoted on her heel and slid into a combat-ready stance. Her crimson eyes narrowed, scanning every inch of the room. Ritsuka blinked in confusion at first. "What happened?" she asked, her voice low but tense. Then it hit her, like a shift in the air pressure, her own magical perception prickled awake. The walls, the ceiling, even the floor seemed to shimmer faintly with unnatural light. She swallowed hard. "A bounded field," she muttered. The entire cave was sealed. At the center of the room sat a young blonde woman, no older than her mid-20s, with sharp blue eyes and a beauty that seemed both regal and cold. She lounged at a table as though the tense atmosphere didn't exist. Surrounding her, the waiters moved in eerie synchronization, their motions stiff, mechanical. They carried out tray after tray of food, steaming plates, baskets of bread, desserts piled high, and set them before something grotesque. It was an amorphous, black sludge-like mass. Its oily, shifting body pulsed unnaturally, sprouting two yawning, jagged maws lined with teeth. Two twisted horns jutted from its top, faintly glowing as it devoured food with a wet, slurping noise. The woman's gaze flicked lazily toward the newcomers. She showed no interest when her eyes passed over Ritsuka and Scathach, but when her eyes locked on Edward, her entire demeanor shifted. Her pupils dilated, her cheeks flushed faintly, and her previously languid posture stiffened. She stood abruptly and began walking toward him, her heels clicking lightly on the tiled floor. Edward exhaled heavily through his nose. "So that's why the route was being vague," he muttered to himself. "This Grail war's a mess, and here I thought I'd seen enough weird combinations to think even she's participating." Stopping before him, the blonde gave a graceful bow. "It's an honor to meet the ruler of this war," she said with an elegant smile. "My name is Manaka Saju, Master of Berserker. May I have your name, please?" Edward sighed again, but this time there was a clear note of irritation. "Drop the act. I like humans well enough, but you're definitely not one of them, Root Princess." His eyes flicked toward the sludge creature. "Summoning beast VI and a berserker. Now I see why I was brought here. Too many troublesome pieces moving at once. What a drag." Manaka's expression didn't falter. If anything, her smile became warmer. "That makes me a little sad, ruler. I actually find you interesting. Why not join me? I'd very much like to know more about you." Edward's gaze swept the cave before settling back on her. "No, you've already ruined my mood. I think I'll take my companions elsewhere. And while I can't exactly tell you Magi how to behave, taking away the free will of others," he gestured toward the controlled waiters. "Poor taste. I hope you can at least see that's wrong." Scathach shot him a subtle glance, the faintest trace of approval in her eyes. Ritsuka, however, was staring nervously at the black sludge, which had paused in its endless eating to fix its many eyes, hidden deep in the shadowy folds, on her. She tugged lightly at Edward's jacket. "Ruler-san, is that thing really a beast?" Manaka's attention slid toward Ritsuka, her lips curling with faint disdain. "So this is the last pillar of humanity? I was expecting more. Is she interrupting our conversation? Perhaps I should remove her so we can speak undisturbed." With a wave of her hand, a new servant materialized beside her. The sheer force of his presence seemed to press down on the air, an enormous, dark-skinned man, his muscles like carved stone, his skin etched with glowing red lines of madness. He held a massive stone club sword that seemed barely manageable even for him. Edward arched a brow. "You summoned Big Herc on top of a beast. This war just keeps getting better." Berserker's answer was a roar so thunderous it rattled the windows and caused the cave's glassware to shatter. "Rahhh." Manaka's voice cut through the noise, cold and precise. "Heracles, kill those too." She motioned toward Scathach and Ritsuka. "Don't worry about ruler, he can't interfere." Ritsuka's heart pounded as she and Scathach instinctively moved, leaping back through the door as Berserker charged forward with terrifying speed for someone his size. The stone sword whistled through the air in a wide arc that could have bisected a building. But it never connected. In the blink of an eye, a fist clad in brass knuckles smashed into Berserker's head. The impact sounded like a thunderclap. Boom! The shockwave blew out the cave's remaining windows, scattering furniture like matchsticks. The bounded field trembled. Edward was standing where Berserker had been charging, his other hand holding a cup of coffee jelly he had plucked from a nearby table. His servant attire had returned, the divine shroud draping over him like living shadow. Blood dripped from the brass knuckles on his right hand. Without looking fazed, he popped the jelly into his mouth, slurping it down before speaking casually. "That's one life gone. Hurry up and regenerate, Herc. I'm feeling like a nap's coming on. Outside, Ritsuka and Scathach could only stare in disbelief. Heracles, the greatest hero of Greece, a demigod whose sheer power dwarfed most servants, had just lost a life in a single punch. And yet, before their eyes, his head began knitting itself back together from nothing, his growls building into another roar. Manaka's brows furrowed for the first time, but her eyes, bright and unnervingly fixated, gleamed with something close to obsession. As expected. A grand ruler is no joke, Are you absolutely certain you won't reconsider? I could overwrite your very existence with the root itself. Edward tilted his head. I don't care for psychos, especially ones who kill their fathers for no reason. Go back to simping for Arthur, I want no part in it. Her smile widened instead of fading. Oh, you know so much about me, father of humanity, I wonder what else you know. Ritsuka's eyes flew wide. Wait, father of humanity, that title, there's only one servant who could be called that, are you? Adam. Scathach's sharp gaze narrowed slightly in intrigue. No wonder he's unlike any servant I've met, but when did he slay a god? Unless, she smirked faintly to herself. He never died at all. Immortal, like me, how interesting. Edward rubbed the back of his head, muttering, well, cat's out of the bag, huh? He turned toward Ritsuka. Yes, little girl, I am Grand Ruler Adam, and someone, his eyes snapped back to Manaka, his voice losing every trace of warmth, is about to get a spanking from Daddy, because he's pissed now. The shift in his tone sent a chill through the room. Even the beast's feeding had stopped, as he looked at Edward menacingly. Edward stood with his arms loosely at his sides, eyes fixed on Manaka. She hadn't stopped smiling since she arrived. Her voice, deceptively warm and almost casual, cut through the tense air. I think I like you, Adam. I would prefer not to harm you if possible. Please walk away. When I finish the war, I will let you make your wish from the Grail. You wish to probably undo your decision to leave Eden, right? You want humans to achieve salvation. I can grant you that. Her tone was almost conversational, as if they were discussing the weather rather than the threat of mass destruction. There was no hesitation in her words. She meant every promise, no matter how twisted the reality behind it. Edward's face tightened. The irritation in his eyes was plain as he looked directly at her. Why the hell would I do that? That's the stupidest wish to make. When I was born, it was already written that I'd fall. It's not something that happened randomly. And taking them back to Eden, destroying everything they've built on Earth, where they actually have free will and life, you must be crazier than I thought. This world might be beyond saving, but it's the only one they've got. My job is to make sure they don't destroy it. His words were firm, not shouted but carrying a weight that left no room for misinterpretation. Manaka's lips curved downward into a pout, the kind that would seem childish if not for the dark presence radiating from her. You're no fun. What is there to like about this twisted world? Edward let out a quiet sigh, as if her inability to understand was not worth any further argument. If you don't understand, then there's nothing to explain. Everyone has their own path. My duty is to watch over them and ensure they survive. His gaze didn't waver. For him, this was not up for debate. From the side, Scathach's voice reached Ritsuka. Her tone was calm, but it carried an unmistakable urgency. Master, I suggest you leave. That's no ordinary magus. I will help ruler to hold back the servants. Ritsuka's reply was immediate, without a hint of hesitation. No, I am staying. I don't leave my friends behind. I'll stay and fight, even if it means I'll die. Edward, without taking his eyes off Manaka, spoke to her in a steady voice. Nice resolve there, Ritsuka-chan, but maybe watch from a safe distance. If you die, Scathach will vanish and your wish as well. Leave the fight to me. It's a father's responsibility to clean up the mess of his children. Then his attention shifted slightly toward Scathach. Deal with Heracles, I will take care of the beast here. Before she could respond, a smooth, infuriatingly cheerful voice rang out from behind them. Oh my, it seems I've taken a wrong turn and arrived after the party already started. But better late than never. Ritsuka's eyes went wide at the sight of a lilac-haired man in a simple robe, holding a staff with casual ease. Hello, everyone. Your favorite friendly neighborhood magus of flowers has arrived to the rescue. Merlin gave an exaggerated bow, his smile entirely too relaxed for the situation. Merlin-san, how did you? Ritsuka's question was cut short as a blur of motion crossed her vision. Edward's fist connected squarely with Merlin's face, the impact rippling across his cheek before the magus was sent flying backward. Die, Merlin, Edward exhaled, shaking out his hand with visible satisfaction. That was therapeutic. To think this annoying bastard has shown up as well. Merlin reappeared almost instantly, brushing imaginary dust from his robe. His grin hadn't dimmed. Hey, I almost died there, Adam-san. Why would you hurt a poor little magus of flowers like me? Don't you know people die when they are killed? Edward clicked his tongue in irritation. He survived. Maybe I should drop Eden on Avalon next time. Merlin's smile faltered, his face paling slightly. Ahaha, don't joke like that, Adam-san. He corrected himself quickly, recognizing the look in Edward's eyes that promised violence. Ritsuka stepped forward, her voice sharp. What is going on here, Merlin-san? How did you arrive here? Are you here to help? Merlin's expression shifted, the playfulness dimming just enough to hint at the seriousness beneath. Ritsuka-chan, this isn't simple like other Grail Wars. This one will destroy everything. Root has summoned our grumpy Grand Ruler over there to make sure that doesn't happen. Don't worry, that guy is stronger than he looks, but his manners are as worthy as the father of humanity and the perfect human. His tone turned mocking halfway through, only to falter as Edward cracked his knuckles while glaring at him. Manaka's eyes narrowed. So many annoying things. This won't be a good thing if we fought now. Edward's voice was steady, almost calm, but there was no mistaking the threat behind it. You think I can allow you to leave knowing you are growing that beast by offering sacrifices? Your story ends tonight, Root Princess. Manaka's gaze sharpened, her smirk returning. You might be strong, but as long as I kill that girl, your mission will fail, right? Don't take my interest in you as a sign of weakness. I won't hold back if we fought. Merlin, still holding his staff, raised one hand in a placating gesture. Now, don't be like that. Why don't we call it a night here and we can kill each other later? Manaka scoffed. Don't speak to me, Merlin. Come on, beast vi berserker, we are leaving. But Edward had no intention of letting her retreat. Divine Forge, activate. A golden glow burst from his hand, the light condensing into solid form. In seconds, a stone blade, its design strikingly similar to Heracles' weapon, rested in his grip. Merlin sighed, stepping back and pulling Ritsuka with him. This is why I don't like brutes who think punching is the solution for everything. Scathach moved to Edward's side, the faint glint of excitement in her eyes. Let's do this, Ruler. I have been itching for a fight. Manaka's patience snapped. I've had enough, kill them all except Ruler. I want him alive. The roar came instantly, two servants moving at once. Berserker Heracles surged forward in a blur of muscle and raw power. His weapon came down with the weight of a mountain, the swing intended to cleave through anything in its path. Each movement was fueled by sheer physical dominance, his battle style a relentless assault that gave no room for hesitation. Beside him, Beast VI's advance was less straightforward, its presence warping the air, every step radiating an oppressive force that sought to crush the will of anyone nearby. It moved with terrifying precision, each strike aiming not just to harm, but to dominate completely. Edward charged head-on, stone blade raised to meet the beast's attack. The first clash shook the ground, sparks and fragments of energy scattering from the point of impact. His strikes were measured but carried overwhelming force, each blow pushing the beast back by sheer physical superiority. To his side, Scathach met Heracles with spear in hand, her stance low and deadly. She moved like flowing water, dodging the giant's crushing blows by the narrowest margins, each counter aimed for the smallest gaps in his defense. Where Heracles was brute force, Scathach was precision, each movement honed over centuries of battle. The first collision of all four combatants unleashed a shockwave. Boom! The cave's walls exploded outward, debris scattering across the street. Nearby buildings cracked under the pressure, glass shattering as the shockwave rippled outward. And just like that, the Holy Grail War officially began. Capitulo 39, The Sealed Garden. The explosion ripped through the street with a deafening crack, its shockwaves tearing apart the stone facades of nearby buildings and sending shards of debris into the air like a storm of blades. The ground quaked under the impact, fissures spiderwebbing outward as the force rolled through. Amid the chaos, Merlin simply exhaled a long, almost theatrical sigh. He lifted his staff lazily, the ornate shaft gleaming briefly before a flurry of flower petals materialized in the air around him. With a single languid gesture, they swirled together into a shimmering barrier, each petal infused with a faint magical hum. The wall of blossoms absorbed the blast without so much as a ripple, sheltering both him and Ritsuka from the devastation. Ritsuka, wide-eyed, stared through the shield at the titanic battle unfolding in the distance. The raw force behind each clash made her chest tighten. She snapped herself out of her daze and turned to the magus beside her. "Merlin-san, aren't you going to help them? It's a beast we're talking about." Her voice carried urgency, edged with frustration. Merlin's lips curved into an amused smile. Now, Ritsuka-chan," he said with his usual airy tone, "I'm just a poor, harmless magus of flowers. If I stepped between that mess, I'd be flattened before I could even say magecraft." He tilted his head toward the battlefield, his tone shifting into mock curiosity. "Besides, isn't it fascinating? A Celtic goddess crossing weapons with the mightiest of Greek heroes. And over there, the first of humanity himself, matching blows with the very concept of mankind's demise. Conviction versus inevitability. Which will break first, I wonder? Personally, I'm rooting for Beastkun winning, at least in this round." Ritsuka's glare could have pierced through armor. "This isn't the time for jokes, if ruler loses." "Really?" Merlin cut in smoothly, his staff twirling idly in one hand. "That's your biggest concern? I'd be more worried about Lancer. Heracles right now? Well, thanks to Manaka's little root connection, he's operating beyond his usual limits. He's likely a shade stronger than Scathach-san in pure force." Ritsuka's brow furrowed. "Then Adam-san." Merlin sighed with exaggerated patience, as though explaining something obvious. Adam could crush both Beast VI and Heracles without breaking a sweat if he wanted. Beast VI isn't even at half capacity yet. The only reason Adam hasn't finished this already is because he's holding back to avoid erasing half the city or unraveling the timeline. That's the curse of ridiculous strength. He chuckled under his breath. Honestly, does he even have a noble phantasm under a rank? No wonder he walks around flashing that Grand Ruler title in everyone's faces. Someone should knock him down a peg. Her suspicion deepened. "Which side are you actually on?" "I'm on your side, naturally," Merlin replied without hesitation, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "If the world ends, where would I go to find all the interesting little spectacles it provides?" He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "Speaking of spectacles, that reminds me of when Arthur met the Lady of the Lake. Now there was a scene." Without waiting for permission, he began weaving a long-winded tale, voice shifting into a storyteller's cadence, hands painting vivid shapes in the air as though they were sitting by a campfire instead of in a crumbling battlefield. Ritsuka ignored him and turned her attention back to the fighting, letting Merlin's chatter fade into background noise. The sound of metals clashing cut through the night. With stone against steel, a brutal rhythm of clang, clank, and crash. Sparks erupted in showers as Scathach's crimson spear met the immense weight of Heracles' stone blade. The sheer force behind each collision sent shockwaves that shattered glass and cracked the stones. Heracles pressed forward relentlessly, his colossal frame rippling with power. His strikes were heavy enough to buckle the ground beneath him, each swing of his massive weapon threatening to tear through even Scathach's formidable defenses. Scathach moved with precision born from centuries of combat. Gibalg Proto spun in her grasp, creating a blur of red arcs as she deflected and redirected the berserker's furious onslaught. Her footwork was flawless, each step calculated to evade the killing edge while setting up her next counter. Yet even with her mastery, Heracles' raw physical advantage was undeniable. One particularly vicious downswing connected against her guard with bone-rattling force, the impact hurling her through the air. She flew in a blur toward the other side of the battlefield, straight toward the duel between Beast VI and Edward that was unfolding. Edward had just batted aside another of Beast VI's writhing, sludge-like appendages, the inky tendril exploding into foul-smelling mist as it recoiled. He sensed the incoming presence without turning his head. With a sigh, he pushed off the ground, intercepting the trajectory. His hands caught Scathach mid-flight, his movement controlled enough to absorb the force without harm. Landing smoothly, he set her down with care. Scathach's cheeks flushed faintly before she quickly stepped away from his hold, forcing her composure back into place. "You're holding back, ruler," she said flatly. Edward exhaled. "We're in the middle of the city. If I cut loose here, the casualties would be catastrophic. Your noble phantasm is better suited to this kind of situation. That's why I left the big one to you." "That big one is stronger than he should be," she countered sharply. "Why don't you handle these two monsters, hold them off for a while, and I'll deal with their master?" Edward's gaze shifted to Manaka, standing atop a roof, watching them like a spectator at an arena match. "You can't take her alone," he said evenly. "She's stronger than any usual servant on this field, but there's something we can do to ensure it doesn't get out of hand." The conversation ended abruptly as both Heracles and Beast VI lunged at them simultaneously. Without hesitation, Edward wrapped an arm around Scathach's waist and vaulted backward, the ground beneath their attackers erupting as their strikes met only stone. Scathach pushed him away and spoke, "Stop grabbing me like that without warning." If anyone else did that without her consent, they would probably get stabbed. But with him, she didn't even get angry for some reason. Edward chuckled and stepped away. "It's time to get serious. Activate first noble phantasm," he spoke softly. A warm, golden light began to radiate from him, washing over the battlefield. The glow coalesced into the faint image of an ethereal figure of a beautiful woman standing behind him, her expression serene, her arms wrapping around his neck in a tender embrace. Edward's lips curved into a faint smile. "Thank you, Eve." Then his features hardened, his voice taking on a solemn resonance. "She was my first breath, my first sight, my first love. From her hands I learned kindness." The light flared, casting long shadows across the ground. Heracles charged, his roar echoing like a beast's call to war. Scathach stepped forward, intercepting his swing with a deft parry, the impact shaking the air. "Forgive me, dear Eve," Edward continued, his voice unwavering despite the chaos around him, "for I need your strength to protect the future." He finished the chant. "From her fall I learned choice, from her sacrifice I learned why I must fight, Eve. Guide my hands once more." The light reached its peak, enveloping him entirely. "Noble phantasm, Eve's blessing, the reason I fight." The ethereal woman pressed a gentle kiss against his cheek before dissolving into golden particles with a smile. Power surged through Edward's body, his aura now an overwhelming presence that seemed to weigh on the battlefield itself. Every motion radiated authority and purpose. His eyes locked on Heracles and Beast VI. "Scathach, on my signal, use your second noble phantasm. Pull Manaka into the land of shadows and hold her there for a few seconds. That's all I'll need." Scathach held his gaze for a moment, then gave a single sharp nod. "Understood, I'll follow your lead, just don't get yourself killed." Edward allowed a faint smile to form as his eyes met Scathach's. "It's nice to feel the concern from the Queen of the Shadowlands," he said with a teasing tone. Scathach huffed softly, turning her head to the side as though dismissing the comment, though the faint twitch at the corner of her lips suggested otherwise. Without lingering, Edward surged forward, voice firm and resonant. "Activate skill, Divine Forge." Mana condensed around him, the air vibrating as countless motes of golden light appeared and began to shape themselves into solid form. One after another, weapons emerged from the air, each humming with the restrained power of a legend. The atmosphere thickened with their combined presence, the weight of their histories pressing down on the battlefield. First came Durandal, the unbreakable sword of Roland, its blade gleaming with a brilliance that could pierce through any defense. Then Merodach, the ancient blade once plunged into the heart of a sacred tree, radiating an aura of age-old divinity. Gandiva, the perfect bow of Arjuna, strung with divine thread and crackling faintly with the energy of celestial arrows. Gungnir, the flawless spear of Odin, its trajectory guided by inevitability itself. Vajra, Indra's thunderous weapon, a crystalline construct of both lightning and divine authority. And finally, Rangaminiad, the golden lance that shone as though holding within it the axis of the world, the pillar at the very end of time. Its light cut through the air, an unyielding beacon against the encroaching darkness. From a safe vantage, Merlin's composure faltered, and he coughed in genuine surprise. Oi, that's an overkill if I've ever seen it. Even the lance of that goddess? This is where things get dangerous. I should take Ritsuka-chan somewhere safe before it all truly begins. He raised his staff, beginning a soft chant. From the stars of the inner sea and the Tower of Insight, from the four corners of paradise. Let them know their story is filled with blessings. Only those free of sin may pass. Petals of soft pink began to swirl around them, carried by an unseen wind. The petals grew denser until they blanketed the world in a storm of gentle color, obscuring the devastation outside. When the petals cleared, the harsh ruin of the city was gone, replaced by a vast expanse of rolling green and flowers swaying under an eternal spring sky. Merlin lowered his staff with a flourish. "Garden of Avalon," he declared with quiet satisfaction. Turning to Ritsuka, whose eyes widened in awe, he smiled knowingly. "Welcome to the Garden of Avalon, Ritsuka-chan, the forever distant utopia that lies deep within our hearts." Ritsuka shouted at him, "Take us back, I need to be there and help them." Merlin shook his head gently. "We can't interfere in what's about to happen, let us watch their fate unfold from here." He waved and a mirror appeared, showing the city of Fayuki. Ritsuka gritted her teeth, feeling she was too weak to help, yet she watched with determination. On the battlefield, Edward caught sight of them vanishing and let out a short laugh. "At least he's made himself useful for once," he muttered. With a sweep of his arm, the array of legendary weapons surrounding him launched forward simultaneously, each tracing a different arc through the air toward Heracles and Beast VI. The air split under their combined velocity, the strike of each weapon unleashing its own contained divinity. Rangaminiad's presence rippled outward, subtly repairing the torn earth and structures in their path as it moved. The impact landed in unison. Boom! The ground erupted into a wave of blinding fire and sound. The explosion swallowed both enemies, the resulting shockwave bending the very air around it. Within the flames, Heracles' roar echoed in pain, his immortal resilience being tested beyond its limit. Lives were stripped away in rapid succession under the divine onslaught. Through the inferno, the berserker's features softened for the briefest moment, his sanity returning in those final seconds. He spoke softly, "Thank you," before his body began to dissolve into light. Manaka's eyes widened in sharp surprise before narrowing into a cold, calculating glare. Her voice was as crisp as glass breaking. "By the order of my command seals, Beast VI, restore yourself to full strength and activate your ultimate noble phantasm." Two crimson command seals on her hand flared and vanished. The massive form of Beast VI let out a guttural roar, mana surging around him in a torrent as he began to gather energy for the attack. The ground cracked, the air thick with the oppressive force of his presence. Edward's voice cut through the chaos. "Now Scathach." The lancer exhaled through her nose in mild irritation, already moving. "Where does he get off ordering me around like that?" she muttered under her breath. Yet the small curve of her lips betrayed the truth, there was no malice behind the words. "I hope he knows what he's doing." She leapt high, clearing debris and battlefield in a single bound, closing the distance to Manaka, who prepared a few spells to defend herself and counter-attack. The air grew colder as she began her chant. "I will show you what lies beyond the world. I will lock you away in the darkness from the age of the gods. Tremble, freeze, and shatter into pieces, gate of sky." Above, the sky split open as a monumental gate of ancient stone and shadow manifested. A breath of frost poured from it, chilling the air instantly. The gate opened wide, and its pull consumed Manaka entirely, dragging her into the land of shadows. For most, it was a death sentence, but for a magus of her caliber, it would restrain her for a minute at best, but it was time nonetheless. But before she was dragged away, Manaka fired a few spells at Scathach which broke her defenses and hit her, and made her cough up some blood. She almost fell, but she stabbed Gibalg into the ground and stood with determination. Edward exhaled as Manaka vanished. Now that that's been taken care of, his eyes darted to the site of the explosion. Oh shit, it's too late. From the scorched crater, the remnants of Beast VI writhed, black sludge gathering and twisting upon itself. The mass grew, solidifying into the towering silhouette of a dragon devoid of light. Its surface seemed to devour illumination entirely, and the world around it began to lose all color, fading into a dull, lifeless gray. Even the divine shroud of heaven lost its radiance and dulled. Edward's voice was low, edged with grim recognition. He experienced this end before. This is something humanity will bring upon itself one day. Perhaps it is indeed inevitable. His fingers loosened around his weapon's grip as he let it go. But not today, not while I stand here. Drawing in a slow breath, his expression shifted to something almost nostalgic. It's been a while. Let us turn back the clock of destiny. He drove Rangaminiad into the ground. Light spread from the point of impact, anchoring the space around them, holding it against the encroaching transformation. As Beast VI began twisting the world into his noble phantasm, land of steel, the bleak inevitability of mankind's demise, Edward began to chant softly. Before there was sorrow, before there was death, there was a garden bathed in dawn's eternal light. The words carried weight, resonating with something older than the battle itself. Even the air seemed to still. Scathach's eyes widened faintly, sensing the deep, unshakable emotion bound within the invocation. Even as the toxic fumes, corrosion, and rancid air burned at Edward's body, he didn't stop. Beast VI growled in frustration, the advance of his land of steel halting slowly as though caught in unseen restraints. It extended its tendrils towards Edward. Most of it vanished into nothing, but a few struck him, piercing his skin and drawing blood, but he continued to chant. I walked away to share her fate, but I have never forgotten the scent of that first morning. The colorless world shuddered. Then, in a single breath, color burst forth again, vivid and purer than before. The poisoned air dissipated, and the acrid scent of corrosion faded into clean, untouched wind. The oppressive mana thinned, replaced by something warmer, lighter. Return to us now, the Eden we lost. Noble phantasm, the sealed Garden of Eden. A wave of light erupted from Edward's form, washing over the battlefield and beyond. The ground itself responded, sprouting strange, ancient trees whose leaves shimmered with an otherworldly hue. Flowers bloomed in moments, unfurling under the golden glow. Grass spread in every direction, pushing aside the dead, gray land of steel, as if the world was reborn anew. In the span of seconds, the world felt as though it had been wound backward to its first dawn. The sky glowed with a clarity unknown to the modern age. Across the globe, humanity felt it, an overwhelming peace that reached deep into their hearts. It touched the deep down their core, to their very soul. Some wept openly, their grief and pain stripped away, replaced with a joy they had long forgotten. Others simply stood still, breathing in the serenity, as though they had regained something precious they had never realized was missing. The white-haired servant observing from far smiled as if he felt a sense of joy. This is it. This is the salvation humanity needs. I have been thinking about it all wrong. In a dark church, a priest looked above at the moon and whispered, "Was I wrong to walk this path? What is this pain I feel?" The Golden King watched it from above, sitting on his flying ship. He felt nostalgic as a wave of calmness washed over him, reminding him of some distant memories. But he hid it soon. "Phew-ha-ha-ha, you mongrel. No, you human, have picked my curiosity, the father of humanity. Go on, show me more magnificent sights. This king acknowledges your existence and your resolve. Let us have a hearty drink before we battle, and I send you off on your way." An emotionless man stood above a high-rise building, observing it with a calm look. His eyes moistened slightly as he spoke, although it was not your intention, but thank you, ruler, for this brief moment of happiness. He felt he had gone back to a time when he used to be happy. Saber beside him narrowed her eyes, remaining unaffected, yet she could feel the warmth of the light. The battlefield was no longer a ruin, it was Eden reborn. Capitulo 40, Salvation is a Fleeting Dream. Beast VI thrashed violently against the thick, thorned vines that bound his colossal form. Each vine was a living conduit of mana, pulsing with the force of an ancient binding curse, digging into his monstrous flesh. The beast's growls reverberated through the shattered ruins, deep and primal, but there was a note of desperation beneath the rage, like a chained predator sensing the end. Edward stepped forward, his boots crunching against the fractured stone, the air around him calm despite the oppressive weight of the beast's presence. He stopped just short of the writhing monstrosity, his gaze fixed on the blackened horizon that loomed behind it, a vision of the end of humanity's story. His voice when he spoke was soft, almost too soft for a battlefield. "Despite it not being your fault," Edward said, his tone stripped of judgment, "I can't allow such a questionable end to exist, for now at least." Beast VI's glowing eyes locked on him, unblinking and hateful, but Edward stepped closer still. Without hesitation, he reached out and laid a hand on the beast's head. His palm rested against the hot, trembling hide. The moment his touch connected, the monster froze, not in fear, but in a strange, sudden stillness. "You have carried their sins for a long time, Beast of Babylon," Edward continued, his voice low and deliberate. "Now it's time to rest, until the day humanity reaches their inevitable end. Go in peace." The great beast let out a long, shuddering howl. It was not the sound of pain, no, it was relief, drawn from somewhere deep in its cursed soul. Its massive frame sagged slightly, as though the crushing weight it had borne for ages had suddenly lessened. Edward smiled faintly, his expression not triumphant but quietly understanding. "I've taken on a little of your burden. After all," he said, his hand still resting gently against the creature's head, "a father should carry his children's sins, no matter how vile and numerous they may be. It is the duty of a father." For a moment, Beast VI only stared at him, confusion flickering in its primal gaze. Then the massive form stilled, the hostility fading. A sharp crack split the air above. The gate of sky shattered like glass, and Manaka burst free, landing on the rooftop of a half-collapsed building. Her form was disheveled, her clothes torn from her brief imprisonment in the land of shadows, but her poise remained intact. She froze as her eyes swept across the scene. The mana in the air had changed, thick, almost tangible, but suffused with something unfamiliar. Peace. It washed over her senses in gentle waves, dampening the sharp edges of her thoughts. The oppressive connection to the root that had guided her every action was slipping away, fading like mist under the morning sun. "So that's Eden, huh?" she murmured, her usual calculating tone replaced with quiet wonder. "It is. Beautiful." Her connection to root faded away gently. A single tear traced its way down her cheek before she could stop it. Edward's grip tightened on Rongaminiad. Without hesitation, he drove the radiant lance straight through the core of Beast VI. The weapon's golden light pierced through the mass of darkness, flooding it with pure, cleansing energy. The beast's eyes met his one last time, not with malice, but with a strange, weary gratitude. Under the stunned gazes of everyone present, the titanic form began to dissolve, fragmenting into motes of faint light that scattered into the wind until nothing remained. Edward exhaled heavily and allowed the power of the noble phantasm to fade. Rongaminiad's glow dimmed, and the weapons that had hovered around him moments earlier dissipated into the ether. The battlefield quieted, though not all the changes vanished. Large portions of the ruined city now bloomed with strange, otherworldly beauty. Lush, verdant patches of garden that felt as though they belonged to some forgotten dream, existing impossibly in the middle of reality. Edward sat down heavily on a broken slab of stone, his body trembling slightly. Burn marks and blood marred his arms and chest, evidence of Beast VI's earlier attacks. Before the silence could settle, a crimson blur descended from above. Scathach landed lightly behind Manaka, her expression unreadable. Without a word or hesitation, she drew her spear back and thrust it forward with lethal precision, piercing straight through Manaka's heart. Manaka's body jolted from the impact. Blood welled at her lips as she staggered forward, eyes locked on Edward. She raised a trembling hand toward him, her voice breaking. "I wish I could have summoned you in the beginning. Perhaps I might have lived a different life. Perhaps I could have been happier." Her arm dropped limply to her side. With one last, faint exhale, the princess of the root crumpled to the ground. Her eyes dulled, and her presence vanished from the world. Scathach pulled back her spear and regarded the body for only a brief moment before stepping away. She leapt down to Edward's side, her eyes taking in the state of his wounds. The skin across his chest was scorched, the burns deep and gashing wounds. "That girl is dead," Scathach said simply. "So the battle is over, I assume. Are you all right?" Edward winced, forcing a smirk despite the pain. "I've been better. What a pitiful girl." It seems humans only realize their folly at the end when it's too late to change anything. His gaze lifted to the night sky, the starlight faint beyond the drifting remnants of Mana. "Have you ever wondered, Scathach, does a shooting star, falling from the sky, ever feel sorrow or regret?" In other moments, Scathach might have dismissed the question with her usual dry humor or ignored it. But now, she simply lowered herself beside him, sitting so their backs touched as she sighed softly. "No, I have been stuck in the shadows for too long to think such things." Edward closed his eyes. "I think they feel an overwhelming sense of sorrow as they are about to fade away, realizing they can never return to the sky, they can never go back home." His voice grew quieter, almost fading at the end. For a brief instant, Scathach felt an unfamiliar urge to turn around, to hold the man beside her, to tell him it was all right. But she didn't. Instead, she exhaled softly, her own eyes closing. "For all our fame and being revered as heroes and such," she murmured, "we hold more regrets and mistakes than ordinary humans. How ironic." Edward spoke softly. "Perhaps that's why we are heroes. Heroes never get a happy ending after all." The two sat there in stillness, leaning against each other, the battlefield's eerie peace wrapping around them. But the moment didn't last. A sudden bloom of flower petals swirled into existence nearby, bursting outward in a cascade of pink and white. Merlin stepped out of the swirling magic, Ritsuka close behind. "Adam-san, Scathach-san," Ritsuka's voice carried both relief and worry as she rushed toward them. "Are you both okay?" Edward chuckled. "Could be better." Scathach rose quickly to her feet. "Yes, I'm fine, but we should head back for the night. We need to rest." She started walking away without looking back, her mind full of thoughts. Ritsuka asked hesitantly, "Do you want to come with us, Adam-san?" Scathach paused for a second but kept walking. Edward smiled and replied, "Nah, you guys go on ahead. I'll be fine." Ritsuka nodded, smiling apologetically, and turned to follow her. She waved at Edward as she moved away. "Take care of yourself, Adam-san." Edward waved back lazily at her. Merlin lingered back for a bit. He stepped up beside Edward, his usual smirk tugging at his lips. "So, are you cheating on Eve, Adam-san? Can't blame you, though." In an instant, Rangaminiad was in Edward's hands, the point of its gleaming tip pressed just shy of Merlin's face. Edward's expression was cold, his eyes narrowed. Merlin swallowed audibly, hands raised in mock surrender. "Ahahaha, it was a joke, a Merlin joke. Sheesh, you really lack humor." Edward's voice was sharp. "You'd be in no mood for humor if you had to say edgy things like that and remember certain bad memories, but I guess that's the abyss for you. Now talk. What did Root tell you before sending you here?" Merlin's smile faded instantly. His tone shifted to something more serious, more grounded. "Your existence has changed things a lot, but the end is still coming. The perfect king has found another way of salvation. He has gotten stronger after absorbing the demon pillars." "Salvation, huh?" Edward shook his head lightly. "True salvation doesn't exist. It is just a fleeting dream we humans tell ourselves is real to find some solace in our mistakes." Merlin smiled wryly. "Be that as it may, it has something to do with you." Edward's eyes narrowed. "Don't tell me. He wants to use my noble phantasm to take humans back to Eden, erasing their entire history of mistakes." Merlin's eyes widened slightly. "How did you know that?" Edward turned away, his voice heavy. "I know him better than anyone else. This is his rational conclusion after watching the sealed garden. Guess I should prepare for him." He stood up, his movements sluggish, and began walking away, his steps carrying no clear destination. Merlin watched him go, shaking his head with a faint sigh. "This guy really needs to chill. I can't even mess with him like the others. Neither do I feel like it. He already bears a greater burden than anyone." He paused and looked up at the sky. "A star that can never return to the sky, huh? Sounds rather sad, but a small magus of flower like me has no business with that. With that, his form scattered into a cloud of petals, dissolving into the night wind. The night after the battle, Edward had wandered into the quieter edges of the war-torn city, far from the ruins where noble phantasms had clashed hours earlier. His body still carried the soreness of that confrontation, but his expression was calm, even content. After some searching, he found a small abandoned house on the edge of a forest, a structure that was weathered but still intact enough to serve as shelter. He stepped inside, scanning the dusty rooms, and with a few practiced motions began tracing faintly glowing wards along the doors and windows. His hands moved with the confidence of someone who had done this countless times, layered defensive barriers, each tuned to trigger with the slightest magical or physical disturbance. Once the protections were set, he lowered himself onto the creaky old bed and lay on his back, eyes half closed as the quiet of the forest outside filled the air. The absence of clashing steel and roaring mana felt strange, almost foreign. Still, the silence held, and the night passed without intrusion. When dawn came, a warm light broke through the cracks of the wooden walls. Edward stirred with a quiet yawn, stretching his shoulders as the first sounds of life filtered in, gentle chirps from a cluster of small birds perched on the windowsill. The creatures tilted their heads, watching him without fear. From beyond the tree line, a fox emerged, its cautious gaze softening as it stepped closer. A few rabbits peeked out from under the undergrowth. Edward sat up slowly, his voice low but warm. "Thank you for watching over me, little ones," he said with a faint smile. "Now go on, it's a beautiful day." The birds gave a few bright chirps as if in reply before fluttering away. The fox and rabbits retreated back into the forest, their movements light and unhurried. He rose from the bed and stepped outside into the crisp morning air, walking to a nearby lake. The surface reflected the pale gold of sunrise, and he splashed water onto his face, letting the coolness wake him fully. His reflection rippled, blonde hair, blue eyes, sharp features softened by a faint trace of weariness, and eyes that seemed to carry both quiet resolve and a lingering sadness. After drying his face, he turned toward the distant city skyline. He had errands to run, a list in mind. Battery-operated electronics like a Walkman and a portable video player, perhaps some modern clothes to blend in better, and a few other necessities. The streets were lively when he arrived. Vendors called out from their stalls, and people moved between shops with baskets and bags in hand. Though he was a stranger, many smiled and waved to him. He returned their gestures with ease, his expression genuine. An elderly woman behind a fruit stall caught his attention. She held up a basket of apples, their skins a bright red. "Take these, young man," she said warmly. "You should eat well, you're too skinny." Edward started to reach for his wallet, but she shook her head. "Consider it a gift. You remind me of my deceased father somehow." Her voice carried a mix of fondness and loss. Edward paused for a moment before bowing his head slightly. "Thank you." He continued down the street, the apples tucked under his arm, taking in the simple peace of this morning. As he went from shop to shop, he noticed a pattern, storekeepers offering him discounts without being asked, and in some cases outright refusing payment. He politely tried to decline, but they insisted. Perhaps it was his appearance, perhaps something else, but they looked at him as if he were someone they had known and trusted for years. After completing his shopping, he stopped by a small restaurant for lunch. The scent of grilled meat and steaming rice greeted him as he entered. He ordered modestly, but when the food came, it was enough for 2 people. The elderly manager, smiling broadly, insisted on adding extra portions on the house. As Edward ate, a few young women approached his table one by one. Some asked for his name, others for his phone number. Their cheeks were flushed, and their words stumbled over themselves. Each time, he smiled politely and explained that he had lost his phone, his tone soft but final. He finally left the restaurant, without having paid a coin, despite his protests. He stepped into the sunlight and made his way down a side street. He put on his new headphones and played one of his favorite songs from his past life as he walked down the street. The music played softly as he passed by the people absent-mindedly. Tonight the sunset means so much. The one thing that you know, you'll never touch. Like the feeling. The real thing I reach out for. The sweet dream. But somehow the darkness wakes me up. And I've felt this emptiness before. I've felt this emptiness before. But all the times that I've been broken, I still run right back for more. You'd think that I'd learn my lesson by now. You'd think that I'd somehow figure out that if you strike the match, you're bound to feel the flame. You think that I'd learn the cost of love. Paid that price long enough. But still, I drive myself right through the pain. Yeah, well, it turns out I haven't learned a thing. He hummed with nostalgia while he closed his eyes in peace. That was when the collision happened. A young girl rounded the corner quickly and bumped into him. She was dressed in a striking red dress with black skirt, her long black hair tied into neat twin tails. The subtle flare of magical energy around her was immediately apparent to Edward. This was no ordinary civilian. Edward steadied her with a hand, his voice calm. "Sorry there, young miss, are you all right?" The girl had been ready to snap, her pride pricked by the collision, but when she looked up at him, her expression froze. Inside her head, her thoughts went into a frenzy. Oh my God, how can such a handsome and perfect guy exist? He's exactly my type. Her cheeks flushed red. She coughed once, regaining some composure, and spoke with deliberate politeness. "Thank you, I'm all right. But," she tilted her head slightly, "I wouldn't mind if you bought me a drink as an apology." Edward's smile widened slightly. "That should be fine, miss." She straightened and gave a small, polite bow. "My name is Rin Tosaka." Her voice then dropped lower, her eyes narrowing slightly as she listened to her servant's words. "I assume you have no problem interacting with a master of the Holy Grail War, Ruler-san." Edward gave a small shrug. "I have no problem with that. I guess your servant told you about me." A flicker of mana pulsed through the air. In the space beside Rin, a tall man with tanned skin and short white hair materialized, dressed in a red and black coat with metallic guards along his limbs. His posture was relaxed but ready, his sharp eyes taking in Edward with a mixture of recognition and respect. "Archer," the man said, inclining his head politely. "At your service. Thank you for last night, ruler. Although I hate to say it, you have rekindled some hope within me, though it may fade away in time." Edward stepped forward and placed a hand lightly on the man's shoulder, his touch steady and reassuring. "No need to thank me. It's my duty to lessen the burden others may bear." His voice softened, and he leaned closer, lowering his words so only Archer could hear. "Emiya-kun." Archer's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he gave a wry smile and stepped back. "I hope you don't spread the word." Edward's reply came with a playful glint in his eye. "No promises." Rin watched the exchange with a red face. "No way, don't tell me. He's into men?" Her thoughts were treading into some dangerous territories. Capítulo 41, A Chaotic Timeline. Edward walked alongside Rin and Archer toward a secluded park tucked away behind rows of quiet streets and trees swaying lightly in the breeze. It was far from the main roads, where the chatter of pedestrians and the hum of cars faded into the background, leaving only the sound of leaves rustling overhead. The trio didn't speak at first. Rin kept stealing quick glances at Edward, sometimes in curiosity, sometimes in frustration, as if trying to figure him out. Archer, walking on the opposite side, seemed relaxed, but his eyes never stopped scanning their surroundings with a practiced awareness of a seasoned servant. They reached a park bench, weathered and slightly crooked, positioned beneath the shade of an old cherry tree. Edward sat down first, leaning back comfortably as if the battle from last night hadn't happened. Without a word, he tore open a pack of chips he'd bought from a vending machine on the way, the sound of crinkling plastic cutting through the silence. Rin blinked, watching in disbelief as he popped a chip into his mouth and chewed leisurely, completely at ease. She looked at the cold drink in her own hands, a canned coffee he'd gotten her without asking, and her brow furrowed. "That's not what I meant when I asked him to buy me a drink," she thought irritably. She snapped open the can and took a long gulp, maybe a little more forcefully than necessary. Archer, standing nearby with his arms crossed, glanced between the two and allowed himself a faint smirk at Rin's subtle sulking. Edward broke the silence with a casual tone. "So, tell me, little girl, what's going on with this war?" Rin stiffened, her irritation rising instantly. "I'm not a little girl, you jerk." Edward sighed as if he'd been through this exact conversation countless times before. Everyone under 1,000 years old looks little to me. It should be taken as a compliment. You won't be so upset about it if someone says that to you when you're 80. Rin's eyes twitched. She took a deep breath, muttering something under her breath about weird immortal heroes and condescending old men, before finally giving up on correcting him. Putting your bizarre sense of time aside, she said sharply, why is a ruler here in this Grail war? That doesn't happen often. Edward chuckled softly. Because, even after I ended 2 servants last night, there are still about 7 more left. Her eyes widened. She shot up from the bench, her voice rising. How could this happen? The Grail can only summon 7 servants, right? Generally, yes, Edward replied with complete nonchalance, as if they were discussing the weather. But the system can be bypassed or outright hacked by someone who knows what they're doing. In this war, 2 different masters each have more than 1 servant. He leaned forward slightly, his tone turning curious. By the way, do you know what's going on with the church? And what about the previous Grail wars? Rin straightened up, a proud glint in her eyes. You're in luck. As a proper magus, I happen to have extensive records and knowledge about that. She then frowned, her voice hardening. As for the church, that fake priest is definitely up to something shady. I wouldn't mind if you killed him or something. Edward's expression grew more serious. Wait, this is the second Grail war in Fayuki, right? Rin looked at him as if he'd asked the most absurd question. No, this is the third. The last one happened 10 years ago in Tokyo. The one before that was here in Fayuki, and the first would be over 100 years ago. Edward froze, his brow furrowing. Even Archer looked startled. Wait a minute, Rin, Archer interjected. When did that happen? Wasn't the war 10 years ago here in Fayuki? No, Rin replied firmly. The last Grail war was in Tokyo. My father participated in it alongside that fake priest, but he didn't make it. Her voice softened at the end, and she looked away for a moment. Edward's mind began racing. This timeline's a mess. Fate Zero happened, but in Tokyo, and then there's Manaka. She was in the Tokyo War, I'm sure of it. If the events lined up like that, then what about Gilgamesh? Did he even get summoned? If things diverged there, then this war should have been the one Solomon one, but Manaka showed up instead. She could have pulled it off too, restoring Beast VI to full strength and using Heracles as backup. Thankfully, I caught her at her weakest, but if I hadn't known her tricks beforehand. He frowned deeper. Then who else is still in play? Hey, Rin's voice cut through his thoughts. Why are you spacing out like that? Edward glanced at Archer. What does your boss say about all this? Archer shook his head. I have no clue either, but if the war in Fayuki didn't happen, does that mean? He trailed off. Edward finished the thought for him. Probably. Hopefully he's just an ordinary high school kid now. Rin's head snapped between them. Wait, who are you talking about? No one, Archer said quickly, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Just a stupid kid who should mind his own business. Edward rose from the bench, brushing crumbs off his coat. All right then, as fun as this was, I need to get back to finding some proper answers. Take care, Rin, don't die. Rin scoffed, lifting her chin. As the heir of the Tosaka family, it's my duty to ensure this city remains safe. I am a skilled magus. Edward chuckled, his tone almost teasing. Then where were you last night? The city would have been gone if I hadn't stepped in. She quickly looked away. I fell asleep early. I thought the war would start today, after all the servants were summoned. Archer sighed quietly, and Edward shook his head. Well, a girl needs her beauty sleep. Let's just hope someone doesn't decide to skewer you in your sleep or use you in a mass genocide ritual. Rin blinked and turned toward Archer. He's joking, right? But Archer was already dissipating into spirit particles, clearly uninterested in answering. In truth, he had somewhere else to be, probably checking in on a certain red-haired boy with more courage than sense. Edward waved lazily. See you then, I better get back and prepare for tonight. As he walked away from the park, the quiet rustle of leaves accompanied his thoughts. His expression darkened slightly. Why didn't the root just give me the information I needed? He clicked his tongue. Knowing her, she probably thought it would be funnier this way. Damn you, root. He muttered the words under his breath as he left the park behind. The vending machine chips long gone, and the strange, tangled threads of this war still hanging unresolved in his mind. Edward walked along the quiet street, the remnants of last night's battle still faintly pressing on his mind. The morning air was crisp, the sun rising slowly but surely, casting long shadows between the buildings. His boots echoed softly on the pavement, a steady rhythm against the city's awakening life. Yet, amidst the calm, Edward suddenly stopped and smacked his forehead with a tired sigh. "Why didn't I think of the simplest method?" he muttered to himself, voice low but laced with frustration. "Stick close to the trouble magnet, and I don't have to go looking for it. I need to find Ritsuka and stay nearby. She'll definitely stir up some mess. I can also get some backstory about Chaldea." His voice softened as he pulled upon the deep well of mana that flowed through him as a ruler-class servant. The world shimmered faintly around his vision as his mana sensing activated, quickly locking onto a familiar presence. A few moments later, Edward materialized silently near a narrow alley adjacent to a local cafe, the scent of freshly baked pastries wafting in the air. From the alley, Edward observed through the open windows. Ritsuka was seated comfortably, delicately picking at a plate of sweets. Beside her sat Scathach, her ever-watchful expression softened by the rare moment of calm. A small smirk crept onto Edward's face. Perfect. He vanished from the alley and reappeared inside the cave without any fanfare, his movements fluid and composed. Without hesitation, Edward took the empty chair beside Scathach. His gaze flickered toward her half-eaten cake, and with an easy grin, he picked up a small piece and took a bite. "Hey guys," he said casually, mouth still moving. "How's the recon going?" Ritsuka choked slightly on her pastry, coughing until Edward quickly offered her a glass of water. She accepted gratefully, her cheeks flushing faintly from the surprise. Scathach, however, glared at Edward, her mouth twitching with suppressed irritation. "Have you resorted to stealing food now?" she asked coldly. Edward shrugged, unapologetic. "Too much sugar isn't good for you." Scathach's hand twitched toward the hilt of Gibalg, her legendary spear ready to strike. But she paused and took a deep breath. Her sharp gaze locked onto Edward, narrowing. "Wait, I can smell the presence of another master and a servant on you," she said sharply. "Have you been in contact with other participants? Did you tell them anything about us? I can smell a woman's scent. Have you done something with her?" Edward spread his arms wide, feigning innocence with a playful grin. "Oh, come on. I thought Cuckoo Lame was supposed to be the hound, and do I look like that kind of person?" "Yes," Scathach replied flatly, not missing a beat. Edward chuckled without remorse. "Ouch, someone's a little salty. Come on, it's just a cake. Want me to buy you another?" Scathach scoffed, her cold eyes flashing. "You should have done that without asking." Edward shook his head, but summoned the waiter with a polite gesture and ordered another slice of cake for her. He placed it in front of Scathach with an exaggerated flourish. "All right there, happy." "That's just cake," Scathach replied nonchalantly, her tone dry. "Why would I be happy about a simple dessert?" A vein throbbed at Edward's temple. This woman is messing with me, he thought silently. Ritsuka, having recovered from her surprise, watching the unfolding drama, finally spoke, voice still soft but steady. "Adam-san, how did you find us? And did you rest properly? Are your injuries healed?" Edward's lips curved into a warm smile. "Thanks for your concern, unlike this rude person here." His glare turned toward Scathach, who simply ignored it. "I have mana perception that lets me sense and locate servants," Edward explained. "Actually, I have some questions for you, Ritsuka-chan. I need to know what exactly happened to Chaldea and how you plan to fix it." At those words, Ritsuka's fingers tightened around her teacup. Her expression clouded as old, painful memories stirred deep inside her. She hesitated, unable to speak at first. Edward's smile faded into a soft sigh. "Sorry, Ritsuka-chan," he said quietly, "but I need to know the scenario before I decide how to act. What happened?" Before she could answer, Scathach interjected, voice steady and commanding. "Maybe we should go back to base before discussing these things. This place isn't suitable." Edward nodded, the hint of a smile returning. "Yes, that would be much better. Let me grab some snacks first." He rose and walked toward the counter, ordering an assortment of pastries and desserts. The cafe manager, a friendly middle-aged woman with warm eyes, smiled broadly at Edward's easy charm. As they chatted, Edward's natural charisma worked its magic. By the time the takeout was ready, not only had Edward secured a hefty discount for himself, but Ritsuka and Scathach's bills were waived entirely. Despite her somber mood, Ritsuka looked genuinely surprised and smiled faintly at Edward. "You're quite good with people, Adam-san. They didn't charge us at all." Scathach snorted, folding her arms. "He's just using his charms to mooch off people." Edward gave her a sharp glare. "I didn't ask for it, they gave it. And since you don't like it, I should just return the things I ordered for you." He dangled a paper bag teasingly before her face. Scathach snatched it away with a smirk. "Since you've already bought them, it'd be a shame to return them." Edward stared at her, incredulous. "You are the worst type of tsundere," he muttered, giving up and turning back to Ritsuka as they walked toward their destination. What Edward failed to notice was the small, amused smirk tugging at the corner of Scathach's mouth as she followed silently behind. A few minutes later, they arrived at the modest house that Ritsuka was renting. Edward's eyes surveyed the runic defensive barriers set up expertly around the entrance, no doubt Scathach's handiwork, a silent testament to her vigilance and power. He carefully placed the snacks on the wooden table and then plopped down on the nearby bed, sinking into the soft mattress with a sigh. "All right," Edward said, stretching his arms with a lazy smile. "Now that we're home, it's story time." Ritsuka drew in a deep breath, preparing to begin, but was caught off guard when Scathach casually laid down on the bed beside Edward without hesitation. Edward raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What are you doing?" Scathach answered with a blunt tone, barely looking at him. "I'm lying down. Are you blind?" Edward turned his head away, shaking his head in disbelief. "What is up with you, woman? Are you bipolar or something?" She averted her gaze and replied coolly, "I'm just tired and wanted to lie down. You lying there has nothing to do with that." Edward ignored her comment and turned his full attention back to Ritsuka. "Where's the other troublemaker?" Ritsuka coughed. Merlin-san said he decided to go on a walk around the town to appreciate the scenery." Edward sighed and threw any thoughts about that guy out the window. "He will definitely cause some trouble and call for help." "All right," he said, voice gentle but firm. "For the sake of my sanity, I'll ignore her. Now, Ritsuka Fujimaru, tell me your story." Edward lounged on the bed, a soft pillow propped under his head, eyes fixed lazily on Ritsuka as she began to speak. Her tone was calm, but the subtle tremor in her voice betrayed that this was not a story she told lightly. She started from the beginning. Most of what she said matched the canonical events he knew: the sudden, catastrophic explosion at Chaldea, the mass loss of every master capable of ray-shifting except her, and her desperate journeys through the Lost Belts alongside Mashu. The battles had been grueling, each one against a twisted reality guarded by servants who had adapted to their worlds in ways both ingenious and terrifying. She spoke of Russia's frozen expanse, where Ivan the Terrible's monstrous form towered over battlefields, his strikes a storm of ice and thunder that shook even Mashu's unyielding shield. She described the endless day of the Scandinavian Lost Belt, where Surtur's blade burned hotter than the sun, cutting through even the air as if reality itself was his enemy. She told of China's isolationist paradise, India's looping cycles of death and rebirth under Arjuna Altar's divine authority, the oceanic void of Atlantis, where Orion's arrows could pierce anything, and finally, the underworld labyrinth of Olympus, where gods walked among mortals. Edward listened intently, his expression neutral but his mind alive with each description. These were not the shallow recollections of a tourist, they were the battle memories of a master who had survived the kind of trials that shattered entire timelines. And at last, she recounted their final fight against Gosha. The demon god king had been relentless. She explained the way he bent the very foundations of human history to his will, summoning pillars of searing flame and light to erase them in an instant. Mashu had intercepted countless strikes, her shield sparking under the cosmic impact of Gosha's attacks. Ritsuka had commanded her servants with precision, every order timed between Gosha's incantations. The battle had pushed them beyond exhaustion, but at the end, through combined strength and unyielding will, they had stood victorious. But victory brought no warmth. When she and Mashu returned to Chaldea, expecting their hard-earned homecoming, they were instead greeted by silence and ruin. The land of steel stretched endlessly before them, a lifeless, rusted wasteland where the sun's light was pale and weak. Chaldea itself lay in ruins, its walls collapsed, its halls littered with long-faded traces of life. No voices, no footsteps. Everyone they had known was long dead. As they tried to understand what had caused this, a sudden wave of hostility struck them. Corrupted servants, versions of the ones they had once fought in the Lost Belts, appeared, their eyes clouded in crimson haze, movements unnaturally precise, as if guided by a single will. And there was someone leading them. A man in his late 20s with unkempt hair tied back in a rough ponytail stepped from the shadows. He carried no sword, no lance, no mystic code, only a pair of guns, one small and one large. But they weren't ordinary firearms. The mana signature they emitted was suffocating. It was clear he was controlling the corrupted servants, their every movement synchronized with his. Ritsuka had tried desperately to summon her own servants to counter him, but none could withstand even a brief exchange. His fighting style was unlike any other she had seen, a perfect fusion of gunslinger precision and battlefield control. Every shot was calculated, aimed not merely to wound, but to control positioning, break formation, and open fatal gaps. Against him, even the most experienced combatants were reduced to prey. One shot, in particular, had been different. It tore through the air with the weight of absolute annihilation, and Ritsuka could feel, even without knowing, that it was a weapon designed to kill things that could not be killed. Mashu had leapt in front of her, intercepting the attack. Somehow, her shield had absorbed the brunt of the impact, but the shockwave alone tore through her body. The force had thrown Ritsuka back, her ears ringing, her vision white from the flash. When she regained her senses, Mashu was already fading, her form breaking apart like glass under moonlight. In desperation, Ritsuka had used one of the rings left behind by Solomon, forcing one of Chaldea's barely functioning systems to activate. She made a wish, not for salvation, but for a second chance. To return to the moment before it all began, to win the war before Solomon could make his wish. But when she arrived here, she could already feel that this timeline was wrong. Not destroyed like her own, but corrupted. The air was too heavy. The ley lines carried a faint distortion. Somehow, she had managed to summon Scathach, not from the throne, but directly out of the land of shadows. And together, they had arrived at Fayuki. Edward kept nodding during her explanation, his tone almost casual when he finally spoke. "That's quite pitiful. I hope you can find a way too." Ritsuka-chan, did you say the guy controlling the corrupted servants used a gun? Did he call it something? Like, I don't know, Black Barrel, something similar. Ritsuka's eyes widened, her voice quickening. Yes, he called it Black Barrel, something he said he found in Atlasia. Do you know him? What the hell? Edward shot upright, his palm pressing into the mattress. How did Gun God get pulled into this? Isn't he supposed to be one of the good guys? Ritsuka's gaze dropped, her face paling. She pointed shakily at Edward. Adam-san, your hand, it's... Edward frowned, not following. Yeah, what about my hand? He instinctively squeezed his palm. The mattress is quite squishy. He froze. Tilde. He felt it before he fully looked down, a dangerous, suffocating presence, cold as sharpened steel. His fingers, in his sudden excitement, had landed on something they absolutely should not have touched. It was like winning a jackpot, but then finding out the prize was death by impalement. Scathach was still lying beside him, eyes hidden beneath the curtain of her purple hair. The murderous glare radiating from her was almost physical, and in her hand, the crimson light of Gi Balg had begun to take form. Edward's voice came out tight. I think we're out of milk. I'll go grab some. But before he could pull away, her hand clamped around his wrist like an iron shackle. Her voice was sickeningly sweet, the kind that made lesser warriors flinch. Then leave this arm behind. You won't need both of them for carrying just milk. Edward's voice cracked slightly. I'm carrying 2 cartons. Ritsuka had gone bright red, turning her head away, desperately pretending she hadn't seen anything. Edward jumped out the window with a cat-like reflex, running away, the Celtic warrior running behind him holding Giebalg with fury. The Holy Grail War was about to get a great deal more chaotic, and not in any way Edward would have preferred. You're gonna be so pissed at the end of this arc, Skull. Capitulo 42, Time versus Death. After a quick and rather destructive game of tag through the forests surrounding Fiuki, which left several acres of trees splintered and large sections of earth carved apart from their skirmishes, Edward and Scathach finally returned to Ritsuka's place. The faint scent of burnt wood and displaced soil still clung to them, a lingering reminder of their brief but intense clash. Edward was lounging on the sofa now, whistling innocently, as if their earlier chaos had been nothing more than a playful stroll. Scathach, however, had her crimson eyes fixed on him like a predator, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. Edward exhaled heavily and leaned back. It was an accident, get over it. Why are you acting like some violent soon-dear high school girl? Her tone was cold enough to freeze the air between them. You dare act as though nothing happened. In all my immortal years, you are the first to defile my body like that. Edward immediately sat upright, waving his hands defensively. Whoa there, phrasing, when did I ever defile you? It was just an accidental boob grab, it's not like those the best pair. Ignore that last part. He cut himself off, realizing he was about to dig himself into a much deeper hole. Scathach turned her head away, her expression unreadable beneath the curtain of her long violet hair. So you are saying I'm undesirable? She spoke coldly. Edward glanced toward Ritsuka for support, but the young master had suddenly found the wall very interesting, clearly pretending she had not heard a single word of the exchange. He sighed, rubbing his temple. No, you are absolutely stunning and very desirable. Now can we please forget this topic? Before Scathach could reply, an irritatingly cheerful voice broke the tension. Ara Adamson, someone's been active. To think even the Celtic queen herself was defiled. Adamson and Scathach-san are the paragons of virtue, sharing such pure and innocent moments. I, Merlin, curse any who would dare slander them of anything inappropriate. The so-called Magus of Flowers froze instantly and changed his tune as both Gabalg and Rangaminiad were suddenly materialized and aimed directly at his head. The deadly aura from both weapons made even Merlin's smug smile falter. I suddenly feel it's not healthy for me to stay here. Edward, clearly annoyed, asked, So, did you find anything useful, or did you just waste the whole day peeking at girls? Merlin placed a hand over his heart as though deeply wounded. I'm hurt you would think so little of me. I merely disguised myself as a woman and entered the female section of the onsen and... He stopped himself mid-sentence, raising his hands defensively when Scathach's spear twitched dangerously. I was just joking. Sheesh, nobody has any humor these days. Here I am busting my back trying to figure out what's going on, and I get threatened with violence. Edward cracked his knuckles slowly. You know what they say, Merlin, violence is the best solution, and if it's not working, you're probably not using enough of it. Merlin's eyes widened slightly. Oi, that's not what the father of humanity and the so-called kindest human should say. Edward shrugged, his tone flat. My kindness and mercy are for humans, you don't qualify succubus. Merlin quickly switched to pleading. It's incubus, and I do have important news. I saw your kid while I was wandering around the city. Edward blinked, his brows knitting together. My what? Ritsuka gasped, and Scathach narrowed her eyes. Merlin coughed awkwardly. Yeah, my bad, should have been more specific. I saw your son, summoned as a servant, and a grand one at that. You might want to mentally prepare yourself for a reunion. The lightness in Edward's face drained instantly. He sat forward, his eyes narrowing with an intensity that made even Merlin straighten his posture. Are you going to spill the name, or should I shove a spear up your ass? Merlin delivered the answer without hesitation, but there was a faint smirk tugging at his lips, as if he knew the weight it would carry. It was the new grand assassin, Cain. The words hung heavy in the air. Edward's groan wasn't one of simple annoyance. It was deep, almost pained, as though the name itself struck a wound buried in his soul. This doesn't make any sense. How can 3 servants of grand status be summoned in a single Grail war? And wasn't that old man the grand assassin? Merlin shook his head slowly. I don't know what games Alea is playing, but he is most definitely another grand servant. It's not impossible, considering his tale is known even among the youngest children. Edward didn't reply immediately. A sharp, uninvited pain lanced through his chest. The echo of Adam's own soul bleeding into his current self. Memories flashed unbidden. The warmth of a son's smile, the bitterness of betrayal, the impossibility of erasing that first bloodshed in human history. Even if countless millennia had passed, the wound had never healed. Facing Cain, his son, in a life-or-death battle was the last thing Adam would have wished for. His voice, when it came, was quieter. Well, it is what it is. Thinking about it won't change anything. I'll handle him when the time comes. What about the other servants? Merlin took the cue to move on, counting on his fingers in a theatrical manner. All right, let's see. We've got Cain as Grand Assassin, Solomon as Caster, the Hero King and the Counter Guardian as archers. Don't even ask me how that makes sense. And of course, our lovely Scathachsan as Lancer. So Goldie is here too, just great. Imagine if he launches EA at me for staring wrong. Edward muttered softly. Merlin chuckled nervously. Ryder and Saber have been difficult to track down. Saber is commanded by someone you might know, the mage killer, Kiritsugu. Ryder is under the Madu family. But that place gives me the creeps. He visibly shuddered at the last part. Edward slumped back into his seat, running a hand down his face. This is a mess. I have no idea what's going to happen next. I was hoping to thin their numbers by letting them fight each other, but if these guys went at it freely, Japan would be toast. Hell, it might make Hiroshima look like a kid-friendly disaster. He looked to Merlin, his tone grim. Tell me the Grail is at least fine. I can't say for certain, Merlin admitted with a shrug, but there's a good chance it's corrupted. The good news is that you and Solomon could purify it, assuming, of course, you can get to it in one piece. Ritsuka's voice broke the brief silence that followed. It was hesitant, almost afraid. The future has been destroyed, and now this timeline looks set for the same thing. If even the Grail is also corrupted, is it truly not possible to change our fate? Edward looked at her, the sharp edge of his expression softening. He reached out and gently patted her head. You can never know until the very end. Never lose hope or doubt your resolve. Even if failure is certain, who's to say we can't die fighting? Don't underestimate the will of humans, and never give up hope. His words hung in the room, grounding them all in a resolve they would desperately need in the days to come. But inside his mind, Edward was nearly close to nuking the world and going back to DC to protect his remaining brain cells. After learning more about the current Grail Wars situation from Merlin, Edward found himself too restless to stay indoors. The information weighed heavily on him, and for once, the constant banter and noise from the others felt suffocating. He told Merlin to stay behind with Ritsuka and Scathach. His voice had been calm, but his eyes had carried a quiet finality. Stay with her. If Ritsuka dies, the timeline may shatter beyond repair. That's not a risk we can afford. Scathach asked calmly, what are you going to do? Edward didn't look back. Honestly, I don't know, probably something stupid. He didn't wait for Merlin's protest or Scathach's piercing questions. He simply left, his boots crunching softly against the pavement, letting his feet take him wherever they pleased. There was no destination, just motion, just distance from the room and the faces inside it. But no matter how far he walked, the conversation about Cain followed him like a shadow. His son, well, Adam's son. The name carried a history too heavy for any lifetime, much less one shared between two merged souls. He wasn't sure what to feel, joy at the thought of seeing Cain again, even in this strange, summoned form, disappointment in himself for failing to prevent what had happened all those ages ago, or maybe it was grief for how it had all ended the first time. A complicated storm of emotions churned quietly in his chest, refusing to settle. Eventually, without thinking, his wandering brought him to a small park not far from the church. It was deserted at this hour. No children playing, no couples strolling, only the gentle rustling of leaves under the night breeze. The lamplight cast warm, solitary circles across the paths. Edward lowered himself onto a bench, leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, and let out a long, tired breath. What a mess, he muttered to himself. Who do I even focus on? Solomon, Gilgamesh, an unknown saber and rider. His tone was somewhere between irritation and resignation. I don't care about winning this damn war. I just want to finish my job, make sure humanity isn't erased, and let them find their own future. His gaze drifted upward to the sky, the stars glimmering faintly through the city's light pollution. But his mind was elsewhere, drawn into memories that were not originally his, yet felt as real as any he had lived. Adam's memories. Laughing with his children, working alongside Eve, feeling the warmth of their small hands in his own. Those moments were untainted, pure, yet they always led to the same inevitable point. The body of his son, Abel, lying still and cold. The sight burned itself into Edward's mind, as if he had seen it himself. The moment when love and family had been shattered by blood and betrayal. Even now, Adam's soul inside him recoiled from the memory, the ache sharp and deep. Edward's fists clenched unconsciously, but he forced himself to breathe evenly. The emotions were strong, dangerously so, but giving in to them now would help no one. He stayed like that until darkness fell fully over the city, and the night air grew cooler. Gradually, the city's magical undercurrent shifted. He could feel the masters beginning to move. Familiars skimmed through the streets, their presence like faint ripples in the air. Edward ignored them for now and rose slowly to his feet. In an instant, his casual attire shimmered away, replaced by the divine garb of his servant form. The shroud wrapped around him, a silent symbol of his true nature. "Tonight's sky is beautiful," he murmured, glancing upward once more. "A shame nobody has the time to appreciate it. Everyone's too busy trying to kill each other." He straightened his stance, his voice losing its softness. "I guess I should get going." But just as he was about to move, he felt it, a familiar, sharp presence. Someone was watching him. Edward didn't bother to turn around. "It's rude to stare from the shadows," he said quietly, the corners of his lips twitching in faint amusement. "Then again, I suppose you are an assassin for a reason. Guess old habits die hard." The figure said nothing. They didn't leave either. The silence stretched between them, heavy and charged, as if the watcher themselves was uncertain. Edward let the shroud dissolve. His divine garb faded away, replaced once more by his casual clothes. He spread his arms slightly, not in challenge, but in deliberate vulnerability. "If you wish to kill me," he said plainly, "now's your best chance. No defenses, no tricks." There was a blur of movement. In an instant, the shadow materialized behind him, a tall, imposing man cloaked in darkness, a jagged blade fashioned from an animal's jawbone held steadily at Edward's neck. The cold of the bone brushed against his skin. Still, Edward's eyes remained closed. Inside him, Adam's soul stirred violently, pleading, almost shouting, "Don't harm him. Help him, grant him freedom. He is my son." Edward's jaw tightened. This was the problem. He could end the threat here and now, but it wouldn't just be killing an enemy. It would mean killing Cain. He weighed his options. He could just walk away from all of this. This wasn't his original world. The Grail War's outcome wouldn't affect his own existence. But abandoning the mission would condemn countless lives. His conscience wouldn't allow that. It would go against everything he stood for. He could fight, but to win without holding back would mean unleashing one of his own noble phantasm, an act that could level Japan, perhaps even part of Asia. Not an option. His land of steel was much more horrifying than Beast VI. So he made a decision. He would gamble with Adam's will. If Cain chose to strike him down, Edward would know that mercy and sentiment were liabilities, and he would cast them aside in future. He would never listen to any requests of Adam. But if Cain chose not to harm him, then Adam's wish for his son's redemption would be honored. The bone blade at his neck trembled slightly. The assassin's muscles tightened, then loosened. A rugged and hollow face similar to his own appeared from the shadows. "You're still the same as always," Cain's voice came low and tinged with sorrow. "Always too kind, too forgiving, too loving for your own good. Even if I could kill every human and animal in this world, I could never harm you or Mother." The blade slipped from Cain's hand, clattering softly against the pavement. "I'm sorry, Father, for everything." Edward's eyes opened slowly. A small, tired smile tugged at his lips, and perhaps, somewhere deep within, Adam smiled too. Without hesitation, Edward relinquished control to Adam. He deserved it. Adam turned around, his movements deliberate, and pulled the sobbing man into a firm embrace. Cain's body shook against him, the weight of centuries of guilt breaking through his composure. "It's been a long time, hasn't it?" Adam's voice was warm, but carried the gravity of everything unsaid. "I hope all these years of suffering haven't taken away your hope for redemption, my son." Cain didn't answer immediately. His voice was lost in the quiet night, his shoulders trembling as he gripped his father tighter, as if afraid that letting go would make him vanish again. While Adam and Cain were having their heartfelt exchange elsewhere, the Holy Grail War raged on across the city. Skirmishes erupted in multiple districts, with explosions of mana and noble phantasm activations lighting the night sky. In a corner of Fayuki, the battle unfolding was unlike any other. Zaukin Madu himself had stepped onto the battlefield, a rare occurrence for the ancient magus. His decision to represent the Madu family came after the failure of his descendants to inherit proper magic circuits. There would be no reliance on incompetent heirs tonight. Zaukin had taken matters into his own, withered hands, and his choice of servant reflected his twisted nature. The figure he summoned was not a hero, nor even a person in the traditional sense. Instead, it was a swirling, amorphous black cloud, a spirit of death and disease, given form. Its presence radiated the chill of the grave, the stench of rot, and the oppressive inevitability of decay. The spirit's already malignant essence had been warped further by Zaukin's influence, taking on a cruel, predatory cunning. This was Pale Rider, a servant that represented pestilence itself. Opposing them was none other than the king of magic, Grand Caster Solomon, the man who bore the full authority of the 72 demon god pillars, a being who had already transcended the limits of ordinary heroic spirits. The two masters themselves could not be more different. Marisberry Animusphere, Solomon's master, was absent in will, his body controlled entirely by the Grand Caster's power. His mind was silent, his eyes dull, merely a vessel to fulfill Solomon's plans. Zaukin, on the other hand, lurked unseen, a maggot in the shadows, his worm magecraft constantly slithering and burrowing around the battlefield, searching for an opening. The servants clashed in the open, the air thick with both plague and holy incantations. Solomon's spells were barely harming Pale Rider due to its condition. Sensing the affect on the surroundings, Solomon didn't waste much time and activated his noble phantasm Ars Paulina, pulling them inside his reality marble workshop. The 72 demon god pillars appeared one by one as the world was overwritten. But he knew it might not be enough, as he possessed divine wisdom, so he decided to take it a step further. Solomon chanted emotionlessly, "The time of birth hath come, I am the remedy of eternity. The time of coronation hath come, I am the beginning of eternity. Ars almeidal salamanis." Particles of light started floating around and condensing, gathering an incredible amount of heat value. Soon, the particles of light shaped around the planet like ring of light in sky. Solomon was prepared to activate the ritual using the fifth true magic and take Pale Rider and humanity with him back to the beginning of everything. This was the perfect King Solomon in his rational mode. No emotions or hesitation, just a pure result-driven force. Solomon stood within the radiant boundary of his temple Ars Paulina, layered over with Ars almeidal salamanis, his command over time and space bending the battlefield to his will. Pillars of blinding light, the forms of the 72 demon gods, rose and fell, firing beams and torrents of magical energy into the black cloud. Pale Rider answered in kind, not with spells, but with a deadly assault that could not be stopped by barriers alone. The black cloud dispersed into a swarm of airborne pathogens and mutagenic plagues, each particle carrying a unique death. Those caught within its reach convulsed, their flesh warping into grotesque shapes as they became mindless thralls, tools of infection rather than living beings. Zaukin's cruelty had amplified Pale Rider's lethality to terrifying levels. Both of its noble phantasms had been pushed into X-rank territory under his influence. Even for Solomon, whose strength was unparalleled, this was not an opponent to take lightly. Solomon's expression, as always, was unreadable, eyes fixed on the mass of disease before him. His voice was calm, almost mechanical, as he spoke to his master. "Master, I require you to locate Ryder's master while I contain this disease. Although this era of humanity is beyond salvation, I will not permit this creature to interfere with my ritual." Marisberry's lips moved automatically, his tone devoid of life. Understood. He began to channel his astromancy magecraft, threads of celestial energy spiraling from his fingertips, tracing patterns across the night sky in search of Zaukin's hidden location. Zaukin, hidden far from the direct blasts of Solomon's demon pillars, smiled in the dark. His voice, raspy and mocking, carried through his link with his servant. "With this command seal, I order you. Ryder, activate your first noble phantasm at full strength." Pale Ryder's form twisted and convulsed, its voice a distorted wail that resonated through the air like the cry of a dying world. "Come to me, realm of the dead, come to me, doomsday come." From within the black fog of its body, a thicker, darker miasma began to seep out, spreading in all directions. The cloud expanded rapidly, swallowing the edges of Solomon's temple and consuming everything it touched. The ground beneath it corroded into nothingness, the air became unbreathable, and an oppressive weight settled on the souls of all within reach. Solomon narrowed his eyes, his hands moving in precise, measured gestures. Time magic surged outward, forming a temporal loop around his temple. Within this loop, every destroyed structure or ward reappeared as it had been moments before, effectively stalling Pale Ryder's corruption. Still, the effort was taxing, even for him. The noble phantasm, doomsday come, was a manifestation of inevitable death. It created a bounded world, a pseudo-underworld anchored to the existence of its master. Within it, the very laws of life and death bent toward finality. The form this world took was determined by the master's own impression of the afterlife. Under Zaukin's twisted mind, it became a place of unending decay, a vision of hell as a rotting womb, teeming with worms and the stench of corpse flesh. The bounded field pulled at the physical forms of anything caught within, dragging them toward oblivion. Normally, the noble phantasm's range would have been limited, but here, under these conditions, with Zaukin's deep mana reserves and the battlefield's unstable magical density, its reach was vastly expanded. Inside the corrupted zone, mutated thralls screamed as they hurled themselves at Solomon's temple, their bodies collapsing into infectious sludge upon death. Pale Ryder's black fog continued to press against the edge of the temporal loop, testing it for weaknesses. Solomon's voice remained even, but there was a slight tightening around his eyes as he reinforced the loop. Containment is possible, but only if the source is removed, calculating the mana output for containing the bounded field. Marisberry's search spells swept across the city, brushing past wards and illusions until they struck something unnatural, an aura of crawling, hungry malice. His voice came through in a monotone. "Target located." Zaukin's grin widened, though he made no move to retreat. "This time," he hissed, "I will not fail." He had waited a long time for this moment. Solomon's Temple of Time was clashing fiercely with the Harbinger of Death. It was truly a battle between two of the oldest concepts. Time, facing against death. Capitulo 43, Servant Profiles. All right, there you go. I'll update it after other servants are revealed. Grand Assassin Cain, the first murder true name, Cain. Class, Assassin Grand. Alignment, Chaotic Neutral. Origin, Abrahamic Mythology. Parameters. Strength, B+. Endurance, A. Agility, A+. Mana, A. Luck, E. Noble Phantasm, X. Class Skills. Presence Concealment, X. The primordial act of assassination grants him concealment beyond human comprehension. Cain's presence is not merely hidden from the senses, it is erased from the concept of being perceived. Even beings with omniscience will feel as though they are looking into a blank space. Grand Authority, Assassin. As the one chosen by the counterforce to stand as the ultimate assassin, Cain's parameters, skill activation speed, and anti-servant efficiency are on a different plane than standard heroic spirits, capable of confronting threats on the scale of grand-class servants. Personal skills. Mark of the first sin, X. The mark of Cain, placed upon him by God, grants conceptual immortality and rejection of harm. Mortal wounds will not kill him unless inflicted by a weapon that denies his legend. However, the same mark eternally isolates him. Any human who beholds his true nature feels instinctive revulsion and dread. Primordial homicide, A. Cain's killing of Abel was the first act of murder in human history, crystallizing the concept of taking a life. This allows him to bypass all forms of conventional defense against death, including conceptual ones, when delivering a killing blow to a living being. Curse of the Wanderer, B. The divine curse condemns Cain to roam endlessly. In exchange, he can traverse any terrain or bounded field without obstruction, ignoring all travel restrictions, wards, and seals. No cage, city, or labyrinth can hold him. Independent manifestation, B. Cain's existence as a cursed wanderer allows him to persist even without a master, drawing mana from the curse of bloodshed embedded in humanity itself. Wanderer's knowledge, A. Having walked the earth since the dawn of humanity, Cain possesses vast, first-hand knowledge of human history, survival, and killing arts from every era. Noble phantasms. 1. Blood of the first murder, my brother's keeper. Rank, A. Type, anti-unit conceptual. Range, melee. Max targets, 1. The crystallization of Cain's killing of Abel. When invoked, his weapon, be it a dagger, rock, or his own bare hands, becomes the first murder itself, an archetypal concept that penetrates any armor, magic, or immortality. Even gods and divine spirits will suffer mortal harm, for the strike imposes the inevitability of death that entered the world with his hand. East of Eden, the Wanderer's End. Type, reality marble. Rank, A+. Description. Cain summons the barren land east of Eden, a twilight wasteland stretching endlessly under a blood-red sky. It symbolizes his punishment to wander for eternity. Here, divine presence is absent, and mercy cannot reach. All movement of the target is slowed to a crawl, while Cain moves freely, executing his foe with the inevitability of fate. Voice from the soil, curse that walks. Type, anti-army/anti-populace. Rank, A+. Description. Cain kneels, placing his palm on the ground. The soil turns black, and the whispers of every murdered soul in history rise like a storm. The curse spreads like wildfire, seizing the hearts of all within range and crushing them under the weight of guilt, despair, and inevitability. The strong-willed may resist, but their movements are slowed, and their bodies weaken until Cain's blade inevitably finds them. Mark of the first sin, blood unforgotten. Type, anti-unit/conceptual execution. Rank, X. Description. Cain invokes the curse placed upon him, projecting it onto his target. The victim's name and sin are written into the soil beneath their feet, after which they are struck down in a single, unavoidable blow, a reenactment of Abel's murder that cannot be blocked by any defense except denying the act of murder itself. Background/lore. Cain is the firstborn of Adam and Eve, the first man to be born rather than made, and the first to shed human blood. In a fit of jealousy and despair, he struck down his brother Abel, a crime that shattered the innocence of humanity forever. For this act, God marked Cain, branding him with a curse that would make him wander the earth for eternity, never able to die, never able to rest. The mark protects him from death, yet isolates him from all mankind. Through countless ages, he has become both a killer and a witness, an eternal shadow lingering behind every murder in history. In the NSFW, the mark of Cain is not simply a curse. It is a conceptual defense that makes him immune to all forms of retribution from mortals, gods, or even conceptual weapons that would punish him. He is the prototype of the assassin class, embodying the origin of murder itself. Summoned as a grand assassin, Cain is a reluctant participant. His presence is not because he seeks the Grail, but because the Grail war itself becomes a sin too great to ignore, and he comes to judge. Personality. Cain is quiet, somber, and almost painfully calm. He rarely raises his voice, speaking in a measured tone that feels more like confession than conversation. He neither denies nor excuses his crime. Instead, he carries it as an eternal weight. While he will kill without hesitation, he never does so out of cruelty. Rather, it is with the inevitability of a falling stone. Those who meet his eyes in their last moments often feel not fear, but a strange, mournful pity. Cain is surprisingly gentle toward innocents, but merciless toward those he deems murderers in their heart. He treats every battle like an execution. Rider, Pale Rider. The first whisper of death that the world ever heard. True name, Pale Rider. Class, Rider. Alignment, True Neutral. Origin, Conceptual Heroic Spirit, Apocalypse. Master, Zaukin Madu. Parameters. Strength, ED+. Endurance, A+. Agility, BA. Mana, A+. Luck, C. Noble Phantasm, X. Background/lore. Pale Rider is the incarnation of pestilence, the first of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Unlike ordinary humans, he is a conceptual being. Death incarnate, plague in motion, the embodiment of humanity's dread of its own fragility. He has no true form, he manifests in the shape and scale that best spreads fear and disease. His summoning as a rider-class servant is unusual. While the rider class typically relies on mobility and mounts, Pale Rider rides death itself, the inevitability of decay, and the natural entropy of the world. Wherever he appears, disease follows and mortality quickens. Though he can act with precision, his presence alone infects the land and minds of those around him. Despite his terrifying nature, Pale Rider does not act from malice. He is a force of balance. He appears to remind humanity of its limits, to spread mortality where life is arrogant, and to enforce the conceptual order of life and death. But his form depends upon his master, so he. Class skills. Riding X. Pale Rider does not ride a conventional mount. Instead, he rides the abstract concept of death itself. This grants unparalleled speed and mobility within his bounded fields, allows him to traverse continents, and lets him appear wherever death is present. Magic resistance, C, provides moderate protection against magical attacks and hostile magecraft, enough to maintain his presence in Grail War battles. Personal skills. Contagion A, Pale Rider's core ability. He can infect life around him with disease and decay. Those affected are not only physically weakened but spiritually influenced, making them more vulnerable to his conceptual attacks. This ability scales with population and density. The more life in an area, the greater its potency. Innocent World X, a reality marble-like skill representing humanity's fear of death and disease. Pale Rider can manifest any environment reflecting the collective dread of those nearby, warping perception and increasing the lethality of his presence. Guidance of the Underworld X. Within his created domains, Pale Rider can support allies or control the battlefield without exerting conventional leadership. He can amplify effects, accelerate decay in enemies, or shelter certain individuals, effectively bending the environment to his conceptual will. Noble Phantasms. One Doomsday Come Dark Path Come. Rank, X. Type, Antiworld/Reality Marble. Range, Large Scale. Effect. It grants death and works as the receptacle for its outcome, creating a bounded world that takes the form of a pseudo-underworld with the Master as its origin point. Since it's strongly influenced by the Master's impression, it's perfectly possible for it to take a stereotypical image of hell or heaven, and it's just as possible for it to take the form of complete Nihil, as an empty space that crushes souls. When dealing with an emergency, it can pull a target's physical body into the bounded field. This noble phantasm is actually supposed to work in a smaller scale, but as a result of this location and other factors, it is currently producing a wider bounded field than it would in a normal summon. 2. Kagome, Circle of the Fallen. Rank, AX. Type, Anti-Army. Range, wide. Effect. The second noble phantasm of Pale Rider, an extension of the bounded field produced by Doomsday Come. While inside its bounded field, it has the skill to manifest a multitude of things that can bring death upon others, and to use their powers. If it can arrange the perfect circumstances, it's even possible to reproduce end-of-the-world events from the myths, for as much as its mana reserves allow. However, since Tsubaki has no knowledge of the apocalypse, Ragnarok, etc., and didn't want any hell, it never reached this level. But with Zauken Madu, it reached its full strength. The pronounced name of the noble phantasm was changed by the master. So I noticed quite a drop in activity after the Fate arc started, and wondering why. Do you guys hate fate or something? Almost half of y'all vanished like Thanos snapped his fingers, thinking face. Or did you guys not like premise of the arc? If so, what ticked you off? Did I mess up something or what? Pleading face. Did all those brain rots you read finally hit ya, and now your head hurts reading this shit? Skull. I didn't delve into more complicated stuff so that everyone can understand it easily. If this stuff isn't well received, no point exhausting my brain designing things in depth. I can just put random noble phantasms and say it works somehow. Anyway, I need to determine the cause to avoid or improve those in future arcs. So go wild. I'll see you folks on weekend hopefully. Peace out. Capitulo 44, a nuclear-level gas leak. Adam and Cain sat quietly on the park bench beneath the yellow glow of a lamppost. The air was still, save for the faint hum of the bulb above them. Adam's voice was calm, but laced with a deep curiosity as he looked at his son. Where have you been all these years, Cain? How did you die, and how did you become part of the throne of heroes? Cain leaned back slightly, his eyes distant, as if searching the horizon for memories buried under millennia. Adam listened intently, a faint smile on his face, giving his son the patience to speak in his own time. After killing Abel, Cain began, his tone steady but heavy, I was cursed by God. My punishment was simple, yet absolute. I could not die. And anyone who tried to kill me and free me from that curse would suffer divine judgment. So I wandered the earth. For centuries, for millennia. As civilizations rose, fell, and rose again, I remained. Wherever I went, people hated me instinctively. It was in their nature to turn away from me. Adam let out a slow breath, his voice low and sincere. You've lived a hard life, son. Cain gave a faint, sad smile. That is my punishment, father. I did something unforgivable. What kind of brother kills his own younger brother? I have accepted it. Adam's brow furrowed slightly. Then what happened? How did you die? Cain's gaze lowered to the ground. After a long time, I arrived somewhere and met a man who did not despise me. He was one of your younger descendants, Noah. By then, he had become a prophet. I asked him how I could find salvation, how I could be freed from the curse. He told me the world had become heretical, and soon it would face a great flood, a divine judgment that would cleanse the earth of the faithless. He said if I truly wished to die, I should go to the lowest point on earth, bind myself with chains to a rock, and stab my heart with my dagger. When the flood came, I was to let it consume me. It would not count as being killed by a man or myself. The curse might vanish with the flood's cleansing. Adam's expression softened. He reached over, placing a firm but gentle hand on Cain's shoulder. Cain took a moment to absorb the touch, then continued. So I did as Noah said. I tied myself down, I stabbed my heart, and I drowned, weeks, months, I can't even tell how long, but eventually the curse lifted. I felt light for the first time in thousands of years. And then I passed away. I suppose I became part of the throne of heroes because of my last wish to see you again, to ask for your forgiveness, to see your face one last time. He gave a small, almost embarrassed chuckle, and I guess my wish has come true. Adam smiled and pulled his son into an embrace. You have nothing to seek forgiveness for, my son. You've suffered enough. Yes, I felt disappointment and sorrow when you committed that act, but I knew of your punishment. I prayed you would one day find redemption and happiness. That's all a father could wish for his children, for them to be happy and healthy. Cain looked up toward the lamplight, his smile faint. You haven't changed much after all these years, but there is something different. Adam gave a knowing nod. That's true. I'm no longer just Adam. My soul, my memories, my will, and my hope. They were reborn and merged with another unfortunate soul who witnessed the end. His name is Edward. A rather complicated man, filled with contradictions and dreams too heavy for most to bear. Yet, he shines like a star, a guiding light in the darkness. He's not perfect, no one can be, but he is someone I respect. Thanks to him, I can speak with you now, and for that, I am grateful. I will do everything in my power to fulfill his wish. Cain took a breath to reply, but both of them froze as a sudden shift in the air hit them. Their senses sharpened instantly. A wave of black miasma erupted from the city, spreading outward with unnatural speed. The air grew heavy, thick with the stench of decay. Even from here, the cries of agony began to echo faintly. Cain stood immediately, placing himself between Adam and the oncoming taint. The miasma wasn't just poisonous. It was saturated with curses and disease, its nature alien and hateful. Adam spoke calmly, "It seems our time here has to end. Edward will take over, for this is his battle to fight. Listen to him, like you would for me." Adam sighed quietly and closed his eyes, letting Edward take control. His posture shifted subtly, his gaze hardening. He summoned the divine shroud in a swift motion, wrapping it around Cain to shield him from the worst of the corruption. In the distance, screams grew louder as the miasma spread. Fayuki's streets filled with chaos, humans twisting into misshapen forms, their skin blistering, their eyes clouding over as they became mindless thralls. Edward turned to Cain, voice calm but urgent. "Cain, I know it's unfair to ask, but I need you to stop the others from destroying the city and interfering in the upcoming battle. I'm heading to where Solomon and Pale Rider are fighting." Cain's eyes softened. "Thanks to you, my wish came true. I have no desire for the Grail, so I will ensure you get your wish as well." Without hesitation, he dissolved into golden particles and disappeared toward another battlefield. "This is very bad. If I get things wrong, even multiple nuclear gas leak won't cover it. This could be a global-scale destruction. X-rank death-type noble phantasms are no joke. Gotta stop him before he unleashes apocalypse or Ragnarok-level madness. It's freakin' Zaukin Madu after all." Edward exhaled once, then sprinted toward the source of the miasma. As he moved, his voice reached out telepathically. "Merlin, keep casualties to a minimum if possible. When I give the signal, take Ritsuka to Avalon, I can't guarantee she'll survive my noble phantasm." Merlin's voice came back instantly, tinged with alarm. "Whoa there, let's talk about this first. You really plan to use that thing here? Half the planet might be gone, including you." Edward's steps didn't falter. "This is already beyond containment. Solomon's Ring of Light and Pale Rider's noble phantasm will engulf all of Japan, even the world. Neither can be contained to a small area. Solomon only engaged Pale Rider because he needs the humans alive for the ritual. Pale Rider is killing them all, so his required energy is lacking. The chain reactions alone from both attacks would destroy all life forms. The only way is to eliminate all anomalies and reset the timeline." What did Root say? There was a pause, followed by Merlin's wry laugh. Even in battle, he found time to toy with words. "Root says she's rooting for you, and that you're doing a good job." Edward's eye twitched. That useless world will. But before he could continue, another old and raspy voice interrupted them that spread throughout Fayuki. "With my second command seal, I order you. Rider, engrave my soul into your very being." Zaukin Madu had gone insane, it seems, as he decided to merge with death itself for his pursuit of eternal life. With a howling shriek, Pale Rider shook as Zaukin's soul replaced its consciousness. Solomon widened his eyes as suddenly Pale Rider's movements became more complex and concentrated, its energy growing stronger. But it was him after all. He just increased his magic to match the mana output from calculation. The demon gods fired continuously as they recovered. Edward sighed as he ran. This is no longer a matter of Fayuki being destroyed. At this rate, the world itself will be gone. Soon, he arrived at the outskirts of the location where Solomon and Pale Rider's reality marbles were clashing with each other. Edward cracked his neck as he walked towards them. Time to put an end to this mess. While Edward was closing in on the epicenter of the apocalyptic disaster, Cain was already making his way toward the outskirts of Fayuki. The miasma of death and the warped mana of the ongoing Holy Grail War were thick in the air, guiding him to another violent clash. The atmosphere here was different. Tense, oppressive. The night sky above was fractured by flashes of gold and prismatic light. The king of heroes himself, Gilgamesh, stood proudly on a hill of broken earth and debris, facing down a slender, white-haired woman whose cold, mechanical eyes held no emotion. She gripped a strange tricolored sword, its edge rippling with prismatic light that seemed to cut not only the physical, but the very concepts of things. This was Saber, Attila the Hun, or rather Altera, the Scourge of God. But in the twisted logic of the Holy Grail War, history was a fragile thing. Altera was no mere warlord of the Eurasian steppes. She was the remnant husk of an alien weapon, Velber 02, the White Titan. An entity born from the machine-like will of Velber, an extraterrestrial scourge that descended upon intelligent life every 14,000 years to purge civilizations. The last time Velber visited Earth, in 12,000 BC, Velber 02 came close to eradicating all life before it was brought down. Its corpse was found centuries later by the Huns, and from that ruin emerged the being standing here. Her master, Kiritsugu Emiya, was locked in his own deadly struggle nearby against Katamine Kairi. He had passed grudges against him after all. In the previous war, Kiritsugu participated alongside his protege Maya, while Irisvil and their daughter Ilia accompanied them. But during the war, while Kiritsugu was locked in a fight, Kairi attacked and killed Irisvil and Ilia to make him despair. Kiritsugu of course found and killed him, but then the Grail started sending off a malevolent energy due to Manaka's interference. Kiritsugu left with the bodies of his family and came to Fayuki. He had only one wish: to bring them back. The two men fought like shadows moving through the forest. Kiritsugu's style was the same as ever, precise and efficient, relentlessly pragmatic. He used his origin bullets sparingly, keeping Kairi on the defensive, forcing him to block and counter with his reinforced martial arts. Even with the monstrous vitality granted by his corrupted Grail-forged body, Kairi was being pushed to his limits. A short distance away, Gilgamesh and Altera clashed in a battle that seemed less like a duel and more like a clash of entire eras. The golden portals of the Gate of Babylon opened in the dozens, releasing treasure after treasure, each a legendary weapon in its own right. Blades of all shapes and designs whistled through the air, chain-linked axes spun like wheels of death, and spears streaked with killing intent. Altera met each of them with the unnatural precision of her photon ray, her swords tricolored light disintegrating the incoming weapons into glittering dust before they could reach her. But despite her unerring offense, she could not land a direct blow on Gilgamesh. He stood at the center of his storm of treasures, stepping aside from each attack with disdainful ease, eyes filled with contempt. "You disgusting parasite," Gilgamesh sneered, his voice rich with venom. "Who gave you permission to stand before this king, to sully my sight with your existence? You dare presume yourself worthy to cross blades with me?" Altera's head tilted slightly, her tone mechanical and flat, devoid of human passion. "Search, destroy, exterminate." Gilgamesh clicked his tongue in disgust. "HMPH, very well. Since you insist on defiling this king's garden with your presence, you shall be erased utterly without trace." One of the countless treasures within the gate shifted forward, glowing faintly. But this one was different. Not a mere blade or spear, it was a relic of a higher order. Gilgamesh's hand closed around it, and as he turned it, magical energy of a magnitude far beyond the ordinary bled into the air. Above them, massive red and black circuits bloomed across the night sky like a web of primordial law, then collapsed inward into the weapon in his hands. It was the sword of rupture, the sword before the origin of all creation, the weapon that split heaven from earth. It didn't look like a sword as it predated the concept of swords. Even Altera's mechanical eyes widened slightly, recognition flashing in her artificial consciousness. Output at maximum, restoring core functions, target locked. Concept genesis. Probability of survival, minimum. Recommendation, initiate noble phantasm at full strength. Her photon ray hummed to life with increasing intensity, rainbow-colored energy crawling along the blade like the glow of a newborn star. Gilgamesh smirked, "Then receive this final blow as your unworthy parting gift." He lifted E, its 3 segments beginning to rotate, creating a vortex of distortion. The very air screamed under the strain. "I shall tell you of the beginning," his voice rang out, each word a proclamation of supremacy. "Heaven and earth split, nothingness praised creation. My sword of rupture cleaves the world. Mortar of the stars, heaven's hell is the eve of creation's celebration. Now perish and be silent." A howling storm of chaos burst from the weapon, covering the surrounding area. The reality started to distort. Altera leapt back, her photon blade blazing so bright it painted the land in shifting hues. Connecting with Mars, full bombardment authorized, firing in 2 seconds. Their voices overlapped, resonating like 2 incompatible laws of the universe trying to overwrite each other. Enuma Elish. Teardrop photon ray. The 2 noble phantasms collided. Cracked. The impact was instantaneous and cataclysmic. The air rippled, then ceased to exist in the space between them. Natural laws unraveled, the ground warped and lifted into the air like weightless shards. The surrounding forest evaporated into light, and the shockwave cracked the sky itself. If Edward was here, he would facepalm and say, "This level of destruction can only be explained by saying it was a nuclear-level gas leak." Altera's form shuddered as white energy lines split across her body, structural failure under impossible strain. Gilgamesh's expression twisted into raw aggression. "Perish, mongrel." Her mechanical voice came softer, almost like a whisper. "It seems I have failed to destroy, initiating self-destruction as the fractures deepened." The energy stored in her body threatened to detonate, a final act of mutual destruction. Gilgamesh scoffed. "You think to drag me down with you? You overestimate your worth, parasite." He poured more of his will into E, and the chaotic maelstrom expanded. The rainbow-colored beams were vanishing fast before there came an explosion unlike any other. Boom! A gigantic pillar of light started spreading and erasing all that it touched. It was instant annihilation. Nearby, Kiritsugu and Kairi's duel came to an abrupt and final halt as the blast consumed them. Kiritsugu met his end without panic, his expression almost peaceful. "It seems this is where my journey ends. Forgive me, Iri." Ilya, his body dissolved into nothingness. "This isn't how I wish to die again." Kairi's final look was as cold and unreadable as ever before he too was erased. And then, amidst the collapsing world, a calm, steady voice spoke. It cut through the chaos like a thread of inevitability. "I was cast out, not to die, but to walk until the end of all things. Now come, let us meet at the east of Eden, where the ground drinks deep and heaven turns away." The voice was Cain's. "Noble phantasm, east of Eden, wanderer's end." The battlefield shifted in an instant. The roaring storm of destruction fell away, replaced by a vast, barren wasteland under a sky forever frozen in twilight. The air here was heavy, oppressive, divine presence was absent. This was a land where neither salvation nor judgment would come, only silence and the end. Gilgamesh took in the change with a raised eyebrow. "To think even a fratricide such as you could be recognized as a hero. The world's sense of humor truly sickens me." Cain stood between him and the horizon, the divine shroud around his shoulders faintly glowing. His voice was calm, without hesitation. "It doesn't matter what the world calls me. My duty is to see my Father's will fulfilled. Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you from harming humanity." Altera's final wave of detonation came from her energy core, a blinding burst of rainbow light. But within the reality marble, its destruction was contained. Outside, the world trembled, but nothing escaped. When the light faded, only Gilgamesh and Cain remained. Cain looked down at the divine shroud that protected him and allowed himself the faintest smile. "It seems you foresaw everything. Father, you entrusted me with this gift." Gilgamesh's patience snapped. "You dare to interrupt my amusement, then you will die for your insolence." Cain's expression hardened, all softness erased. The warmth in his voice was gone, replaced by the cold weight of one who had killed before and would kill again. "You shall not pass." The twilight wasteland of east of Eden was silent for a moment, the blood-red horizon stretching infinitely. The air was dry, heavy, and oppressive, like time itself had slowed to a crawl. But soon, the battle started anew. The clash between Cain and Gilgamesh tore the air apart. The blood-red wasteland of East of Eden warped with every impact. Each swing, each step, each release of mana sending ripples through the barren land. Both moved with the precision and deadliness of apex predators, but their styles could not have been more different. Cain flowed with absolute minimalism. His X-ranked presence concealment wasn't just hiding him, it was erasing him from Gilgamesh's concept of awareness. Each step was calculated through millennia of wanderer's knowledge, refined killing techniques from every era of human history seamlessly merging into a style that left no wasted movement. Gilgamesh fought like the king he was. Arrogant, immovable, wielding the gate of Babylon with oppressive, unrelenting superiority. He did not defend because in his mind, no one could make him defend. His golden ripples shimmered, releasing a ceaseless rain of legendary treasures, each a weapon from a god, hero, or forgotten age. Steel rang on steel. Cain slipped past a spear tipped with the fang of a dragon, redirecting its momentum with the flat of his dagger before fading into nothingness. Gilgamesh turned slightly, already spinning in his hand, the air screaming as spatial layers buckled. They were locked in an apex duel, but neither noticed another battle drawing closer in the distance. Gilgamesh clicked his tongue, looking around. A reality marble, HMPH, how dare a mongrel soil my view with this wretched scenery? Cain's eyes were cold now. Gone was the soft voice that had spoken to Adam earlier. His presence seemed almost non-existent, the very concept of him slipping between perception like smoke. The X-rank presence concealment was active in full, erasing not just his form, but the thought of his presence until he chose to strike. Gilgamesh narrowed his eyes. Even with the eye of the mind and instinct honed through countless battles, his vision flickered. Cain wasn't disappearing in the normal assassin sense. It was like his existence was erased from the flow of cause and effect. Cheap tricks, Gilgamesh scoffed, summoning a wall of treasures from the gate of Babylon. Dozens of golden ripples appeared behind him, each disgorging legendary weapons, spears tipped with dragon fangs, blades forged by gods, chains capable of binding divinity. They floated, poised to fire at the slightest twitch. Cain didn't reply. His feet shifted once, his posture low. His skill wanderer's knowledge, a rank, shaped every step. No wasted movement, every angle measured, every possible counterstrike already accounted for. His hands rested loosely, one brushing the hilt of a curved dagger that looked impossibly old, the other empty. Gilgamesh let another volley fly. A storm of noble phantasms screamed through the air, faster than sound, each imbued with enough magical energy to annihilate cities. But Cain moved faster. To an observer, it would look impossible. The weapons passed through where he should have been, and yet he was not there, nor was he after them. The moment between action and reaction didn't exist. His movements in East of Eden ignored the slowed reality Gilgamesh was bound to. Cain alone flowed freely. Gilgamesh frowned. Presence concealment at this level, so this is how you've killed your prey for ages. Pathetic. A king does not skulk in shadows. With a flicker, Cain appeared behind Gilgamesh, dagger raised for a killing blow. The king turned his head slightly, already rotating in his grasp, segments spinning with a groan of impossible machinery. A cyclone of spatial rupture howled as the sword of rupture countered the strike, forcing Cain back. The ground split open between them, raw chaos tearing at the air. Do not think I will be caught off guard, mongrel. This is the fate of all who stand before me. Cain's gaze didn't waver. I don't need to kill you swiftly, Gilgamesh. I just need to ensure you never leave this place. Gilgamesh's grin turned sharp, then die knowing you failed. Gilgamesh unleashed another barrage, this time mixing weapons with the chains of heaven and Enkidu. The divine chains whipped forward, aiming to bind Cain completely. They struck true. And failed. The moment the chains touched him, they dissolved, the reality marble rejecting the concept of divine punishment. Gilgamesh's eyes narrowed. So, divine judgment cannot touch you. Interesting. Cain was already moving again, weaving through the rain of weapons, stepping in and out of Gilgamesh's awareness. Every attack Cain made was a potential killing blow, original murder, X, bypassing physical durability entirely, each strike aimed directly at the concept of Gilgamesh's life. But Gilgamesh was no mere brute. With his treasury and instincts, he parried each strike by fractions of an inch, countering with ease devastating arcs. The sword tore the ground apart in wide swathes, creating zones Cain could not cross without being annihilated. Still, Cain closed the gap, blade flashing once. A thin cut ran across Gilgamesh's cheek. Blood dripped from it. Gilgamesh froze, then burst with anger. "Do you dare make the king bleed?" E's rotation increased, the storm of its power growing stronger. The blood-red sky trembled as the sword began to tear apart east of Eden itself. Cain knew he could not hold this field much longer. His eyes hardened. It was time to end it. Cain vanished completely. Not even the distortion in the air remained. Gilgamesh, eyes narrowed, spun E in a full arc. The attack would obliterate everything in a wide radius. The strike came not from the front, but from below. Cain emerged from the fractured earth itself, dagger poised over Gilgamesh's chest. As the blade descended, Cain's voice resonated, deep and cold, as if spoken from the dawn of humanity. "The earth remembers, my hands remember. The weight of my brother's blood will never wash away. You too will be written in the soil, forever cursed beneath the eyes of God. Noble phantasm, mark of the first sin, blood unforgot." The soil under Gilgamesh's feet darkened, his name and sins searing into it as if carved by the divine. The king's eyes widened, not in fear, but in fury as he raised E for a point-blank strike. He spoke with venom, innumer elish. They moved at the same time. E's edge tore through Cain's left arm at the shoulder, blood spraying, his body almost giving up. But the dagger struck true to Gilgamesh's heart, the act of murder reenacted in perfect, unavoidable precision. Gilgamesh's body convulsed. No armor, no divinity, no authority as king could resist the curse. It was not simply a wound, but the concept of death forced upon him, written into the very world. A faint smirk crossed the king's lips as blood flowed through them. To think, I would fall here, to such a mongrel, what a foolish end. He looked at Cain. "You have won, but it seems you won't make it as well." Cain smiled softly. "It doesn't matter, I fulfilled my duty, I can stand proudly in front of my father." Gilgamesh laughed. "Phew-ha-ha-ha, then go on, walk towards your end. I shall witness your redemption from the throne, the first murderer." Then his body dissolved into golden motes, fading into the still air. Cain staggered back, clutching his severed shoulder, blood soaking the divine shroud. His breathing was ragged. Mark of the first sin demanded a toll. Even as the wielder, the reenactment left his body weakened, the curse gnawing at his own existence. But the wasteland held, Gilgamesh was gone. Cain stood alone under the blood-red sky, swaying but unbroken. The reality marble started collapsing as he fell to his knee, clutching his chest. He whispered softly, "Not yet, I have to go and help my father." He forced himself to walk towards the location he could sense his father's presence. The short yet world-ending Holy Grail War was about to reach its climax. Capitulo 45, Heroes Never Get a Happy Ending. The clash between Cain and Gilgamesh was still shaking the horizon, the sound of steel and divine treasures tearing through the air in rapid succession. Each impact sent tremors across the battlefield, and even at this distance, the ripples of their power were tangible. Edward finally arrived near the location where the other nightmare was unfolding. The battle between Solomon and Zaukin Madu, whose decrepit body had been completely overtaken by Pale Rider's consciousness. Edward reached the heart of the devastation. The ground here was lifeless, blackened, and fractured as if the earth itself had been scoured by centuries of war in moments. There was no grass, no air that felt alive. Only the lingering miasma of Pale Rider's curse, twisting the corpses of the dead into abominations. In the center of it all, the form of Pale Rider, no, Zaukin Madu, stood, but his face and movements were entirely wrong. Animated now as the will of Pale Rider, the false rider-class servant of pestilence. Across from him, the figure of King Solomon, Grand Caster, stood calm yet unyielding, his staff raised. the air shimmering with countless concentric magical circles ready to descend judgment. The land here was no longer the city it once was. Entire blocks had been flattened, the soil scorched and cratered, and structures reduced to skeletal remnants. There was no trace of life, no grass, no birds, no animals. The only moving shapes were the countless twisted, misshapen human thralls wandering aimlessly, their skin gray and rotting, eyes hollow and blackened. The stench of death clung to the air, heavy and oppressive. The very sky seemed dimmer here. Edward sensed a few more presence nearby and headed there first. Scathach and Emmia had been locked in their own duel earlier, but the expanding zone of Pale Rider's plague had changed the field entirely. The black miasma hung in the air like a choking fog, eating away at body and spirit alike. Even the most battle-hardened servants could feel their spiritual cores strain under its curse. Ritsuka and Rin were the ones who bore the brunt of it. Merlin protected Ritsuka, but Rin wasn't so fortunate. Rin, though a skilled magus, was still human. The infection ravaged her body, twisting her form in grotesque agony. Her breath came in broken gasps as her skin discolored and veins bulged black beneath the surface. The flesh along her arms had begun to twist into unnatural shapes, and her eyes glistened with the beginning of corruption. She gasped for air, the words leaving her lips barely more than a whisper. "Archer, kill me, before I lose myself." Tears fell from her eyes, unwilling to die like this before restoring her family's glory. Emmia stood over her, face locked in the same stoic resignation he had carried all his life. He knew this moment too well, the point where no miracle remained, where even the best possible choice was a sin. His eyes were steady, but the sadness in them was unmistakable. His twin swords dissolved into motes of golden light, reforming into the pure edge of Kanchu. With a single, fluid motion, he swung. The sound was clean, merciful, and a strike without hesitation, but not without grief. Her head fell, and for an instant, Rin's face was peaceful again. Emmia let the weapon vanish and spoke softly, almost to himself. "Sorry, Rin. It seems I've failed you yet again. I guess I still remain a failure, even after going through everything." His form was beginning to fade, dissolving into the countless golden motes that marked a servant's departure. The Black Plague couldn't claim what was already returning to the throne. Ritsuka's voice trembled as she stepped forward. "Archer-san, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, but I promise, I'll fix this world. I won't stop until I change this end." Emmia gave her a faint smile. "Thank you, last master of humanity." His eyes drifted past her, settling on the figure that had just arrived. Edward, walking with an unshaken calm, despite the devastation around him. "I hope you can stop this mess before it ends humanity," Emmia said. Edward exhaled slowly, his gaze flicking to where Cain and Gilgamesh were tearing apart the skyline in their duel. "I'll try my best, Shiru. Leave the rest to me. I hope you can find peace, no matter how little it might be." The fading archer, no, Shiru Emmia, let out a short breath that might have been a laugh. "Peace was never an option the moment I walked this path, but I thank you, Grand Ruler Adam." With those words, he was gone. The motes of light scattered on the wind, leaving only the sound of distant battle. Edward turned to Ritsuka. "Ritsuka-chan, it's best if you leave. What's about to happen? No human should have to witness it." Ritsuka's hands tightened into fists. "What will you do, Adam-san?" His back was already to her as he started walking toward the battlefield. His voice was quiet, but it carried over the stillness between explosions. "I'm about to end it all." There was another set of footsteps behind him. Edward turned slightly, an eyebrow lifting. Scathach was following without hesitation. "Why are you coming?" he asked hesitantly. "You'll die, or worse." Her answer was immediate, her tone curt. "I have been waiting to die for a long time. Perhaps this is how my wish will finally be fulfilled." Edward frowned. "Why wish for death now? You've finally left your own prison. You should go and live your life in happiness. Experience what life really is." That earned him a small but beautiful smile, one that, even in the midst of all this carnage, made his heartbeat quicken. "Maybe, if we make it past this, I'll do so. Would you be willing to accompany me to experience it?" He looked away. "Why would you want me to? I thought you hated my guts." She didn't slow her pace, her eyes fixed ahead. "You're a fool. Someone has to make sure you don't do something stupid." Edward allowed himself a wry smile, the briefest flicker of warmth before the looming chaos ahead. They continued walking, their footsteps crunching on the dry, lifeless soil. Behind them, Merlin was still watching from a safe vantage, rubbing his temple in irritation. Stupid, charismatic heroes, making people fall for them without even trying. Why does he get the beauties, while I get locked in Avalon? The world is so unfair. Ritsuka's voice was tight with worry. Are they going to be all right, Merlin-san? Merlin sighed heavily. No, they probably won't be coming back. This is the climax of the story, Ritsuka-chan. Only the end remains to be seen. She almost shouted. Then can't we do anything? Adam-san and Scathach-san, they're putting their lives on the line and I'm just standing here. I can't do anything to help. The magus of flowers placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. I'm sorry, Ritsuka-chan. This is the problem with heroes. They never get a happy ending. The world seems intent on giving them tragic backstories. No wonder the Grail Wars keep happening. Almost every servant has a wish they'd use it for. Her eyes lowered. What is a hero truly? Merlin straightened dramatically, gesturing with exaggerated flair. Heroes are idiots. Idiots who act against logic and reason, who try to do the impossible. Slaying dragons, erasing gods, saving entire nations, carrying burdens that would break anyone else, pulling a sword from the stone. These are the kinds of acts we call heroic. That's why they're revered, why people put them on a pedestal, because they achieved the impossible. But the moment they do those things, they stop being human, they become symbols. And the world? Well, the world has a way of punishing symbols with tragedy because they go against the natural order. That's the fate of a hero. Ritsuka didn't respond. Her gaze was fixed on the distant flashes where Cain's invisible movements met the golden rain of Gilgamesh's Gate of Babylon. Her hands pressed to her chest, holding on to that one fragile hope that somehow, despite everything, a miracle could happen. That maybe, just maybe, they could find a happy ending. Oh my sweet summer child, the abyss doesn't have a happy ending. As Edward walked forward, the air itself seemed to resist him. Scathach followed closely, her footsteps silent on the cracked and twisted earth, her presence as measured and assured as ever. The world around them had begun to warp under the influence of two colliding reality marbles. The barren, cursed wasteland Cain had created in his encounter with Gilgamesh, and the flattened, chaotic remnants of Zaukin Madu's apocalyptic field. Mana from both clashed overhead, sending crackling arcs of energy that turned the sky a roiling, unnatural hue. Edward did not glance back. His voice, calm but carrying the weight of command, cut through the distant screams and the crackle of raw magical energy. Are you sure you won't reconsider? I won't be able to protect you once it starts. Scathach snorted, the sound cutting through the tension. Look at you being so gentlemanly after what you did to me. I'm not a helpless maiden to protect. I was prepared for death long before this war. Edward shook his head as she still held the grudge his grabbing incident. She paused, her eyes narrowing on the distant chaos, and let out a faint sigh. Or at least I thought I was. Edward tilted his head, curiosity faintly breaking through his expression. Oh, so what happened? She spoke softly, almost to herself. I got to see the world beyond the Shadowlands. It made me feel something I haven't in centuries. Happiness, maybe. It made me realize that living might not be such a bad thing. But I am a woman out of my time. I felt I didn't belong here. Edward stopped, turning fully to face her, his expression unreadable. And then Scathach's gaze sharpened, meeting his directly. I have lived all my life in the Shadowlands. Bloodlust, the craving for battle, the unending solitude. That was all I knew, but with Ritsuka and you, it was different. For the first time, I didn't feel like a weapon. You two looked at me as just Scathach, a woman, not the queen of Shadowlands, not an immortal warrior, just me. It was different. Nice, even. Edward's stance softened. He stepped closer, his voice low and firm. So why are you telling me this now? She looked away, the edge of sadness in her expression. I don't know if I'll get to say it after this war ends. It seems this is the end. Edward reached out, clasping her shoulder gently. Don't worry, we'll make it out alive somehow. Scathach did not meet his gaze. What if we don't? Edward's lips curved into a quiet smile. Then I guess we'll have to continue this conversation in another timeline. But for now, we need to save this one. He started moving again, each step measured, resolute. Scathach wanted to call him back, to speak further, to confess the swirl of feelings she had kept buried for centuries. But she didn't. Instead, a small smile curved her lips. I have never thought I'd be like a shy maiden, afraid to speak up. Perhaps that is for the best. I do not wish to distract him now. Her thoughts turned inward as she watched him stride ahead. Not being able to speak my mind, it feels painful. Why does it hurt to think I might never see him again? This feeling, I've never known it. I hate it, yet I want it. I want to know more about him, to experience the world and new experiences with him. Is this what they call love? Do I even deserve to feel this way after everything? A soft sigh escaped her lips. Am I a fool for hoping to live for the first time in my life? Edward, hearing the faint murmur, turned slightly. Did you say something? Scathach smiled faintly, her lips barely moving. No, I didn't say anything. Edward exhaled and tightened his grip on his weapon. Are you ready? Wait for the right moment to strike. Don't act before they're weakened. Scathach nodded, her expression composed yet softened with trust. I'll follow your words. Edward coughed, looking away, muttering under his breath. Thanks, appreciate the help. Inside, his mind was a whirlwind. What is wrong with me? A global apocalypse is unfolding, and I'm distracted by a smile. But I have to say, she looks stunning when she smiles. I don't know why, but she feels more alive, I guess. Anyway, I can discuss this after I deal with this mess. Ahead of them, the two reality marbles merged in chaotic waves of mana, colliding in arcs of pure destructive energy. Edward did not hesitate. He sprinted, propelled by both ruler-class speed and the authority of his grand ruler status, and his voice rang out across the blasted landscape. Stop this madness. If this goes on, there will no longer be a world left, let alone the Grail. Zaukin Madu's laughter echoed, distorted and eerie, as if the world itself had joined in the sound. Ah, the ruler has arrived. You are Adam, right? The first human. You should know by now that this war is no longer under your control. I'll take over the world until I possess immortality and power beyond imagination. I'll make a new world in my own image. I'll start with taking over your body. Edward's gaze flicked to Solomon, who stood firm, exuding the calm authority of the perfect king. Blessed Father of humanity, Solomon said, his voice measured and respectful. I ask you to help me defeat this evil and help me achieve humanity's salvation. With your powers and mine, we can guide humanity back to Eden and erase this cruel world of suffering. Edward exhaled, his hand brushing the hilt of his sword. It seems talking won't solve this. I wish I were like Naruto, convincing enemies with just words. Very well then. He closed his eyes briefly, preparing his mind. I, as the Grand Ruler, declare this war null and void. I shall now pass my judgment upon you. Zaukin Madu's cackle shattered the tense air, manic and filled with malice. Ha ha ha, what can a mere relic like you do? I am death personified. Nothing can kill me. He paused, tilting his head. Let me show you the end then. He began chanting, each word dripping with twisted intent. You who dwell in arrogance and life's fullness, be swallowed in the circle of the fallen. Dance now with death, as all must. Noble phantasm, kagom kagom. The world itself responded to the declaration. The ground quaked violently, fissures splitting open like the earth itself was weeping. Pale Rider's influence, drawn from Zaukin's memories and perverse will, manifested fully. Towering monstrosities emerged from these rifts, creatures of fire, brimstone, and gnarled flesh, their shapes reminiscent of every nightmare humanity had conjured. Lava gushed from the cracks, turning the battlefield into a river of molten destruction. The smell of brimstone and blood was suffocating. The air vibrated with raw mana, oppressive enough to make the strongest servant stagger. The monsters howled, their shrill cries echoing like a symphony. Cities had already been reduced to rubble by the collision of noble phantasms before. Now Zaukin had summoned the Judgment Day itself from the Book of Revelations. This was truly shaping up to be the end of the world. The ground beneath Edward and Scathach's feet was cracked and boiling in places, yet they moved forward undeterred. Edward's grip tightened, his gaze sharpening. This ends here. He spoke to Scathach, "Ready, you noble phantasm, and leave the area. Once it collapses, that's when you strike." Solomon raised his staff, chanting an incantation that shimmered with golden light. Each word projected authority, stabilizing the battlefield momentarily. "Adam, let us act in unison. Humanity must be preserved." Edward nodded silently, their intentions aligned, although their reasons were different. They could settle things after defeating Zaukin. The stage was set, the apocalypse imminent, and all that remained was the confrontation, the battle against the encroaching end of the world. The monsters surged forward, their combined weight threatening to crush the landscape entirely, yet Edward and Scathach advanced, unyielding and resolute. The apocalypse had begun, and the hour of reckoning was upon them. The battle surged with renewed fury, the world itself trembling under the clash of wills. Edward and Scathach broke through the tide of apocalyptic monsters like twin storms. Edward's hands moved with mechanical precision, his eyes cold and unyielding as he pushed his skilled divine forge to its absolute limit. One after another, legendary weapons, blades, spears, axes, even shields forged from myth, manifested in a relentless storm. They floated in orbit around him before firing like meteors into the writhing horde, tearing apart monsters with divine resonance. Each impact left behind a burst of golden light, and the ringing sound of steel echoing in the apocalyptic air. Scathach spun her Gabolg prototype with unmatched grace. Her movements were fast and clean, her strikes surgical in their precision. The crimson spear became a blur of red arcs as she cut down the monstrosities Zaukin spewed forth. Ash and blood splattered across her bare skin, mixing with the burns inflicted by the unbearable heat that radiated from the apocalyptic landscape. Her expression, however, remained calm. She was the queen of the land of shadows, and this battlefield was nothing less than home. Above them, Solomon's demon god pillars rumbled in unison, their immense forms aligning into complex sigils. Their beams of light fired in sequence, annihilating swathes of the endless monsters, suppressing Zaukin's grotesque tide with terrifying efficiency. For the first time since this nightmare began, Zaukin was on the back foot. The combined assault of Edward, Scathach, and Solomon forced cracks into his reality. Though his conjured apocalypse was vast, it was not absolute. Every strike, every weapon shattered portions of it. The horde thinned, the oppressive suffocation lifted slightly. And yet, outside this battlefield, the calamity spread across the globe. The clock tower had deployed enforcers under Lorelei Bartholomew to secure Britain. Tauko Aozaki raced toward Japan, her mind already working at solutions even as her body pressed forward. And somewhere beyond, the dead apostle ancestor and kaleidoscopic magus himself, Zelrech, stirred, a rare moment when the old man chose to personally intervene. Zaukin knew it, his window was closing. The longer he stalled, the more enemies would arrive, enemies even he could not face. His voice cracked like broken glass as he screamed in frustration. Enough of this stalling. He summoned yet another wall of flesh and claws, layers of monsters reinforcing him like a fortress. Edward leapt back, sensing the shift, and addressed Scathach, his voice urgent but edged with a strange warmth. "You should get out of here now. I'm going to do something reckless." Scathach impaled another beast, withdrawing her bloodied spear as easily as one might pluck a flower. She spared him only a sidelong glance, her tone calm but unyielding. "When you activate your noble phantasm, you'll be vulnerable. If he strikes you before it's complete, all of this ends. I'll guard your back." Edward gave a dry laugh, even in this hellish chaos. "I really don't understand how your mind operates. One moment you're impossible to deal with, then the next you're acting clingy." He paused, blinking as if a realization struck him mid-fight. "Wait a minute, where have I seen this pattern before?" He never got the chance to continue. Zaukin's form warped grotesquely, flesh stretching, breaking, merging into something far more terrifying. Mana flooded from the devoured monsters into his reshaping body. His voice rose to a guttural shriek as he transformed. Dragon scales sprouted across his body. A lion's maw gnashed beside the head of a goat. 7 heads burst forth from his shoulders, 10 jagged horns crowning the abomination. It was no longer a man, it was Beast VI, the apocalyptic monster of Revelation. It spread its countless tendrils across the battlefield. They lashed like whips, lightning fast, carving trenches into the scorched earth, piercing through crumbling towers of flame. Edward froze for only a moment. He recognized this. He had fought too many times not to understand. This was no longer a battle that could be dragged out. This was the final card Zaukin had prepared. His jaw tightened. There was no other way. He turned sharply to Solomon. "Take him above the clouds. Hold him there for 1 minute. I'll minimize the destruction." Solomon nodded silently, raising his hand. A colossal magic circle bloomed beneath Zaukin, spinning with radiant power. Slowly, the abomination began to rise, dragged upward by divine gravity. Its 7 heads roared in unison, the sound rattling the heavens. Edward closed his eyes. His voice dropped into a low chant, quiet yet resounding across the battlefield. "I saw it. The end where no prayers were heard. The silence after humanity's last breath. A sky of iron, an earth of ash. The very world trembled. The earth cracked as if it, too, feared the words. The air grew still, the monsters recoiling instinctively. This was the chant of the end, the invocation of a noble phantasm born from despair itself." Zaukin's distorted voice shrieked in rage. "You cannot stop me, I am death itself." His monstrous body swelled grotesquely, black mana spilling like a flood. Thousands of tendrils erupted from him at once, each as sharp as a blade, all aimed at Edward. The demon god pillars burned many to ash, but too many slipped through, streaking toward the chanting figure. And then, stab! The sickening sound of flesh tore through the air. Edward's eyes snapped open. He looked forward, and his heart sank. Scathach stood before him, her back riddled with tendrils. They pierced through her body, countless holes riddling her form. Blood poured from her wounds, splattering across Edward's face as he instinctively stepped forward. Yet still, she stood firm, spear braced against the ground to hold herself upright. His voice broke into a whisper. "Why would you do that?" She coughed blood, crimson staining her lips, but her smile remained. Her violet eyes softened as they met his. "I don't know, perhaps this time, I wish to protect what I cherished." Her trembling hands fumbled at her chest, pulling free a small necklace etched with ancient runes. She pressed it weakly into his hands, even as he tried desperately to heal her wounds, golden sparks of divine energy failing against the fatal damage. "Take it, it's been with me since childhood. Maybe, in another time, another world, we can meet again." Her fingers brushed against his neck as she clasped the necklace around him. Edward's eyes shut tight, pain lancing through his chest. "Why go so far? You could have lived. This was your second chance." Scathach's lips quirked upward in her final act of defiance. With fading strength, she tugged on the necklace and pulled him forward. Edward's eyes widened as her lips pressed against his. The kiss was cold, fleeting, yet unbearably warm in its meaning. She drew back just slightly, whispering words he would never forget. "I often wondered what it would feel like. It's not so bad. Don't forget our promise." Her body shone, her outline breaking apart into motes of light. Slowly, inevitably, she dissolved into the wind, her long-sought wish of release finally granted. And as she vanished, her last sigh lingered, faint against the roaring storm. "I truly hoped my story had a happy ending." Edward did not move. His arms hung empty where she had been. His eyes remained fixed forward, hollow, the light within them extinguished. A long silence followed. Then, in a voice low and empty, he spoke. "Farewell, Scathach, let us meet again one day, and speak to our heart's content." He raised his head, the rage within him igniting into something terrible. His gaze fixed on the abomination above. The time for restraint was gone. "Time to finish this, for good." Hear me out, it's for character development." "Whoa there, put away the torches and pitchfork, I'm not a witch, skull." Capitulo 46, let me tell you a story. Edward stood silently amidst the broken battlefield, the violent winds brushing through his hair. The ground beneath his boots was cracked and smoldering, remnants of the apocalyptic struggle that had already claimed too much. His hand absent-mindedly touched the blood-stained necklace around his neck. Its weight was far greater than the physical chain. It was the burden of loss, of a sacrifice he had never wanted but had been forced to accept. "Seriously," His whisper came in a broken voice, almost stolen away by the storm. Why does it feel like, despite everything, I keep failing to protect the ones in front of me? His words were not for anyone else. They were for the ashes, for the memory of the woman who had stood against impossible odds for his sake. Edward didn't truly know what Scathach had felt. He hadn't realized the depth of her change in the short time they had fought alongside one another. He hadn't seen how she, the immortal warrior who had lived only for battle, had started to reach for something beyond death. He hadn't realized until too late that she had chosen to protect him not out of duty, but out of something far more personal. Was it love? He wasn't sure. They had barely spoken beyond the battlefield. Yet there was something undeniable in her smile, in the warmth of her lips even as life slipped away, in her final words that shook him more deeply than he cared to admit. He liked her. He found her eccentric personality strangely amusing, her balance between regal composure and sudden, almost awkward humanity. He had wanted to know her better. He had wanted more time, but fate had already decided otherwise. Edward sighed, eyes closing as if the act could seal the ache inside. Sorry, Scathach. Sorry for not realizing it sooner. When he opened them again, the grief was gone. It had crystallized into something sharper, something colder. Wrath burned in its place, his gaze fixed on the skies where Zaukin's monstrosity still loomed. Since it has come to this, Edward spoke, his voice carrying across the ruined battlefield, let me show the world what true despair looks like. He raised his hand, and the chant began, each word resonating like a curse woven into existence. I saw it, the end where no prayers were heard, the silence after humanity's last breath, a sky of iron, an earth of ash. The ground quaked violently. The atmosphere itself dimmed, color bleeding from the world like ink washed from a canvas. Solomon, who had been holding Zaukin above the clouds with his levitation circle, widened his eyes in realization. Is this, he whispered in disbelief, the inevitable end? But Edward's voice did not falter. His fury, grief, and determination drove him forward. If paradise was my gift, then this wasteland is my warning. Come forth, land of steel, and remember why you must never be. He thrust his arm outward, voice thundering with finality. Noble phantasm, full release, the one who witnessed the end, land of steel. Cracked. The world split as though the very air itself had shattered. A terrible cracking noise resounded, heralding the collapse of order. The battlefield turned gray, desolation creeping like a plague as despair spread across every corner of the earth. Above the clouds, Zaukin Madu, bound in the rising circle, widened his eyes in dawning terror. His grotesque body, fused with the monstrous form of Beast VI, trembled. He suddenly felt heat, not from fire, but from an overwhelming presence, and turned. Behind him, suspended in Edward's reality marble, hung death itself. Hundreds, no, thousands of missiles floated in the air. They were identical, each one radiating the same destructive force that had ended Edward's original world. They were nuclear warheads, the ultimate folly of mankind, the weapons of mutual destruction that had erased civilization. Zaukin, a magus who had crawled through centuries with nothing but obsession for survival, felt something he hadn't in lifetimes. Fear. True, primal fear that ate through his arrogance and madness. These weren't just weapons. They were the memory of humanity's self-inflicted apocalypse. Edward's cursed recollection of the end, now made manifest through the noble phantasm. That was why Edward had never wanted to use it. Unlike other noble phantasms that symbolized glory or heroism, Land of Steel was despair incarnate. It was not just destruction, it was the memory of how it came to be, of humanity's collective folly written into reality. Even across the world, the vision spread. Mages and ordinary people alike looked to the skies and saw their doom. Mothers clutched their children to their chests, trembling as the missiles descended. Fathers spread their arms to shield their families in futility. Entire cities froze in despair. Tauko Aozaki, flying toward Japan, almost dropped from the air as she saw it. She slumped into her seat, reaching for her cigarettes. Screw this. I can't do anything against that. This is the end, huh? She struck a match, ignoring the panicked flight attendants. Zelrech, already en route, stopped mid-step across the dimensional rift. His crimson eyes widened. Really? This is the memory that lunatic carries. To think someone would etch this into a noble phantasm. Ridiculous. He clicked his tongue. I don't want to get nuked to death, but it seems this world won't escape it. Above the clouds, Zaukin screamed in rage and terror as the first missiles descended. They struck him, detonations atomizing his twisted body even as his regenerative swarm of crest worms tried to recover. But nuclear fire burned even them, stripping mana away with every passing second. The monster shrieked, its grotesque heads wailing, but Zaukin's voice broke through the cacophony. I see, so this is it. For centuries I pursued immortality, crawling in the dark, but now, it feels like I've woken from a nightmare. My thoughts are clear. His burning flesh slewed away as he whispered, a butterfly turning back into a worm. Truly, I have failed. His charred remains plummeted downward, toward Solomon's temple. The king of magic stood below, the 10 demon pillars still surrounding him. For the first time since he had been summoned into this war, Solomon smiled. Not the cold, calculating face of a puppet serving the will of the god, but something genuine. The oppressive weight controlling him, the strings that bound his will, vanished in that moment. He raised his arms, as if to embrace the searing heat crashing down upon him. It feels nice to be myself for once, he said softly. If humanity begins its journey with you, then it is fitting you should end it as well. Usher in a new beginning for them. Allow me to offer a final aid, not as Grand Caster Solomon, but as a man. The 10 rings that symbolized his authority floated above him, shining with an inner brilliance that defied the gray world. His chant resonated through the dying battlefield. The time of birth hath come, he is the one who masters all. The time of crowning hath come, he is the one who begins all. The rings spun, forming a radiant circle as the foundations of his Ars Almadal Salomonis ritual began to collapse. His voice grew quiet but unwavering. And now the time of parting hath come, he is the one who lets go of the world. Ars Nova. A brilliant light surged from the rings as they floated toward the heavens. The human order correction ritual burst into particles of light and heat, transferring to the rings. His body began to burn away, yet his smile only widened with peace. "O Heavenly Father," he whispered, "I return to you your blessings. Omnipotence is too much for humans to bear. My work shall be done within the limits of mankind." As the nuclear fire converged upon him, his final words carried through the storm. "I offer what I have to him who began it all, so he may save his children." Boom! The missiles struck the earth in unison, erasing Asia in a wall of fire. More than half the world disappeared in an instant, consumed in the apocalyptic blaze. Edward focused the first wave on Zaukin only to limit the destruction. Zaukin's reality marble shattered first, then Solomon's temple crumbled one by one, fading into nothing. The monsters, the false beast VI, all vanished into ash. Only the land of steel reigned. Ritsuka stood within the Garden of Avalon, her body trembling as her eyes reflected the unfolding calamity outside. The skies had gone gray, the air itself shuddering with despair, and she could feel it, an end so absolute that even Avalon, a place beyond time, quivered at its approach. She clenched her fists as the vision of the earth wrapped in fire and ruin played out before her. Her voice cracked as she whispered, "What? Is this the end of everything?" Her head snapped toward Merlin, desperate, pleading for a denial that never came. Merlin's normally mischievous gaze was somber as he exhaled, running a hand through his pale hair with uncharacteristic heaviness. His tone carried neither jest nor illusion, only quiet truth. "This is the most efficient solution," he said, voice weighed with reluctant admiration. "Seriously, I can't hate the guy. He's really planning to use himself as a sacrifice for salvation." He turned his head toward the ruined horizon, his expression bittersweet. "Keep your eyes open, Ritsuka-chan, for light awaits beyond darkness. You shall witness the greatest act of love." Ritsuka's eyes widened. "What do you mean?" Her words tumbled out, sharp with desperation. "Isn't there something we can do? Isn't there something I can do? Why am I always failing to save the ones helping me?" Her scream echoed through Avalon, her fist slamming into the ground with such force that it cracked the crystalline surface. The marble-like plains of Avalon warped, faint distortions spiraling outward from where her fist had struck. Merlin froze, his eyes widening as his internal thoughts flared in alarm. What the hell? Chaotic aura here. From her? If she keeps going, she'll punch Avalon into nothingness. Outwardly, he forced a laugh, though his voice wavered. Ritsuka-chan, calm down, bear witness to a new beginning. You'll see, he's chosen to carry the burden himself. On the broken battlefield, Edward stood amidst the winds of ruin. His hair and coat whipped violently around him, but his body remained still, silent, his expression unreadable. In his hand, he still clutched the blood-stained necklace Scathach had given him. Its weight pressed against his chest like a wound deeper than any blade. The small spinning ring of light, Solomon's last offering, descended, embedding itself into Edward's body. It shimmered faintly, knitting together cells destroyed by the radiation. Burns closed, fractures mended, yet Edward did not resist as his flesh continued to decay and regenerate with each passing second. He accepted it. This pain, this destruction, he had decided he must bear it. There was only one more thing left to do. His knees buckled under the immense weight of the radiation poisoning, and for a moment it seemed he would collapse. Then, a hand reached out, steadying him. Edward blinked upward to see Cain, the murderer marked with divine punishment, standing before him, his remaining arm gripping Edward firmly. Cain smiled faintly despite his battered, near-vanished form. His voice carried warmth instead of the hatred and malice that had once defined him. I return your gift to you. Now stand up and write a new story for us. A story that ends in happiness, not tragedy. Edward's lips curled into a pained smile, tears burning his eyes even as the heat of destruction roared around them. Thank you, Cain. You have been a great help. I'm sorry that I couldn't help you more. Cain's body was dissolving into light, yet his smile remained. You have given me more than you can imagine. This was enough for a killer like me. Thank you, Edward. His voice faded as his body scattered like motes on the wind. Edward watched him vanish, then slowly closed his eyes. His hands pressed together, fingers trembling, as he gathered the remaining power he held within. His voice rang out, solemn and resolute, a prayer etched into the foundation of the world itself. Before there was sorrow, before there was death, there was a garden bathed in dawn's eternal light. The broken world stilled. Time itself seemed to halt, as if the hands of the cosmic clock were forced to freeze. The suffocating despair and crawling corruption slowed, halting in its spread. The cries of the dying quieted, their breath caught between despair and hope. For the first time since the catastrophe began, humanity dared to look up again. Edward's prayer continued, his voice deep, reverent, echoing across the ruins of the planet. I walked away to share her fate, but I have never forgotten the scent of that first morning, returned to us now. The Eden we lost. The gray veil blanketing the skies shattered. Light burst forth, painting the ruined world in brilliant hues. The shattered lands healed, ash fading into color as winds carried the scent of renewal. Humanity gazed upward in disbelief as the despair around them was replaced with warmth that seeped into their very bones. Yet that warmth carried weight, a sorrow deep enough to draw tears even from those who didn't know why they cried. They felt it instinctively, the cost. A gift given, but at a price none of them could repay. Edward smiled faintly, his body trembling as he fell to his knees. His voice, though quiet, carried across the world, entering the hearts of all who lived. Let me tell you a story, my children. A story of a hopeless fool who loved you despite everything, who gave up paradise so you could be free. Let me tell you, a story with a happy ending. His voice softened, barely above a whisper, yet it reached the ears of all. Let there be light. Noble phantasm, the sealed garden, Eden. The earth convulsed, then bloomed. The Garden of Eden, the paradise lost to humanity's original sin, manifested upon the scorched earth. Trees of impossible size and beauty erupted from the soil, branches spiraling with blossoms unseen in any age of history. Flowers carpeted ruined cities, their petals glowing faintly, healing wounds and cleansing air thick with death. The garden spread endlessly, vines weaving across continents, wrapping the planet in divine rebirth. The trees glowed with droplets of radiant light that descended like rain. Wherever they touched, reality itself was rewritten. Ruined cities reconstructed themselves, stones reassembling, glass reforming, steel rising anew. The broken landscapes healed as if centuries of devastation had been erased in moments. And then life returned. Across the world, the fallen stirred. Parents gasped as children they thought lost opened their eyes again. Lovers embraced one another through tears as partners slain in despair reappeared in their arms. Even animals whimpered and cried as their companions licked them back to life. For that fleeting moment, across every nation there was no sorrow, only paradise. Edward's body was glowing now, his form becoming faint and translucent. He could feel himself unraveling, his existence exchanged for the miracle he had forced upon reality. Solomon's lingering blessing had granted him just enough power to make it possible. The world was safe. The horrors, the despair, the endless monsters, it would be as though they had never been. His final words rang out, steady and solemn. "The world has been saved. It seems my work here is done. My final wish is to restore it to its original flow, be it for better or good." The timeline began to bend. The scars and anomalies that should never have existed were erased. The chaotic branches of possibility were pruned as the flow of history reasserted itself. People blinked, their memories slipping like sand through their fingers. The world forgot the nightmare as the timeline stitched itself back together. And Edward, the hopeless fool who bore it all, watched it with a smile. Edward saw Ritsuka appearing from the Garden of Avalon, her figure stumbling forward as though the weight of the entire world was pressing on her shoulders. Her eyes, still red from exhaustion and grief, widened when they found him standing there. She broke into a desperate sprint, rushing toward him as if afraid he would vanish before she could reach him. Edward smiled faintly. His hand rose as though in greeting, but instead the Holy Grail shimmered into existence in his palm, its radiance pulsating like a heartbeat. The vessel, heavy with the essence of all the servants who had perished, gleamed with an otherworldly brilliance. With a simple flick, he tossed it toward her. "Farewell, Ritsuka-chan," Edward said, his voice calm but carrying the solemn weight of finality. "I wish I could have helped you more, but this is where my journey ends. Raise your head and walk proudly. Your journey isn't over, unlike mine. It will be filled with hope and despair, happiness and sorrow. But always forge on ahead and never give up. I pray the stars guide you through the darkness into the light." Ritsuka caught the Holy Grail, staggering under its weight, not physical but emotional. She clutched it to her chest as tears streamed down her cheeks, her voice breaking as she forced the words out. "Thank you, Adam-san," she whispered tearfully, her tone carrying both reverence and sorrow. "You are truly kind. You have put your faith in a failure like me, so I will not falter no matter what. I shall carve a future for humanity, no matter what it takes." Her words trembled, but behind them was a resolve forged by every loss she had endured, every ally she had seen fall. Merlin, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke. His ever-playful tone softened into something more measured, though amusement still lingered beneath. He stroked his chin with a mock gravity. "Although you did a near wipe out of the planet," he remarked, smiling wryly, "I guess it ended perfectly. I approve, but..." His voice dipped with a hint of curiosity. "I truly hope to see the ultimate noble phantasm you possess. That would have been a sight to see." Edward chuckled lightly, a tired sound, almost as though laughter was alien to him now. His expression turned solemn, and his words were laced with regret. "Sorry I couldn't show you that end," he said, shaking his head. "That sin is mine alone to bear, but..." His gaze shifted toward Merlin, piercing through the illusion of joviality the magus wore like armor. He took a pause. "You should be honest with yourself more, Merlin. It's not healthy to hide it behind a smile and shenanigans." For the first time, Merlin's composure cracked. His trademark grin faltered, his eyes flickering with something unguarded. He sighed, exasperated, almost like a child caught misbehaving. "Oh, come on," he groaned, throwing up his hands. "I'm just a little magus of flowers, who would even listen to my boring story." Edward laughed again, but this time it was genuine, carrying the warmth of a man who, despite everything, found amusement in life's fleeting truths. "Maybe next time," he said softly. "Farewell, Ritsuka-chan Merlin. I hope your stories have a happy ending unlike mine." His eyes fluttered shut. Around him the earth stirred. Vines erupted from the ground, twisting and coiling like serpents. They wound themselves around Edward's form, layer upon layer, as though nature itself sought to claim him. His body glowed faintly, the outline of his existence growing dimmer with each passing second. The vines tightened, enclosing him completely until no trace of the man remained. And then, in his place, a towering tree emerged. Its trunk shimmered with hues not of this world, and its branches stretched into the sky. Leaves of radiant color swayed gently, glowing faintly like stars suspended in daylight. It was a monument to mystery and sacrifice, to beginnings and endings. Ritsuka stood frozen, staring up at it with wide eyes. Her lips trembled as she spoke in a whisper, her voice barely audible over the faint rustle of the tree's leaves. "From dust we come, to dust we will return. This is our fate." Her hand clenched tighter around the grail. Merlin, ever the observer of human emotions, placed a gentle hand on her head. The touch was oddly comforting, fatherly even, though his own form was beginning to blur. His voice softened with rare sincerity. "Cheer up, Ritsuka-chan," he said, his smile gentle rather than playful. "Although it didn't end the way you hoped for, you have got your wish. Don't wallow in grief, Master of Chaldea. Move on and fight for what you believe in and never look back. Although your story will be full of blessings and curses, it's a great story to be told." Ritsuka sniffled, trying to force the tears down. "Why can't it just be full of blessings?" she grumbled, her voice breaking halfway through. Merlin's laughter rang out, light and genuine. His body was unraveling into countless petals, soft, delicate, white and violet flowers drifting apart with the breeze. "Now where's the fun in that?" he teased, his voice echoing faintly as more of him turned to petals. Ritsuka reached out as if to hold him there, but her fingers grasped nothing but the drifting blossoms. She clenched her fist, biting down on her lip hard enough to taste blood, but said nothing more. The last of Merlin's form scattered, carried off by a gust of wind. The petals spiraled into the sky, catching the first hints of dawn's light. Ritsuka was left standing alone, save for the tree that had once been Edward. She raised her gaze toward the heavens. The sun was just beginning to rise on the horizon, painting the sky in shades of orange and gold. The world seemed strangely still, as though holding its breath for what would come next. She whispered softly, her voice carried away by the wind. "Thank you, everyone. I will not fail this time." Her fingers tightened around the Holy Grail, its surface glowing faintly in response. She held it close, drawing strength from its warmth. Taking a deep breath, she whispered again, her tone steady despite the tears still clinging to her cheeks. "I wish for..." Her words trailed off, but the determination in her eyes was unmistakable. The future was uncertain. The path ahead promised sorrow as much as hope, loss as much as triumph. But in that moment, Ritsuka no longer faltered. She was ready to step forward. And the world, silent and waiting, braced itself for her wish. Capítulo 47, Fuck You Root. After finishing the mission of saving the timeline, Edward appeared back into the swirl of the root. The space was endless, its depths shifting like an ocean without water, and yet it felt suffocatingly close, as if the void itself pressed against his skin. He exhaled slowly, running a hand down his face. "Ah shit," he muttered, shaking his head as if to ward off the fatigue gnawing at his soul. "Here we go again." The familiar voice of Root, soft yet brimming with an almost mocking maturity, chimed in like a bell across the void. "Edward-kun, great job out there." She sounded cheerful, too cheerful, as though she hadn't just tossed him into another living hell. "You even caused destruction before the rebirth, which fits my world exactly. Nice one." Her voice materialized into a smiling figure, radiant and casual, giving him a playful thumbs up as though this were some light-hearted game. Edward pinched the bridge of his nose, whispering to himself, "She's the will of the world. She gave me new life. I can't hit her. Even though she's an annoying pest, I can't hit her. Be calm, be like Buddha. Don't break her face." Root leaned closer, tilting her head, eyes glimmering with curiosity as she poked his cheek. "Hello, Edward-kun, are you still in shock? Did you hit your head out there? Or do you want me to send you into another timeline to relax?" That snapped his patience. "Fuck you, Root," his voice cracked like a whip in the void. "You suck so hard that even a black hole sucks less than you." For once, Root froze, her expression blank. But Edward wasn't finished. First, you send me to a goddamn apocalypse timeline with no information. Then I had to say and do those edgy, cringe lines just to fit the stupid character theme you forced onto me. His fists clenched, veins bulging against his skin. He stepped toward her, his words spilling out like venom. But no, that wasn't enough. You sent your bitchy princess at me, someone I had to fight tooth and nail to beat. Then you ripped me apart again by making Scathach confess and die in my arms. Do you even know what PTSD is, you cosmic airhead? I already lost a friend who died protecting me, and then you pulled the same stunt again with Scathach of all people. Wasn't her life already filled with enough suffering? Root chuckled awkwardly, scratching her cheek with a finger. But that's heroic. She died protecting the first man she ever fell for in her long, long life. It's poetic, sad, and deeply touching, don't you think? Edward gritted his teeth so hard the sound echoed. Touching? Huh. Then why don't I bring Diddy over here so he can touch you in ways you definitely don't want? Root flinched, coughing into her hand. Why, you're in a very emotionally vulnerable place, so I'll ignore that remark. But what? Edward's eyes burned. I was fine in my own world, relaxing with my girlfriend, living my damn life. Not only did you ruin that, you dumped trauma on me that only your world is cursed with. And that thing with Scathach was that you're doing. Root looked away immediately, whistling badly. I have no idea what you're talking about. I certainly didn't pull her from the Shadowlands. And I definitely didn't, make your hand slip onto her chest. Edward almost lunged for her throat. You shitty world will. Root raised both hands in a placating gesture, smiling nervously. Now, Edward Cunn, no need to be angry. Didn't you get her token of love? You can use it to summon her in the future. Think about it, the heartfelt reunion. Edward's voice was sharp with scorn. Yeah, like I want to come back to this abyss again. Root's expression softened, her tone dropping to something almost pitiable. Did you really hate it that much? I do admit it might have gotten a little out of hand. Edward suddenly laughed, a loud, unhinged laugh that rang like broken glass in the void, mimicking the Joker. Root winced, stepping back. Hey now, don't laugh like that. It's creepy. Tell you what, next time I'll throw in another pretty girl for you. You like Tamamo-chan? Or maybe Artoria-chan like all the other kids? Edward's stare was unblinking, sharp enough to cut. You plan to hand me another tragic love story just so you can traumatize me again. Root waved her hands quickly. No. This time it's totally legit. Root, never lie about these things. She puffed her chest proudly as if expecting praise. Edward scoffed. Do you think I care about that? I already have 3 lovers and a crazy bitch chasing me for my seed. Add Scathach, that makes 5. You know what? Just give me my reward and let me leave. Root blinked innocently. Reward? Isn't the new friends you made, the bonds you forged, and the thrilling adventure the best reward? Edward cracked his knuckles slowly, the sound sharp in the stillness. You want to have a bad time. Root pouted, averting her gaze. You really are no fun. Fine, what do you want? You already have access to subtypes of true magic. DC's world can't even support true magic, you know? You can only use it here. Edward let out a long sigh, rubbing his temple. Then answer me this. In the future Ritsuka saw, what's the deal with the gun god joining the dark side? Root's pout deepened, lips curling downward like a child scolded. Boo, nobody likes spoilers. That's Ritsuka's problem, not yours. Then her eyes lit with mischief, a smirk spreading across her face. But don't worry, I gave her something to help. Edward paused, narrowing his eyes. Wait, what did you give her? Don't tell me. Root's grin widened, proud and mischievous all at once. I gave her something fun. Elsewhere, Ritsuka, who had made her wish to restore her timeline and was about to go back, suddenly froze in her tracks. Her eyes widened as a sudden brightness flared across the control room screen, forcing her to squint. The silence broke with the chime of an artificial voice. Ding, Chaldea system powered by Salt is online. Gacha features unlocked. Summon mythic heroes and fight alongside them, go on an epic adventure. Have fun and enjoy. For a moment, the words hung in the air like an omen. Ritsuka blinked at the screen, tilting her head in curiosity rather than alarm. She placed a hand on her chin, muttering as though puzzling over some new game mechanic. What's a gacha system? It sounds fun, she said brightly, as if she had just stumbled across a new minigame. The scene froze. Root, who had been showing this projection, clicked her tongue and turned toward Edward. She had expected a casual laugh, or at worst some sarcastic remark. Instead, Edward had gone completely pale. His knees buckled as he collapsed forward, palms pressed against the floor, his expression stricken as though the weight of countless bad rolls had just landed on his shoulders again. "Edward Cunn," Root nudged him gently with her foot, concern and mild annoyance mingling in her tone. "What's wrong? Isn't this fun?" Edward's lips trembled. He looked up, but his eyes were distant, haunted, as though he were staring straight into a bottomless abyss. His voice came out low, broken, almost like a prayer for deliverance. "You're a monster," he whispered, every syllable dripping with despair. "You've doomed us all." The images of black keys, mapo tofu, and useless 3-star craft essences came rushing back into his mind. His old trauma from the cursed gacha experience surged like a nightmare resurfacing, each memory another stab of pain. Root blinked, caught off guard by the depth of his reaction. She turned her face away, half defensive, half pouting. Now, don't be dramatic. She's a nice girl. The system will help her and won't cause any harm." She trailed off, her voice uncertain, before adding a muttered, "Probably." Edward slammed his hand against the ground before taking a long, shaky breath. His shoulders heaved as he fought to steady himself. Finally, he raised his head with grim resolve. "You know what?" he muttered. "It's not my problem. I'm not even part of this universe. I'm out of the gacha pool." Root coughed into her fist, deliberately looking away as she murmured, "For now." The room seemed to grow colder. Edward slowly turned his head toward her, his golden eyes narrowing with murderous intent. The menace radiating from his glare was so sharp that even Root, embodiment of the records, flinched and avoided eye contact. For a while, silence lingered between them. At last, Edward sighed and sat back, shaking his head. "So," he asked flatly, "what's my reward for all this suffering?" Root immediately perked up, straightening her posture with pride. She spread her arms wide as though unveiling a grand prize. "Well, I can grant you knowledge, items, activate your origin, anything you name." She lifted her chin with a smug smile, waiting for his gratitude. Instead, Edward's expression darkened with disappointment. His words dripped with scorn. "Can't even give me true magic and trying to rip me off with cheap items? Are you Root or Alea? This smells like a scam." Root's eye twitched, her jaw tightening. She gritted her teeth, trying not to snap. "You," she exhaled sharply, forcing herself into composure before replying gloomily. "Then, do you want another class card? You still lack some classes like Foreigner, Altar Gunner." Edward rubbed his chin thoughtfully, clearly weighing the idea. That's actually somewhat decent." He tapped his finger against his cheek, eyes narrowing as he ran through possibilities. "I already got EA, so Atlas weapons aren't needed. Maybe the Logos React would be useful to simulate things. But which hero are we talking about? You aren't planning to dump another problem child on me, are you?" Root stomped her foot, her frustration bubbling over. "You are not cute anymore. Before, you were all shy but kind and helpful. Not this. I want a refund." Edward's face hardened with judgment, his tone merciless. "Well, I'm disillusioned after meeting you too, so let's call it even." He tilted his head. "Let's say I want to pick a foreigner class hero. Can I choose myself or no?" Root crossed her arms with a huff, refusing to look at him directly. "Go ahead and choose what you want. I don't care anymore, HMPH." A grin slowly spread across Edward's face, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "All right, since you're being so generous, I'll pick the one I want. But how do I do that?" Root tossed him a blank class card. Its surface shimmered faintly with the word hero etched across it. "Imagine the hero you desire and the version you want. It must be a hero and have a human origin." She smirked with smug satisfaction, convinced she had cornered him. But the moment Edward looked down at the card, his shoulders began to shake. A strange sound escaped his lips, low at first, then rising until it echoed through the chamber. He started laughing. The laughter wasn't warm or amused. It was sharp, unhinged, the kind that made the hair on Root's neck stand on end. Edward Cunn," Root said nervously, her confidence faltering. "You're scaring me. Can you not laugh like that?" Edward didn't stop. Instead, he raised his head, his eyes gleaming with a manic light. "Thanks, Root. This at least makes up for the trauma. His grip tightened around the empty class card, channeling his will into it. Root's smirk faded into suspicion. She narrowed her eyes. Wait, who did you choose? Edward's laughter softened into a dark chuckle as the card in his hand began to glow, its surface shifting with golden light. A radiant symbol etched itself across it, the unmistakable mark of a hero. With an evil grin, Edward declared, I, Edward Elric, have a dream, to be ridiculously op. Root's face drained of color. Wait, no, that's hacks. Edward threw his head back and laughed triumphantly. Oh yeah, this is it. The card merged with his soul, sinking into his body like molten light. His aura surged, power crackling in the air as if reality itself bent to accommodate the change. After a moment, Edward steadied himself and walked casually toward Root, who instinctively flinched. What do you want now? She asked warily. Edward's smile softened into something deceptively gentle. He reached out and patted her head as though she were a child. There. Isn't it perfect? You got your timeline saved, and I got a cool power-up. It's a win-win. Root's face twitched in irritation. She smacked his hand away with a sharp slap. Do you think I'm a child you can fool? Now go home, you cheating character. She raised her hand, and a magic circle flared beneath Edward's feet. He felt the pull of transference as the energy built. Still, he only grinned and waved cheerfully. Don't call me unless you're willing to hand out another cheat. Root's teeth clenched, her anger barely contained. But suddenly, her lips curled into a smile, sweet and dangerous. I wasn't going to do this before, she said lightly, but since you annoyed me, you're now part of the gacha. Enjoy. Edward froze, his eyes widened in horror. Wait, we can discuss this in a civil manner. Panic intensifies. Root waved cheerfully, her voice almost sing-song. See you soon, Edward Kun. The last thing anyone heard before Edward vanished was not a word, but a howl of pure despair. His scream echoed through the Akashic records as his body was flung away. Fuak Yuwuruat. When the space finally fell silent, Root sighed and shook her head. Seriously, that child is a menace. I don't know anyone else who would dare trick me. I wonder, what will he do with that power? Meanwhile, Edward was being hurled through the void of space, spinning helplessly, his body flung like a rag doll by the hand of fate. Unlike a dignified sorcerer or chosen warrior, he looked like a man cast adrift, tumbling endlessly. The only constant was his scream, long and unbroken. He wasn't sure how long it lasted, only that his voice rang with a single truth. Fuak Yuwuruat. Edward crashed from the sky face down into a pile of sand with a deafening boom. The grains scattered in every direction as if recoiling from the impact. His body pressed into the warm earth, and for a long second he stayed there, stunned, his face buried. He coughed, spitting out mouthfuls of grit, his lungs stinging from the dryness. Slowly he pushed himself up, sand clinging stubbornly to his skin and hair. He brushed himself off with lazy swats, muttering under his breath. Feels like this happened before. His tone carried more amusement than irritation, the kind of half-smile that comes when fate repeats itself in ways both cruel and familiar. Standing upright, he looked around at the endless desert stretching under a pale sky. His boots sank slightly into the shifting dunes as he took a few steps. I wonder how long has passed since I left, he murmured, voice quiet but weighed with thought. His eyes narrowed, a faint crease of worry cutting across his brow. Hope not for too long. Before his thoughts could spiral further, a familiar melodic voice cut through the silence. It was playful, yet laced with a faint sharpness, like a blade hidden in velvet. Well, look who finally decided to show up after a year. Finally remembered you have a home. Edward froze mid-step. The edges of his lips tugged upward almost instantly, his chest easing with warmth. He turned his head toward the voice, and when his gaze found her, the tension drained out of him. Sorry, dear, Edward said, his tone soft and fond, walking forward without hesitation. Didn't know about the alternate flow of time. I was out for only a couple of days there. He reached out and wrapped his arms around her with the easy intimacy of someone who had missed her more than he cared to admit. His cheek brushed against her dark hair, and he exhaled against her ear. I'm home. Death chuckled softly, her lips curving into a smile that carried more truth than her teasing words. She leaned forward and kissed him with quiet tenderness, their connection immediate, natural, and grounding. Yet as her lips parted from his, her expression shifted into something sharper. "Welcome back," she said, then tilted her head slightly, her eyes narrowing. "Hold on, why do I feel another woman's smell on you? Someone kissed you." Edward stiffened. A bead of sweat slipped down his temple. He gave a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck as if that could save him. I kinda accidentally charmed someone, and this was a farewell kiss." Death's gaze remained fixed on him, scrutinizing. "And you achieved that in just 2 days?" Her voice held a note of suspicion, drawn out with deliberate weight. "That's rather interesting." Edward immediately pulled her into a firmer embrace, his arms tightening around her as though physical closeness could keep her doubts at bay. "It kinda just happened," he admitted in a low tone. "She was actually kinda like you, figuring out what emotions she felt, always alone in her long life, and a penchant for killing people." For the briefest moment, something flickered in Death's eyes, hesitation, a fragile mix of pride and curiosity she rarely let show. Her lips pressed together, and when she spoke again, her voice carried a dangerous lilt. "I don't mind it. I know you have rejected more women than accepted. But I do hope you don't start picking up girls the second I take my eyes off you." Her eyes gleamed with a dangerous light that made it very clear she was not joking. Edward's response was immediate and desperate. He straightened, nodding rapidly. "Of course not. You know I'm not the kind of guy who goes around doing that, especially when I have an adorable and amazing lover like you." The tension cracked slightly, and Death let out a small smile as she leaned back from him. She gave a short, approving nod before turning away, the edge in her eyes softening. "Very well then, let's go and meet your wives. I've already spoken with them about us after you left. They were rather happy to accept me as a sister." Edward blinked, his eyes widening. He coughed, a little alarm rising in his chest. "You didn't, threaten them or anything, right?" Death snorted, offended by the implication. "Of course not. Do you think I need to threaten someone?" Her voice was dismissive, as though the very idea was beneath her. Edward sighed, resigned, and reached for her hand. "All right then, let's go home. By the way, how did you find me so quickly?" Nonchalantly, Death lifted her free hand, her expression calm as she willed open a swirling portal of dark energy. "I've put a tiny bit of my power as a mark on you. This will make anyone abandon any thoughts killing you as they will feel fear. It also acts as a locator. As long as you are in this universe, I can find and appear next to you." Edward gave a nervous chuckle, scratching his cheek. "That's sweet, and scary at the same time." She just smiled sweetly and clasped his hand. Hand in hand, they stepped through the shimmering gateway, the world dissolving around them. When they emerged, the sight of Themyscira greeted Edward, golden light bathing the lush island, the sound of the sea humming in the distance, the scent of salt and olive groves heavy in the air. It was home, but even more than that, it was where his family awaited. The reunion was immediate and overwhelming. Hera, as always, was the first to reach him, throwing her arms around him possessively, clinging to him with little shame. On either side, Hippolyta and Death each took one of his hands, unwilling to let go. "Father," Diana's voice rang out with a mixture of joy and exasperation as she marched forward. She actually had to pry them off before she could throw her own arms around Edward. Her embrace was fierce, emotional, and for a moment she buried her face against his chest. She had missed him, and unlike the others, she wore her emotions unhidden. She had always been her father's loving daughter, spoiled, doted upon, but also fiercely loyal. Especially because Edward would not refuse her requests unless it was something ridiculous bringing her the stars in the sky. The family gathered for dinner soon after. Around the table, laughter and warmth filled the air as they caught up on the long months apart. Edward recounted his short but impactful travels in the Type Moon universe, his voice steady but heavy with the weight of battles fought and losses endured. When he described what had happened there, eyes glistened around the table. Even Hera, usually dramatic and demanding, grew quiet, her expression softening. Hippolyta and Death listened intently, their fingers brushing his hand as though to anchor him in the present. Edward, with a faint smile, reached into his belongings and presented the gifts he had brought back. Fine clothes, delicate jewelry, glittering accessories, each chosen with care. Diana's face lit up like a child's as she unwrapped a new Walkman and video player, her joy impossible to contain. Edward also brought her some girly stuff like stuffed animals. Hera, Hippolyta, and Death each accepted their gifts with genuine happiness, their eyes warming at the thoughtfulness behind them. When they donned the stylish modern clothes, Edward couldn't stop staring, the sight both surreal and delightful. Death, holding up a bag with blush across her cheeks, peeked at the lingerie tucked inside. "You are a pervert," she muttered, though her fingers tightened around the bag, unwilling to put it down. Dinner ended with the soft hum of contentment. As the plates cleared, Death rose from her seat. She pressed a long, lingering kiss against Edward's lips, whispering against him. She would leave them for the night, knowing Hera and Hippolyta would not let him rest. She didn't want her first time with him tangled in chaos. "Promise me you'll find time for me later," she said, her tone hushed but firm. Edward nodded, stroking her cheek with quiet sincerity. She whispered before leaving, "You can look forward to our next date." As she left, Diana groaned, dragging her new Walkman with her as she stormed off to her chambers. She muttered under her breath, annoyed at what she knew was coming. She wasn't scandalized like she used to be, but it still grated on her nerves. The thought of her usually stern and proper mother, reduced to a shameless woman in heat, whenever her father returned made her skin crawl and hide under a mountain. Not to mention Hera. Diana had long abandoned faith in the Greek gods, and her stepmother's unabashed moans did nothing to restore it. Sue even heard her saying things that made want to jump in the river Styx to cleanse her soul. Later, in the privacy of their chambers, Hera and Hippolyta entered clad in the Victoria's Secret lingerie Edward had bought for them. Edward's grin widened like a fool's as his eyes swept over them. Hippolyta flushed deeply, tugging at the hem. "Is this really something regular women wear? It's so indecent." Hera, unashamed, spun in place, striking a sultry pose. "Oh, hush, our husband brought us something nice. We should return the favor." And so the night began in Themyscira, where passion reigned and Edward found himself surrounded by the ones who loved him most. Yet even as he gave himself to them, the shadow of Scathach lingered in his heart. The ache of her absence could not be erased, but he knew he could do nothing for now. So he chose to cherish what lay before him, his lovers, his daughter, and the fragile peace of home. Capitulo 48, The Light and Darkness of Mankind. The days in Themyscira passed with an almost deceptive peace for Edward. His wives surrounded him with love, and his daughter brought him quiet joy that softened even the darkest of his memories. Sometimes, when the weight of centuries pressed too heavily on his shoulders, he would slip away with Death herself, walking with her across the beaches or through the gardens of the island. Their conversations drifted between the personal and the eternal, she teasing him about his stubbornness, him needling her for being too cryptic about the fate of the world. Delirium would appear whenever the mood struck her, sudden and chaotic, disrupting whatever calm he had found. Edward never minded. Her presence was like a spark against the numbness of immortality. She clung to him like an excitable child, and he indulged her, taking her on adventures that twisted into chaos with every step. One time, he handed her a floating umbrella, and she shot up into the sky, shrieking and flailing in a way that would later echo into myth, inspiring whispers that eventually shaped into the story of Mary Poppins. Fenrir, watching the scene unfold, leapt into his true form to snatch her from the skies before she drifted too far, and she laughed as though it had all been a game. Unlike the shadowed history of his former world, the medieval era here did not drown in despair. He watched cities rise and kingdoms fall with the same still gaze he had carried for centuries. The fall of Constantinople unfolded before him, and for once, he remained apart. His ties with the empire had long since severed, Orlais being the last Roman he had known well, a man who had grown into a ruler of note in his own right. Curiosity, however, still pulled him. He spoke with Sultan Mehmed I one evening, the young conqueror mistaking Edward's descent from the clouds as the arrival of an angel. They sat together through the night, the Sultan pressing him with questions about the world, history, and even God. Edward answered as much as he could, careful with his words, but honest in his manner. By morning, Mehmed promised him that his prisoners would be treated with dignity, his subjects with fairness. Edward left before dawn, the Sultan staring after him, believing he had spoken with a messenger of heaven. His hand against the church had shifted the tide of Europe more than even he had expected. By exposing their manipulation of sacred texts and their indulgences in corruption, he had stripped them of much of their influence. The Crusades never reached the fever pitch they had in his old world, and without that, their control over kings and commoners waned. The 100 Years' War eventually sputtered to its end, leaving Britannia fractured. Civil war broke out, the War of the Roses, and Edward stood aside. It was not his place to mend every wound or tilt every balance. He had seen too much of what interference could create. But time carried its own weight. After 2.5 millennia of life, he found that fewer and fewer things could stir him. He had stood atop mountains, walked the deserts, dived into the depths of seas, and still the spark was dimming. Once, he hurled himself from the peak of Everest, simply to feel something. He had landed without a scratch. In the place where he landed, he built a monastery, a quiet sanctuary for wanderers seeking meaning. Unknown to him then, it would one day twist the threads of destiny. By the 1500s, Edward felt the weariness pressing harder. He could not be everywhere. He could not save everyone. More importantly, he should not. Humanity needed to grow into its own strength. His task now was not to lead from the front, but to build those who could lead without him. With that resolve, he left Themyscira behind, kissing his wives and daughter farewell, promising he would return. His first destination was the Brotherhood of Assassins. Founded centuries ago by Hassan I-Sabbah, the order still clung to much of its original idealism, unlike the corrupted version he had seen in another timeline. Yet its current leadership disappointed him. They were short-sighted, selfish, more concerned with power than with truth. The rank and file still held loyalty to the cause, but their leaders were unfit. Edward knew he would need them. He dreamed of an organization that would guide humanity silently, without shackles, never ruling, only nudging from the shadows. But to claim the assassins, he would have to break them first. He carried a relic, one powerful enough to sway them, tied to a heroic spirit of their creed. Flashback. Edward stood before the assembled brotherhood, hundreds of assassins arrayed in a hidden courtyard. Their blades glimmered faintly in the torchlight, their faces masked. He looked at them and let out a weary sigh. "Do we truly need to fight?" he asked, voice calm. "I already dealt with your leaders. A lot of you has joined me. Must the rest of you throw yourselves into the fire for nothing?" A ripple of anger passed through the crowd. One of the older men, his face wrapped in cloth, stepped forward. "You dare mock us, foreigner. You think to conquer the Brotherhood with words? Our lives are for the cause. We will die before we let you twist it." Inside Edward's mind, the voice of the heroic spirit stirred, assassin. He chuckled, his tone both amused and grim. These men are bound to their creed through loyalty or fanatism. Convincing them is wasted breath. Their leaders are gone, still they hang on to it. Now only the relic can bind them. Edward answered silently, "I'd rather not force their will, even if they are killers, not unless I must." The elder's hand trembled, then in a sudden flash, he hurled a dagger at Edward's head. Edward raised 2 fingers, catching it effortlessly. He asked, "Would truly not dedicate yourself to a just cause, to truly help mankind?" Some hesitated, but others took out their weapons. His sigh carried finality. "Very well," he said softly. "Equip assassin." A surge of wind roared outward, kicking up sand and dust. A blinding light enveloped his body, forcing the assassins to shield their eyes. When it faded, Edward was no longer himself. Before them now stood a figure in black robes lined with red and gold. Half his face was hidden by cloth, the other showing the weathered features of a middle-aged man with a dark beard streaked with white. This was the assassin heroic spirit Edward possessed, one who he used to take down most of the Brotherhood. This was Altair ibn Lahad, garbed in the armor of Eden. Murmurs rippled through the Brotherhood. They could sense that whatever has happened, this other man now standing in front of them was a greater assassin. Edward raised his hand. In his palm, an artifact appeared, glimmering under the sun. It was the apple of Eden, pulsing with light. His voice carried across the courtyard. "Forget the past," he commanded. "Start anew, not bound by lies but by truth. Your goal is to eliminate anybody trying to cause war, destruction, and instability. protect humanity as you would protect your children." Then he added with a smile, "Nothing is true, everything is permitted." The apple of Eden shone brilliantly. A wave of energy rippled through the assassins, and they fell to their knees one by one. Their minds bent, not shattered. Their past sins in exchange for a chance at redemption. Edward didn't alter their entire being, just the worst parts. They were reborn, their loyalty tied not to the corrupted leaders of before, but to Edward and the cause he envisioned. They lifted their heads, their eyes alight with conviction. Most of the brotherhood was his, but the ones who escaped will probably form a new order. He will wait for them if they chose to attack in retaliation. Altair himself was guiding him, so he won't fail like he didn't. Edward left the courtyard in silence, the apple of Eden dimmed in his hand. His mind weighed heavy, but he knew it had to be done. He had not destroyed them. He had remade them. He needed an army absolutely loyal to the cause, a force of shadows that hide beneath the light. Flashback ends. Thus the foundation of his new order was laid. He would go on to recruit many visionaries from all over the world. Magicians from Von Arland, shamans from Eternia, oracles from Greece, brilliant inventors and scientists like Galileo, Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, Nikola Tesla, Marie Curie, and many more would in time become a part of this secret organization. He named it the Order of Light, an organization meant to guide humanity toward its better self. But in time, the world would call it by another name, the Illuminati, although many would consider it just a conspiracy theory. A shadowy brotherhood, invisible but ever-present, devoted not to power or dominance, but for the salvation of mankind. There was one small act, almost careless, that spiraled beyond his intent. He sunk the ship of Christopher Columbus before it returned with the slaves. When he came upon the natives who would have been consumed by conquest, he urged them to gather their belongings and move west and south. Some listened, placing their faith in his words. Others mistrusted him, seeing only another figure of power come to disturb their ways. Edward respected their decision and left them in peace. For those who followed, he created something greater. With his magic, he wove a barrier around their new land, one that no ill-willed invader could breach. There, the people found safety and built a new home they called Ahanukai, the land of harmony and laughter. They even raised statues in his honor, celebrating him as their protector. Edward stayed only long enough to see them settled, then returned to his greater task of building the order. After establishing the Order of Light, Edward finally felt he could breathe. For centuries, he had carried the weight of every decision, every turning point, and every war upon his shoulders. Now, with the age of discovery dawning and the Industrial Revolution waiting on the horizon, he knew the world would soon change in ways no king or conqueror could halt. It was time to gather minds that could guide humanity with him, not just follow his hand blindly. His first thought was to turn toward men whose genius had already bent the course of history. The first name on his lips was Lorenzo Valla, the brilliant humanist and scholar whose writings had once exposed the forgeries of the Church. But when Edward sought him out, he found himself too late. Valla had died decades earlier, leaving a void that could never quite be filled. The next was Leonardo da Vinci. Edward met him in Florence, a city still buzzing with art, invention, and dangerous politics. Leonardo was exactly as the stories claimed, quick-eyed, sharp-tongued, and endlessly curious. When Edward sat him down and spoke of the order, Leonardo listened without a word at first, sketching as he absorbed every phrase. Edward explained the purpose, not only to guide humanity with knowledge, technology, and ideas, but also to place limits on destruction and war, to safeguard mankind against threats from the stars as well as from themselves. Leonardo's brush paused the moment Edward mentioned civilizations beyond Earth, his face lit with the joy of a child and the hunger of a genius. "Aliens," he muttered, rolling the word as if tasting it for the first time. "So the heavens are not empty after all. Then invention is no longer vanity, it is necessity." His acceptance of the order's purpose was immediate, and his curiosity boundless. Edward's next choice was Nicolaus Copernicus, then a young man whose ideas about the stars were beginning to take shape. Edward introduced him to advanced concepts of mathematics and physiology, offering knowledge centuries beyond his age. Copernicus listened with rapt attention, his world opening wider with each revelation. After learning what Edward knew of the heavens and of the stars' true nature, Copernicus pledged himself to the order, almost reverently. "You are giving me the language of the cosmos itself," he said, eyes gleaming. Then came Niccolò Machiavelli. Edward met him later, in the midst of Florentine intrigue, where Machiavelli's wit and sharpness were already notorious. He listened to Edward with skepticism at first, but the more Edward spoke of politics beyond kings, of governance beyond ambition, the more his doubt turned to fascination. "Your knowledge makes mockery of every prince and pretender I have studied," Machiavelli admitted. "If your order has the power to shape rulers, then perhaps I belong here." After some convincing, he agreed to join, though Edward made it clear that his plans would always be subject to oversight. That oversight was the core of Edward's vision. Every member of the order would undergo regular inspections of their works and plans. None would be given unchecked power. Before taking any major action, they would need to communicate with him directly. With the apple of Eden in hand, Edward could test the consequences of each path, guiding them toward choices that would benefit mankind without descending into tyranny. By the year 1550, the order had established its headquarters, a quiet sanctuary of thought and planning where visionaries debated and constructed the future. Edward believed he could at last step back, watch, and trust, yet history never allowed him such peace. He had thought he could finally relax, yet once again the world threatened to drown itself in war. The spread of gunpowder and firearms was changing warfare forever, and Edward could already see the chaos it would unleash. He expected the next storm to come from that direction, but the first upheaval arrived from a different quarter. The Second Crusade had become a beast no one could recognize. What had once been the rallying cry of knights, priests, and pilgrims for Jerusalem was now nothing more than the cloak of greed. The kingdoms of Spain, Britain, and Portugal, drunk on the wealth of their new budding empires and their ships that cut through oceans, had dressed their hunger for land and gold in the language of God. What they now called a holy crusade was not to reclaim a relic or a shrine, but to conquer entire continents. The target of their zealotry was no longer the Holy Land, but Eternia. Eternia, once called Africa, was nothing like the tales the Europeans whispered to each other in their courts and taverns. Those old myths of savagery and weakness had long since withered. Under Edward's hand centuries before, the continent had found unity where there had once been only fracture. Kings and queens had been guided to trust one another. Scholars and artificers had turned their attention to discovery rather than division. Rich with iron, gold, and fertile fields, Eternia had moved faster than anyone outside its borders could have believed. Steam engines rumbled along their trade routes. Alchemists and magi together studied the sparks of electricity. Their armies wielded not only steel, but magic woven from the land itself. And they were not alone. Beside them stood Von Arland, a confederation of Greenland and the northern lands that would one day be called Canada. These northerners were no strangers to survival, and under Edward's distant hand, they too had grown into a formidable people. Their bond with magic ran deep, frost and storm answering their call. These were not the broken and desperate peoples Europe had told itself it could enslave. These were powers rising, strong enough to defend themselves. Still, the so-called Crusaders pressed on. Edward could hardly believe it when the truth reached him. The kings of Spain, Britain, and Portugal had taken the very horror he once fought, the enslavement of Africans, and dressed it in the language of piety. They had turned chains and plunder into sacraments, a holy war against heretics. A crusade not of faith but of profit. Worse still, when he pressed the order of his allies for the truth, the blade turned and cut deeper. This war was born of his shadow. The Vatican had spread word of him. His long defiance of their authority, his resistance to their shaping of history, his protection of peoples they had sought to control, it had earned him their undying hatred. The clergy named him heretic, corrupter, false prophet. They warned the kings that his touch had poisoned lands, that only holy fire could cleanse them. The kings saw their chance. Cloaking greed in faith, they declared a crusade not only to erase his name, but to claim the lands he had touched, with their resources and their riches. With muskets, cannons, and gunpowder swelling their courage, the kings convinced themselves they could shatter both Eternia's walls and Edward's legend. For them, this was never about the cross. It was about glory. It was about treasure. They gathered an armada larger than any ever seen, over 1,000 ships, creaking and swelling on the waves, carrying nearly 300,000 men. Soldiers, priests, mages, mercenaries, a tide of steel and hunger that no coastal village could hope to stop. When they landed on Eternia's shores, the first battles were massacres. Outcasts, criminals, and exiles who had lived beyond the protection of Eternia's great cities were slaughtered or chained. They used the old magic of the lands to aid them. Crusader priests and mages blessed the shackles. Soldiers sang hymns as they drove women and children onto ships. Fire and smoke rose into the sky, thick enough that even Edward, far above, could smell the ash. But conquest faltered when they marched deeper. The armies of Europe met not broken tribes, but the barrier magics of the united Eternians. Shields of shimmering light rose before their cities. Spears of fire and wind struck from the ramparts. Muskets cracked in vain against walls that refused to break. What followed was no triumph, but a grinding war of attrition. Months dragged on. The Crusaders bled and gained little. Disease crept into their camps. Every step forward was bought with lives. Every victory was matched with a counterstroke of magic and steel. And still, the kings spread their fleets further. Spain sent ships south to seek more lands to enslave. Portugal combed the coasts for ports to seize. Britain, restless, pushed westward with a great fleet, seeking new territories across the ocean, into the lands that would one day be called America. Edward watched it unfold from above the clouds, his heart sinking heavier each day. He had thought that perhaps, after stepping away, building an order to guide them, history might find its own peace. Yet here it was again, men twisting faith into chains, twisting his very name into a reason for slaughter. It was as though history would always find a way to bleed, even from the shadow of his footsteps. It was then he turned his gaze north. Vanarland. He descended before its king, a warrior-sorcerer crowned not with gold but with carved ice and steel. Edward told him plainly, take all the land of the north. The forests, the rivers, the coasts that would one day be Canada, all of it must be theirs. He shall bless those lands so they remain a sanctuary for humans escaping the wars. They would be the bulwark against the empire that would one day rise in the south. Against the hunger of a future America, Vanarland would need strength enough to endure. But it was not only strategy. In his heart lay something more selfish, something more human. The land had once been his own home in another life. He wanted it strong. He wanted it whole. He wanted the land of his birth to rise as a true nation, one that could hold harmony, not be torn apart by conquest. Only if he entrusted it to Vanarland, guided by his will, would that dream take root. Yet even with that hope, the war in Eternia weighed on him. Cities held, armies stood, but every clash left graves behind. For all their progress, for all their unity, the blood of the young still ran into the soil. He had watched enough slaughter to know when death served no cause. This was death for greed, dressed in the robes of holiness. Edward's patience frayed. Mercy had been his gift before, when he could afford it. But now, looking upon the countless corpses, seeing the cries of chained innocents and the arrogance of kings across the sea, he felt that mercy was wasted. And so he chose to descend. He would no longer watch from the heavens as these false crusaders called upon God, and claiming it was will of the boy he raised, while bathing in chains. He would show them what it meant to stand before him, not only his kindness, but the wrath that had broken empires and humbled gods. If they wished to make him the shadow behind their holy war, then he would step into that shadow and burn it into their memory. Edward dropped from the clouds, his figure cutting through the storm. For the first time since the war began, the Crusaders would see not the faces of Eternia's defenders, but his. And they would learn why his name had been both feared and loved for centuries. If you guys love the story and feel like buying me some milk, so that I don't run off for 20 years to get it, you can follow the link below to join my Patreon. Remove the space after HTTPS. https://www.patreon.com/c/virtuoso777 redirect equals true. Capitulo 49 of Glory and Conquest. As Edward descended upon the lands of Eternia, a thunderous cheer erupted from the gathered masses. The roar of thousands carried across the lush plains, voices raised in reverence. How could they not recognize the figure before them, the one they called the Father of Beginning? To them, he was no distant god perched above the heavens, but the being who had once walked these same grounds and turned a wasteland into paradise with his own hands. The barren, cracked earth of old had become a thriving paradise of green, rivers, and fruit-bearing fields under his guidance. Unlike the fickle gods who demanded endless offerings, Edward had asked for nothing. He gave, and kept giving, expecting no worship in return. Still, even now, as he stood with his cloak brushing against the warm winds, he could not stop them. Their cheers carried love, faith, and gratitude so sincere it pierced through him. Despite his words over the years, "I am no god, do not raise me higher than yourselves," their devotion never faded. They saw him in every heroic spirit that bore his likeness, interpreting them as his many divine aspects. To them, his legend had become inseparable from his existence. Edward sighed, raising a hand to cover part of his face, though a helpless smile tugged at his lips. Their belief was overwhelming. He didn't wish for it, yet he couldn't harden himself against such sincere love. But not all hearts in the crowd beat with joy. Across the battlefield, the crusaders glared with burning fury. Cloaked bishops stepped forward from among them, their jeweled crosses glinting under the sun. Their voices rang like hammers against iron. "That is the heretic," one bishop bellowed, lifting his crozier high. "He dares sway the faithful with false miracles. Slay him and bring the light of Christ into these corrupted lands. God stands with us." The kings, armored and seated proudly upon their horses, did not echo the words with passion. Their expressions betrayed little more than tension, men calculating the tides of war and whether this confrontation served their crowns. Yet among the massed soldiers, fervor rose like fire catching dry brush. Devout men gripped their weapons tighter, eyes flashing with zeal. "Deus vult," they roared as one. Edward groaned, dragging a hand down his face. "Seriously, Deus vult? I've met the big guy, believe me, this is the last thing he'd will." His voice grew sharper, rising above the thunder of boots and banners. "Listen to me, O ignorant fools," he shouted, his words rolling over the field. "Your kings, do they care for God's will? No, they care for land, for gold, for their own swollen pride. And your bishops, they claim the mantle of holy men, yet they twist his name to chain you to their greed. They speak of paradise while they cower safely behind your shields." He raised his arm, pointing toward the soldiers, voice ringing with condemnation. "Are you truly willing to die so these liars can keep tormenting your children and your children's children? Is your faith so blind, your heart so numb, that you cannot see truth from falsehood, justice from corruption?" A ripple of unease broke among the crusader lines. Soldiers muttered to one another, weapons faltering in their grips. Doubt edged its way into their expressions. But the bishops were quick to strike back. "Do not heed the devil's tongue," one cried desperately. "He is no savior but the incarnation of hell itself. His words are poison to lure you from salvation. Attack and slay him, and paradise shall be yours." The hesitation shattered. With a resounding cry, lines of armored men surged forward, swords raised, banners whipping in the wind. Edward stood still, watching them come. A heavy ache pressed against his chest. These were the very people he had bled for, sacrificed for, protected through centuries of trial. Now their blades were bared against him. His face hardened, but behind it, sorrow weighed deep. Before he could speak again, another burst of roar broke out. Not from the crusaders, but from behind him. "How dare you call the Great Father a devil? They dare slander our God, our protector. We should cut them down where they stand. You invade our lands, butcher our kin, and now insult him, the kindest being to ever walk this world. You deserve no mercy." The voices of Eternia's people rose into a storm of outrage. The anger in their eyes was unrestrained, their hands itching to tear down the barrier that shielded them just to strike the crusaders themselves. They had tolerated much, the war, the losses, the insults due to their skin color. But to call him, the man who saved them, a devil, that crossed every line. Their blood boiled hotter than any flame. Edward turned to them and raised his hand gently, smiling faintly despite the rage burning on their behalf. His voice, calm but resolute, cut through their shouts. "Stand back, my children. This is not your burden to carry, it is mine. I am the reason they march here, the spark for their war, so let me be the one to finish it. From safety, bear witness. See for yourselves what becomes of men when mercy fails and judgment descends." His voice lowered to a murmur as he turned inward, speaking into the bond of his soul. "Rider, a stage worthy for your armies has been prepared. Let us show them what true conquest looks like." A thunderous laugh echoed in his mind, vibrant and full of life. Finally, Ryder's voice boomed with delight. "I feared you'd forgot me, lad. My strength is yours, as always, and my men's as well. Together, let us sing of conquest and carve glory across the ages once more." Edward chuckled softly, whispering under his breath, "Then let us begin. Equip, Ryder." The air around him surged. A wave of force burst outward, halting the charge of the Crusader lines. Their boots skidded in the dirt, eyes wide as light engulfed Edward's form. Thunder cracked, the light twisted, reshaping into another figure. From the blaze stepped a towering man with a mane of wild red hair. Muscles rippled beneath his armor as he sat astride a massive black steed, a curved sword resting at his hip. The aura he carried was magnetic, exuding unshakable confidence and infectious charm. The king of conquerors, Iskandar, or better known as Alexander the Great, had answered the call. Edward, now clad in rider's might, looked across the stunned battlefield. His expression was calm, yet his voice carried steel. "My apologies, you poor souls," he said, raising the sword from his hip high into the sky, "for what's about to happen." His voice roared like a command across the heavens. "Their bodies may return to ash, but their spirits still hear my call. These men are my loyal followers, my comrades beyond time and death. They are my treasure of treasures, my right to rule, the proof of conquest itself." The sword glinted as his words thundered. "They are the companions who stood beside me. They are my ultimate proof kingship. This is the ultimate conquest. I possess Ionian heteroi." A blinding light consumed the battlefield, swallowing crusaders, kings, and bishops alike. The world seemed to dissolve, the ground beneath them falling away. When their vision cleared, the scene had changed. The crusaders found themselves standing beneath a scorching sun, the air shimmering with unbearable heat. Before them stretched an endless desert, dunes rolling like waves beneath a sky of fire. The sheer scale left them frozen, breathless with fear. Edward's voice carried through the sweltering air. "My glorious armies once marched across these deserts, their steps echoing through history, and now, behold them once more." From beyond the dunes came the sound. A low tremor, a rhythmic thunder of boots and hooves. It grew louder, closer, until the desert itself seemed to quake beneath the weight of an advancing tide. Sand shifted, and from the shimmering horizon, ranks upon ranks of soldiers emerged. Spears glittered, banners waved, and countless warriors marched in perfect formation. Their faces were stern, their steps unwavering. One after another, the numbers swelled, until the crusaders realized the truth. They were surrounded by an army stretching into hundreds of thousands. This was no mere army. This was a legend summoned into reality, Alexander's greatest triumph given form. The Ionian heteroi. And Edward stood at their head riding Bucephalus, about to show them true conquest. The desert wind howled through the vast expanse of the Ionian heteroi, carrying the heat of the conjured sun and the weight of inevitability. The crusaders, though disciplined and drilled, faltered in the face of the surreal. Soldiers in battered armor raised their muskets with trembling hands, priests fumbled with holy relics, and spellcasters. Those few learned in the arcane arts granted by the church muttered incantations in hurried panic. "Stand firm," one of the bishops screamed, his voice cracking in desperation. "The Lord is with us. Do not falter before illusions of the devil." But his words, however loud, could not still the tremors in the men's hands. From across the endless sands, the heteroi moved. Rows upon rows of armored cavalry, gleaming bronze and steel, banners fluttering proudly in the scorching wind. The earth itself seemed to quake under the march of hooves, the unified steps of hundreds of thousands echoing like a thunderstorm. At their head rode himself, towering upon Bucephalus, his grin fierce, eyes shining with the joy of conquest. The aura he exuded was not merely of a general, it was of a king, one who carried the will of his men and the fire of glory with every breath. Behind him, his heteroi followed with unshakable loyalty, the bonds of brotherhood binding them stronger than steel. Edward watched, his hand still upon the hilt of the conjured blade, his expression heavy. He could see the Crusaders' fear, the hesitation, the blind faith they clung to. For a fleeting moment, he wondered if mercy could still reach them, but their bishops screamed again. "Loose your muskets, fire in God's name." A line of musketeers leveled their barrels, gunpowder smoke filling the air. With a deafening crack, the volley erupted. Bullets tore through the air toward the oncoming army. The first rank of heteroi raised their shields in practiced unison. The musket balls struck, sparking harmlessly against the bronze, bouncing away into the sand. Even those that pierced through armor merely slowed men who had already died once before, summoned by loyalty beyond death. The Crusaders gasped. "Reload, quickly reload," officers shouted, but the pace of the heteroi's charge gave them no time. Then the Crusader mages raised their staffs and hands, chanting in Latin, weaving spells sanctioned by their faith. Bolts of holy light, bursts of fire, and gusts of divine wind lashed out toward the heteroi. The desert lit up with explosions, dust rising high into the sky. For a moment, the Crusaders cheered, believing their magic had struck true. But as the smoke cleared, the sight broke their hope. The heteroi emerged through the haze, their formation unbroken. The spells burned some, scorched banners, and tore into the sand, but the army pressed forward, undeterred like an endless tide. The bishops turned pale. "Impossible, these are but phantoms." "No," Edward's voice cut through, steady and resolute. His gaze locked upon them, the weight of ages behind his words. "These are not phantoms. They are the will of men who chose to follow me, and against such bonds your greed-born faith shatters." Then came the command. Edward raised his sword high, his voice booming with infectious energy. "And why, comrades, forward, show them the glory of our conquest." The ground shook as the cavalry broke into full charge. A wall of steel, flesh, and fury thundered toward the Crusader ranks. The desert wind carried their unified roar, drowning the feeble cries of the bishops. The Crusaders braced. Shields locked, pikes leveled, muskets hastily fired again. But it was like trying to stop a storm with bare hands. The impact was cataclysmic. The heteroi smashed into the Crusader front lines with unstoppable force. Horses barreled through men, spears shattered shields, swords cleaved armor. Screams filled the desert as the Crusaders' disciplined ranks were broken like glass against stone. Blood stained the sands, torn banners fell beneath trampling hooves, and the once proud cries of Deus Vult turned into shrieks of despair. Musketeers tried to fire point-blank, but were cut down by riders before their triggers pulled. Pikemen thrust upward, only to be dragged down and trampled. The bishops screamed prayers, raising crosses and relics, only for heteroi lances to impale them mid-chant. The Crusader mages fought desperately, summoning more fire and light. A few of the heteroi were burned down, their summoned forms dissipating into motes of golden dust. But the sheer tide of cavalry swallowed the casters before their spells finished, blades silencing their prayers. The desert rang with the clash of steel, the roar of horses, and the cries of the dying. Edward stood tall amidst it all, his expression grim. He felt the weight of every scream, every soldier crushed beneath the inevitable. Yet his resolve did not waver. His people had been threatened, his name slandered, and mercy had been spat upon. Now judgment fell. From behind him, the people of Eternia watched through the veil of the barrier. Some cried at the sight of the slaughter, their hearts heavy. Others clenched their fists, voices raised in anger and vindication. They saw their father's gentle will, not as a distant god, but as the man who once walked their lands, guiding them, protecting them. Now he had to slaughter their enemies and stain his hand with blood. Ishkandar reveled in the battle, his laughter booming as Edward carved through enemy ranks, his heteroi echoing his fervor. "See, Edward, this is the bond of men, unshakable. This is what it means to conquer, not to enslave, but to share glory with those who choose to follow." Edward gave a faint, solemn smile, His voice, softer, carried in the desert wind. Yes, and may they see what true kingship means before their final breath. The battle raged on. In mere moments, the Crusaders' numbers dwindled. Muskets and magic, relics and prayers, it was all drowned beneath the tide of the Heteroi. The kings who had stood aloof behind their lines watched in horror as their armies were torn apart before their eyes. The sands of the desert ran red, the Crusaders' cries fading into silence, until only the thunder of hooves and the triumphant roar of the Heteroi remained. Under the blinding heat of the desert sun that Ionian Heteroi conjured, the cries of dying Crusaders filled the air. The mighty clash was over almost as soon as it began. Steel, hooves, and unbreakable loyalty had shredded through the devout armies that had raised their banners against Edward. Gunfire, spells, and chants meant to burn heresy to ash had all been drowned beneath the relentless charge of the Heteroi. Their cannons cracked, muskets thundered, priests screamed as they cast rites of sanctity, but against the endless tide of Alexander's eternal companions, it was nothing. When the dust began to settle and the reality marble started to fade, only fragments of what had once been a proud crusading host remained. Men who still clutched their weapons trembled, too paralyzed by fear to strike again. Their faith, their chants of Deus Vult, had been buried beneath the sand. And as silence grew, the true horror of what they had witnessed began to sink in. The bishops and kings who had stood at the rear, away from the carnage, had grown pale. They were supposed to be divinely guided, champions of heaven itself. Yet they had watched their army, hundreds of thousands crushed, not by demons or devils, but by heroes of legend who answered Edward's call. This cannot be," one bishop stammered, clutching his cross so tightly it drew blood from his hand. We were chosen, we had God's blessing." The King of Spain, one who had been bold earlier, speaking of reclaiming lands and glory, was now drenched in sweat, his lips trembling. "We cannot win this. We must leave. Now, before he turns his wrath upon us." The bishops scrambled, robes trailing in the sand, spouting prayers as though words alone could shield them. One king ordered their guards to flee, others abandoned all dignity, dropping their banners as they stumbled through the desert mirage. But Edward was already moving. His steps were slow at first, deliberate, the weight of inevitability in them. His face held no joy, no thrill in this slaughter, only a grave determination. He had spared the soldiers once, tried to reason with them, even offered them mercy. Yet their leaders, the bishops with their venomous tongues, the kings who drove men to war for land and gold, still chose greed and deception. Edward's voice echoed across the battlefield. "You send your armies here, knowing nothing of this land. You preach God's will, when in truth you serve only your greed. Your soldiers fight and die while you cower at the back, poisoning their faith. I gave you a chance. You refused it." The Eternians surrounded the retreating nobles like a tightening noose. Their massive war horses trampled the sand, eyes glowing with loyalty and fury. The kings and bishops looked around frantically, finding no way out. "Mercy," one bishop whimpered, falling to his knees. "Great Father Mercy, we were only serving the will of the Lord and Christ." Edward's eyes hardened in fury. "Do not twist his name. I have spoken with him, held him in my arms, and watched him die at the hands of the same people he wished to save. Yet you use his word as a weapon for your greed. You dare to claim your crimes are holy. For that, there will be no forgiveness." He raised his hand. The people surged forward like a storm. In moments, swords cut through silk robes, spears impaled armored guards, and the cries of kings and bishops were swallowed in the desert wind. Some tried to run, but the riders cut them down effortlessly. Blood darkened the golden sands. Edward himself drew closer to the central group of king's guards. He did not rush, nor did he need to. They fell one by one until only a handful remained. He stood before them, his gaze unflinching. "Your greed has claimed enough lives. Your people suffer while you gorge yourselves on wealth. And when you lack more to steal, you send armies across seas to rob others. That ends here." With swift, brutal efficiency, he struck them down. Swords fell, heads rolled, their pleas silenced. There was no cruelty in his strikes, but no hesitation either. Justice, not vengeance, guided his hand. When it was done, the battlefield was quiet again, save for the groans of wounded crusaders left alive. Edward turned to them. His voice softened, though it carried the same weight. You fought because you were told this was holy. You fought because you were lied to. I will not punish you for being deceived. You will live, but you will carry my message home. The surviving men looked at him with a mix of fear and awe. They expected death. Instead, they were being given life and a burden. Edward gestured, and the Eternians brought forward the severed heads of the slain kings and bishops, placing them in iron chests. Edward's hands glowed faintly as he sealed them shut with an ancient mark. These will go with you, Edward declared. You will return to your nations and popes. Carry these heads to their courts, to their people, so they see the truth of those who led them into ruin. The men flinched, but none dared resist. Edward then pulled a parchment from within his cloak, conjured with a flare of mana, and began writing with deliberate precision. His words carried the finality of law, his tone unbending. This is my warning. If your greed does not end, if you once again send armies across seas to slaughter the innocent, then my mercy will end. The seas you cross will not carry your ships, they will swallow them whole. Your lands will not shelter you, they will sink into the ocean. I will erase your kingdoms from the earth itself, and no prayer will save you. When he finished, Edward pressed his seal upon the parchment. The glow of it made the Crusaders shrink back, as if they could feel the power within those words. He handed the sealed letter to the trembling survivors. Deliver this message. Do not falter, do not change a word. If you try to twist it, if you think to deceive again, then know this, I will know, and I will come. The men nodded frantically, clutching the chest and the letter as if they were holy relics. Edward turned his back to them, dismissing them with a wave. Behind him, the people of Eternia stood in silence, their anger still simmering but tempered now by awe. They had seen their divine guardian strike down kings and soldiers alike. They had seen his judgment, his mercy, and his wrath, all for their sake. They kneeled in front of him with gratitude. Edward lifted his hand toward them, his voice calm again. The danger is gone, go back to your homes. Live, build, remember only this, mercy is a virtue, not a weakness. But when greed refuses to yield, then judgment must fall. I am proud of you, my children, for you have followed my teachings. You give me hope that there might yet be a chance for salvation. The people bowed deeply, their cheers muted now, reverent. They did not see him as a conqueror, nor as a tyrant god, but as the one who bore their burdens, who protected them even when it broke his own heart. Edward stood quietly for a long moment, watching the surviving crusaders being escorted to the shore, where ships would take them back across the sea. His heart was heavy, but his resolve was unbroken. He had shown mercy once more, but he had also made it clear, if they came again, they would not find a forgiving father waiting. They would find the abyss. Capitulo 50, The One Piece is Real. Year 1701 AC. Edward stood at the helm with an exaggerated swagger, his captain's hat tipped at a ridiculous angle and his coat flapping as the sea winds rushed over him. His ship cut through the waves like a living beast, rocking hard under the weight of cannon fire exploding behind them. With his hand on the wheel, Edward grinned wide, teeth flashing as he shouted, voice carrying across the deck. Faster, you barnacle-brained sea slugs, the Navy's right on our heels. Unless you lot fancy a permanent residence in Davy Jones' locker, put some bloody muscle into it. Rahahaha. The men strained at the ropes, the sails filling with a violent snap. The crew, hardened sailors or not, looked pale as the cannonballs screamed past, splashing into the waves dangerously close. Their captain, however, seemed drunk on the chaos, swaying with every tilt of the ship like it was all part of some elaborate dance. Beside him, Diana stood in her own pirate attire, coat, boots, and even a sash tied around her waist. She looked every bit as enthusiastic as her father, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. She raised her voice like a true officer of the deck. All hands to the sails. Catch the wind, you useless dogs. Do as my father commands. The sailors scrambled at her words, not daring to cross the first mate. Their captain was insane, but the girl at his side had the same gleam of danger in her eyes. But she's so pretty, though. They smiled silly. Behind them, two navies bore down in pursuit, British and Spanish both. Their sails blotted the horizon, and their cannons thundered in a grim chorus. What were Edward and Diana doing in the middle of the sea, chased by two great powers? That tale, as always with Edward, had roots years before. Flashback. Edward had been packing in his chambers, tossing items into a trunk with little care. Among the bundles, however, he noticed one that did not belong. With a raised brow, he tugged at the fabric, and his lips curled when the golden thread of a lasso peeked out. "Well now," Edward drawled, holding it up. "What's this then? Hippolyta must have forgotten to toss the garbage again. Bit careless of her, leaving this lying about. I suppose I should do her the favor and throw it into the ocean." He gave the lasso an experimental swing, winding up to hurl it out the window, when a muffled voice cried out, "Father, stop." With a thud and a dramatic tumble, Diana burst from the bundle and landed face first on the floor, groaning. She stood with a glare sharp enough to cut steel. "You knew I was in there. You intentionally did that." He raised his eyebrow. "How old are you now? You still came up with such an idea." She looked away. "It sounded smart in my head." Edward let out a chuckle, scratching at his jaw. "Now why in all the seas would my daughter disguise herself as luggage?" Diana crossed her arms, cheeks flushed. "Because you keep leaving without me. Every time you're here, it's never long. And when you are, Mother and Aunt Hera keep you to themselves, always doing those shameful things." She turned redder at the words. "So I tried sneaking into your ship when you left." Edward sighed, motioning for her to sit. She did, eyes downcast. His arm wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her close. "Sorry, dear, I've been buried in too much business. I've been letting others handle more lately so I can have time again. And I'll tell you what, next trip you can come with me. I had a dream once, you see. Maybe now." Her head shot up, excitement brimming. "Really? What dream?" Edward looked wistful. "It's silly, a boy's dream, one I never got to fulfill. I wanted to be a pirate. To sail the seas free, no chains, no crowns, just the adventure." Diana gasped, nearly bouncing. "Like Luffy from the anime, that's so cool." Edward chuckled. Spreading otherworld culture in Themyscira had gone far better than he'd ever expected. The Amazons devoured magical girl shows like sacred texts. Even Hippolyta and Hera, queens and goddesses, were often spotted in tears over some Korean drama death had brought. And Diana, she'd become an anime fanatic like her father, obsessed with One Piece lately. She often mimicked Nico Robin, pretending to be a great archaeologist and exploring places. Edward shook his head with amusement. "Something like Luffy, but better. I once had a friend we swore to see the world together. He died before we could. Maybe now, I can do it with you." Diana jumped up, fists in the air. "Then we'll make our own crew. We'll be the Amazon's fury. Oh, it'll be glorious." Edward smirked. "Not bad, although I'm not an Amazon and crew will be mostly dudes, but we'll need new faces. Too many know me as the savior. If word spreads I'm out playing pirate with my daughter, there goes my reputation. So an avatar, a new look, a name no one will forget." Diana clapped eagerly. "What will you look like?" Edward grinned and his form shimmered. When the magic cleared, a new man stood. Beads dangled in his braided hair, a red bandana rested under a battered tricorn hat, and a scraggly goatee clung to his chin. He swayed as though slightly drunk, eyes darting like a fox sizing up prey. Diana's jaw dropped. "He looks ridiculous. What's his name?" Edward threw his arms wide and staggered a step. He grinned. "The name's Captain Jack Sparrow, savvy." Flashback ends. Now, Captain Jack Sparrow and his loyal first mate, Diana Bonney, commanded the Black Pearl as it tore through the sea, both British and Spanish fleets spitting fire in pursuit. Diana gripped the rail as a cannonball roared past, splashing water over her boots. But her grin matched her father's. "This is amazing, Father. I don't know why Mother forbade it." Edward spun the wheel with dramatic flair, narrowly dodging another volley. "Beats me. Probably that time of the month, eh?" Diana snorted, half scolding but still laughing. I don't care, I love this feeling." The crew, meanwhile, looked ready to mutiny. Their captain was weaving like a drunkard at the helm, occasionally letting go of the wheel entirely to gesture grandly at the sea, only to grab it again at the last possible moment before a wave or cannonball could smash them. At one point, Edward stumbled across the deck, swaying like a man 3 bottles deep. He bumped into a sailor carrying powder kegs, clapped the man on the shoulder, and slurred, "Careful with that, mate. Don't want to blow us all sky high before we've had our rum, savvy." The sailor muttered prayers to every god he knew as Edward tottered back to the helm, smirking. Another broadside thundered. Splinters flew as one shot grazed the hull. Diana called out orders with surprising authority, rallying the terrified men. Edward, however, tilted his head at the damage and muttered almost conversationally, "That's gonna leave a mark. On the bright side, bit of extra ventilation." Despite his antics, the Black Pearl surged ahead, slipping between incoming fire with almost supernatural timing. Edward's madness wasn't aimless, it was instinct, sharpened by centuries of battle, now disguised under Jack Sparrow's drunken veneer. The chase raged on, but the father-daughter pair looked utterly alive, reveling in the chaos while the rest of the crew prayed for survival. The wind tore across the deck as the Black Pearl tilted under Edward's manic steering. Cannonballs splashed into the sea like thunderclaps, one or two grazing the hull close enough to send splinters flying across the crew's faces. Yet their captain stood firm, balancing with one foot on the wheel and the other on the railing, swaying like the mast itself. A grin stretched ear to ear. "Steady as she goes, lads," Edward called in his Jack Sparrow drawl, tugging his hat lower. "Or rather, as steady as she wobbles, eh?" A terrified sailor whimpered, clutching the rigging as if it were the last anchor to his life. Diana, hair whipping in the sea breeze, was no less animated than her father. She twirled her sword, shouting commands that mixed perfectly with her father's Jack Sparrow-esque nonsense. "Raise the mainsail, shift the weight, and someone stop screaming like a stuck pig, it's unsightly." Another cannonball whistled past, slamming into the water just behind the stern. The ship rocked violently, sending barrels rolling. The crew scrambled to keep order, though half of them seemed ready to abandon ship. Edward, ever unbothered, hopped down from the wheel, snatched up a dangling rope, and began to pace theatrically across the deck. Now, let's think about this logically. Two navies, one tiny, albeit magnificent ship, and a captain of unmatched genius. Who, I ask you, do you think wins? "Not us," one sailor shouted back in panic. "Wrong answer, Mr. Silver." Edward shot back, wagging a finger like a scolding teacher. "The answer, my most pessimistic friend, is always me, and by extension, you, unless you'd like to swim, in which case you can kindly jump now." Diana laughed and cupped her hands around her mouth. "He's right. Stay on board, or father will personally tie you to the cannons." The poor men groaned. But Edward's eyes glinted with mischief. He scanned the chaos of the fleets surrounding them, the Spanish on the starboard side, the British on the port. Both were closing fast, eager to trap the Black Pearl between their guns. "Oh, I see what they're trying to do," Edward muttered, staggering toward the mast in that drunken sway that was half act, half rhythm. He spun and spread his arms dramatically. "They're boxing us in. Clever, but unfortunately for them, I'm the only one allowed to cheat." Before anyone could question him, he grabbed a coil of rope hanging from the mast, wrapped it loosely around his wrist, and hurled himself over the side of the ship. "Father," Diana yelled, though her grin showed she knew what he was up to. The crew gasped, rushing to the railing. For a moment Edward disappeared, swallowed by sea spray and smoke. Then, like a ghost, he swung back up on the rope, boots smacking the side of the hull, and launched himself onto the bowsprit. He wobbled precariously, hat tilting, beads jingling in his hair. "Ta-da!" he announced with a bow, nearly tumbling into the water again, graceful as a swan. A cannonball exploded just yards away, soaking him from head to toe. He blinked, spat out seawater, then turned toward the Spanish flagship, cupping his hands around his mouth. "Oh, you call that aim. I've seen drunken sailors toss chamber pots with more precision." The Spaniards roared back in fury, ordering their cannons to fire. Edward, however, had already grabbed another rope dangling from the rigging. He swung wildly back across the deck, narrowly avoiding the crew as cannonballs shrieked overhead. "Father," Diana shouted, clapping her hands in delight, "do it again." "Oh, I fully intend to," Edward replied, bowing mid-swing. Another volley of shots thundered from the Spaniards. But this time, Edward had maneuvered the Pearl just enough that the cannonballs overshot and slammed directly into the advancing British ships. The British decks erupted in chaos, sails tearing and masts cracking. Shouts of anger and confusion carried across the water. Diana burst out laughing. "You tricked them into hitting each other." Edward landed back on deck with a wobble, swaying as though he might collapse at any second. Instead, he straightened, twirling his hands with exaggerated flourish. "Ladies and gentlemen, observe the subtle art of persuasion. When diplomacy fails, one must encourage others to shoot one another instead of you. Works every time." The crew cheered despite themselves, half in relief and half because their captain's madness seemed to be working. The Spaniards, realizing their mistake, screamed insults across the waves. The British returned them in kind, both sides accusing the other of treachery. Within moments, the two navies were exchanging fire, completely forgetting about the Black Pearl. Edward staggered back to the wheel, dusted off his coat, and spun it casually. "And now," he said, adjusting his hat at a rakish angle, "we exit stage left." Diana saluted with her sword. "Aye, aye, Captain Jack Sparrow." The crew, still dumbstruck by what they'd just witnessed, hurried to obey. The Pearl's sails unfurled, catching the wind. The ship surged forward, slipping through the chaos of battle as the British and Spanish tore each other apart. He waved as they left and shouted, "Remember, lads, today's the day that you almost caught?" A sudden wave drenched him, interrupting mid-speech. Edward spat out the seawater and grumbled. "Captain Jack Sparrow?" Diana almost fell of the ship laughing. Edward steered with one hand, balancing a bottle of rum in the other that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. He took a swig, then offered it to Diana. She sniffed it, wrinkled her nose, and passed it back. "That stuff tastes awful." Edward shrugged and drank deeply. "Acquired taste, darling, you'll get there." Behind them, the thunder of naval warfare echoed across the sea. But ahead, the horizon was open and free. Edward spread his arms dramatically once more. "And thus, we sail into legend." Diana laughed, pointing toward the horizon, copying Edward's pose. "Onward, beyond the horizon." The crew groaned in unison, but none dared complain. The captain was a maniac, but his daughter was the true tyrant. Still, she's a sight for sore eyes in these seas. It was said across every port tavern, from the bustling harbors of Port Royal to the hidden coves of the Bahamas, that Captain Jack Sparrow and his daughter Diana Bonny were a true menace upon the seas. Their names were whispered with both fear and admiration. Between the years 1700 and 1720, their fleet had plundered hundreds of ships, carrying away more than £10 million worth of goods. Merchants cursed their names. Governors swore to hang them. The British East India Company, once thought untouchable, nearly went bankrupt because of their endless raids. Yet to many sailors and dispossessed men, Jack Sparrow was not a villain but a figure of legend. A man who laughed in the face of kings, who drank his rum with the ease of water, and who carried a chaotic charm that made even enemies pause. His daughter, Diana Bonny, was feared and revered in equal measure. The pirates called her the Bloody Angel. Bloody, for the merciless way she fought, blades flashing red across the deck as enemies fell. Angel, for her beauty, which disarmed many before her sword ever did. She was her father's equal in every way, quick, clever, fearless. Together, they had revived Nassau, breathing new life into the pirate republic, uniting rogues who once fought each other into a single banner under the so-called Pirate King. But around 1720, the seas grew silent. The Sparrow name vanished from the waters. No ship, no flag, no raid. Rumors swirled like storms. Some said they had discovered a treasure beyond imagination and retired. Others claimed the Navy caught them and buried their bones beneath the waves. None knew for sure. A year later, Jack Sparrow resurfaced. Not in triumph, but in solitude, found near Charlestown, drunk and alone. Captured by the Navy, he was shipped to London for public execution. The announcement spread quickly. By the day of his hanging, London's Great Square was filled to bursting. Merchants who had once been robbed came to watch vengeance. Common folk came for spectacle. Pirates in disguise mingled in the crowd, curious to see if the legend truly would fall. When Jack was finally brought out, shackled in iron, the crowd erupted. Some jeered, others cheered. But Jack Sparrow, as always, walked as though he were arriving at a grand party rather than the gallows. He gave a rattling wave with his chains and called out in a voice that carried over the roar. "Good day to you, kind folks. Nice day for an execution, innit?" The absurd cheer in his tone drew laughter from the very people who had come to see him die. He wobbled forward, swaying in that familiar drunken gait. Upon reaching the guillotine, he blew on the blade as though dusting it off, then spat on the stained wood where blood from a previous victim lingered. "Honestly," he muttered with exaggerated disgust, wiping it with his sleeve, "you lot have no care about hygiene." Laughter burst from the front rows. Even the soldiers keeping guard bit back grins. For all his crimes, Jack Sparrow had never been known to slaughter innocents. In fact, tales told how he sometimes fought against the cruelest pirates, men like Blackbeard or Charles Vane, freeing captives and even giving coin to the poor when his loot overflowed. He was a pirate, yes, but one who followed his own strange code. The executioner gripped his shoulder, forcing him to kneel. The wooden frame creaked as his neck was placed in the hole. The judge raised his hand, ready to give the order. But before the signal fell, a voice rang from the crowd. "Oi, Pirate King." Jack tilted his head slightly, peering toward the sound with one dark eye. "You've plundered more treasure than any man alive. Where is it, eh? Where's your treasure?" At once, a murmur swept through the square. Heads turned. Men and women leaned forward, their curiosity catching fire. For all his notoriety, no one had ever found Sparrow's riches. Every soul present suddenly wanted to hear his answer. Jack's lips curled into that familiar mischievous grin. He lifted his head, despite the wooden brace pressing down on him, and let out a laugh. Not a nervous laugh, not a bitter one, but a loud, hearty roar that echoed across the courtyard. "Rehahaha, you want my treasures?" The question alone set the crowd to shouting. Jack took a breath, as though savoring the moment, and then shouted with all the strength in his lungs. "All my treasures I have left out there in the seas, all in one place, in one piece. Go on the seas, find it. It's waiting for whoever finds it. Rehahaha." The square erupted into chaos. People gasped, shouted, screamed. Holy shit, the treasure of the Pirate King is real. Did he just say all of it is out there? An entire nation could be built with that kind of wealth. "Mom, Dad, your son's going out to sea to be a pirate." "Honey, watch the kids, I'm just going to get some milk." "Forget school, I'm going to be a pirate." Excitement swept the people like a storm. Even men who had never touched salt water felt their blood stir. The very idea of Sparrow's, one piece of treasure, ignited the kind of adventurous madness kingdoms feared. The executioner himself leaned close, voice dropping to a whisper. "Hey, brother, can you give me a hint? I'll be gentle when I chop your head." Jack smirked, eyes twinkling. "Here's a goodbye poem for you folks, about a friend of mine who got the same fate as me." The crowd hushed. Jack Sparrow, for the first time, wore a serious look. His voice lowered, yet carried clear as a bell. Remember, the 5th of November. The gunpowder treason and plot. I know not for what reason. The gunpowder treason should ever be forgot." The judge blanched, waving his hand furiously. "Enough, execute him now." The executioner hesitated, but at the sharp order pulled the lever. The blade dropped. The crowd gasped as it struck his neck, yet there was no blood. Instead, Jack's body shimmered, breaking apart into fragments of glowing light. His voice rang out one final time, booming over the panic, filled with laughter. "The One Piece is real." The square descended into chaos. Some screamed sorcery. Others fell to their knees in awe. Merchants argued wildly about what his words meant. Scholars speculated about divine intervention. Sailors grinned madly, already planning their next voyage. But Jack Sparrow was gone, not dead, not buried, gone. Even centuries later, the tale remained unsolved. Some said it was magic, others a trick of gods. Nobody could say why he vanished that way, nor whether the treasure he spoke of truly existed. But one truth endured: his last words had lit a fire that never went out. To this day, sailors still chase it, the dream of the Pirate King's treasure. The seas are filled with those willing to risk everything for the promise of Sparrow's one piece. And thus, the legend lived on. Capitulo 51, Bigus Dickus and the Crazy Bitch. In 1780, a decisive event took place that forever changed the course of history. After 5 years of bitter struggle, the British colonies in America declared victory. Their fight for liberty had finally reached its conclusion, and the British crown, bloodied and drained from the conflict, formally acknowledged them as a sovereign nation. A new name would soon echo across the world: the United States of America. The Declaration of Independence, drafted amidst the fire and gunpowder of war, carried the weight of sacrifice. When it was completed, it was signed not just by men of political intellect and vision, but by warriors who had borne the struggle themselves. George Washington, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, Alexander Hamilton, Benjamin Franklin, James Wilson, and the most enigmatic among them all, the mercenary-turned-legend Biggest Dickus. His name drew quiet smirks even in those halls of revolution, but there was no denying his importance. His contributions were etched in every battle the colonies had fought. It was whispered that without his early defense at Lexington, the spark of rebellion might have been extinguished before it ever became a flame. While the British swept through supply bases and towns, Biggest Dickus rallied a meager band of 100 men, mounted on black horses. They became known among friend and foe alike as the Evening Bells, for they seemed to appear when all seemed lost. Dark riders on the edge of dusk, their charge tolling like the bells of fate. Not once did they suffer defeat, and stories of their unyielding ferocity spread quickly across the colonies. In April 1775, when British troops began their march toward Lexington and Concord, it was he who rode with desperate urgency through the town, shouting into the cold night, "The British are coming." The cry awakened a people. Farmers, craftsmen, and townsfolk, armed with little more than muskets and axes, gathered beside him and his black riders. Together, 500 to 700 colonists stood against a disciplined British force of 3,000. By all logic, they should have been annihilated, but strategy and spirit carried the day. Under the cunning direction of Biggest Dickus, the colonists struck from cover, misled their foes into choke points, and broke their advance. Smoke and fire filled the air, and against the odds, Lexington not only held, they won. It was a turning point. News of the battle traveled fast. Revolutionary leaders who had previously struggled to organize a coherent defense now reached out to the mysterious mercenary. Letters were sent, emissaries dispatched. When he at last appeared before them, weary from campaign, they hailed him not as an outsider but as one of their own. They granted him the rank of major, and George Washington himself, recognizing his battlefield acumen, came to rely heavily upon his strategies. Washington, stern yet pragmatic, confided more than once to his closest aides that without the maneuvers devised by Dickus, the war might have dragged on for years longer, perhaps even ending in failure. The discipline of the Continental Army was still in its infancy. It was the guile and boldness of unconventional leaders like him that balanced the scales. Every battle he fought seemed to tilt in the revolutionaries' favor. His rapid strikes, deceptive retreats, and encirclement tactics baffled British generals. Later generations of soldiers studied them. Indeed, it was said Napoleon Bonaparte himself would borrow from Dickus's maneuvers during the Napoleonic Wars, though history would seldom connect the two in common memory. When the Declaration of Independence was brought forth, its weight pressing upon all present, each of the founders signed with gravity. Yet when it came to Biggest Dickus, the atmosphere shifted. Many of the others, despite their serious demeanor, struggled to hide their smirks at his name. Franklin, ever fond of wit, quipped quietly, "History will have a sense of humor in remembering this day." Jefferson, suppressing a chuckle, countered, "Or perhaps it will remember the deeds more than the name." Washington sighed and rubbed his head. "I am telling you, this guy is intentionally using a fake name. I even told him he can take a proper name, but he refused, saying I don't know culture." Everyone laughed at his expense. But beneath the jesting, their respect was genuine. Several begged him openly to consider becoming the first president of the new nation. Washington himself, a man not easily swayed, admitted that Dickus had earned the trust and admiration of the army and the people alike. The war for independence was over. Britain had signed the Treaty of Paris, formally recognizing the sovereignty of the 13 colonies, and the world looked on with awe and suspicion at this new experiment of freedom. America had been born from blood, sacrifice, and determination. Yet even among its most celebrated leaders, one figure loomed larger than myth, Bigus Dickus. Though his name drew laughter among enemies and allies alike, his deeds silenced mockery. Every soldier who had marched behind him spoke with reverence. Every civilian who saw his black-clad cavalry, the evening bells, swore they were staring at death's horsemen, a phantom force that decided battles before they began. He had done more than win skirmishes. He had reshaped the tempo of the war itself. The people adored him. To them, he wasn't just a general or strategist. He was the man who turned hopeless resistance into victory. Songs were sung of his ride through the night, lantern light chasing his shadow as he cried, "The British are coming." They said the British feared the sound of bells at dusk, for it meant Bigus and his men were near. When the independence was declared in 1778, and the parchment of freedom signed by the gathered founders, Bigus Dickus was given a place at the table. Washington clasped his hand, Jefferson bowed his head, and Franklin laughed, declaring, "History shall forever choke on your name, my friend, but it will never forget your deeds." What followed shocked even those who thought they knew him best. At Philadelphia, when the question arose of who should be the fledgling nation's first president, voices were unanimous. Washington was beloved, but even he admitted, "Were it not for Bigus Dickus, I might well be dead in the field. He has led us where none else dared. If this republic must begin under one man's shoulders, let it be his." The room thundered in agreement. John Adams argued, Jefferson pleaded, Hamilton invoked destiny, and Franklin joked that even God himself would cast a vote for him. Bigus resisted. "I am no politician," he said, shaking his head as the chamber pressed closer. "My joy is the battlefield, not a desk filled with ink and parchment." Some accounts even describe a night when Jefferson, Adams, and Hamilton quite literally blocked his door, refusing to leave until he gave them an answer. Finally, with a sigh and a roll of his eyes, he muttered, "Very well, I will take the burden, but remember you asked for this." And so, with unanimous acclaim, Edward Bigus Dickus became the first president of the United States. At length, he accepted, though perhaps more to satisfy their persistence than from true desire. Thus, in an odd twist of history, the first president of the United States was not Washington, but the mercenary whose legend had grown larger than the battles he fought, Bigus Dickus. Yet his presidency lasted only 7 days. During that short tenure, he surprised his comrades by drafting a detailed plan for the fledgling nation's survival. It included recommendations for military structure, foreign diplomacy, and economic policy that would echo for generations. Then, as abruptly as he had entered the political stage, he resigned. "I would rather have fun with my wives than sign papers every day," he declared with flourish, voice carrying only blunt honesty. His presidency was unlike anything the world had seen. For 7 days, he ruled, not with speeches or political maneuvering, but with the directness of a commander. He summoned the founders and laid out, point by point, a future path. A strong federal government to unite the colonies. A central bank to steady the economy. A system of checks to prevent monarchy's return. A military doctrine to defend against foreign aggression. Most of all, guaranteed freedom and equality for every citizen of the nation, no matter what. Each plan was detailed, written in his own hand, precise as any war strategy. Hamilton marveled at his economic foresight. Madison nodded gravely at his insistence on balance of powers. Even Jefferson, who often clashed with Hamilton, admitted the framework was unshakable. At night, however, he sat in silence, staring into the flames. He knew this was not his destiny. America was free, his task was done. The halls of governance suffocated him. The ink on quills felt heavier than any sword. He could not cage himself here, not when the world still spun with wars, tyrants, and rising storms. On the 7th day, he gathered them all. "My friends," he said, his voice calm but resolute, "you know me, I was never meant to rule a nation. My gift lies in securing its birth, not in nursing it to adulthood. I have drafted what is needed to guide you forward. But this seat, this office, belongs to another." Washington stepped forward, startled. "Surely you do not mean—" "I do," he interrupted. "You are the man this nation needs. You command respect, loyalty, and discipline. Take what I have left and shape it as you will. America will follow you, just don't mess things up." The room erupted in protests. Adams slammed his fist on the table. Hamilton nearly shouted in outrage. Franklin chuckled bitterly and muttered, "Of course. A week of glory, then off you go to chase women and battles again." Despite their protests, he was not swayed. By nightfall, he formally resigned, placing the seal of presidency into Washington's hands. Washington, reluctant but honored, accepted. Before leaving, Edward's comrades bestowed upon him a gift. A seal, forged in gold, bearing the emblem of the presidency, engraved with words of eternal honor. "This seal is yours and yours alone," Franklin declared, holding it out with uncharacteristic solemnity. "Should you or your blood ever return, know that America will remember. You shall always be a guest of honor, a benefactor of this nation." Edward took it, his usually stoic face softening. "You flatter me," he said quietly. "But remember, America belongs not to me, nor to any man, but to all of you and to those yet to come." The men embraced him, one by one. Washington clasped him in a soldier's grip. Jefferson spoke of liberty's debt. Adams, gruff but sincere, muttered his gratitude. Franklin, with a wink, whispered, "Do send word if you find a land with less paperwork." And then, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Edward mounted his black horse. His evening bells, ever loyal, rode behind him. The streets filled with people as word spread. Farmers, soldiers, children, widows, all came to watch the man who had made their nation possible. Cries rang out. Some begged him to stay. Others threw flowers in his path. The sound of bells echoed as his riders moved through the city, the same bells that had once heralded freedom's battles. Edward looked back once, raising his hand in farewell. His eyes lingered on the city that had risen from war, the dream he had helped forge. A faint smile touched his lips. Then he turned forward. Without another word, he and his men rode on, vanishing into the mists of history. America was now in the hands of its founders. Biggus Dickus, or rather Edward's part, was done here. Whether they would follow history or go on a different path, only time will tell. Then, as was his habit, he vanished, leaving Washington to carry the mantle of leadership. It was both a question and a mystery. None knew where Dickus would go, nor what paths his descendants might walk. But the seal bound them to the destiny of the nation, as surely as the ink on the Declaration itself. And so, while Washington became the figure history remembers, and Franklin, Jefferson, Adams, and the rest became immortalized as the architects of liberty, the shadow of Biggus Dickus lingered, half legend, half jest, wholly indispensable. The evening bells were never seen again, but whispers of them continued long after the war. Soldiers swore that when the night fell heavy on the battlefield, they heard faint echoes of hooves, as if the Black Riders still roamed, guardians of the Revolution's spirit. The war for independence closed its bloody pages, but within those pages, the name of Biggus Dickus stood etched, not merely as a joke among historians, but as one of the founding pillars of the United States. After leaving America, Edward had thought to simply fade into quiet. He wanted nothing more than to spend time with his family after centuries of wandering, wars, and responsibility. The weight of endless battles, the subtle guidance of kingdoms, and the burden of shaping history had grown heavy. For once, he wished only to exist in the moment, to enjoy life without the constant pull of duty or conflict. An official marriage ceremony with Death herself lingered in his thoughts, something that would mark their bond clearly before all who mattered. Not that their connection required validation, but Edward understood the value of ritual, of recognition. For once, he wanted peace. He wanted to observe the world unfold naturally, to witness events without needing to intervene. Yet before he could depart, the fragile calm was shattered. From the top of the mountain ahead, something fell with the speed and brilliance of a falling star, smashing into the earth with devastating force. The impact tore the terrain apart, a gaping crater forming instantly as rock and dust erupted skyward. The shockwave rattled his bones, and the ground trembled beneath his feet. Edward winced, shielding his eyes. "Ouch, need a band-aid." A voice answered, playful yet with a psychopathic edge that made his pulse spike. It carried familiarity and menace in equal measure. "Oh my, have you gone soft after so many years that you care for my well-being? You used to punch me without mercy before." Edward's face tightened, and his thoughts screamed not again. "Fuck, why is this crazy bitch back? I thought I punched her back to her planet. Fuck this shit, I'm out." The memories flooded back with painful clarity. The first 2 encounters with her were indelibly marked in his mind, each as vivid as the day it had occurred. Flashback 500 BCE. Edward was returning to Greece after, eager to reunite with his wives after a long journey. The morning air was still, the light soft and golden. That's when she struck. A savage blur of gray skin and impossible strength lunged at him from the rocks without warning. The glint of alien armor caught his eye for the briefest instant before her fists slammed into him, driving him backward across the uneven terrain. Her body radiated a strange power that resembled divinity but was unmistakably alien. She moved with perfect control, speed, and stamina beyond human limits, and she did not pause, did not tire. Every step she took seemed to draw the earth itself into the battle. Edward's hand moved instinctively, deflecting blows, countering with precise strikes, all the while analyzing her form, her strength, her intent. When she paused to speak, the arrogance in her voice was unmistakable. "I am a half-Amazonian," she announced, chest heaving. "Not of this world, I am from another, sent here in search of something. And you, man of strength, you are the first to catch my interest. Surrender, and you shall have the honor of serving me. Refuse, and you will fall." Edward's patience snapped. The combination of her audacity and her strength made her far too dangerous to ignore. With a single decisive strike, he sent her flying, hurtling through the sky until she vanished from sight. He believed it over. He thought she had returned to her own world, perhaps forever. But he had miscalculated. Flashback 300 CE. The first thing Edward noticed when she appeared this time was that she wasn't charging at him like before. No reckless storm, no uncontrolled savagery. She walked toward him, calm, measured, though her eyes burned with the same unsettling hunger. "You came back," Edward said flatly, his hand already resting on his weapon. "I thought you were gone for good." Her lips curved into something almost like a smile. "Did you miss me?" "Not even a little." She laughed softly, shaking her head. "This time, I won't waste my strength rushing. My father's plans for Earth are already in motion. Conquest, enslavement, domination, the whole package. You know what that means." "I've heard plenty of tyrants talk about domination." Edward's voice was unimpressed, almost bored. "Your father isn't the first, he won't be the last." Her eyes narrowed, but her expression shifted when she looked at him fully. "But you are different, stronger than I expected. You've charmed me." Edward raised a brow. "Charmed you? That's a new one." "I want you by my side," she said directly, no hesitation in her tone. "Fight with me, together we could shape everything. I can give you power, glory, even myself." Edward groaned. "Why do I always attract the crazy ones?" She ignored his remark and instead leveled her weapon. "Then let's make it simple. A contest. If I win, you leave with me. If I lose, you may ask anything of me." Edward stared at her. "You're serious?" "As death." He exhaled slowly, shaking his head. "Fine, but don't say I didn't warn you." The fight began. For hours they traded blows, steel meeting steel, fists colliding with enough force to split the ground beneath them. She pressed him with relentless speed, her trident lashing out in precise arcs. Edward countered with raw strength, his strikes breaking through her guard again and again. He didn't go all out. And yet she never stopped. Even when her armor cracked, even when blood stained her lips, she came back at him, fierce and unyielding. Finally, she faltered. Edward struck her down, her body crashing into the ground with a heavy thud. Her weapon slipped from her hand, shattered and broken. She lay sprawled at his feet, bloodied, exhausted, but her eyes still burned with determination. Edward stood over her cautiously. "Who are you really? Why do you keep attacking me? What is this energy inside you? It's not human. It feels more like divinity but different. Are you a demigod?" She coughed, spitting blood into the dirt. Her voice was rough yet steady. "You are strong, stronger than the tales say. I wanted to see it for myself. And now I know, you are more than worthy." Her lips curled upward into a hungry smile. Even bloodied, the look unsettled him. She licked her lips, eyes fixed on him in a way that made Edward instinctively shift, covering his crotch without thinking. "Join me," she whispered, her tone lower now, dangerous. "Stand by my side as I kill my father and claim what is mine. You'll get anything you wish for." Edward blinked, confused but still joked, "Who's your daddy?" She pushed herself up on shaky arms, fingers clutching the remnants of her trident. "My name is Grail, daughter of Darkseid. With your help, I can end him. I can give you wealth, fame, power, even myself." Edward let out a short laugh. "Yeah, that's not going to work on me." Without another word, he chopped her sharply on the neck. She went limp instantly, collapsing back to the ground unconscious. "Not interested," he muttered, turning away. But as he walked, his mind churned. Darkseid's daughter, and half Amazon, what the hell? Did Darkseid actually take an Amazon, and she wants to kill him? That complicates things. He hesitated, frowning. She's powerful. If she really is his daughter, she's a threat. Do I kill her now? But I don't even know what she's done yet. Can't kill randoms blindly. I didn't even know her character. Maybe I should bring her to Themyscira. Hera and Hippolyta need to know. A sudden rustling behind him cut his thoughts short. Edward's instincts flared. He spun just in time, catching a blade aimed for his throat. His grip crushed it instantly, shards of the weapon crumbling in his hand. His eyes snapped to Grail, who had already staggered back to her feet. But she wasn't afraid. Her eyes were wide, her breathing sharp, cheeks faintly flushed. Edward's expression darkened. "Shit," he realized immediately. "I forgot to suppress my charms when I used full strength." Her lips parted. She stared at him almost dreamily, entranced. "Damn it," Edward muttered, turning his back. "I don't know what your deal is or why you keep attacking me, but listen carefully, I could kill you in less than a minute. This is mercy. Change your ways. Next time I will. Become my husband." Edward nearly stumbled. "Wait, what?" Grail's voice was feverish, her body trembling with excitement as she rushed at him with arms outstretched. "You are what I've been searching for. Stronger than me. Worthy. If we marry and have children, they would surpass Darkseid himself. Together, we could crush him." Edward leapt back, glaring at her. "Are you insane?" "No," she said breathlessly, eyes shining. "I have found my equal, my mate." He shook his head violently. "Yeah, right, not happening. I don't care about your plans, big mom wannabe. I will not accept you." Her face hardened. She lifted her hand, summoning apocalyptian power. A boom tube tore open, its vortex warping the air violently. "If you won't come willingly, then I'll take you," she snarled, reaching for him. But Edward moved faster. His fist cracked across her body, launching her backward into the boom tube. Before she could recover, he slammed his hands together, crushing the portal itself with raw force until it imploded and vanished. Silence followed. Edward stood there, chest heaving, muttering under his breath, "Crazy bitch." He turned, walking away. Flashback ends. And now, centuries later, as he stared at the massive crater before him, Edward realized she had returned again. Grail. Back from the place he had hurled her into. And judging by the smirk on her lips, this wasn't a casual visit. Edward sighed. "I guess today's the day bitches die." He cracked his knuckles. Capitulo 52, Invasion. Edward stood face to face with Grail, her figure outlined by the faint glow of apocalyptian energy. She didn't lunge at him like a wild beast this time, nor did she mask her intentions with subtlety. She only smirked, her confidence practically dripping from her every gesture. "So did you miss me?" she asked, her voice teasing, almost playful. Edward snorted, his face flat with annoyance. "I'm not mentally ill. Even then, I would stay out of the solar system you're in." Her smile faltered for just a second before her lips curved again into a sly grin. "Still the same as ever. But this time, I have come personally, my dear. No more avatars." Edward froze mid-step, his brow furrowing. "Whoa, hold on. What do you mean in person? I thought your main body is in another dimension and can't descend." Grail's smirk deepened as she took a deliberate step forward. The earth beneath her foot cracked, the sheer pressure of her presence causing the ground to crumble. "Oh, but I am an exception. I am still half Amazon, remember? I can bypass those rules. I have come to collect my prize." Edward instinctively took a step back, his tone sharp. So you're after the mother boxes? Well, you can foo. She interrupted smoothly, licking her lips. That's not my goal. Those two idiots can look for them. I am here. For you, I might even consider not helping them when it starts if you come with me. Edward sighed, rubbing his temple with one hand. Oh, come on, act like a proper villain so I can wait. Start what? Grail laughed loudly, her amusement echoing unnervingly. You look rather charming when you are confused. I told you, remember? My father has set his eyes on your little planet. He will come for it. He's looking to get the mother boxes first this time. Edward's amusement vanished, his tone suddenly serious. So he sent you and two others. Who and where are they? She wagged her finger with mocking playfulness. Not so fast. I want a rematch first. In the off chance you can beat me, I'll tell you. But this time, I won't be holding anything back. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Too much. Her eyes glowed, Omega energy flickering and crackling as she charged her beams. Edward's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder you're confident even after those two beatings. But you should know, I was also holding back those times. He tilted his head and cracked his neck, rolling his shoulders. But let's change the location first. Before Grail could process his words, Edward blurred out of sight. Her eyes widened, her mouth opening in shock. Then her body convulsed violently as Edward's fist slammed into her stomach. The impact forced blood from her lips as her body launched across the horizon like a meteor. She screamed in fury as her body tore through the air, crossing continents in seconds before slamming into the icy wastelands of the North Pole with an explosive crash. She groaned, clutching her stomach as she pushed herself up from the shattered ice. Her face twisted in rage, her hair disheveled, blood staining her lips. She snarled when she saw Edward land gracefully in front of her, unfazed. That was a cheap shot, she spat, her voice dripping with venom. I'll have to get extra rough, it seems, to break your spirit. Edward chuckled, his hands slipping casually behind his back. I can do this all day, you lunatic. Her expression twitched. Anyone who called me such is dead. You're lucky I find you to my liking. Edward tilted his head, studying her with mock thoughtfulness. You tried to kill me, defeat me, and even kidnap me. You've got a weird way of showing affection. Grail scoffed, her tone rising with arrogance. I am Grail, the strongest of the new gods, their future queen. Anything I want, I take with my strength. In this world, the strong rule over the weak. Isn't that so? Edward chuckled, shaking his head. Maybe on Apocalypse, but Earth and humanity are under my protection as the strongest man. I believe the strong should protect the weak, not exploit them. Grail's eyes narrowed with disdain. That's what a fool would say. I was trained as a weapon for destruction since childhood. My father killed my mother to erase the weakness in me. Do you think he became ruler of galaxies with your mindset? Edward's expression softened for a moment, his voice quieter but firm. I don't care to rule over anything. I'm just a helpful passerby, someone to lend a hand when someone falls down. I tried enforcing my will once, and it was pointless. So now I just observe and help when necessary. Grail's nostrils flared, her patience snapping. Enough talk, you're going down this time, pretty boy. Edward smirked, stretching his arms casually. Bring it on, loony. Her scream pierced the icy air as beams of searing Omega energy exploded from her eyes, slamming into Edward with blinding force. The power blasted him backward, scorching his arms as he blocked. The sheer intensity pushed him across kilometers of tundra, tearing through ice and rock in his wake. Edward's teeth clenched as smoke rose from his hands. Persistent as always, he muttered. He shot forward, breaking through the lingering energy, his body cutting across the frozen air. He hurled his fist at her with full force. Grail laughed maniacally, meeting his punch with her own. The collision erupted like thunder, a shockwave splitting the glaciers around them. Ice cracked and flew into the air like shattered glass. Neither held back. Edward's strength forced Grail back, her body smashing through a mountain, carving a hole straight through it. Edward exhaled slowly, watching the impact site. She's strong. Definitely the strongest I've fought yet. Wonder how she compares to her daddy. But first things first, I need to beat her and find out who else Darkseid sent. Earth isn't ready for an invasion. A deafening tremor answered him. The mountain shuddered violently before collapsing as Grail burst through the rubble. Her body was scratched but not broken. Her expression wasn't one of pain, it was of unrestrained excitement. She screamed, lunging at him with manic glee. Her fist swung toward his head, fast and precise. "More, I want more." Her grin stretched wide as her fist connected. Edward caught her wrist, twisted sharply, and pulled her close before slamming his forehead into hers. "Go to sleep," he snapped, his voice dripping with irritation. She only laughed, blood trailing down her face, and slammed her own forehead against his. The force rattled him, leaving him dizzy for a split second. "How brutal," she purred. "I like it." Edward's face hardened. He responded with a vicious uppercut, the blow sending her body soaring skyward like a rocket. As she flew, she twisted midair and fired another blast of Omega energy, beams tearing through the sky and slamming Edward downward into the ice. The ground split open from the force, leaving a crater. Edward groaned, pushing himself back up, ice and stone falling from his shoulders. His patience thinned, his tone sharp and final. "I don't care about your tragic backstory. No more Mr. Nice Guy." The North Pole was usually a land untouched by time. Icy winds cut endlessly across an ocean of frozen white, glaciers stood like jagged monuments, and the silence of desolation stretched farther than the eye could see. It was a place that seemed eternal, unchanged for millions of years. But today, the stillness of that ancient land was shattered. The landscape trembled under the presence of two beings who carried enough power to destroy the entire planet if they wished. Every gust of wind, every crack in the ice, every subtle vibration in the earth seemed to respond to them, Edward and Grail. They stood face to face, eyes locked, scowls etched on their features. Grail's crimson eyes flickered dangerously, crackling with the unstable energy of Omega beams. Edward, calm but alert, measured her with the cold precision of a man who had faced countless battles. For a moment, there was silence between them, the tension so thick it felt like the world itself was holding its breath. Edward's mind shifted toward something reckless. He had an idea, a crazy one, even by his standards. His eyes narrowed slightly. What if I used Adam's eye skill? Divine reflection. Could I copy her beams? His blue eyes glowed faintly, a reddish pattern beginning to form within them, spiraling like a wheel. Then the pain hit, sharp, searing, like fire burning straight into his skull. He gritted his teeth as the stinging sensation spread across his vision. Before he could test it fully, Grail moved. With a snarl, she unleashed a full-powered Omega beam blast. The scarlet energy carved violently through the air, its heat so intense that the ice around them instantly vaporized, sending up great clouds of steam. The beams twisted unnaturally, tracking Edward with inescapable precision. But to Grail's shock, Edward's eyes burned with a similar crimson light. In an instant, he fired back. Two beams of his own surged forward, identical in power but steadier, more controlled. The collision lit up the frozen land like a miniature sun. Energy screamed through the air as the beams clashed, but Edward's force surged stronger. His copied beams overpowered hers, tearing through and striking Grail directly. The impact embedded her into the frozen ground, shattering ice for miles around. Grail snarled as she clawed herself out of the crater, rage boiling in her voice. In an instant, a weapon formed in her hands, a massive scythe glowing with apocalyptic power. With a battle cry, she swung down at him. Edward tilted to the side, letting the blade cut through nothing but air. Before she could recover, he drove a heavy kick into her midsection, sending her skidding across the ice. His head, however, throbbed painfully from the overload of foreign energy rushing into his mind. He clutched his temple, trying to steady himself. Grail's voice rang out furiously. "How do you have the Omega beams?" She coughed and screamed again. "Are you also related to him? Answer me." Her mind raced in disarray, the certainty she always held slipping. Edward raised a hand, signaling her to stop. His tone was calm, though his eyes still flared faintly with pain. "I have nothing to do with your daddy. Call it a special privilege of mine." He straightened. "Now that you know you can't beat me, are you willing to surrender?" Her growl rumbled through the cold air. "I will never surrender." Her grip on the scythe tightened, her voice low and determined. "If I can't beat you head-on, I will use other means. Nothing can stand in front of my goal." She lunged at him suddenly, faster than the eye could follow. Her body twisted midair, and in one fluid motion, she wrapped her thighs around his head, locking him in a crushing scissor hold as she tried to pin him to the ground. Edward didn't flinch. Even as her thighs pressed against him with suffocating force, even as heat radiated near his face, he stood upright, unyielding. Somewhere across the universe, a weeb is probably crying right now. The thought flickered across his mind, and he chuckled. Many men would have killed to be in this position, but he had no such distractions. Without hesitation, he grabbed her ass firmly, prying her off with brute strength. His fingers sank into the firm flesh as he pulled. Grail's eyes widened. A faint pink hue rose to her cheeks. Her voice cracked between outrage and something she herself didn't understand. "You, where are you touching? I didn't think you were that kind of man." Edward ignored her, lifting her bodily by the rear. With a roar, he slammed her down like a wrestler delivering a Batista bomb. Bang! The ground cracked violently beneath her body, a crater forming instantly. Ice split in every direction. Grail groaned, coughing as she lay embedded in the broken ground. Her mind swirled with confusion. Shame, pain, a flustered heat she despised, and anger all crashed inside her chest at once. She gritted her teeth, refusing to acknowledge the storm inside. Edward exhaled, his voice heavy with disappointment. "I've tried not to kill you, but since you're forcing my hand." Grail sprang up with sudden fury, lunging at him again. "Just give up and come with me," she screamed, her voice cracking with desperate rage. "What is there to care about such a weak planet? Can't you see what I'm offering you?" Edward moved smoothly, dodging her strike. His fist snapped forward, striking her head with precision and sending her reeling back. "This is my planet." His voice was firm, unwavering. "As long as I exist, nobody can harm it, but now, let's end this. I still have to deal with the others." Grail staggered back, then suddenly let out a laugh, but it wasn't mocking. It was sad, almost bitter. "Ha ha ha," the sound was hollow. "I was really a fool to think someone could be my partner." Her face hardened. "I never needed anyone. Darkseid was right. You can only rely on yourself." Edward's eyes softened with a sigh. "Don't pull the tragic villain card. You came to another planet to kill and conquer. I get it, you had a difficult life. But that doesn't give you the right to abuse your powers. Or did you forget?" His voice grew more pointed. "You were born here, on this little planet." Her gaze chilled as she answered. "My mother was a fool to trust my father. Although I'm grateful for my life, she wasn't a good mother. And the things I've gone through, nobody else could endure them." Her tone cut sharp. "It's easy to act like a hero when it suits you. But you have blood on your hands too, hero." Edward let out a soft chuckle. "True, I'm a hypocrite. I've killed many humans despite my vow to protect them, but I never took pride or pleasure in it. I never let the sins of a few stain my judgment of the whole." His gaze turned steady, unflinching. "That's why, if anyone blames me or raises their sword at me, I'll accept it." He smiled faintly, though his eyes were steel. "But I'm a selfish man too. I have a family now, so even if just for their sake I have to live on, I'll kill anyone and anything that tries to harm them, and I won't let anyone take me away from them." Grail stared at him for a long moment, then exhaled, her voice heavy. "That makes no sense, but I guess you won't be joining me." She paused, her words quieter now. "You're strong, Edward, maybe even as strong as my father's main avatar." She lowered her weapon slowly. "Since I can't beat you, I'll leave. Such a shame. I was looking forward to seeing you at my side when I take my revenge." Edward's voice cut quickly. "Wait, you haven't told me about the others." She chuckled, almost playfully, despite her battered state. "Ah, right, a deal's a deal. Steppenwolf and Big Barda are here on this planet. You don't have to worry about Barda. She's been planning to leave Apocalypse for a while. Steppenwolf's the only one actually looking for the boxes." Her smirk widened. But for some reason, he couldn't sense them. Edward chuckled knowingly. "He won't. I have them hidden safely, somewhere he'll never find." Grail shrugged. "Sucks to be him." Edward studied her carefully. "What are you going to do next?" Her lips curved into a teasing smile. "Oh, is the great hero worried about me, especially after beating me up so savagely?" Her smirk widened when she saw him wince. "Don't worry. I'll leave your precious planet alone. I have to become stronger. If I can't beat you, I don't stand a chance against Father." Edward sighed. "Living like that isn't worth it. You should find a path that isn't covered in bloodshed. Maybe it's time to move on. Grail looked at him like he had lost his mind. Are you fucking nuts? Didn't you hear what he did to me? You think I'll just give up my revenge and play house? I'm not like that. Even if it kills me, I'll kill him. Edward's expression softened with memory. Funny, I told the same words to a god long ago, before I killed him. Maybe you'll get lucky too. His lips curled faintly. At least act less crazy from now. Maybe you'll find someone nice. She scoffed loudly. Oh please, like there's anyone worthy of me, and even if there were, they'd react like you to this ugliness, and I'd end up killing them. Edward chuckled. Who are you kidding? You may have gray skin like your dad, but you're definitely beautiful, even with the scars and all that, like a fierce female warrior. Thankfully your father's genes didn't ruin your looks. If you weren't such a crazy. He cut himself off, shaking his head. Ah, forget it. Wait, what happened? He stopped mid-sentence. She had turned away. Silently, she opened a boom tube. Without a word, she stepped through. Edward called out after her. Hey, can you hear me? Why are you running now? Forget it. What a crazy chick. I probably won't see her again. He shook his head, letting her go. Stretching out his senses, he summoned the Shah Nakba Imuru into his hand. Its power spread across the world, his awareness searching. He probed carefully, trying to locate Steppenwolf and Big Barda. Seconds passed, he found one. Big Barda, in Paris, of all places, walking around like a tourist. She didn't look like an invader at all. He knew about her character and that she wasn't evil. But he still sent word to his order to monitor her. But what happened to Steppenwolf? Edward mused aloud. I sense he's alive, but barely. The place looked dark, kinda like jail. Wait, if I remember about the movie, didn't he show up in Themyscira first? Ouch, they probably beat him up as practice, especially since I gave Diana the domain of Zeus. He chuckled. Far away, deep below Themyscira in the dungeons, Steppenwolf stirred weakly. Hey, what happened? He groaned, his body trembled with pain. I tried to attack those Amazons, but 3 women beat me up. His voice cracked with frustration. Arg, I, the mighty Steppenwolf, have fallen to such a state. It's so shameful. I have failed my mission. He coughed blood, disbelief twisting his features. But when did Amazons possess divinity? Steppenwolf's mind was torn with questions that he had no answer for. He could only hope that his master will free him once he invades Earth. Capitulo 53. Some things are meant to be. After leaving the North Pole, Edward directly teleported to Themyscira, his boots landing lightly upon the marble stones that lined the sacred island. The air was warm and fragrant with the scent of the sea. The faint sound of waves lapping against the shore carried up to the temple complex. From a distance, the golden domes of the Amazonian palace gleamed proudly in the sunlight. When he arrived near the temple grounds, he saw nothing unusual at first glance. There were no signs of battle lingering, no smoking ruins or chaos, only the steady patrol of Amazon guards moving with their usual discipline. Still, there was a subtle difference. Several warriors stood watch outside the temple that had once housed the mother box, their bronze armor glinting and spears crossed as if to ward off intruders. Normally, that place was left alone, since Edward had already taken the mother box and stored it within the gate of Babylon for safekeeping. The guards straightened immediately upon his approach, then bowed low in respect. Their discipline faltered only slightly, for he noticed faint smiles tugging at their lips as they greeted him. Edward tilted his head and asked with casual curiosity, "Hello, ladies. What are you guarding there now?" One of them, an Amazon named Rhea with sharp eyes and a wry smile, chuckled before answering. "Welcome back, my king. There was a foolish invader who tried to attack us, but the queen, princess, and Lady Hera defeated him. He's being kept down below for now. The queen is awaiting your presence in the palace." Edward let out a short chuckle of his own, shaking his head at the thought of someone daring to assault Themyscira. "Thanks, ladies. Keep up the good work." He waved cheerfully. As he turned and began to walk away, their voices dropped to hushed whispers, though his ears picked them up easily. "The king is back after more than a decade. How long do you think they'll do it this time?" "I bet 2 days, one for each." "You mean 3 days. Lady Telut might show up as well." "Hush, even if she's our king's lover, don't forget, she's Lady Death." Edward sighed with a faint smirk, shaking his head at their chatter. The Amazon's whispers never changed, no matter how many centuries passed. He chose to ignore it, though the amused glint in his eye betrayed that he had heard everything. As he approached the palace steps, he saw Hera and Hippolyta waiting for him already. The queen of the Amazons stood tall, regal as ever, her golden crown resting proudly atop her dark hair. Beside her, Hera's eyes gleamed with warmth and mischief both, the goddess-wife smiling in equal measure. When they saw him, they spoke in unison with fondness that softened their authority. "Welcome back, dear husband." Edward smiled in return, preparing to embrace them, but before he could take another step, a blur of motion slammed into him. "Father," Diana's voice rang with joy as she tackled him with all the strength of a warrior who had forgotten her own power. "It's so good to see you. What did you bring for me this time?" Edward staggered slightly but caught her easily, laughing while ruffling her dark hair. "Easy, girl, you almost broke a rib, and you only care about the gifts I bring, not even asking how I'm doing." Diana stuck her tongue out at him like a mischievous child, despite her warrior's bearing. "Like anybody can hurt you. My father is the strongest man in the world." She tilted her head and added with exaggerated sweetness, "Also, he's the best father who would never come home empty-handed." Her long lashes fluttered dramatically as she batted her eyes. His wives chuckled, seeing their usual skit. Edward sighed with mock exasperation and pulled from the gate of Babylon a small collection of items he had set aside for her: perfumes from foreign lands, sweets wrapped neatly, and trinkets gathered in his travels. Still acting like a child even after so long. Never change, Diana. Her eyes lit up as she grabbed the perfumes and sweets, lifting them to her nose. "Oh, these smell lovely," she exclaimed, her voice filled with delight. Then her tone shifted as she spoke quickly. "Oh, by the way, father, there was this creepy guy who attacked us today. I cut off his arms while Mother and Lady Hera handled the rest." Edward raised an eyebrow at her casual tone. "Cut off his arms, did you?" Diana nodded proudly. "Of course, he was disgusting. I wasn't going to let him touch the Messiah." Edward raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt. Diana leaned forward and kissed his cheek before skipping back a step. "Thank you, father. Now go and enjoy your time. I'll be off. Thankfully, Auntie Death made a soundproof room for me last time she visited. I don't have to listen to you guys anymore." Diana had barely taken a few steps away when she peeked back around the corner, watching her parents with a mischievous grin. "Don't get too carried away, you guys," she teased, earning a sharp look from Hera and a playful chuckle from Edward. She disappeared again before either of them could scold her. Hippolyta shook her head, amused despite herself. She never changes. No matter how much she grows, she'll always be that spirited girl who refuses to sit still. Edward smiled warmly. "That's why we love her. She's strong, but she's never lost her joy." Hera leaned closer, her voice smooth. "And she knows her father will always return with treasures. You spoil her, Edward." "She deserves it," he replied simply. Then, softening his tone, he turned to both of them. "So, tell me everything, from the start. I want to hear it in your own words." Hippolyta gestured toward the palace. "Walk with us. It's better shared in peace, not in the open where every Amazon can eavesdrop." Edward shook his head with a smile and finally moved forward to embrace his wives. His arms wrapped around both Hera and Hippolyta as he spoke warmly. "I'm home, dear, so you three beat up Steppenwolf." Hippolyta leaned into him, her strong arms encircling his waist. "Yes, dear. Thankfully you gave us divine powers, otherwise it might have been difficult." Hera brushed a strand of hair from her face and smirked knowingly. "I killed most of those parademons myself. Aren't you going to reward me, husband?" Her tone purred with playful expectation, her eyes locked on his. Edward chuckled softly. "Well, I have some good news. I've set up my order to take care of most things. That means I won't be leaving unless there's a true crisis." Hippolyta's eyes widened with genuine joy, her expression softening as she cupped his face. "Then you'll be staying with us more." He nodded and kissed her gently. "Yes, dear, I'll stay with you all as long as possible." Hera smiled and rested her head against his chest, her voice low but warm. "That makes me so happy, dear, but I hope it doesn't distract you from your goals." Edward kissed her as well. "Thanks for caring, my love, but maybe we should travel around together after some time. the world is changing, you should enjoy it. Hippolyta laughed, her voice echoing through the marble halls. That sounds wonderful. Just don't make it like when you took Diana and played pirate. Edward smirked, feigning pride. Hey, people still call me Pirate King. The three of them laughed together, the tension of past battles and looming threats momentarily forgotten. As the sun lowered across the sky, they walked into their chambers side by side. As they walked together through the marble halls, guards bowed respectfully. Some whispered behind their hands, though none dared let their voices carry far. Edward heard snatches. Comments about his return, speculation about how long he'd remain, envy at Hera and Hippolyta's fortune for being blessed with love. Despite the invasion that had happened earlier, the day ended in joy for them. And the night would be even more joyous. Another sleepless night in Themyscira. Want some lemons? Plant a lemon tree. Meanwhile, far away in the burning heart of Apocalypse, Darkseid sat upon his colossal throne, carved of obsidian and fire, his eyes glowing with the ever-present ember of destruction. Before him knelt Grail, his daughter, her fists clenched tightly as she bowed low. The vast chamber echoed with silence until his deep, commanding voice broke through. Daughter, he spoke deeply with gruff voice, you're saying that despite descending with nearly all your might, you could not defeat a single mortal? And Steppenwolf was defeated. Worse still, Barda also betrayed me. Grail's jaw tightened, her teeth gritting audibly. She lifted her head enough to meet his burning gaze, though her pride stung with every word. Yes, father, it is as you said, Earth is not as weak as you believed. Even the mother boxes are missing, all but the one in Atlantis remain hidden. Darkseid's eyes narrowed, then shifted toward the shadow that lingered just behind him. An tall, elderly woman, hunched yet imposing, stood with her hands folded sweetly in front of her. Her face wore a mask of kindness, but her eyes glittered with cruelty. Goodness, Darkseid intoned, his voice like thunder, see to it that she receives her punishment. Such disgrace cannot go unchecked. Granny Goodness smiled with a twisted kind of delight, bowing her head. As you command, great Darkseid, discipline strengthens the weak, I will see to her correction. Her words dripped with false sweetness, but her eyes shone with sadistic glee at the thought of punishment. Grail gritted her teeth angrily, but didn't say anything. She for some reason felt she should have stayed back at Earth like Barda. Darkseid leaned back against his throne, his expression unreadable, though the faintest trace of curiosity tugged at his mouth. Darkseid leaned back, his gaze narrowing as he thought aloud. But to think, the Godslayer still lives, that could prove interesting. His lips curved into the faintest trace of a smile. He turned to another figure standing in the shadows. A pale-faced man in a hood, his hands folded with eerie patience. Desaad, Darkseid said, begin the preparations. After we deal with the lanterns of OA, we march to Earth. I want to see this so-called Godslayer with my own eyes. Desaad bowed low, his voice dripping with reverence. Your will is absolute, my master. The chamber fell into silence once more, the promise of war hanging thick in the air. Days turned into decades, and decades into more than a century. By the year 1910, Edward had found peace he had never known in all his long years of wandering. He was now a family guy. Winking face. He spent his days with his family, sometimes traveling across the world, showing them the wonders of human progress as cities grew, trains thundered across continents, and the first machines of flight took to the sky. But even as he enjoyed the world of men, his heart had been set on something far greater. For after all these years, it was time to take another big step. He would wed Death, the woman who had been his companion through time and eternity. They did talk about often, but she would get shy and randomly throw around knives, making him sweat. Thankfully, her emotional control has improved a lot after she meditated with him often. The wedding was to be held in Eternia, the land of brilliance and mystery where gods, mortals, and spirits mingled under skies alive with shifting colors. For the people of Eternia, this day was no ordinary festival. Their beloved god was marrying on their very soil, and for them, it was the highest honor. Work was abandoned, harvests and duties forgotten. Every street bloomed with flowers, ribbons, music filled the air, and the people gathered in their thousands to take part in the celebration. The halls of Eternia were alive with color and sound, the air thick with the scent of incense and flowers. Today was no ordinary day. Today, Edward would officially marry Death. Word had spread across realms, and guests from every corner of reality had gathered to witness it. The floating gardens shimmered under a pale sun, lanterns swaying gently in the breeze, and music from invisible orchestras filled the courtyards. Edward stood near the dais, adjusting his ceremonial cloak, the gold trim catching the light. He glanced at Death, who was straightening her white gown, her pale fingers brushing the hem with delicate care. Her blush deepened as she caught his gaze, and a small smile tugged at the corners of her lips. "You look radiant," Edward said softly, his eyes lingering on her face. "Edward," Death whispered softly, her hand resting on the fabric of her gown. Do you think everything will go smoothly?" Edward chuckled, stepping closer to take her hand. "With this crowd, probably not, but we'll manage. It's our day, and I promise I'll make sure you enjoy every moment. I promise today nothing will go wrong. At least, nothing I can't fix." Death gave a soft laugh. "You always promise that. I think you underestimate how chaotic your friends and our family can be." "Underestimate? Never," Edward replied with a playful smirk. "I know exactly how chaotic delirium can get, and I'm ready. I've survived centuries. A wedding should be easy enough." From the doorway, his friend and brother-in-law Olthros leaned casually against the frame, arms crossed. "Easy, he says," he murmured, a faint grin on his face. "I'd say surviving centuries doesn't prepare you for this kind of madness." Edward glanced at him, rolling his eyes. "Dude, you're here to witness history and be my best man, not lecture me." "I'm here to make sure you don't embarrass yourself in front of my sister and all the gods," Olthros replied, amusement in his tone. Death paused for a moment, then smiled happily. "You came, brother, thank you." "I wouldn't miss this for anything," he said, his deep voice resonant. "Besides, someone has to make sure Edward doesn't accidentally break everything before the ceremony." Death laughed, her nerves easing. "Thank you for being here, just don't run off without a word." Olthros grinned, no promises. Morpheus also appeared silently, hovering near the edge of the hall, his presence a subtle shadow in the bright light. "A gift," he said, his voice measured. "For you both." He handed Edward a crystal shard that seemed to pulse with an inner light. "A dream shard, a piece of dream that can turn a dream into reality. Use it carefully." Edward accepted it, smiling and patting his shoulder. "Despite your ever-gloomy demeanor, I consider you family now. If you need me, don't hesitate to ask." Morpheus's lips twitched in a semblance of a smile. "What will you help me with when you barely leave your room? You're too busy balancing 3 wives." Edward laughed, tucking the shard away. "Touche, but if you ever do call, I promise I won't let you hear the end of it." Delirium came spinning around them, a whirlwind of colors and laughter. "You're here, the ribbons, the lanterns. Oh, Edward, do you see the skyflowers? No, the rainbow birds. And congratulations on your wedding. I brought you a gift, I think, but I forgot. Maybe I should get another one, or should I find the old one?" She trailed off. Edward chuckled and hugged her. "You being here is the best gift, little sister." She grabbed his arm and pulled him across the hall, giggling uncontrollably. Fenrir padded after them, a large bone clamped between his teeth. Edward handed him another, chuckling as the massive wolf wagged his tail with delight. The Amazons were gathered at one side of the hall, their eyes bright with excitement. Clarice, one of their leaders, gave Edward a small bow. "Welcome, my king. We've kept everything ready for the ceremony. The queen, princess, and Lady Hera have made sure all is in order." Edward nodded. "Thank you, ladies. Keep up the good work, but also enjoy the wedding and have fun." They smiled and bowed. The ceremony itself began with solemnity and grandeur. Guests from across eternity had gathered. The endless took their places first. Death stood close to Edward, her hand gripping his lightly. Olthros gave her a nod of encouragement while standing beside her. Delirium bounced nearby, eyes wide with excitement, talking rapidly about colors and shapes no one else could see. Morpheus remained still, a rare spark of curiosity in his eyes as he observed the proceedings. Destiny, who rarely showed any expression under his hood, smiled. "Hope and death, what wonderful changes would you bring?" he muttered softly. The Olympians, Hades and Persephone, stood at a respectful distance, watching quietly. Zagreus, their son, ran around Diana, the two of them laughing together. Hera watched Edward, a mix of pride and amusement in her gaze. Hippolyta's hand was lightly clasped with Edward's, her touch grounding him amidst the gathering. Soon, the final part of the ceremony came. Edward and Death exchanged vows, their voices steady but carrying the weight of centuries. When the moment came to kiss, Death pressed her lips to his with a passion that made the crowd hold its collective breath. The hall erupted into cheers, drums and lyres striking up jubilant tunes, and the celebrations spilled into the streets. Tables groaned with food from all corners of eternity. Honey cakes from the Messira sat beside wine from Olympus. The people of Eternia joined in dancing, singing songs of revelry. The Amazons, energetic and strong, organized games and contests, testing each other's skill, occasionally sparring under amused supervision. Diana challenged Zagreus, and soon the courtyard resounded with laughter and the clash of harmless combat. Hippolyta demonstrated her skill gracefully, disarming younger warriors with a flick of her hand, drawing cheers from the crowd. Edward moved among the guests, smiling and laughing, teasing Delirium as she babbled excitedly about invisible flowers, and trading dry humor with Morpheus about the burdens of watching over dreams. Ulthros leaned in close to him at one point. "You've done well, mate," he said quietly. "Even in a place like this, you keep everything in balance." Edward nodded. "Thanks, man, but today I'm just here to enjoy it." Death remained close to him, occasionally glancing around to see the amazement on faces young and old. For a moment, she allowed herself to relax fully, to be celebrated rather than feared. She whispered, This is beautiful." Edward kissed her. "You deserve it, dear." Fenrir's tail wagged happily as he chased children around the hall, the shard of dream occasionally shimmering in Edward's pocket, a reminder that even in moments of celebration, eternity and duty were never far away. The celebrations went late into the night, filled with laughter, dancing, and joy. Edward had spent the day surrounded by family and friends, witnessing both his legacy and his future. Eternia had celebrated its god, and for Edward and Death, this day would linger in memory, a perfect union of life, death, and joy. As the last lanterns drifted into the night sky, Edward and Death stood together on the balcony, overlooking the gathered guests. Their hands entwined, their hearts aligned after centuries of wandering, they watched as Eternia celebrated, their union a symbol of harmony, joy, and the enduring bond between life, death, and love. Death looked up at him, her eyes glistening with happiness. "Thank you, my love, I feel truly happy in a long time," she whispered. Edward smiled and pressed a gentle kiss to her lips. "No, thank you." She smiled, then took his hand, guiding him toward the bed, pushing him down gently. "Now then, for making me happy beyond imagination, let me reward my wonderful husband." She winked mischievously. Edward smiled and replied, "Of course, my beautiful wife." And so, the wedding of Edward and Death concluded, a day of laughter, love, and celebration, marking the beginning of yet another century together. Sadly, the joy after the wedding did not last forever. 5 years later, the world was shifting again, and in Russia, something stirred that would shake the very foundation of Edward's order. It had to do with a man who had once called himself a brother, Rasputin of Moskva. For decades, the Order of Light had carried out its mission with steadfast discipline. They worked in the shadows, ensuring balance, preventing wars, and cutting chaos at its root before it could consume entire nations. Few outside their circles knew of their existence. Among kings, ministers, and certain scholars, there were whispers of an unseen hand guiding events, of a secret society manipulating rulers like pieces on a chessboard. They called it the Illuminati, but those whispers were riddled with fear and distortion. The truth was simpler. The order did not seek power for itself. It sought stability, the survival of humanity against its own worst impulses. The Church, however, had never tolerated what it could not control. Time and again it condemned any hidden order that did not bend to its authority. Edicts were declared, purges called. Over the centuries, countless secret societies were rooted out and destroyed in the name of cleansing. Yet the Order of Light endured. It endured because Edward had founded it not on blind loyalty, but on principles, and because it had the apple of Eden, a relic that allowed them to peer into threads of possibility, to weigh paths before they became destiny. With that knowledge, the Order and its partners in the Brotherhood of Assassins extinguished threats before they could ignite wars. It was not a perfect world, but compared to what might have been, it was mercifully stable. Nations postured and schemed, but none tipped over the edge into calamity. The Order made sure of that. But in the first years of the 20th century, the balance began to strain. By 1910, one of their submembers, Rasputin, strayed further and further from their discipline. At first, he had been valued for his ability to read people, his persuasive charisma, and his grasp of the apple's glimpses. But where others tempered themselves, Rasputin indulged. He believed too deeply in his own visions, and when he became entangled with the Russian monarchy, the course of his life bent toward ruin. The man who was supposed to watch from the shadows was drawn into the light of court. Rasputin found himself beside the queen, her confidant, her lover. When he glimpsed futures where he stood at her side in power, he abandoned the Order altogether. The Tsar, Nicholas, knew nothing of the Order, but he knew betrayal when it touched his house. Whispers reached his ears of his queen's scandal. At first he dismissed them as gossip, then as slander from his enemies. But as the whispers grew louder, and his own guards could not conceal what unfolded within the palace, Nicholas's fury consumed him. Instead of directing his strength against the rebels gnawing at the edges of his empire, Nicholas turned his armies toward his own capital. He marched not as a ruler defending his people, but as a husband consumed by rage. The rebels saw their chance. With the Tsar's main host away, they rose in the cities, taking ground with almost no resistance. By the time Nicholas returned to the heart of power, 3 armies converged upon the capital. The Tsar with his loyalists, the rebels with their banners of change, and within the palace, the Queen and Rasputin, who clung to each other with desperate arrogance. The clash was unlike any Russia had seen. Nicholas's troops battered down the outskirts, burning through streets to reclaim his city. Rebels flooded behind them, striking both Tsarists and loyalists of the palace alike. Rasputin, drunk on conviction, urged the queen to rally the guard, to stand as sovereigns against both enemies. For a moment, the city became a crucible of fire, steel, and betrayal. The palace itself became the last battlefield. Nicholas stormed its gates with his soldiers, shouting curses against his queen and her lover. The rebels breached the other side, eager to see both monarchy and impostors burn. Steel clashed in the halls where once nobles danced. Blood drenched the marble floors. Servants screamed and fled, only to be trampled beneath boots or cut down in the chaos. By nightfall, both royal lines perished. Nicholas fell with a sword through his chest, defiant even in death. The queen, cornered, perished with the last of her guard. The palace burned, smoke choking the sky as rebels raised their banners in triumph. But amidst the ash and ruin, one figure clawed his way free. Rasputin, filthy and bloodied, dragged himself from the wreckage. His eyes burned not with defeat, but with desperate denial. He staggered into the courtyard, coughing, clutching at his wounds, until a shadow fell across him. He froze. His lips trembled as his gaze lifted, and there, standing before him, was the great founder himself, Edward. Cloaked in a silence heavy with disappointment, Edward's eyes cut through the smoke, through Rasputin's excuses before they could be spoken. "Founder," Rasputin rasped, falling to his knees. I did this for love, for destiny. You cannot." Edward's hand lifted, silencing him with a single gesture. His voice was low, but it carried the weight of judgment. "You are not worthy of being part of them." His eyes darkened as he shook his head. "You have disappointed me, Rasputin, lover of the Russian queen." Rasputin's breath hitched. His mouth opened to beg, but Edward's next words cut deeper than any blade. "That song will be the only proof of your existence, nothing more than that." Edward's gaze was like iron, unflinching. "I hereby take back my blessings from you and condemn you to hell." The words struck like chains, severing what had once tied Rasputin to the order. Edward had blessed all his members, shielding them from poison, sickness, and the slow decay of years. More than that, his blessing guarded their souls, holding damnation at bay. Now, before Rasputin's eyes, that light vanished. The weight of mortality and judgment fell on him at once. "No, no," Rasputin's scream echoed, but there was no mercy in it. Despair twisted his face as the reality of damnation consumed him. Edward turned away. His expression carried not cruelty, but sorrow, the heaviness of a man forced once again to condemn one of his own. He had given humanity gifts, tools to rise above its chaos, but again and again, ambition and lust had corroded them. As the flames of the palace smoldered behind him, Edward's mind hardened with resolution. The order could not remain as it was. Stricter criteria would be set for new members. No longer could charisma and talent alone suffice. And the apple of Eden, so long consulted freely among the order, would henceforth be restricted. Only the head members would hold the right to its visions. At this time, there were 7 heads, each a pillar of discipline, with 3 to 5 submembers under them. They would groom their successors, but the paths would be harder, narrower, cleansed of the weaknesses that had led to Rasputin's fall. And so the year 1915 ended. In another history, one untouched by Edward's influence, the world would have already been engulfed in the First World War. Millions would have perished in trenches and fields, but Edward's shadow had stayed that course. War had not come, not yet. But fate, Edward knew, had a way of bending back. Threads cut in one place reknotted in another. Balance denied would return in another form, for some things were meant to be. Capitulo 54, Dreaming Wide Awake. The return from Russia had left Edward in a somber state. The fall of Rasputin, once a trusted though volatile submember of the Order of Light, weighed heavily on him. The betrayal, the chaos it unleashed, and the consequences that rippled through the Russian monarchy forced him to reevaluate the very criteria by which his order admitted new members. Rasputin's corruption, his entanglement with power and lust, and the devastation he left behind was a reminder of how even Edward's blessings could be misused when given to the unworthy. But before Edward could reflect for long, another storm gathered, one that would not erupt in public battlefields or royal courts, but in the hidden corners of occultism, where desperation and hubris often birthed disasters of cosmic scale. In the quiet English countryside, in the estate of Wych Cross, Sussex, a man named Roderick Burgess prepared a ritual unlike anything the world had seen. Burgess, the self-proclaimed magus of the Order of Ancient Mysteries, was a man consumed by ambition. His wealth, acquired through questionable means, had bought him many followers. Men and women disillusioned with the world, drawn to promises of hidden power of eternal life. For years, Burgess had obsessed over immortality. He feared death more than any enemy, more than any downfall. To him, eternity was the only prize worth striving for. At first, the Order of Ancient Mysteries had sought the same path many magi did, by attempting to infiltrate the great strongholds of magic. They tried to pry secrets from Vinland's runic fortresses, only to be repelled by barriers that hurled intruders back across the sea. They attempted to breach Eternia, but its defenses recognized their greed and hostility, casting them out before they could even glimpse its wonders. Frustrated, Burgess shifted his gaze to the stories of Greece. He had heard whispers of Edward, the so-called great hero, honored in temples and myths as if he were a divine being. If they could not find eternal life by their own means, perhaps they could seek Edward's aid, or, if necessary, try to bind him to a deal. But their journey through Greek lands yielded nothing but silence. The temples were empty of answers, their prayers unheeded, and every attempt to track the hero's presence failed. Edward remained hidden, untouchable. It was then that Burgess uncovered a more dangerous possibility. Among fragmented texts and forbidden scrolls, he stumbled upon mentions of the endless, beings beyond gods, beyond mortals, embodiments of existence itself. Destiny, desire, despair, delirium, dream, death, and destruction. Among them, the name that had seized Burgess' obsession, death. If she could be bound, if death herself could be forced into service, then eternal life would no longer be a dream. It would be his. By 1920, Burgess and his order had prepared everything. The ritual was crude, stitched together from mistranslations and fragments stolen from half-burned tomes, but Burgess believed it would work. On June 10th, as the cold waves of impending war raged across Europe, the Order of Ancient Mysteries gathered in the cold halls of Fawney Rig, Burgess' sprawling estate. The mansion had been converted into a temple of sorts. The marble floors were carved with concentric circles of runes, their grooves filled with powdered onyx and salt. At the center stood a great glass sphere, its structure reinforced with lead and etched with sigils meant to trap whatever entity they summoned. Around it, candles flickered, casting jagged shadows against the walls. Burgess stood at the head of the circle, robed in black and crimson, his voice rising over the murmurs of his followers. His son, Alex, watched with uneasy eyes, though fear of his father's wrath kept him silent. "Tonight," Burgess declared, his voice sharp with triumph, "we seize dominion over the oldest tyrant of mankind. Tonight, Death herself shall be chained." The order began chanting, their voices rising and falling like waves. The air grew heavy, the temperature dropping as the runes drank in their words. Power stirred, ancient and impatient, threading through the hall like invisible lightning. But Burgess had miscalculated one thing. His ritual, flawed and arrogant, did not call forth death. Instead, the circle of power tore through realms until it snagged another endless, Dream Morpheus, Lord of the Dreaming. To be honest, Roderick was lucky. If he somehow truly summoned Death herself, she would end them the minute she appeared in rage, as she was enjoying the warmth of married life. The moment was violent. A figure formed within the circle, collapsing into the glass sphere with a force that rattled the very foundations of the estate. A tall, pale man lay sprawled within, his dark robes clinging to him, his helm, crafted from the bones of a god and the spine of a dragon, gleaming faintly in the candlelight. In one hand, he still clutched his pouch of sand and ruby in another, though they quickly slipped from his grasp. The chanting ceased. The order stared, bewildered. Burgess himself faltered for a moment, recognizing that what stood before him was not Death. Who are you?" he demanded, stepping closer to the glass. Dream lifted his head slowly, his eyes like twin voids that threatened to swallow all who looked into them. He did not answer. Burgess clenched his fists, unwilling to admit failure. "If you are not Death, then you are one of her kin, another endless, perhaps. No matter, you will serve just as well. With you bound, your realm is mine to command, and through it, perhaps death will come to me in time." Morpheus said nothing. His silence was sharper than words, a disdain that pierced Burgess more deeply than any curse. Morpheus was feeling at a loss at this moment. He never thought the humans he considered weak would be able to bind him in such a way, stealing away his symbol of powers. Days turned to weeks and still Dream remained trapped. Burgess stripped him of his tools, the helm, the pouch of sand, the ruby, and hoarded them like trophies. Dream's helm he locked away in his vault. His pouch he kept in a locker in London, never realizing the danger of scattering such power. The ruby he kept closest, believing it the key to his own immortality. In which cross, Burgess' triumph began to draw attention from forces he had not expected. It was not Death who came to him, but another creature, a nightmare-given flesh, born from the dreaming. The Corinthian. He appeared in the halls of Fawny Rig one evening, after a few months, as the order celebrated their success. To mortal eyes, he was a tall, well-dressed man with pale skin, blonde hair slicked neatly back, and a charming smile. Only those who dared look closer would notice the truth behind his sunglasses. His eyes were teeth, rows of sharp, glistening teeth that grinned hungrily. Burgess was startled when the stranger stepped from the shadows, uninvited yet utterly confident. "Who are you?" Burgess demanded, hand tightening on his cane. The Corinthian smiled. "A friend of your prisoner, or rather, one of his creations." The order murmured uneasily. Even Burgess, for all his arrogance, felt a shiver. "You've made quite the mistake, Magus," the Corinthian continued, circling the glass sphere where Dream sat in silence. "You wanted death. Instead, you caught Dream. And though he may look fragile in there, do not underestimate him. He is patient. He is inevitable. One day, he will be free." Burgess frowned, unwilling to let doubt spread. "He will remain bound as long as I will it." "Perhaps," the Corinthian said smoothly, tilting his head. "But if you wish to keep him truly locked away, there are rules, precautions. You must never let him speak, never let him draw sigils in the dust, and above all, never let him escape into dreams. Nobody can fall asleep in his presence, for if he does, you will never hold him again, and he will come to destroy you and all you hold dear." Burgess hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Then tell me what I must do." The Corinthian's smile widened, the rows of teeth behind his lenses almost audible as they clicked. Keep him silent, keep him starved, and guard his tools. Without them, he is diminished. With them, he would unmake you. And thus, the nightmare taught the mortal how to cage his own master. He even explained the weaknesses of Morpheus to ensure he remained locked. A raven watched them discussing and flew away, perhaps looking to seek help from outside to free her master. Corinthian noticed it and spoke. Also, pay attention to that bird, for she is one of his. Roderick looked tense. A familiar, can it spread the knowledge of his imprisonment? Corinthian chuckled. Her name is Jessamy, the raven of the Dream Lord. No, she won't spread the news much, maybe to his siblings who cares for him. Lucky for you, only one might give a rat's ass and do something, and she's the one you have tried to summon. Roderick smiled in anticipation. Death, maybe I can bind her too and finally tap my wish. Corinthian's smile faded. I would strongly suggest you don't do that, Mr. Roderick. Death is far stronger than Dream and has no weaknesses. She usually doesn't interfere in mortal matters ever since. Well, let's say Death got shagged. Roderick's eyes bulged in shock. What, how, who in their right mind would marry Death? Corinthian chuckled and turned around. Well, you have tried looking for him, haven't you? The man who's become a myth in your every culture. But I assure you, he's very real. And the stories, let's just say they don't cover his wrathful side. Days passed, then months, then years. The ritual that had bound the Lord of Dreams had become nothing more than the centerpiece of Roderick Burgess's existence. The decades slipped by like sand through an open palm, and with them any semblance of normal life that the Magus might have once possessed. More than 10 years had now passed since that fateful night in Witch Cross, when the ritual circle had been lit with fire, and the Endless had been dragged down into a crude glass prison. The world above had changed in ways that those trapped within the manor's basement could scarcely understand. Empires had risen and fallen, wars had scarred nations, and yet within the shadowed confines of Fawny Rig, one constant remained. Morpheus, Lord of Dreams, sat silent, imprisoned, and unbroken. But irony was a cruel master. Though Roderick had spent the better part of his fortune and sanity on capturing one of the Endless, he could not keep the tools of his prize. Time and greed gnawed at his household from within. His second-in-command, a man who had once sworn loyalty, betrayed him by stealing away the gleaming helm of Dream. A token forged from the bones of a dead god, it vanished into the underworld of occult collectors and was never seen in Witch Cross again. His mistress, consumed by her own hunger for power and independence, slipped away with the pouch of sand that could shape the very fabric of sleep. All that remained in Roderick's possession was the ruby, Dream's most personal tool, the heart of the dreaming itself. It became his constant companion. He clutched it in moments of fear and wore it as one might wear armor. He did not dare part with it, not even for an instant, convinced that it was his only protection against the being that glared at him from within the glass cell. Age had not been kind to Roderick. The once ambitious man was now a bitter shell, ravaged by paranoia and gnawed at by regret. He lived half in shadows, half in rage, his mind consumed by the single act that defined him. The burden of locking away one of the Endless weighed on him like a curse. At times, he considered himself a conqueror, a sorcerer who had achieved the impossible. More often, he felt himself a prisoner too, bound by his fear of what he had unleashed and what might come if he faltered. Day after day, he descended into the basement where the glass sphere stood, cold and merciless. And day after day, he performed his rituals of futility. He would stand before the cage and shout, his voice trembling with defiance. He cursed the Dream Lord with every vile word he could conjure. He threatened him with endless torment. Then, in weaker moments, his tone would shift. He bargained, offering release in exchange for promises, immortality, wealth, safety. Sometimes he even begged, his voice breaking, his hands trembling against the ruby pressed to his chest. "Swear it," he cried on countless nights. "Swear to me that you will grant what I seek. Swear you will not harm me, and I shall free you." But Morpheus remained as he had always been. Cold, silent, his dark eyes, endless as the void between stars, never wavered. He gave no words, no bargains, no mercy. Only the unyielding weight of his gaze. a gaze that spoke of fury held tight, of patience forged over eons, and of judgment yet to come. Roderick could feel it. Even without words, the rage radiated from within the cage, pressing against his skin like frost. Sometimes he would stumble back, clutching the ruby, convinced that the silence itself would one day be the death of him. Beyond Witch Cross, the world bore the scars of Morpheus's absence. A strange affliction spread across nations, whispered about in hospitals, homes, and newspapers. They called it the sleeping sickness. Perfectly healthy men, women, and children would drift into sleep as if it were any other night and never awaken. Their bodies lived on, but their minds remained trapped, unreachable. Families grieved over loved ones who would not open their eyes. Doctors searched for explanations and found none. It was as though the boundary between waking and dreaming had fractured. Yet despite his imprisonment, the dreaming still lingered. Perhaps it was the dreams of the afflicted, locked in endless slumber, that held the realm together, preventing it from crumbling into dust entirely. But the cracks were there, visible to those who dwelled within it. Word of the Dream Lord's captivity did not remain unknown in his realm. Jessamy, his loyal raven, flitted between worlds with restless wings. Her black feathers shimmered faintly in the half-light of the dreaming as she carried messages and warnings. She reached out to Lucian, the ever-dutiful librarian, and shared what she had seen. "The world is unraveling," Jessamy croaked, her voice urgent. "Dream Lord is bound. Humanity suffers, the dreaming weakens. We must do something to free him." Lucian, surrounded by her towering shelves of books that recorded every dream ever dreamed, closed her eyes in pain. She had tried already. She had reached out across the great void to the endless, to desire, to despair, to destiny, even to death herself. Their silence told her all she needed to know. "They will not intervene," Lucian said at last, her voice steady but filled with sorrow. "Not without his summons. It is their law, their pride, their curse, but Lady Death said she will think about it." Jessamy's wings flapped sharply, agitation clear in her movements. "There must be another way. The dreaming cannot endure this forever. The waking world cannot either." Lucian hesitated. Then, after a long silence, her eyes flickered with reluctant thought. "There may be one hope." Jessamy tilted her head sharply. "Then speak it." Lucian clasped her hands together, her expression conflicted. "Lord Morpheus would not approve. He is too proud to ask for help, too proud even to allow us to seek it. But there is one man who could succeed where we cannot." The raven leaned closer, feathers bristling. "Who?" Lucian let out a heavy sigh. "Lady Death's husband, Sir Edward Elric." Jessamy's head jerked back in surprise. "Him? Why would Lord of Dream object help? He is imprisoned. Shouldn't all aid be welcome?" "You do not understand our lord," Lucian replied softly. "Pride governs him as much as duty. To ask for help from his siblings would be to admit weakness, and to accept help unbidden may wound his pride more deeply still. Yet if Sir Edward were to act of his own accord—" She trailed off. Jessamy ruffled her wings. "Then let him, find him, ask for his help. Speak with Lady Death if you must. The world is breaking apart while Lord Morpheus wastes away in silence." Lucian's voice dropped to a near whisper. "Perhaps Lady Death has already spoken with him, perhaps not, I cannot say, but Sir Edward is elusive. One cannot find him easily. He walks where he chooses. Last I heard, he wasn't on his island or any of his kingdoms. All we can do is watch, wait, and hope." The raven gave a sharp, impatient caw. "Then I will return to the waking world. I will watch over our master and those who hold him. If there is even a chance, I will find it." Lucian nodded gravely. "Go then, keep him in your sight, Jessamy. I will continue my efforts here." With that, Jessamy spread her wings and vanished into the gray mists, leaving Lucian alone among the shelves, her heart heavy with worry. Back in the human world, the Dream Lord sat within his glass prison, naked, exposed, yet regal even in defeat. Time stretched endlessly. He could not tell whether days or decades passed anymore. All he knew was the silence, the cold surface beneath him, and the unblinking gaze of his captor whenever Roderick dared descend the stairs. The damage grew, he could feel it. His realm frayed at the edges, threads pulling apart. Mortals suffered in their sleep, their dreams untended, their nightmares unbound. He did not know how long he would have to endure this, yet still he would not beg. He would not ask help from his siblings. His pride forbade it. And yet, in the depths of his solitude, a memory surfaced. A voice from long ago, sardonic and infuriating, spoken at the wedding of his sister Death. Edward, that strange, stubborn, and enigmatic man she had chosen. He had once teased Dream, offering help should he ever stumble into trouble, swearing that he would never let Dream live down the indignity. For the first time in years, a faint, bitter chuckle escaped Morpheus's lips. It was humorless, born of despair. I, the Dream Lord, dreaming now, he thought. The irony was not lost on him. Meanwhile, far from Wych Cross, along the roads of Sussex, a carriage moved steadily through the night. It was no ordinary carriage. Its wood gleamed as if untouched by dust, its wheels rolled as if the earth itself bent to ease their passage. Drawn by 4 black horses, it radiated a subtle chill, a sense that shadows clung to it even under the fading light of day. Inside, a man and a woman sat across from one another. They spoke quietly, their tones calm, almost mundane. They commented on the weather, on the state of the roads, on the tea they sipped from delicate porcelain cups. To a passerby, it might have seemed an ordinary conversation between a gentle couple traveling through the countryside. But to any who looked closely, the truth would be unmistakable. A cold aura wrapped around them, palpable and heavy, as if the world itself bowed away from their presence. Capítulo 55, I Told You So. The Parisian morning was painted in soft gold, the rising sun stretching long beams of light across the city's rooftops. The air smelled faintly of fresh bread and roasted coffee, carried upward by the breeze that swept through the steel frame of the Eiffel Tower. Up here, high above the bustling streets, the city seemed distant, alive but muted, like a painting that moved in slow rhythm below them. Edward and Death sat at a small table perched near the top viewing platform. To the world, they might have appeared like any other young couple indulging in a romantic breakfast in the most iconic of settings. But to those who passed close by, something about them lingered, an aura that drew eyes and held them fast. Edward radiated a brightness that could not be denied. His golden hair caught the morning light as though it conspired to crown him in a halo. His eyes carried warmth, mischievousness, and a restlessness that made him seem as though he was forever halfway between laughter and action. His movements were easy and open, every gesture pulling attention to him without his trying. Across from him sat Death, and the contrast was breathtaking. She seemed carved of a different essence entirely, pale skin luminous beneath the sun, eyes dark yet infinitely gentle, her black hair framing her face like shadows embracing light. Where Edward was fire and sun, she was night and calm. Yet the warmth of her smile rivaled his brightness, and the soft sound of her laugh made the world around them fall still. Edward had just told one of his cheekier jokes, something playful at the expense of Parisian culture, and Death's lips curved into an unrestrained smile. She covered her mouth with delicate fingers, trying not to laugh with food still in her mouth. Edward reached across the table and brushed his thumb against the corner of her lips, wiping away the faintest trace of jam. She froze under the tender gesture, her dark eyes locking onto his with a softness she rarely let others see. Edward, noticing her gaze, arched a brow. "What?" he asked with mock suspicion, though his lips twitched upward. Death giggled, the sound light and genuine. She shook her head. "Nothing, just happy, dear. I never knew I would enjoy life so much. It's just perfect. Just having breakfast here with the man I love, I would never get tired of this." Edward's grin widened as he leaned back in his chair. "Aw, aren't you the cutest? I love you too, dear wife. Now let's finish breakfast. You can stare at me all day after that." She gave him a playful glare. "Don't be so narcissistic, dear. We have an appointment for a couple's portrait, remember?" Edward smirked, leaning forward again. "Do you think he would get the reference if I asked him to draw me like one of his French girls?" He waggled his eyebrows suggestively. Death nearly spat out her drink. She coughed into her napkin, eyes watering, then fixed him with a glare sharp enough to kill lesser men. "Stop joking when I'm eating. I do love your humor, but pick a time." Edward was just opening his mouth for another retort when Death stiffened suddenly. The air around her shifted. Her pupils widened, then her eyes darkened into infinite black, as though the void itself had consumed them. Edward reacted instantly. He rose to his feet, ignoring the startled looks of nearby diners. With one hand, he placed a solid gold bar on the table, more than enough to cover the breakfast and their sudden disappearance, and with the other, he lifted her into his arms. In the space between heartbeats, he teleported them away from the Iron Tower and the city below, carrying her into the cool isolation of the Alps. The mountain wind bit sharply, carrying with it the smell of snow and stone. Edward cradled Death gently against his chest, shielding her from the gusts as her body went slack in his arms. He knew better than to panic. This had happened before. When one of her siblings or one of their messengers reached out across the plains, she would freeze, her main body still while her essence communed elsewhere. He waited. Minutes passed, the mountain silence broken only by the rush of wind and the sound of his steady breathing. Finally, Death stirred. Her black eyes cleared, returning to their usual gentle look. She blinked, then smiled faintly as she realized she was nestled in his arms. Without a word, she buried her face into his chest, holding onto him like a safe harbor. Edward looked down at her, his expression softening. "You know, you have to stop passing out in the middle of a city like that," he teased lightly, trying to ease the heaviness that clung to her. Her voice came muffled against his chest. "You are with me, right? That's the safest place for me to be. Even if some world-ending event happened, you'd keep me safe." Edward pressed a kiss to the crown of her head, smiling despite the worry flickering in his eyes. "So, what happened that got my cute goth wife so upset? Want me to go and randomly kill some bad guys?" Death pulled back just enough to glare at him before pressing her forehead against his with a soft headbutt. "Stop joking about that. Something serious happened. Some assholes have managed to trap Dream. Now the whole world is in chaos. If not for your Sky Country project that kept us busy, we would have known it long ago. I was contacted by Lucian for help. She begged me to help Morpheus. But you know how he is." Edward's lips twitched. He finished the sentence without hesitation. "He's a moody, emo kid with too much pride that won't ask for help. I'm sure he didn't tell them to ask for help." She sighed deeply, her eyes carrying both frustration and sorrow. "We have a cosmic rule not to interfere in these types of matters unless the affected party makes a deal or offering. But..." Edward leaned back, exhaling heavily through his nose. "But my wife is too kind for her own good and wants to save her little bro's ass, and I'll be the one to do it since your rules don't apply to me." Her laughter slipped out despite the heaviness of the topic. She cupped his face in her hands and pulled him into a kiss that lingered, deep and heartfelt. When she pulled back, her cheeks carried the faintest blush and her voice softened. "You know me so well, dear, but hear me out. If my kind and charming husband were to do it..." Her blush deepened as she whispered the rest. "I would consider wearing those outfits on a regular basis." Edward's eyes went wide. "So, the bunny girl." Death's cheeks turned crimson. "Yes." "And the sexy Santa." His voice trembled with anticipation. She turned her gaze away. "Yes, that too." He swallowed hard. "And the leather stuff too." She groaned, mortified. "Yes, now can you please stop? Why are you like this? Didn't Hera and Hippolyta wear those kinda things often?" She covered her face with both hands. Edward's grin was wide enough to split his face. He stood abruptly, still carrying her, and she yelped, wrapping her legs around his waist instinctively. "Hey, don't do that abruptly." Edward's voice, however, had shifted into seriousness. "We need to go and rescue the emo kid." Death deadpanned, her tone flat. "You are only motivated to see me wearing those weird things." Edward flashed her his most roguish grin. "You know me so well." She sighed, though the corners of her lips betrayed a faint smile. "No need to hurry. Let's travel by regular means. I want him to suffer a little for not calling for help. That arrogant buffoon, I'll give him a beating after we free him." And so their decision was made. The pair set their path not by teleportation, not by cosmic intervention, but by carriage. A black, elegant carriage, drawn by horses whose hooves barely seemed to touch the earth, carried them across the countryside. The ride was smooth, the silence within broken only by the occasional shared glance, a brush of fingers, a whispered word of reassurance. They were Death and her husband, eternal and unyielding, yet here they were. Two lovers, bickering and laughing one moment, preparing to storm into danger the next. Their destination loomed ever closer. The roads wound toward Sussex, toward Witchcross, toward the manor called Fawney Rig. Roderick Burgess sat within, unaware of the disaster that rolled steadily toward his door. The estate at Witchcross was cloaked in shadow. Its tall windows glowed with an eerie red light. The once proud manor seemed twisted by the ruby's power, warped corridors and half-formed illusions bleeding into the waking world. Edward and Death strode calmly through the gates, the night silent save for the faint groans of dream stuff leaking from the walls. His eyes narrowed. This was no ordinary prison. The guards passed out around them as they walked through the front gate. Death spoke softly. "Can you deal with the man who imprisoned him, as I teach my idiot brother a lesson?" Edward chuckled. "Go ahead, honey, I'll be done with this soon." She kissed him passionately and whispered as their lips parted, "Be careful, okay? He has the ruby." Edward smiled and caressed her face. "Don't worry about me, I have the best counter for this guy." She smiled and then vanished, heading towards the basement. Edward became serious, walked towards the place Roderick was. The mansion has become a twisted existence. Burgess had molded this place into a kingdom of falsehood, sustained by Morpheus's stolen treasure. As he walked, Edward reached out to one of the heroic spirits inside of him. "Castor, would mind helping out? Magic is your area of expertise after all." A small sigh sounded in his head. "Although this doesn't require my intervention, this mage's actions have harmed the world. I believe it is acceptable to alter this course of actions." Edward smiled. "Thank you. I wanted to avoid the chance of him escaping. That artifact is quite dangerous. It holds the essence of an endless after all." At the heart of the manor, Roderick Burgess awaited. Draped in his red velvet robe, the ruby clutched in one trembling hand, he stood upon a platform of shifting red glass. He sensed his arrival. Around him, reality bent in sickly patterns. Objects flickering between dream and matter, men frozen mid-step in a haze of hallucinations. With each breath, the ruby pulsed, warping the air into heat and whispers. "So," Burgess sneered, though his voice betrayed strain, "the rescuers arrives. You think you can waltz into my domain, into the realm I have forged, and take what is mine?" He looked around. "Where is Death? I need something from her." Edward's gaze swept the hall. Every surface bore the marks of distortion, but his focus returned to the man clutching the ruby like a lifeline. "You're nothing without that stone, Burgess," Edward said flatly. "It bends dream and reality, but you are still a frightened mortal playing God." His eyes turned cold. "Don't worry, you will meet her soon, when she drags your pitiful soul away." Burgess's sneer widened, though sweat glistened at his brow. "Perhaps, but this," he raised the ruby, its glow swelling into a surge of red light, "this makes me the master of dream itself." He laughed with madness. "Let's see how the so-called greatest hero face against my powers." The hall shuddered. Illusory claws tore through the floor, walls melted into rivers of molten glass, and shadow creatures born of nightmare spilled forth. They circled Edward, whispering with voices not their own. Reality here was Burgess's canvas, and the ruby his brush. Edward exhaled and shook his head, calm amid the chaos. He raised his hand. "This isn't a fight for brute strength," he murmured, his voice carrying authority. "For this, I call upon you. Equip Castor." A golden flash of light rippled around Edward's form, blinding Roderick. He used the ruby to conjure a shield, thinking it was an attack. He squinted when the light dissipated, but now some else stood in his place. A man with long white hair in a braid-like style in his front. Robes of pristine red, black, and silver adorned him, with a red sash. 2 silver shoulder guards with magical symbols carved into them. 10 magical rings shimmered upon his fingers, each one a vessel of wisdom and sorcery. His presence was steady, commanding, an aura of arcane mastery that instantly pressed against the ruby's warped field. Roderick, being a mage, could feel how outclassed he was in front of this man. He was none other than Solomon, the king of magic. The Castor class heroic spirit Edward possessed. His demeanor changed into that of the king's. An easygoing smile and detached persona, yet confidence oozing from him. His every action gave off an aura of majesty. This was the perfect king chosen by God. Edward regarded Burgess with calm disdain. "You wield a treasure that was never yours, mortal, a relic of dream's dominion. And yet you believe you can command it as a child does fire." Burgess's grip tightened on the ruby. "I command reality itself," he spat. He thrust the stone forward, and the air split apart. Nightmares lunged, blades of glass and teeth and flame streaking toward Edward and Solomon. Edward raised a hand, rings flaring. "What a crude way to use it. I have seen much better." A vast circle of radiant script unfolded above him, layers of glowing glyphs weaving into a shield. The nightmare construct struck, only to dissolve into harmless motes against the perfection of Solomon's spell. The clash rang like bells. Magic meeting magic, but Burgess's crude manipulations faltered against the structured authority of the King of Mages. Edward advanced a step, arms folded, letting Solomon's powers unmake Burgess's chaos. "You see, Burgess," Edward said evenly, "raw power means nothing against true mastery. It doesn't matter if you possess a relic that can alter reality if you lack the imagination to use it." Edward snapped his fingers, and the whole mansion was covered in magic spell circles, each with different purpose and effect. The sheer number of them at once was incomparable for any magus to conjure. Burgess's face twisted, veins bulging at his temples. He poured more will into the ruby, and the manor convulsed. Chairs sprouted wings and mouths, chandeliers grew fangs and shrieked, the very ground moved as if alive. The illusions surged again, this time denser, heavier, tethered by the ruby's will. Edward's eyes sharpened. He raised both hands, his voice like thunder. "The power of the 72 demons, the dominion over legions, submit before order. Partial deploy." Another magic circle ignited, this one descending like a sealed door. It opened with a drawn-out screech. Magical projections of darkness burst forth, immaculate demons of his Gosha, tearing through Burgess's twisted creations with practiced ease. The nightmares screamed and disintegrated, the ruby's phantasms collapsing into ash. This was a simple spell invented by Solomon to summon a few of the demon god pillars, without the activation of noble phantasm. "How disappointing! I won't even need to use any of the noble phantasm. My disappointment is immense, and my day is ruined," Edward sighed. Burgess stumbled back, clutching the ruby as if it might sink into his flesh. His breath came in ragged gasps. "No, this is my power. I made this prison. I command dream. I am." "Just a thief," Edward interjected coldly. "A madman who thrust the world into chaos for his greed and vanity, nothing more. Burn in hell." With a flick of his hand, golden sigils to break spells erupted from the air, forged of magic and the concept of imaginary numbers. They wrapped around Burgess's illusions, binding them, shattering their false existence. Burgess roared in fury and desperation, raising the ruby once more. "Don't look down on me. I still hold the power over dream." The stone blazed, its light so intense the entire hall seemed to melt into raw dreamstones, reality bending at angles impossible to comprehend. For a moment, it seemed as though the ruby itself might tear the world apart and absorb it. Edward stepped forward now, his voice without emotion. "Trying to turn this into a dream, huh? I have seen enough. Time to end this." He extended his arm. The largest of his magic circles flared into being, vast, divine, inscribed with seals of time. From it, a torrent of pure magical authority descended, washing over the ruby's corruption. The clash of forces shook entire Witch Cross and Sussex to its foundations. Reality screamed as dream and law met, the ruby's unstable manipulations unraveling beneath Edward's flawless command of time. Outside world felt an earthquake. Humans started running around for shelter. Roderick Burgess fell to his knees, the ruby still clutched in white-knuckled hands. His illusions shattered one by one, the hall reverting to its true form: dust, cobwebs, and ruin. His eyes were wide, his lips trembling. No, I was a king." Edward approached him without pity. "No, you were merely a jailer, and now your delusion ends." He waved his arm dismissively and disallowed any use of magic, cutting of his connection. He didn't do it earlier just to see the ruby's powers. The ruby dimmed, its light flickering under magical suppression. Burgess collapsed fully, broken by the weight of power he had never truly controlled. His body started to experience the burnt of it. Edward lowered his hand, the seal fading into nothingness, his expression calm as if the outcome had been inevitable. Without the ruby, Roderick's body started decaying, and soon only a dry husk remained. He croaked out barely, "You are no hero." Edward sighed and scratched his head, his transformation slowly fading away. "Hero, maybe I wished that once. Now, I only wish to be guide. It's just my duty to watch over them." Roderick choked a laugh. "You will die with disappointment then." Edward smiled. "Maybe, but that's not your concern. Blessed is the mind too small for doubt." At that same time, beyond the hall, death moved like a shadow through the estate's defenses. The air inside the manor was heavy with the residue of dream stuff leaking from the ruby's distortions. Guards stood at their posts, rifles clutched nervously, eyes darting into corners where shadows flickered. They were ordinary men, frightened, weary, holding on to orders they barely understood. But against death, they might as well have been children armed with sticks. They spotted her too late. A sudden gust stirred the corridor, and one man raised his rifle. "There, intruder!" he shouted, but his words came out strained, muffled, as though the air itself swallowed them. Death stepped into the light, her figure clear for only a heartbeat before vanishing again into half-formed shadow. Bullets cracked through the silence, yet none touched her. She didn't dodge, didn't rush, didn't even blink. To the soldiers, it felt like firing into a void. One by one, she reached them. A brush of her hand across a shoulder, a whisper into an ear, the faintest exhalation of inevitability. Their bodies dropped, not with violence but with finality, their rifles clattering across the warped floor. Each soul departed as though gently lifted from slumber, leaving only empty shells behind. Death's expression never hardened nor softened. To her, this was neither cruelty nor kindness. It was simply truth, the end of a line, the moment all mortals met sooner or later. Within moments, the once heavily armed halls of Witch Cross were silent. The guards had fallen, and the estate's defenses were gone. Only one barrier remained. The prison of dream. She entered the chamber, where her brother lay confined. The glass structure rose from the floor like a crystal sarcophagus, carved with circles and sigils etched in blood and power long since dried but not diminished. Inside, Morpheus sat, pale and gaunt. Even stripped of helm and ruby, his essence frayed and diminished, he carried himself with pride. Spine straight, head held with the stubborn dignity of the endless. But pride could not mask the truth. His frame was weakened. His gaze, once infinite, now seemed distant, as though each moment he endured was another grain of sand in an endless hourglass. Yet when he saw her, he smiled wryly, his voice carrying its familiar dry tone. "Hello, sister. Apologies for the poor hospitality. Never thought I'd see you here." Death crossed her arms, standing before him with a look that was equal parts frustration and disappointment. Her tone came sharp, cutting through the heavy air. "You stupid, arrogant, narcissistic idiot," she snapped, the words biting but not cruel. "All your power, all your responsibility, and you sat here for decades, sulking, letting mortals with toys keep you chained, all because you're too damn proud to ask for help." The words struck him harder than the prison. Morpheus lifted his head, his eyes regaining some of their sharpness even through his frailty. "The ruby, the helm, they stripped me of my tools, my symbols of dominion. They bound me in a circle crafted with precision. They trapped me. Begging for help," he said quietly, his voice flat, "would only destroy whatever respect dream holds in the minds of all things. I could not ask." Death's expression softened for only a moment, but her words remained firm. "Excuses," she said coldly. "You are dream of the endless. You forgot what that means. Because you forgot people suffered, you suffered. But worse than that, you forgot that I also suffered, knowing my little brother was trapped here. And you never reached out. You disappointed me, Morpheus." Morpheus lowered his gaze, unable to answer. Silence filled the chamber, heavier than any chains. Death stepped closer, kneeling before the prison. Her hand brushed the edge of the circle that kept him contained, her voice quiet but sharp as a blade. "You'll be free soon, but when you are, remember this. You are not invulnerable, you are not untouchable. You have work to do, the dreaming needs you, I need you, don't fail again." Her words lingered in the silence, resonating deeper than any curse Burgess had ever woven. In the hall beyond, Edward's footsteps echoed. His form shifted back to normal, Solomon's regal aura fading as the battle ended. Burgess was dead, the ruby little more than a dim stone in Edward's grip, its brilliance extinguished. The air smelled of dust, smoke, and burnt illusions. With his usual irreverence, Edward whistled the tune from Kill Bill, his hands casually in his pockets, as though he had not just battled a man wielding the power of dream itself. He descended to the basement, where he found death seated by Morpheus's prison. The air here was heavier, saturated with the stillness of confinement. Morpheus's eyes flickered toward Edward, his expression shifting into cold wariness, as though every ounce of his pride demanded he not acknowledge weakness before this man. Death's lips curved into a smile when she saw Edward unharmed, her relief subtle but genuine. Edward, however, wasted no time. He looked at Morpheus and spoke in a drawn-out, mocking tone. "Well, well, well, look who's here. The emo kid too proud to call for help despite being trapped in an old man's basement. I hope he didn't touch you, that'd be the icing on the cake." Death groaned and pinched the bridge of her nose, exasperated. She knew exactly where this was going. Edward would needle her brother mercilessly before setting him free. Morpheus's face remained cold, his voice flat, giving nothing away. "Using vulgarity won't get a rise out of me, Edward. I admit this is shameful, but don't think for a second I'd beg for your help." Death shot him a glare sharp enough to pierce even his endless pride, and Morpheus instinctively shrank back a fraction. "Don't you dare argue right now," she ordered. Edward pulled out his phone, the recording light blinking. His grin was insufferably smug. "You've ruined our nice date and vacation," he said, shaking his head. "Especially after I told you not to think yourself untouchable. Now, let me say something I've been waiting for." He inhaled deeply, theatrically, before declaring with triumph. "I told you so." For a moment, Morpheus almost rose, his pale fingers twitching as if to wrap around Edward's throat. But the prison held firm, keeping him locked in place. His silence was telling. Death's lips twitched into a small, reluctant smile. "Stop messing around, dear. Set him free." Edward smirked. "First, he has to say this exactly. Yamit Kutasai Oniai-chan, please help me." Morpheus froze, his expression darkening instantly. His pride nearly cracked under the sheer absurdity. "You are delusional," he said icily, "if you think I would say something so humiliating." Even Death blinked, tilting her head toward Edward with genuine confusion. "You've been watching too much anime with Diana," she muttered. Not knowing the full context, she turned to Morpheus. "Just say it and we can leave, go back to our own places." Morpheus scoffed, "I'd rather die." Edward spread his arms in mock triumph. "See, dear, he still refuses to ask for help, to think he'd rather die than let go of his pride." Death's glare could have frozen fire. "You, stop talking and turn off that recording, you're just making this worse." She turned back to Morpheus, her voice softening. "I can't break this spell. He can. He's your brother-in-law, your family. I know he's brash, reckless, has horrible timing with his humor." "Hey," Edward protested. Death ignored him. "But he's also the man I love. He cares for me and my siblings. He didn't have to come here, he did it for me. He hates killing humans, yet he did it for both our sakes. So just this once, put your pride down, say you need help, or I'm leaving and you two can stay here bickering forever." Her glare brooked no argument. Morpheus sighed, his expression shifting between irritation and resignation. His eyes flicked toward Edward, checking if he was still recording. Satisfied he wasn't, though he was looking at the wrong place, he muttered in the darkest, most lifeless tone he could muster. "Yamit Kutasai Oniai-chan, please help me." Edward's grin exploded across his face. He did a dance of triumph. "See, wasn't that easy? My disappointment is gone and my day is made. Fly, little birdie, you're free." He kicked the glass prison with casual force. The container shattered, shards scattering as dust rose into the air. The spell collapsed. Morpheus stepped free, his expression torn between fury, humiliation, and reluctant gratitude. Edward tossed him the ruby, and the gem flared back to life, its light pulsing with renewed vigor. Power returned to Dream's veins. His clothes shifted, his regal form restored. He looked at his sister first, his voice softened. "Thank you, sister, for caring about me. I hope you don't get corrupted by this idiot." Then his eyes moved to Edward, cold once again. I will repay this favor one day. Edward waved dismissively. Go home, Sasuk, this ain't Konoha. Morpheus scoffed and vanished into nothingness, his pride dragging him back to the dreaming. Death sighed, turning to Edward. Did you have to trigger him like that? Edward smirked and pointed at her hand, where her own phone was hidden, still recording. Don't say that after you recorded it in HD. You are even worse than me, dear. Death's lips curved into a mischievous grin. Oh no, you caught me? Like hell I'd miss Morpheus saying that with a straight face. Looks like you've corrupted me, she winked. Edward laughed and kissed her, the tension lifting from the chamber. Send me a copy, my dear wife. Her smirk deepened. Depends on your performance on our date, dear husband. Arm in arm, the couple walked out as the estate of Witch Cross crumbled around them. Their work here was done. Capitulo 56. Mankind's folly knows no bounds. It's been a few years since Edward and Death rescued Morpheus from his imprisonment. Time moved on its own pace. Due to Edward's interreference and his order's meticulous efforts, World War I never happened in this timeline. But suppressing the negative factors didn't mean they didn't exist. Like always, conflict had found its way through human greed. The world was restless. It had been more than centuries since the last Great War shook the continents, yet the storm that now gathered was unlike anything mankind had faced before. Edward's interference in history had left scars and blessings in equal measure. By 1938, those choices had grown into roots that shaped nations, cultures, and ambitions, and now those ambitions were colliding. There had been no World War I know trenches soaked with blood across France, no hollowed-out generation shattered by gas and steel. The nations of Europe had not bled themselves white in a conflict without purpose. They were still strong, still arrogant, and still eager for glory. But it also meant they lacked the bitter lesson that once slowed them. They had never tasted the horror of industrialized slaughter. They did not know how easily a continent could destroy itself. The empires of Britain and France remained, though weakened by age and rebellion. Without the First World War, they never learned humility. They still thought themselves unshakable. Their colonial possessions across the world were fracturing under the weight of Edward's blessing. Nation of Eternia had flourished in fertile lands, while the lands for exiles and criminals spawned raiders and warlords who clashed against imperial lines. Many became pirates and roamed the Mediterranean. London and Paris could no longer dismiss these people as subjects. They held powers now. Germany had never been broken by the Treaty of Versailles. There was no Weimar collapse, no humiliation for a bitter demagogue to exploit. Instead, Germany stood as an industrial titan, still scarred by ambition, still yearning for dominance. Without the memory of trenches, the generals in Berlin prepared for war with clear eyes and steady hands, their weapons factories humming with efficiency. Russia had fractured in another way. The Bolshevik Revolution never reached the same level as history, but their impact flapped the butterfly's wings. Instead, from the frozen wastes rose a new northern power, Moskva. Forged in cold and steel, it grew into a state of disciplined soldiers and hard-eyed magi. Its existence split the Russian lands into two, an eastern militarized stronghold in Moskva and the more traditional Tsarist remnants in the west. Both glared at each other, but both also looked outward, toward Europe and Asia, waiting for their chance. In the far north, von Erland thrived. Once the barren ice of Greenland and Canada's northern reaches, it had been remade by Edward into fertile lands where the Old Norse spirit endured. By 1938, von Erland's fleets cut across the North Atlantic, its ships powered by both modern engines and ancient runes. They were neither allies nor enemies of Europe, but their presence turned the Atlantic into contested water long before war began. Japan remained dangerous, though its path was altered. The samurai spirit had survived the modern age, tempered but never erased. Their armies carried rifles and tanks, but every officer bore a sword, and their codes of honor shaped every campaign. The atrocities that had once scarred Asia, the rape of Nanking, the endless slaughter, did not occur here. Edward's hand had checked that cruelty, but it had not stripped away ambition. Japan still sought dominance in the Pacific. They marched into China not with reckless savagery, but with cold precision, demanding submission in duels as much as battles. China itself was not the fractured ruin of another world. The Mongol invasions, once a tide that drowned cities, had been stopped at its northern border centuries earlier. The Middle Kingdom remained wounded but alive, proud and resistant. Its warlords clashed, its people suffered, but its spirit was not broken. By 1938, China was a wall against Japan, and the battles between them echoed across Asia. Europe had its own ghosts. The Greek world had never fallen into its dark age. Athens and Sparta never turned their strength against one another. The Persians had been stopped before their wars could truly begin. That unbroken legacy shaped Europe for centuries, binding the continent more tightly to a shared heritage. Rome had still risen and fallen, but always against a stronger Greek foundation. By the 20th century, European culture was not only Roman in its laws and structure, but deeply Greek in its ideals. Politicians invoked not just Caesar, but Solon and Pericles. Philosophers still quoted Socrates. Armies still studied the Spartans. Even in 1938, that unity mattered. It gave Europe a sense of common destiny, even as its nations prepared to tear each other apart. Religion had not carved as deep a scar. There had been only one crusade, centuries earlier. It ended in compromise, Jerusalem shared by guardians of many faiths, neutral by Edward's decree. That peace held. By 1938, religion was still powerful, but it did not dominate foreign policy. The coming war would not be waged for faith, but for land, for power, for dominance. And through all of this, magic was no secret. The world had grown up knowing it existed. The people did not flinch at sorcery, nor cry witchcraft at miracles. Every major nation had its own circle of magi. Armies trained not only with rifles and artillery, but with wards, sigils, and counterspells. Governments studied old relics with the same hunger as they studied engines and bombs. In this world, the Second Great War would not be fought with steel alone, but with spells and artifacts as real as any tank or plane. The storm gathered in silence. Germany armed itself, unbroken and ambitious. The formation of the Nazi Party under Hitler started putting their plans into motion. Britain and France held their empires too tightly, blind to the uprisings within Eternia. Moscow built fortresses in its frozen lands, waiting for the moment to strike east or west. Von Erland's fleets patrolled the Atlantic, disrupting trade and testing resolve. Japan pressed harder into China, while China stood unyielding. And because there had been no First World War, no bitter lesson of trenches and gas, none of them truly understood the scale of the fire they were about to unleash. By 1938, the stage was set. The Second Great War loomed, not as a repeat of the old, but as something far stranger and more dangerous. A war of nations and ideologies, of armies and sorcerers, of machines and myths. The world Edward had reshaped was about to be tested. The world slid from tense silence into open war in the fall of 1939. The maps looked somewhat familiar to anyone who studied Europe, but the rules beneath them were different. Edward's hand had cut and rerouted history centuries earlier, and those changes now set the terms of the conflict. Europe, blind to the lessons of another history, walked willingly into the fire. Germany, unshackled by Versailles, moved with precision and force. Its factories had never slowed, its armies never humbled, and now its ambitions could no longer be contained. September 1, 1939, dawn. Columns of German armor crossed the Polish frontier, while sorcerers marked the air with runes of concealment and force. Engineers followed with wards scribed on the chassis of panzers, lines of power humming low beneath the engine noise. Recon aircraft swept forward under weather veils, cloud and shadow bent to hide their approach. Polish officers responded fast. Their own magi lit countersigils over bridges and railheads, raised earth ramparts in hours, and called local spirits to slow the advance. It wasn't enough. Germany had trained for this for years, combining radio, motorized infantry, and regimented spellwork into a single tempo. Where a Polish barrier rose, German counterglyphs cracked it. Where cavalry charged, anti-tank guns spoke, and the cavalry's protective charms failed against piercing scripts that ate through layered wards. Weeks, not months. By the end of September, the Polish command structure folded. From the east, Moscow moved with calculated speed, its field marshals calling it a security operation. Their magi were severe and methodical, cloaking divisions in auroral curtains that confused enemy scouts. Poland was partitioned, west to Berlin's administration, east to Moscow's iron bureaucracy. In London and Paris, Declarations of war followed as expected. What didn't follow was readiness. Without the trauma of a previous world war, neither government had treated mobilization as a reflex. They had magi on payrolls and factories ready to pivot, but their doctrine lagged behind Germany's drilled integration of engine, ether, and infantry. Britain and France declared war, their voices echoing across Europe, but their empires were not ready for the storm. They had not rebuilt for decades after a world war because there had been no such war. Their armies were still thinking in old terms, their magi not mobilized in time. While they gathered, Germany consolidated, its eyes already fixed on the next conquest. In another world, France had dug trenches, built the Maginot Line, and remembered the slaughter of 1914. Here, without that memory, their defenses were brittle. Winter settled. The Western Front stayed quiet on the surface, skirmishes and reconnaissance flights the only noise. France placed its faith in fixed defenses, fortresses woven with old wards designed to lock the frontier. They were impressive on paper, layered stone, reinforced by sigils bound into the foundations. But they were built to stop a frontal assault. In May 1940, Germany went around them. Through the Ardennes moved armor columns under silence rites and speed blessings, supported by assault engineers carrying compact rune kits to collapse roadblocks and neutralize trip wards. French units fought hard when they found the Germans, but command lines tangled. Orders lagged behind reality. In 2 weeks the front burst. By June, Paris had fallen. Government ministers fled south, some trying to rally, some simply running. British officers met in tight rooms in Whitehall with maps spread and sigil lamps burning low. An admiral tapped the channel with a pen. "We hold this at any cost." A young attaché from the Druidic Corps nodded. "At any cost," she said, voice firm, placing 3 stones on the map in a line from Dover to Portsmouth, liths keyed to weather and sight. "No army will cross if the sea won't let them." Germany turned its eyes across the channel. The Luftwaffe rose, armed not only with bombs, but with storms conjured by their weather magi, seeking to blacken Britain's skies. The Royal Air Force fought back, its pilots carrying protective charms and flying alongside griffins drawn from Britain's old Druidic lines. The battle for Britain began in the air. The Luftwaffe flew with storm scribes in their crews, carried talismans to blind searchlights, and dropped canisters that cracked protective nets with nullifying pulses. The RAF answered with pilots who wore charms against vertigo and fear, gliding under skywards cast from chalk downs and ancient groves. Sirens wailed. Fire brigades ran. Wardens, mundane and arcane, worked side by side on rooftops and in tunnels. London burned in places, but it breathed. German planners sketched invasion tides and then set them aside, unwilling to gamble on a crossing under Britain's coastal hexes and the Royal Navy's guns. The Channel stayed hostile, not only to ships, but to predictive scrying and long-range curses. Britain had few advantages left, but the island itself was one. While Europe burned, Asia erupted. In Asia, Japan advanced with cold, disciplined force. Officers wore swords by regulation. Duels between commanders sometimes settled the timing of a withdrawal or the fate of a city gate, but artillery and logistics still decided campaigns. Japanese military magi favored precision, binding rites to improve engine performance, warding rituals to reduce shrapnel lethality, compact counterhexes to collapse enemy scrying. China refused to break. The Mongol conquest had never crashed through its heartland in this timeline. Northern bastions stood on ground that remembered centuries of resistance. Factionalism remained, but regional armies had modern artillery and their own sorcerers. They traded space for time, pulled industry inland, built field wards tied to geography rather than fragile talismans that could be plucked. Cities fell, the country did not. Japan advanced deeper into China in 1939, its armies moving with the precision of soldiers raised under the samurai code. Battles were fought not only with rifles and artillery, but in duels between generals, where swords flashed and spells struck like lightning. Cities fell, but Japan did not repeat the massacres of another history. Their conquests were harsh, but controlled. To them, war was an extension of honor, not savagery. Tokyo's war cabinet debated a wider strike into the Pacific. The admirals argued for securing resource chains from island to island, building a shield before any Western power, Britain or the United States, cut Japan off. the generals cautioned against waking giants. In 1940, they pushed out anyway, seizing islands with rapid amphibious drills and disciplined restraint. Wherever Japanese troops landed, civil order followed strict codes rather than carnage. It didn't make the occupation welcome, it made it efficient. Still, their ambitions stretched further. By end of 1940, Japan had turned its gaze toward the Pacific, clashing with colonial garrisons and seizing islands. Their navy, infused with enchanted steel and bound spirits, became a force that threatened even Britain's fleets. The United States, though distant, began to watch carefully. In another world, armies would have fought across deserts for Suez and oil. Here, Eternia blocked that path completely. There had been no colonization of Eternia. Not ever. When the Church called the so-called Second Crusade to subjugate the continent and seize its riches, 300,000 crusaders marched, carrying banners and relics. But then a single man descended. The army vanished, no battlefield, no prisoners, no graves. The ground where their camps had stood returned to plain earth. Word spread. Since then, every foreign government learned the rule: you do not invade Eternia, you do not civilize it, you do not trespass. In 1939–1940, as Europe burned, Eternia watched. Kings and councils across its blessed lands sent messengers to their neighbors on the rim, reaffirming the old pledge: no outsider armies on Eternian soil, no bases, no advisors. The continent kept trade narrow and formal, with contracts bound by oathstones that broke if terms were breached. Ships that drifted too close to forbidden shores turned back, with their captains swearing the horizon itself moved to block them. Diplomats in Berlin, Rome, London, and Paris understood. There would be no desert gambit, no way to turn south and find easy victory. The war would not be decided on Eternian ground. Europe had to solve Europe. Eternia would not interfere unless someone attacked them. A British official summed it up in a secure memorandum: Eternia is a wall, we do not test it. While Germany struck Europe and Japan surged across Asia, the North Atlantic became a new battlefield. North America looked different. Von Erland stretched from Greenland's ice edge to the Pacific. All the lands once called Canada joined to the reworked Greenland as a single northern realm. Longhouse halls stood beside modern parliaments. The thing convened under electric light and aurora. Runes marked harbor breakwaters, and shipyards hammered out ice-hardened keels. To the south, the United States watched the longest border on Earth with careful eyes. The two powers traded, argued over customs, and drilled along opposite banks of rivers that cut from prairie to sea. There were no shots, only watchfulness. Von Erland declared neutrality at first, but their fleets patrolled aggressively, disrupting shipping lanes, raiding convoys that trespassed into their claimed waters. German U-boats were not the only threat. Von Erland's longships, now ironclad and rune-etched, prowled the seas with a ferocity that echoed their Viking ancestors. When war returned to Europe, both Washington and the Thing announced neutrality. But neutral in Von Erland had edges. The North Atlantic ran through their sphere. They issued a navigation edict. Any belligerent submarine entering the Greenland-Iceland-Norway gap would be hunted. Any surface fleet shadowing convoys near Von Erland waters would be turned away or interned. Air routes over the pole would be monitored and, if necessary, sealed with skywards. A British mission arrived in winter 1939. In Nuke's council hall, timber beams carved with knots, electric heaters humming, a British admiral sat across from a Von Erland law speaker. "We need the North Road," the admiral said. "Convoys under your protection, we can pay in gold or machines." The law speaker folded her hands. "We will not be pulled into your war. We will keep our lanes clean. Ships that sail with our beacon will not carry weapons in our zone. If they do, their lights go dark and we turn them back. U-boats. If they hunt near our ice, we take them. If they stay away, we leave them to your hunters." It was not the alliance London wanted. It was the corridor London needed. By spring 1940, Snowgate convoys, merchantmen under Von Erland beacon lights, moved north of usual tracks, threading fog and pack ice with rune buoys marking safe passes. German U-boats probed the edges and vanished when they crept too far, their crews later claiming they heard singing under the hull just before the gauges failed. In Washington, senators argued. Some wanted to demand more from Von Erland, citing the shared continent. Others warned against provoking a neighbor whose fleets moved under both diesel and charm. In the end, the United States strengthened border garrisons, expanded shipbuilding, and kept its powder dry. Europe could burn, the Pacific could smolder. The border came first. Neither Axis nor allies could ignore them. By 1940, von Erland became the wild card of the Atlantic, a power that could tip supply lines and decide whether Britain endured or starved. While Germany conquered and Japan expanded, Moskva bided its time. Its armies had marched into Poland's east in 1939, claiming territory with the excuse of protection. But unlike the old Soviet Union, Moskva was not communist. It was a state built on discipline and militarism, its magi and generals united under a strict hierarchy. Moskva expanded in shadow, not spectacle. After absorbing Poland's east, its attention turned to the Baltic coast. Campaigns were quick. Announcements, deployments, signatures obtained under pressure, and garrisons planted. In the north, new rail lines crept through taiga to deep-water ports. In the capital, the High Collegium of Magi approved budgets for winter masks. Broad-area cold glamours designed to degrade any enemy's surveillance as soon as snow fell. German generals took note. "They are not the Soviets from our war games," one wrote. "They do not waste men, they waste time on us instead." Neither side trusted the other. Both prepared. In 1940, Moskva turned its attention to the Baltics, absorbing them with swift campaigns. Their presence loomed on Germany's eastern border, an iron shadow waiting. Both powers eyed each other with suspicion, knowing war between them was inevitable. The absence of a North African theater changed force flows everywhere else. Italian planners, denied the fantasy of desert marches, found themselves boxed in by geography. The Mediterranean turned into a duel of fleets and island garrisons, not a platform for a continental drive. German strategists, cut off from any idea of taking oil and prestige by pushing south, looked east sooner. Supply memos in Berlin filled with the same words: Caucasus, Balkans, access. London understood the flip side. With no Egyptian front to drain men and ships, Britain could focus on the home isles, the Atlantic, and aid to allies who still stood. Aid routes now bent north under von Erland oversight or far south around capes that did not touch Eternian waters. Every convoy that made it through kept the island breathing. 1940 ended with the tension at all-time high. By winter's edge, the war's first phase was set. Germany held continental Europe west of Moskva's acquisitions, its armies blooded and confident, its industry working in rhythm with state sorcery. It could not cross the Channel, and it could not risk Eternia. It looked east and southeast for its next move. Britain endured. Bombed but unbroken, it rebuilt fighters faster, hardened coastal wards, and leaned on the Snowgate convoys that passed under northern lights. France lay occupied, resistance networks forming in its countryside with help from old Druidic circles and new radio sets. Collaboration and defiance coexisted in the same towns. Moskva tightened its ring in the northeast, drilling winter offensives in forests under auroral skies. Its generals measured Germany in miles and seasons, not speeches. Japan controlled key Chinese corridors and a chain of islands, its navy stretched but disciplined. Its leaders watched the United States and weighed the cost of pushing too far, too fast. The United States rearmed, fortified its long border with von Erland, and watched both oceans. Public speeches struck careful notes, condemning aggression abroad, promising defense at home. Von Erland kept the North Road open on its terms. Its patrols turned back prowlers, its courts interned captured submariners with strange leniency, and its thing debated whether neutrality in a world war was strength or drift. Eternia stood apart. Its cities prospered behind oaths and boundaries no one dared test. Its councils issued one public statement in late 1940: "We will not admit armies, flags, or missions. We will trade by law and leave you to your quarrels." No one argued. No one wanted to be the cautionary tale that followed. Snow fell across much of the northern world that December. In bunkers and map rooms, men traced lines they hoped to move in spring. In workshops and shrines, workers bolted armor and inscribed sigils with the same careful hands. Radios whispered. Couriers ran. The war did not sleep. It only paused to breathe. The Second Great War had begun without the deserts, without the old colonial entanglements in Eternia, and without the bloody memory of trenches to restrain its opening blows. What came next would be decided by winter's math. Who learned faster, who supplied better, who understood that in this world engines and enchantments were just two halves of the same weapon. Spring would test them. The world burned again, though not as it once had. Edward stood at the edge of it all, eyes that had seen ages watching soldiers march, magi weave their wards, and cities tremble under fire. The Order of Light met in secret chambers hidden under sanctums of stone and spell. They had whispered the same proposal for weeks: cut off the heads of the beast. Kill the leaders, end the war before it could spread further. Edward refused. Humanity will always find conflict, he said, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. We have kept them contained for too long. If not these men, then others would rise in their place. The war is not in their leaders, it is in their hearts. Those who do not understand true pain can never understand true peace. The Order fell silent. Their great mentor did not speak in cruelty, but with a hard truth none could deny. It was Tesla who rose, his hair silvered, but his body still vigorous thanks to Edward's blessing. His voice cracked with both age and fire. I understand your reasoning, mentor. But is this not against all we have worked for? Have we not guided humanity to build, to hope, to reach higher? And now we let them tear it all down. Edward turned his gaze on him. Do you remember your past, Nicola? Do you remember when your home burned and your heart was ashes? I trusted you then because despair had carved your vision sharp. And I told you a truth you should not forget. Kindness, love, loyalty, mercy, respect, and compassion are treasures. They are not infinite. Spent carelessly, they run dry. Tesla bowed his head, his hands trembling. I remember, he whispered. But then his eyes lifted, fierce and glistening. And I also remember what you said next. The simplest acts of kindness are by far more powerful than 1,000 heads bowing in prayer. His voice broke, and he sank to his knees before his mentor. You have shown kindness without limit. You have been humanity's salvation even when we did not deserve it. Show us again, great mentor. Show us that kindness is not weakness, please. The Order looked on, hesitant, waiting, torn between fear and hope. Edward's face tightened with pain. Slowly, he reached down, lifting Tesla from the floor. His sigh was heavy as mountains. Very well, he said at last. Seek out ways to halt this madness, but do not think it will be undone in a single stroke. Peace cannot be switched on like a lantern. It must be forced into men's bones through years of trial. Still, do what you can. The Order bowed in unison, voices steady. Your will is our command, for the salvation of humanity. Edward turned away, already thinking of the rulers who still bent the knee to him. Eternia, who worshipped him as a god and held weapons forged from myth that rivaled atomic fire. Von Erland, whose longhouses and halls answered his summons without question. Moskva, severe but loyal, its generals knowing he had stayed their fall centuries earlier. And Greece, still a beacon of old wisdom, where philosophers and magi alike traced their lines back to his hand. Those nations alone could tilt the balance of the war. He ruled them in all but name. He would need them now. And still his mind returned to the memory that never left him, the blinding fire that had ended his world. Hiroshima, Nagasaki. The mushroom clouds that tore the sky and cursed the soil. The bombs that shattered everything. And how less than 100 years later, humanity ended themselves with the same weapons. The scientists of this world had not yet reached that brink, but he felt the first spark since few years ago. Magic guiding them into breakthroughs. Projects whispered in laboratories, state funds bent toward forces they did not understand. He would not let the flame rise again. Not this time, Edward murmured to the night. This time I will stop it. This time let there be a story, with a happy ending. And with that vow, he stepped into the shadow of war, no longer just its watcher, but the hand that might steer its end. Capitulo 57, From the End of Time. The World War of 1939 was not the same World War as before. Magic had seeped into the arteries of war. Destroyed cities no longer remained ruins for decades. With elemental magicians, rubble could be reshaped within months. Forests cut down for war regrew in years, not generations. Soldiers carried rifles, but also charms for protection, wards against poison gas, and talismans against shrapnel. although only elites possessed the good stuff as usual. The battlefield was a strange mix of modern industry and ancient sorcery. German tanks bore stone runes carved into their plating. British bombers were reinforced with alchemical alloys. Soviet infantry marched not only with bayonets, but also with frost spells etched into their armor, meant to improve their combat effectiveness in the coming winter. It was a world where machine gun fire mingled with spells, where trenches glowed faintly with protective wards, and where the dead could be carried home in bodies untouched by decay, preserved by enchantment. The old scars of the Great War were torn open by German steel, and the world braced for another descent into chaos. Yet this war was not the same as the one remembered in the old histories. Too many currents had been shifted by Edward's hand, too many pieces rearranged on the Great Board of Nations. While Hitler prepared his armies to march into Europe, Edward moved silently across the currents of power, unseen yet ever present. High in the marble citadels of Eternia, where the air shimmered with wards woven centuries earlier, Edward convened with the High Council. Their devotion to him was absolute. For the people of Eternia, Edward was no mere man, he was the living embodiment of their god, the Father of Beginning, who descended. The council spoke with reverence, but their weapons spoke louder. The arcane lances, crystalline rods capable of unleashing torrents of destruction rivaling the firepower of a battleship, had been refined to new heights. The sunfire shields, barriers of woven light, could now cloak entire cities from bombardment. Germany will turn its eyes eastward and westward, Edward warned, but they must never turn them toward us. You are not to intervene openly. Guard your people, prepare your strength, but do not march. Not yet. The council bowed their heads. Their armies would remain shadows at Edward's command, silent deterrents, their very existence keeping Axis ambition in check. From Greenland's ice to Canada's forests, Vonnerland stretched vast and untamed, yet bound together under Edward's banner. Their jarls had long respected his will, for it was Edward who united them generations ago, forging a kingdom that had never bent to outside powers. Now, as the United States watched warily across the border, Edward tested their loyalty. Should the Reich or the Empire move against the northern seas, will you follow my instructions? He asked the assembled jarls, their beards frosted with winter breath. One by one, they struck their spears against the stone floor. Aye, for the North remembers. Vonnerland's fleets, half steel and half spell-forged oak, began silent patrols across the Atlantic. Though Germany's U-boats prowled the waters, none dared enter the wards surrounding the northern convoys. Merchant ships bearing supplies now traveled in relative safety, escorted by Vonnerland's rune-marked dreadnoughts, their cannons inscribed with fire runes that could pierce even enchanted armor. And then there was America. The United States had been born with Edward's shadow cast across its cradle. To its founders, he was more than an ally, he was an architect. He had worn the name Bigus Dickus in jest, yet the seal he left behind was no laughing matter. Every president since Washington had been told in whispers of the half-broken golden seal locked in Washington, while the other half remained with Bigus Dickus, a reminder that America had been his gift to them. They argued about stopping this war, but doing so would also drag them into it, so they waited to see what happened. Edward also sent out a letter to Roosevelt's home personally, telling him of the impending chaos and not to use nuclear weapons no matter what. He sent his half of the seal as proof, along with a photo taken with all the founding fathers. Roosevelt immediately discussed with his loyal cabinet, and they agreed to keep the warning in mind. Yet as always, there would be those who would let their greed turn everything into an opportunity. They started selling weapons under the table to profit from the war. Even as armies clashed in Poland and France, Edward's true work began elsewhere. The laboratories of Berlin, the hidden institutes of Tokyo, the secret projects that whispered of atoms split and power unchained, there he sent his agents. The Order of Light infiltrated these programs, not to steal, but to sabotage. Notes were rewritten, calculations subtly altered, and prototypes ruined by unseen hands. Progress slowed, scientists argued, and projects faltered. The atom would not burn so quickly in this world. Edward remembered Hiroshima. He remembered Nagasaki. He would not allow those fires to rise again, nor would he let humans walk the same path of mindless destruction again. But the question remained: for how long could he restrain them before the flood of human will broke even his grasp? And unknown to him, there were invisible hands moving in the shadows, trying to undo his work. It had been another year since the war first engulfed the world. The guns of Europe and the Pacific still thundered, but in April of 1942, the struggle had taken on a far darker hue. For all the efforts of Edward and the Order of Light to soften tensions, to keep the war from spiraling into an abyss, something had shifted, something unnatural. At first, it was subtle. Infiltrators planted in German and Japanese laboratories began to vanish. Some were captured in raids that seemed far too precise to be coincidence, as if someone had whispered their every step in advance. Codes Edward's agents had carefully altered were suddenly corrected, calculations painstakingly sabotaged, now restored as though by an unseen hand guiding the chalk. Then came the rumors. Whispers spread across Europe and America alike that the Order of Light was not a brotherhood of guardians, but a cabal of manipulators. They were called the Illuminati in pamphlets and speeches, accused of pulling the strings of war from the shadows. Politicians raged, newspapers carried headlines of suspicion, and common folk muttered that their lives were being steered by unseen masters. The tide was turning against them. Edward felt it immediately. The threads of fate, once steady under his guidance, now writhed with interference. Someone else was pulling at them, someone patient, powerful, and merciless. He turned to the only tool that could pierce such veils, the clairvoyance of Solomon, a relic of knowledge and sight beyond mortal bounds. Through its lens, Edward reached into the fabric of time, unraveling the distortions until he found the face responsible. And when he saw it, his jaw tightened. Vandal Savage. The immortal warlord, the shadow that had stalked civilizations since the dawn of history, the man who had escaped Edward's grasp centuries earlier after Caesar's assassination. Now, in 1942, Savage stood again at the heart of empire, this time as the head of the Nazi science division, commander of their most dangerous project. Edward knew what it meant before the visions confirmed it. Savage was accelerating the development of the atomic bomb. Left unchecked, Germany could possess it within months. He exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing. So it's you again. But Edward knew Savage alone could not so deftly manipulate fate itself. No matter how many centuries he had lived, no matter how many wars he had survived, the immortal was still flesh and bone. Something greater stood behind him. There was only one being Edward could turn to for answers. Edward's footsteps echoed softly as he entered the realm of destiny, a vast chamber of shifting stars where no air stirred, and every sound carried with the weight of eternity. The endless chains of the Book of Souls clinked faintly as its keeper stood waiting, as if he had known Edward was coming before Edward himself had decided to step through the veil. Destiny raised his pale, featureless face, his voice cold and timeless. "You seek answers, Edward, you always do." Edward folded his arms, his tone blunt. "Someone's meddling with the threads. My agents are being caught before they move, my sabotage undone before I lay it. Even the people are turning against the order." I traced the disturbance and saw Savage's face. But we both know he doesn't have the brains or power to warp the fabric of fate. Who's helping him? Destiny was silent for a moment, the weight of inevitability heavy in the chamber. Finally, he spoke, his words as grim as iron. "Your enemy is not one, but many. Savage is merely a medium, a vessel through which the higher hand reaches. The strings of fate are not easily torn, Edward. Every rip demands a price. Every alteration serves a purpose." Edward's brow furrowed. "Stop talking in riddles, brother. Can you tell me clearly who stands behind Savage?" Destiny's voice carried no warmth, no anger, only the flat weight of truth. "There is one who remains at the end of time. He has granted Savage fragments of his knowledge and his strength, and there are also the sisters who weave the tapestry. The Fates. They are angered with you for every change you made, every deviation you forced into their loom. They lend their spite to your enemy." Edward let out a long sigh and ran a hand through his hair. "So it's Savage, juiced up by some weirdo at the end of time and backed by 3 grumpy seamstresses with god complexes. Got it." He gave a wry smirk, though it didn't reach his eyes. Thanks, bro, real helpful as always. Maybe change your wardrobe sometime, though. You've been rocking that bookhand chain look since Babylon. With a lazy wave, Edward vanished into the ether, leaving Destiny standing alone, staring down at his robes. What is wrong with these clothes? Destiny muttered to no one. Edward stepped back into the world of men, the damp air of night clinging to him. He looked down at his hand, where a black ring glimmered faintly along with two others. He lifted it to his lips and whispered softly, "I need your help, dear." The air shifted, and behind him a familiar, amused voice stirred. "I thought you were busy stopping a war. Strange time to call on me." Edward turned with a grin, pulling her into a sudden embrace. She was cold to the touch, yet the kind of cold that comforted. "Always busy," he said, "but some anomalies have started tugging at the threads. I saw Savage leading the Nazi science program, but Destiny says there's someone else. Some end-of-time freak giving him a boost. He also mentioned the ladies who weave, the Fates." Death tilted her head, her pale eyes soft yet sharp. "And let me guess, you want me to tell you what they are, how they work, and how to break them if you have to." Edward chuckled and kissed her. "You know me too well." They sat together, shadows curling around them like a cloak, as Death began to explain. "The being you seek is called the Time Trapper. He exists at the end of time itself, where no mortal or god can reach him without sacrifice. He wields temporal energy vast enough to bend reality, to erase whole histories and replace them with his own image. His weapon is paradox, his body draped in hours and ages. He wears an hourglass that feeds him, the core of his power." She paused, her gaze darkening. If Savage suddenly commands knowledge he should not have, then the Trapper has either placed an avatar in him or lent him fragments of his power. Either way, Savage is not acting alone. "And the Fates? Yes, they would aid him, they resent you. You have rewritten too much of their tapestry. To them, you are the flaw that must be trimmed away." Edward's expression hardened. "So, any solution?" Death shrugged lightly, though her tone carried weight. "The simplest, drag his avatar into a realm outside of time, where the Trapper's strings cannot reach. Destroy him there before he can return. As for the Fates, leave them to me. I will negotiate. They will not touch this matter again." Her eyes glinted cold as steel at that last promise. Edward smiled faintly, brushing a hand across her cheek. "Always so reliable. I guess I should be off then." Death smirked. "And yet here you are, vanishing after you've gotten what you wanted." Edward leaned in, kissed her gently, and whispered against her lips, "I'll make it up to you once this mess is cleaned up." She smirked, "You better." And then he was gone, leaving Death alone with the night. She lingered in silence, her gaze tracing the threads of souls below, before finally murmuring to herself, "Always running off to save the world. One day, Edward, one day the price will come due." Then she smiled gently. "But you won't have to worry about it. I will be with you, no matter the cost." After learning the truth about his enemies, Edward wasted no time. The danger was too great now to leave anything to chance. Preparations had to be made, and allies had to be positioned where they could make a difference. The Council of Eternia was the first he called upon. They gathered in the great crystal hall of Ithra, their floating city, the counselors seated in a circle of silver and sapphire. Edward stood before them, his words calm but heavy with urgency. "Germany has already succeeded in constructing nuclear weapons, and their intention is clear. Savage has accelerated their progress to a point even America cannot keep pace with. These are not ordinary weapons. He has forced them into a technology centuries ahead of its time. If left unchecked, he will plunge this world into ruin." The counselors murmured among themselves, some in disbelief, others in silent dread. But when Edward laid out the target cities, New York, London, Jatvarther, their faces hardened. Eternia's High Admiral rose. "Then our fleet will patrol the waters. Our warships will not allow such destruction to fall upon the world. We will intercept whatever weapons Savage launches." Edward nodded. "Good, be ready. The seas may soon burn." Next, Edward reached across the oceans to Von Arland. The Althing assembled in the grand stone hall of Jatvarther, its torches burning bright against banners of red and gold. Von Arland's king, broad-shouldered and clad in furs over armor, listened silently as Edward spoke of the hydrogen bombs. At last the king rose. If they dare strike at us, they will find us ready. The Gungnir will be primed, our strongest missile, imbued with the old runes of war. It shall pierce even the heavens if it must. Edward gave a grim smile. Then may your aim be true. America watches you already with wary eyes, but they will learn you are not their enemy. Finally, Edward called upon Moskva, the land that had flourished from frost and snow into an empire of resilience. Its president, a sharp-eyed man wrapped in a dark winter coat, listened with a stoic expression. Germany has taken nearly all of Europe already, Edward warned him. They spared you only because Savage held Hitler back from overreaching, but if they grow unchecked, they will eventually turn upon you. I ask you to hold your ground. When they come, and they will, you must resist. The president nodded once firmly. Moskva does not bow. If the Reich comes, they will find only fire and steel awaiting them. With alliances secured, preparations made, Edward steeled his heart. The time for diplomacy had ended. The war was already tilting in Savage's favor, and delay would mean catastrophe. He turned his gaze toward Hamburg, the heart of the German science division, and the lair of Vandal Savage himself. The intelligence Edward's agents had gathered confirmed his fears. Savage had done more than build an atomic weapon. He had constructed 3 hydrogen bombs, monstrous weapons far beyond the time period's grasp. Each was a 3-stage design, rivaling the destructive power of the Tsar Bomba itself. And Savage had chosen his targets with cruel precision. One was destined for New York to break America's spirit, another for London to decapitate Britain, and the third for Jatvarther, the proud capital of Von Arland. Edward wasted no more time. After relaying his warnings to Von Arland and urging them to prepare Gungnir, he vanished into the winds of teleportation, reappearing on the outskirts of Hamburg. Before him loomed the military facility, a sprawling labyrinth of concrete and steel, crawling with soldiers and scientists. Beneath it, deep underground, lay the true chambers of Savage's operations, the laboratories, the launch systems, and the bombs themselves. Edward's voice rang silently in his mind. Solomon, I need your assistance once again. The world stands at the brink of chaos. We must act now. Solomon's answer came with the weight of age, weary but resolute. Always the same, mistakes piled upon mistakes. Humanity never learns. Very well, let us mend this world once more. Edward raised his hand to the night sky. A blinding flash of light streaked across the heavens, descending like a falling star. It slammed into the facility with a roar that shook the earth. The ground trembled, buildings split apart, and the entire surface compound collapsed inward, burying soldiers, shattering laboratories. But the true heart of the facility lay underground, and there it remained intact, for now. From the settling dust and flame, Edward emerged. His robes glimmered with crimson, black, and silver, flowing with a regal weight. His long white hair, braided neatly, framed his calm, unyielding expression. The German soldiers around him shouted and fired, but their bullets turned to ash before reaching him. Edward didn't even glance at them. His focus was ahead, his footsteps steady as he descended into the underground chambers. Far below, Vandal Savage sipped from a glass of red wine as the tremors reached him. He did not flinch. Instead, he smirked, as if he had been waiting for this very moment. So you have come at last, old friend, Savage murmured to himself. Then, louder with relish, but as always, you are too late. He leaned over the control panel before him. His fingers danced across the keys, entering his password. With a final keystroke, the launch command was executed. Warning lights flickered across the console. Savage let out a long sigh of satisfaction and reclined in his chair, glass still in hand. It is done. Above, gunfire rattled and then fell silent. One by one, Edward's footsteps approached the chamber door. Then the lock clicked, the door swung open, and Edward entered. Savage set his glass down, watching him with an amused grin. Edward raised his hand, his voice calm but resonant with authority. The time of crowning has come. He is the one who begins all, Ars Paulina. The underground chamber dissolved into light. The walls melted away, the floor fell, and the world shifted around them. Savage blinked, momentarily unsettled, as the new reality formed. They now stood in a realm of impossible beauty. Floating mountains hung in the air, their roots trailing like curtains into the void. A sky of brilliant blue stretched above, but in its center yawned a vast hole through which the endless stars of the cosmos shone. At the center of this dimension floated a regal platform. Upon it, a throne of light and marble materialized. Edward walked forward and sat upon it, his presence commanding, his robes flowing as if caught by an unseen wind. Around him, one by one, the 72 demon god pillars manifested, towering monoliths of eldritch might, each one radiating terrible power. Savage scoffed, though there was a flicker of unease in his eyes. "Quite the party trick, Edwardus. You've learned some new tricks since Rome." Edward's gaze was cold. "Same can't be said about you, Savage. After all these centuries, you're still just a rat, skulking in the shadows, stealing what never belonged to you." Savage's smirk widened. "Power, wealth, glory, these belong to those bold enough to take them. Last time you ruined my plans for Rome, but this time I will not fail." Edward shook his head, sighing. "No, Savage, this time will be your end." Savage rose to his feet, hatred gleaming in his eyes. "I despise men like you, heroes, pretending to stand above us to pass judgment, but heroes also bleed. They also fail and die, and I will prove it here." He lifted his right hand, activating a strange device. Energy crackled around it, distorting the air. With a cruel laugh, Savage pointed it at Edward. "Feel the millennias pass you by, be reduced to bones and dust. Nothing can stand against time itself." Edward didn't bother. "Nah, I'd win." A wave of temporal energy burst forth, streaking toward Edward like a tidal surge. Edward merely sighed, resting his chin upon his hand as he sat on the throne. "What a fool, to try to wield time! In my temple, very well, let him taste his own medicine." He raised his hand. With a gesture, the torrent of energy reversed, folding back upon itself. The wave recoiled, slamming toward Savage instead. Savage's eyes widened. He flinched, curling defensively. But when the light faded, he was unharmed. He tried to use it again, but the power over time refused to listen to him. Confused, he stumbled back, shouting, "What have you done to my powers?" Edward smirked, his voice quiet but cutting. "You are inside my domain expansion, kiddo." Capitulo 58, Sword of Damocles. The throne room of the temple shook as the storm of power swirled around its heart. Floating mountains cracked, their fragments drifting upward like broken teeth into the distorted sky. Edward sat upon the throne in his red, black, and silver regalia, silver-white hair draped in braids across his chest, calm as an ocean before a storm. Around him, the 72 demon god pillars manifested in a circle, towering monoliths of writhing flesh, fire, and shadow, their eyes and maws muttering words of forgotten ages. Across from him stood Vandal Savage, blood on his lips, a cruel smile carved into his face, and in his right hand the temporal weapon that pulsed with unnatural light. His body bore the marks of ages of survival, scarred but unbowed. He held himself like a conqueror, shoulders square, gaze unflinching. "You think this show of power frightens me?" Savage spat, his voice raw but arrogant. "I have ruled empires. I have crushed nations beneath my heel. I have endured the rise and fall of every so-called god that ever walked this earth." He lifted the device in his hand, its glow intensifying. "Time itself bends to me, and you, Edwardus, are no exception." Edward's eyes narrowed faintly, though his voice remained steady, even calm. "You've survived history not because of your strength, but because of the shadows you hide in. You've stolen scraps of power from others, but here, in this place, those scraps are nothing." Vandal Savage steadied himself, his arrogance bruised but not broken. The device on his wrist sparked, useless within Edward's domain, and he cursed it under his breath. Yet his defiance did not falter. "So," he growled, his lips twisting into a sneer, "you've trapped me in this pretty little cage. You think this throne and these illusions make you invincible." The floating sky cracked with his laughter. Edward's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand, and the first of the demon god pillars stirred. Massive limbs unfurled, black fire spilling from their crevices. They towered like mountains, yet bent toward Edward as loyal subjects, their countless eyes gleaming. "This is no illusion," Edward said coldly. "This is the Temple of Time. Here I reign absolute, and you, Savage, are nothing but a trespasser." Savage snarled and drew a blade of strange design from his belt, gleaming steel fused with an unnatural, temporal core, humming as though out of phase with reality. Then come down from your throne, so-called hero king, and fight me as a man. Edward rose, his robe sweeping behind him as his feet touched the floating platform. The pillars loomed, forming a circle as if bearing witness to judgment. Very well, Edward said, summoning a blade of his own, shimmering silver and crimson, forged from raw arcane light. Its edge sang softly, a sound that resonated across the domain. Let us end this. Savage charged with primal force, his blade striking in furious arcs. Each swing cracked the air, distorting time itself. One moment his blade crawled like molasses, the next it moved with blinding speed, warping the very flow around it. Edward parried calmly, his own blade meeting Savage's without falter. Sparks of raw time energy erupted with each clash, lighting the platform like miniature suns. Savage's laughter echoed, manic and sharp. Yes, struggle against inevitability. He pressed his wrist device again, and a ripple of distortion tore through the battlefield. Time fractured. One demon pillar staggered, its form suddenly rewound to its primordial state, then forced into decay within the same heartbeat. The ground itself flickered between stone, sand, and dust, unable to decide its own age. So, although it can't affect me, it can still affect the demon god pillars. Edward countered with a wave of his hand. The fractured pillar roared, stabilizing under his will, its body reforming with a grotesque snap. He flicked his sword forward, releasing a shockwave of light that shattered the ripples, sealing the temporal fracture. Your tricks may work in the world outside, Edward said coldly, stepping forward. But this is my domain. Here, time flows as I decree. He gestured, and 3 demon pillars advanced in unison. One unleashed torrents of black flame that devoured the air, another exhaled gravity so dense it crushed the space between them. The third spread countless shadowed tendrils, whipping toward Savage with the hunger of predators. Savage roared in defiance, slashing his weapon in wide arcs. With each strike, the flames froze mid-motion, the gravity field snapped forward in accelerated collapse, the tendrils withered into dust. He forced his body forward, each step a monumental effort, his muscles tearing under the strain of conflicting timelines. His eyes glowed with mad determination as he cut his way through. You call me a thief, Savage snarled, spitting blood, but power belongs to those who seize it. History itself bows before me. He swung again, the blade extending in an impossible arc, stretching through centuries. For an instant, Edward saw his body projected into infinite futures, hundreds of versions of Savage striking simultaneously from countless timelines. Edward raised his sword, and the 72 demon pillars screamed in unison. Their voices became a wall of force, a chorus that shattered the false futures, collapsing the endless Savages into one broken, bloodied man once more. Edward's blade met Savage's strike and overpowered it, sending the immortal staggering back, his weapon trembling in his grip. History doesn't bow to you, Edward said, his eyes flashing. It tolerated you, not anymore. Savage roared, pressing harder. I have walked this earth for 50,000 years. Empires have risen and fallen at my feet. Do you think you can erase me like some pest? Edward's expression remained calm, his strikes precise. You've walked long enough, Savage, all those years, and you've learned nothing but greed and savagery. Savage snarled, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He fainted low, then unleashed a burst of temporal energy from his wrist device, forcing Edward back a step. He seized the moment, striking again, faster than before. But the demon god pillars moved. One lashed out, a tendril of searing flame intercepting Savage's strike. Another unleashed a wave of crushing gravity, pinning him to the ground. Savage roared, his strength monstrous, breaking free for an instant. He leapt, slashing upward with everything he had, only for Edward to raise his hand and halt him midair. Time itself froze Savage in place, his body suspended like a puppet. You've always mistaken survival for strength, Edward said softly. But you are still bound by the same chains as any man. You may have gained some powers from a that-time trapper, but he's not absolute. With a flick of his hand, Edward hurled Savage back. The warlord crashed against the edge of the platform, coughing blood, his weapon flickering in his grip. Edward raised his blade high. The demon god pillars resonated, their roars echoing across the domain. Black flames, crushing winds, molten light, all gathered at Edward's command, weaving into a singular storm of annihilation. This ends now. Savage, battered and bloodied, struggled to his feet. For the first time, there was something in his eyes beyond rage, fear. He stared at the gathering storm of the 72 pillars, at Edward's looming strike. And then he laughed. A ragged, bloody grin split his face. He spat blood and laughed hoarsely. "You might kill me here, Edward. You might erase me from this cage of yours, but you haven't won. No, you've already lost." Edward's eyes narrowed, his blade remained poised. "Speak." Savage laughed, choking on blood. "While you played God in this cage, the world moved. I've already launched them. The warheads are in the sky. New York, London, Jatfarther. Your cities will burn into nothingness soon." His eyes gleamed with mad triumph. "So kill me if you want, Edward. Watch them die. If the world cannot belong to me, it will belong to ash." Savage coughed, his laughter echoing brokenly. "You'll watch your precious cities burn helplessly, unable to do anything. Right before your grand entrance here, Japanese kamikaze pilots controlled by me struck Pearl Harbor. What do you think will happen once that happens?" Edward clenched his fist. Of course he knew what would happen. He knows all too well. Savage smiled. He raised a trembling hand, pointing upward toward the hole in the domain's sky, as if he could see the world beyond. "I may have lost the battle, but I have won the war. The world will burn if I cannot have it." Edward's face did not change, but his grip on his blade tightened. Around him, the demon god pillars stirred with fury, the domain itself trembling. Savage laughed again, his voice filled with cruel triumph. "Kill me if you want, it won't matter, you'll still lose everything." New York City. The city was alive with its usual noise. Car horns blared on 42nd Street, newsboys shouted headlines about the war in Europe, and the skyline shimmered in the pale light of morning. Few knew the truth, that they were minutes away from death. It started with the sirens. At first, people thought it was another drill. The civil defense had run tests before, air raid sirens wailing across the boroughs, telling citizens to duck into shelters or basements. But the tone was different this time. It didn't shut off after a few seconds. It droned on, unbroken, like a scream. In Times Square, a soldier with a megaphone shouted over the chaos. "Take shelter, possible incoming strike. This is not a drill." The words cut through the crowd like a blade. On the corner, a mother clutched her little boy tighter, trying to drag him toward the subway stairs. The child cried, "Mama, what's happening? Why's everyone running?" But she couldn't answer. She only pulled him harder, her heart hammering. Inside the Empire State Building, workers rushed to the elevators, panic rising as they realized there wasn't enough time, not enough room. Some froze at the windows, staring east, where a distant silver glint cut across the sky unnatural, too fast, too deliberate. On the Brooklyn Bridge, traffic jammed instantly. Horns blared, drivers abandoned cars and ran on foot. A priest fell to his knees, clutching his rosary, muttering desperate prayers as the rising wail of the siren drowned him out. Above it all, the bomber's payload cut the clouds. A single steel monster, falling silently toward the beating heart of the city. The mayor, surrounded by aides in the underground command room, gripped the radio headset. His knuckles were white. "Scramble interceptors. Where the hell is the Air Corps?" But there was silence on the other end. There wasn't time. President Roosevelt gritted his teeth and gave her the order. "We have no choice. Drop those damn bombs in Tokyo and Berlin. If we can't save our people, we'll be damn sure to avenge them." All across New York, despair took root. Some prayed, some screamed, some simply stood still, staring up at the approaching doom, unable to move. The shadow of fire fell over them all. London. The city was already scarred. Buildings still bore wounds from the Blitz 2 years prior, blackened shells where homes and shops once stood. Londoners had endured fire before. They knew the sound of sirens, the rush to underground shelters, the feel of the earth shaking as bombs fell. But this was different. The urgency in the warnings was sharper, frantic, even among hardened soldiers. "New weapon, they say. muttered an old man as he shuffled down into the underground with dozens of others. As if the blitz wasn't enough. Bloody Germans. The tunnels filled quickly, families huddled on the cold concrete floors, gas masks clutched to their chests. Children whimpered, mothers hushed them, men tried to look brave though their hands shook. Above ground, the sky was clear. A single contrail cut across it, beautiful in a way but wrong. Too fast, too certain. In Westminster, Churchill stood with his staff, staring grimly at the reports. His cigar trembled between his fingers. "They say it's different Prime Minister," one of his generals whispered. Churchill didn't answer, he knew. He had seen the calculations, heard the whispers about a German superweapon. He muttered, almost to himself, "God help us if it's true." In the streets near St. Paul's Cathedral, a young nurse guided patients down the steps, forcing calm into her voice though her throat was tight with fear. "Down you go, love, keep moving, quickly now." Inside, she caught her reflection in a shattered window, pale, wide-eyed, trying not to shake. On Tower Bridge, a group of Home Guard volunteers looked up at the incoming streak. None of them had ever faced something like this. One whispered, "Looks like it's headed straight for us." Another muttered, "Then this is it." Yet still, some refused to yield. A group of choir boys gathered in the church basement began to sing softly, voices trembling but resolute. Their song echoed against the stone, a fragile act of defiance against the silence of death above. London braced itself. Jatfurther, capital of Vonnerland. The northern city gleamed in the cold light of morning. Built with a blend of Norse stonework and modern steel, Jatfurther was the pride of Vonnerland, its towers etched with runes of protection, its streets lined with banners of silver and blue. The people here had always believed themselves untouchable, blessed by the blood of heroes, and guarded by Edward himself. That belief was about to be tested. The alarm bells tolled across the harbor, deeper and older than sirens, great bronze voices warning of doom. The magical wards shimmered faintly in the sky, reacting to something vast approaching from beyond the horizon. On the walls of the capital, shield maidens and riflemen stood shoulder to shoulder, their faces pale. Some clutched modern rifles, others ancient spears inscribed with runes. They could see it already, the silver bullet descending through the clouds, a streak of unnatural light. In the central square, crowds gathered, confusion mixing with terror. A little girl tugged at her father's cloak. "Papa, is it another drill?" He didn't answer immediately, his eyes were fixed on the sky. "No, honey, this is real, but don't worry," he smiled. "He will protect us, I know he will." Inside the Great Hall, the Council of Vonnerland shouted over one another. Some demanded immediate retaliation. Others demanded the release of Gungnir, the enchanted missile capable of destroying falling asteroids to dust. The High Chancellor slammed his fist on the table. "Where is he? Where is Lord Edward? We can't wait." No one had an answer. Priests of the old ways lit fires in the temple, chanting prayers to Edward, to anyone who might listen. Their voices trembled but carried across the capital. And in the harbor, the great magical warships stirred, their runes igniting, engines roaring to life. They aimed skyward, preparing to intercept if they could, but even their might seemed small against what approached. The people of Jatvarther looked to the sky, and for the first time in centuries, they felt worried. Across 3 cities, millions of souls waited under the same doom. Some prayed, some wept. Some simply stared upward, unable to comprehend. The bombs were falling. And high above, in the fractured temple of time, Edward's heart clenched. Savage's bloodied grin lingered in his mind. He summoned a miniature ball made from the flames of the sun and threw it at Savage. He burned away to nothing, but his mocking voice kept ringing, "I have won the final laugh." The world trembled, minutes away from fire and destruction. Despite everything, history has brought them at the same point. The warheads hung in the air, like the sword of Damocles about to fall. The cottage looked as though time itself had forgotten it. Weathered stone walls held their shape despite centuries of storms, the thatched roof remained whole where others would have crumbled, and moss clung stubbornly to the cracks. The windows were dark, the air unmoving, yet inside a strange flame burned in the hearth, pale, cold, and eternal. At the center of the room stood the loom. It stretched almost to the rafters, its frame groaning under the weight of countless glowing threads. Some were taut, some frayed, some already severed, their ends dangling like veins cut from the world. 3 women worked it tirelessly, Atropos with her shears, Lachesis with her measuring rod, and Clotho with her spindle. Together they wove the destinies of mortals and gods alike. It was here that death entered. The door opened without a touch, and the air chilled the moment she stepped inside. Shadows stretched across the walls, and even the threads on the loom seemed to hum uneasily beneath her gaze. She wore a plain black dress, her dark hair loose, her expression calm but edged with frost. She carried no scythe, no trappings of legend, only the certainty of her presence. Her voice cut through the stillness like glass breaking. "Whatever plan you are trying to pull, throw them away. My husband is already trying to stop the chaos and destruction. We don't need your tantrum." The sisters froze, their tools poised mid-motion. For a heartbeat, the only sound was the faint, unnatural crackle of the fire. Atropos, eldest and stern, lifted her head first. Her eyes were clouded with age, but hard as iron. "You speak out of place, Death. The fates are ours to govern." Lachesis leaned forward, tightening her grip on the rod she used to measure the threads of life. Her tone carried irritation, but beneath it there was something sharp, almost accusing. "You have been ignoring your duties, my dear. Are you getting soft, or changing?" Clotho, youngest of the 3, did not look up from the thread twisting between her fingers. Her voice was soft, almost sorrowful, but her words struck like a warning. "Do you know what happens when an endless starts to change? They get replaced." Death's laughter broke the silence. It was light in sound but heavy in intent, an empty echo that filled the cottage with unease. She tilted her head slightly, black eyes glinting. "I have followed the rules and never stepped away from my duties. But yes, I do believe I have changed, and I'm happy with it." Her gaze sharpened as she took a step closer. When she spoke again, her tone was darker, every syllable edged with finality. "I have come to know love and happiness. I might act soft around my man, but—" Her eyes turned black, swallowing the dim light of the room, and her voice carried the chill of the grave. "I am still Death, ruler of the sunless lands. I can end you all right here." The loom's threads quivered violently, as though they could feel the weight of her intent. Clotho quickly raised her hands, trying to ease the growing tension. Now, there's no need to fight. We are just doing our duty. And you know the consequences of killing us better than anyone." Atropos clicked her shears, her scowl deepening, though her fingers trembled ever so slightly. "This one has gone senile with love. She doesn't care about consequences." Death's eyes glowed faintly, not with fire, but with the absolute absence of it. The air grew colder as her voice dropped lower, steadier, more dangerous. "I would kill anyone and anything standing in his way. Death and hope are bound together for eternity. It means we follow each other to the bitter end." The sisters shifted uneasily. The threads behind them strained as if pulled taut by invisible hands. Finally, Lachesis exhaled, her voice quieter than before, laced with a grim kind of pity. "You do know what awaits him and this world, don't you? Once she is released, it all ends." Death clenched her fists, and shadows rippled across the stone floor like waves of ink. "Doesn't matter, we will face it together, until the end. That's the vow I swore to him upon our marriage." The words lingered in the air, unshaken, unyielding. Clotho shook her head slowly, the spinning wheel at her side slowing with her hands. "That's not a good end, dear, and fates without strings can be dangerous for humans. Just look at this war, it's even worse than the original one. And who's responsible for it? Yes, your husband." For the first time, Death faltered. Her expression shifted, just slightly, as she studied their faces. "So you didn't do anything?" Atropos scoffed, snapping her shears together. "We only did the thing that was supposed to happen. We never act beyond the natural flow. Time Trapper was just using that human to test us. We would square with him later." Death let out a weary breath, her shoulders lowering a fraction. Her voice, though quieter, carried steel. "Just don't do anything to something he changed personally. He might ignore my words and end you. You know cosmic rules don't apply to him. That's why you have never dared to approach him, because he stands against everything you stand for." Lachesis's lips curved into a faint smile, though her eyes betrayed unease. "Although we hate him, we also admire him. especially eldest sister. Atropos's face darkened instantly. She snapped her head toward her sibling, voice sharp with betrayal. I told that to you in confidence, sister. I merely wished to see his limits. Clotho teased from the side. But you said you found him charming compared to the other humans. Death's smile was small but knowing. Well, he has that charm. He attracts attention wherever he goes. Then it vanished. Her hand flickered, and a knife appeared from nothing. Its blade was impossibly thin, abyss black, and the very air recoiled from it. The sisters stiffened, their tools frozen midair, the threads of the loom trembling as though they might snap all at once. Death's tone turned sickly sweet, soft as honey but twice as venomous. I don't mind a little admiration, but do not try to get close to HIM if you wish to live. Is that clear? Yes, the three sisters said quickly, their voices unified and shaking. Her smile returned as if nothing had happened, but the abyss still burned in her eyes. The knife dissolved back into nothing, and death turned her back on them. She walked slowly to the door, every step measured, unhurried. With a creak, it opened for her, and the moment she crossed the threshold, the pressure in the cottage lifted. The silence that followed was heavy. Atropos swallowed hard, her hands trembling against her shears. Sisters, she. Lachesis sat pale, the faint smirk she'd worn earlier long gone. Her voice was low, shaken. Indeed, but how? Clotho set her spindle down, her hands unsteady. She coughed softly before answering, her eyes downcast. You know, how, but that's almost impossible. She looked up at the loom, at the endless threads stretching into eternity. Her sigh was long, heavy, resigned. It seems we will have a new thread to weave. Capitulo 59, The Song of Miracles and Goodbyes 1. Edward stood in the hollow silence of the Temple of Time as Savage's body disintegrated into ash with the fame of sun. His last words lingered like venom in the air. You will watch your precious cities burn. Edward didn't waste another heartbeat. He summoned 3 perfect clones, each burning with a fragment of his essence, and sent them streaking across the sky like comets of silver and crimson. One toward New York, one toward London, one toward Jatvarther, the jewel of Von Arland. If Savage had spoken true, and Edward's instincts told him he had, then 3 hydrogen bombs, impossibly advanced for this era, were already in descent. Weapons too monstrous even for the world a century later, falling now in 1943. He teleported alongside his Jatvarther-bound clone, focusing first on his people, his devoted followers, those who had pledged their lives and faith to him. In his mind, he spoke directly to the elders through the binding spell that connected them. Launch the Gungnir now, strike the warhead before it reaches the earth, erect the barrier as I taught you. It will hold back the radiation, do it immediately. The elders, seated in the golden high hall beneath the carved runes of Von Arland, answered with no hesitation. Your will is our command, eternal one. Edward felt the surge of power ripple through the city as Gungnir, Von Arland's legendary magical missile, crafted from ancient runes and bound with the magic of the nation's greatest mages, roared to life. Like a spear hurled by Odin himself, it shot through the stratosphere, intercepting the descending warhead. Cracked. The sky above Jatvarther split with fire. A thunderclap shook the earth as Gungnir struck true, detonating the warhead midair. The magical barrier shimmered across the city, an iridescent dome of runes and light. The explosion's inferno rolled against it like waves crashing against stone. The people of Von Arland shielded their faces as daylight turned to blinding white, then faded into a lingering toxic haze. Jatvarther was shaken but intact, alive. But Edward had no time to breathe. He turned his senses toward London and New York, where his other 2 clones had gone. His heart froze. He felt it, too late. Even as his clones reached upward, even as they extended hands of burning magic to seize the falling payloads, Savage's design revealed its cruelty. The warhead's propulsion systems activated in the final seconds, accelerating them beyond the margin of interception. And then, boom! The world convulsed. 2 more suns were born on Earth. Over London, over New York, the heavens split apart. Firestorms bloomed into colossal mushroom clouds, climbing endlessly, turning day to night in a heartbeat. The shockwaves tore through the cities with the force of gods enraged. The closest souls, men, women, children, never even knew they died. They became shadows etched into walls, bodies reduced to nothing but outlines in white ash. In an instant, millions were gone. For those farther from the center, death was not merciful. Flames consumed everything, streets, homes, monuments, until stone itself seemed to scream. Glass turned to liquid. Steel twisted like wax. Human flesh blistered and melted in grotesque waves. In London, soldiers on patrol near Westminster were blinded by the flash, stumbling as skin slewed from their bones. Mothers clutched children, trying to shield them, only to fuse together in death, their forms burned into grotesque statues of charcoal. Big Ben crumbled, its clock face vaporized, as the River Thames boiled beneath clouds of radioactive ash. In New York, Times Square vanished in fire. Skyscrapers bent and folded, collapsing like sandcastles. People fled, but there was no direction, no escape. Some staggered into the Hudson, only to find the water itself aflame, carrying the bodies of thousands adrift. The Statue of Liberty, the symbol of hope, was engulfed, her copper skin blistering and collapsing, her arm torn away in the storm. The survivors wished they had died in the first flash. Edward's clone walked amidst the ruins, looking to see if anybody survived. Once he saw nobody was left to save, he vanished from the city that no longer existed. Edward descended into the heart of London's ruins, his robes of red and silver trailing ash like blood upon snow. His heroic form remained, he hadn't the strength or mindset to drop it. His steps echoed across a silence broken only by the distant keening of flames. No birds, no cries of life, just the death of a city. As he walked, his boot struck against a half-melted radio. It still sputtered with static, somehow catching faint signals through the crackling air. Drawn by the sound, Edward knelt, brushing aside rubble. His heart clenched. There, beneath twisted steel beams, lay 3 blackened silhouettes on the ground, 2 larger, 1 small. Parents shielding their child. They had wrapped their arms around her, protecting her even as fire swallowed them whole. What remained of the child's hand had fused with the radio she clutched. Her tiny fingers had melted into the dial, frozen in a desperate grip. The radio sputtered one last piece of the famous song, broken and distorted through the static. Lo, don bry, G is fall, G down. Fal, G dow. Lond, bry, is fa, ing dow. My fi, ar la. The melody fractured, then died into silence. Edward's knees gave way. He fell onto the scorched street, staring at the remnants before him. His long white hair hung in disarray, ash clinging to it like ghosts. His throat was tight, his chest hollow. He whispered, more to himself than to anyone, "It's like no matter what I do, we always come to the same conclusion. No matter the world, they will be their own undoing." In his mind, the memories surged. His first world's end. It started with Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Then, nearly a century later, nuclear fire spreading across continents, humanity's hubris consuming all. And now here, in this altered timeline, the same cruelty repeated. No matter how hard he fought, no matter what he sacrificed, humanity always seemed to find a way to destroy itself. Edward had nothing to say, neither did the heroes who were watching. In the distance, tremors shook the air again. Edward's head turned instinctively toward Berlin, then Tokyo. 2 smaller flashes ignited the horizon. Retaliation. America's response, swift and merciless. Savage had not lied. If he couldn't claim the world, he would drag it into hell. Edward's body trembled, but not from fear, from despair. His clones had long since dissipated, useless now. He had failed. Failed London. Failed New York. Failed the countless innocents now screaming beneath tons of rubble and fire. He walked aimlessly through the ruins, passing corpses fused into the street, faces contorted in agony. Once grand taverns and churches were reduced to skeletal remains. He stopped at the shattered shell of one old pub, the White Horse, where he had first met death centuries ago, where Morpheus struck a deal with Hob Gadling and William Shakespeare. Now it was nothing but cinders and silence. For the first time in countless centuries, Edward did not know what to do. His power was immeasurable, his wisdom vast, but against humanity's hatred, its endless thirst for blood, He was as powerless as the child who had melted into the radio. So he stood there in the ruins of London as ash fell like snow around him. Silent, motionless, watching the folly of mankind replay itself yet again. The ruins of London and New York smoldered behind him as Edward vanished from the shattered street of the White Horse Tavern. His form flickered like a dying flame, reappearing hundreds of miles away, yet the weight of failure clung to him. No distance could sever it. He landed in silence outside the forests of occupied Poland, where dark whispers he had long ignored had taken root. If Savage's nuclear fire had stolen millions in seconds, Edward had to face the other truth. There were already places where despair had been cultivated slowly, deliberately, methodically. Places where men and women were turned into cattle. His boots sank into mud as he approached the destroyed iron gates of Auschwitz. It was lifeless now. He used his clairvoyance to see the past. The abandoned camp moved again. Edward walked among the phantoms as he entered inside. The camp stretched outward like a scar across the earth. Barbed wire fences, guard towers, barracks of rotting wood, smokestacks belching gray ash that blotted the sky. Soldiers marched along the perimeter, rifles slung casually, laughter mixing with barks of orders in German. Beyond the gates, rows of skeletal figures shuffled forward, heads down, their striped uniforms hanging like rags over bones. Edward stopped. His hands trembled at his sides. He had seen kingdoms rise and fall, plagues sweep continents, wars bleed civilizations dry. But this was different. It was not merely death. It was humiliation crafted into policy. It was hatred industrialized into routine. A voice whispered inside him, Solomon's, quiet but heavy. You knew of this, yet only now, after fire has consumed your cities, you come to see. Shouldn't you save them with a smile like you always do? Edward swallowed hard. I wanted to believe humanity wouldn't sink like this after all I have done. I am not God. I am just another human. I cannot erase all bad things from world, nor can I be there for everyone. And yet here we are. I know what you were thinking. You just chose not to look, knowing the vile acts they will commit in future. You thought that 2 acts of cruelty would balance it, while you live happily ever after. He sighed. You have clairvoyance, Solomon. You can see it all. Does getting hurt once justify for the future atrocities? If everyone just used a mistake from the past as justification for vengeance, humanity would not even make it till the medieval era. Solomon was silent for a while. It's true. That's why I once thought they needed a clean slate, a chance to start anew. But now I see, there is no salvation for them. Their fate is to end themselves. He stepped forward, unseen by mortal eyes. His presence, cloaked in divine light, moved like a phantom among the prisoners. Or rather, they were the phantoms as they all perished. A boy, no older than 12, sat on the dirt near the barracks, his knees drawn to his chest. His face was gaunt, eyes sunken but still alive, flickering with a spark of something that refused to die. In his hands he clutched a tiny wooden toy horse, its legs broken. Edward knelt beside him, unseen. The boy whispered to the horse as if it could still run. They took Mama yesterday, said she was too weak. Papa's gone, but I will take you with me. We'll get out, you'll see. Edward's throat closed. He reached out, though his hand could never touch him. Moments later, a soldier barked an order. The boy was shoved into line with others. Edward followed, powerless to interfere. They were marched toward the showers. The boy held the toy tight. The doors closed, the locks clanged. A hiss filled the chamber. The screams began. Edward staggered back, one hand gripping his chest. He could not breathe. The cries of the dying echoed in his skull, each one piercing him deeper than Savage's blade ever had. This is worse than the bombs, Solomon murmured, voice grave. At least the bombs were swift. This is cruelty turned into art. Edward's voice was hoarse. I thought if I fought the great wars, if I stopped the tyrants at their peak, I could spare humanity from this. But it was already happening. He chuckled bitterly. I knew, deep in my heart, that someday I would have to face this, that I would face utter disappointment from their acts. It touched some rather unsavory memories. Now I understand what Saber felt, but I won't give up until the very end. He stumbled deeper into the camp, past lines of starving men forced to carry corpses to pits, past women clutching infants who would never see daylight again. Every corner was despair. Every step was rot. In one barracks, he found a group huddled together, whispering prayers in Hebrew. An old rabbi, skin stretched taut over bone, spoke softly to those around him. "Do not let them take your soul. They may burn us, beat us, starve us, but our God still counts us as his. They cannot erase us from his memory." A woman sobbed quietly, holding her child. Another man stared blankly, his mind already gone. But the rabbi's voice was steady, unbroken. Edward lingered. His faith in humanity, faith in progress, felt somewhat broken. Yet this man, in chains, facing certain death, still clung to his belief. It tore at him. He stepped outside, tilting his face upward. The smoke from the crematorium blurred the sky, carrying ash that fell like snow. He extended his hand and caught a flake upon his palm. It dissolved into nothing, leaving only a smear of gray. He whispered to no one, children's bones drifting as snow. Is this what the world has become? His mind turned again to Savage's words. You will watch your cities burn. But Savage had not mentioned this. He hadn't needed to. Humanity had done this all on its own. No bombs, no gods, just hatred. Edward felt the weight of centuries pressing down. He thought of death, his eternal companion. Her warnings, her love, her cold promises to shield him. What would she say if she stood here now, in this place where love had been strangled, where hope was burned into ash? For the first time in eons, Edward had tears in his eyes. The tears cut trails through the soot on his face, falling silently onto the mud. He had faced armies, demons, gods themselves, yet here he felt powerless. He could obliterate this camp with a wave, but it would not erase the millions already gone. It would not heal the children already turned to dust. Solomon spoke again, his tone softer now. You are not weak for grieving. You are human, no matter how divine you pretend to be. But know this, if you falter, if you turn away, then their deaths become truly meaningless. The only way forward is to bear witness and act. Edward closed his eyes, forcing the tears to stop. His grief hardened, forged into resolve. He could not undo this. He could not save the boy with the wooden horse, nor the rabbi, nor the millions already swallowed. But he could ensure their memory was never erased. He could strike at those who built these horrors, rip out the roots of their empire. He could deny Savage, Hitler, all of them, their victory. He turned from Auschwitz, his steps slow but firm. The ash still clung to him, a mantle he would never shed. Above him, the world trembled. Nuclear fire had already erased London and New York. Retaliation burned Berlin and Tokyo. Humanity stood on the precipice of annihilation. And in the shadows of camps like this, cruelty festered unchecked. Edward whispered to the wind, to the dead, to the countless souls rising into the smoke. I swear, I will not let you all be forgot. If I can save the world, I will. If I must carry your pain for eternity, I will. This ends here with me. The air stirred, carrying the faint echo of a child's voice. The boy with the horse, perhaps, or just Edward's grief-conjuring ghosts. We'll get out, you'll see. Edward lowered his head, his fists clenched. He disappeared into the smoke, leaving Auschwitz behind, but the screams would never leave him. The smoke of Auschwitz still clung to Edward's cloak when he vanished from that scarred land and reappeared on the scorched soil of Japan. He landed just beyond the outskirts of Tokyo, his boots sinking into earth that was still trembling from the firestorm above. The night sky was a burning canvas, black clouds streaked with fire, red embers falling like rain. Tokyo was no longer a city but a pyre, its wooden houses consumed in a sea of flames. The air was thick, suffocating, alive with screams that echoed through the crackling of collapsing buildings. Edward stood still, his face pale, the shadows of grief from London and Auschwitz etched deeper into his features. He did not need to see more, but he forced himself to. He lifted a hand to his temple and whispered, "Show me their final moments. Let me feel what they felt." There was hesitation in Solomon's voice. "Edward, this will break you." Edward's eyes narrowed, already glassy with unshed tears. "Then let it break me." The world around him shuddered, and his vision split open. Suddenly, he was everywhere. A little girl crouched in the ruins of a burning house, clutching her baby brother to her chest. Her lips were cracked, her body bruised, but she whispered to him softly, forcing her voice to be gentle despite the chaos around them. Don't cry, little one. We'll find Mama, we'll find food." The baby whimpered weakly, his breath rattling. The girl tried to smile, but her eyes darted to the flames crawling closer. The roof cracked and groaned above them. She didn't run. She only pulled her brother tighter, humming a lullaby their mother used to sing. Edward felt her arms around the child, felt the trembling of her small frame, the desperate resolve to be strong. And then heat, weight, crushing fire. Her song was silenced in an instant. Edward gasped and staggered. He wanted to tear away from the vision, but clairvoyance bound him. More voices, more lives poured into him. A boy, maybe no older than 12, ran barefoot through the streets, his clothes singed, his skin blistering from the firebombs that had rained down. He carried a tin can in one hand, clutched to his chest like a treasure. His breath was ragged, his eyes wild, but there was no fear in him, only determination. Inside the can, rice rattled faintly. It was all he had left, all that remained of his family's rations. He tripped once, fell to his knees, but he rose again. "I'll feed her," he whispered hoarsely. "I promised I'd feed Setsuko." He reached the river bank, where his younger sister lay weak and starving. He fell beside her, fumbling with the can, but his burned hands couldn't open it. His fingers bled against the metal. His sister's hand twitched, reaching for him. He tried to smile, tried to keep his promise. And then the firestorm swept down the river, a roaring wave of flame and smoke. The boy shielded his sister with his body, clutching the rice can to his chest as if it mattered still. They both vanished into the fire. Edward collapsed to his knees. His shoulders shook violently. He clutched his chest as though trying to hold himself together, but the weight of their voices, their last moments, was ripping him apart. He saw more. A mother searching desperately through rubble, calling her children's names until her voice broke. A soldier crawling across the dirt, his legs gone, whispering an apology to a photograph in his hand. A group of children sitting in a field outside the city, watching the red glow of Tokyo, too stunned to cry. One boy murmured, "It looks like the stars falling." Each life sank into Edward's soul like a knife. Their dreams, their fears, their stubborn will to survive, their reluctant acceptance of death, they all became his. He bore their pain, their despair, and their fleeting sparks of hope. He could not breathe. The visions released him at last, and he crumpled onto the blackened soil. His white hair spilled across the ash, his regal robes stained by soot. He trembled as sobs tore through him, raw and unrestrained. He had faced gods and monsters. He had slain tyrants. He had seen civilizations rise and fall, but nothing broke him as this did. To feel their final thoughts, their desperate love, their unfinished promises, it was unbearable. He pounded his fists into the ground, each strike sending tremors through the earth. Why? Why must it always end like this? I tried so hard, I tried to change it, and still this. The air shimmered. Solomon's voice was steady. "Edward, this is humanity. Their cruelty, their resilience, their beauty, their horror. You cannot erase one without erasing the other." Edward lifted his head slowly, his eyes red with grief. "Then I will undo this mistake. I will give them hope. I cannot let this stand, not this time." He rose shakily to his feet, staring out at the inferno-consuming Japan. The mushroom cloud loomed on the horizon like a wound in the sky, a scar carved into creation itself. He clenched his fists, his voice low and heavy with resolve. "If God will not undo this, then I will. If fate resists me, then I will break fate itself." The air around him crackled, as if reality itself feared the weight of his vow. Capítulo 60, All Characters List. Capítulo 61, The Song of Miracles and Goodbyes Too. Edward hovered above the ruined world, his crimson and silver robe drifting in the winds that still carried the acrid smoke of burning cities. From this height, he could see the wounds humanity had inflicted upon itself, mushroom clouds still billowing in the far distance, black scars stretching where thriving metropolises once stood. The night sky was drowned by a haze of ash and flame. For a long time, he said nothing. His white hair stirred faintly in the cold winds, and his golden eyes, so ancient, so weary, scanned the devastation. He had faced countless tragedies before, in countless ages, but this felt different. He opened his hand and let a small object materialize from the gate of Babylon, a sphere of dull, pulsing light, its surface carved with etchings that whispered of the dawn of magic itself. He turned it in his palm. "It's been over 3,100 years since then," Edward murmured, voice low, almost like he was speaking only to himself. "Since the last time I dared to use this, the last time I thought humanity needed me." The orb pulsed faintly, as though recognizing his hesitation. His eyes lingered on it, remembering an earlier world, a time when gods walked among mortals and he tore open the heavens to free mankind from chains. He thought of the promise he had made then, that he would guide them, help them, believe in them even when they strayed. Yet here he was again, standing above corpses turned to ash, hearing the faint echoes of a child's song cut short by fire. Edward's chest tightened, his hand closed around the orb. "Even if this is wrong," he whispered, "I'll bear it, I always have." Then he breathed in, deep and steady, and opened his mouth. Not to himself this time, but to the entire world. His voice carried not by air but by something deeper, ancient, threaded into the very soul of mankind. "Hello, my beloved humanity," Edward said softly. His words echoed into every heart across the earth. "I never thought I'd speak to you like this again, not after 3,100 years." People froze where they stood. In Washington, President Franklin D. Roosevelt sat hunched in his chair, his face already heavy with fatigue from the decisions of war. At the first sound of that voice, his eyes fluttered shut. He did not know the speaker, and yet, he thought he did. His hands trembled slightly on the armrest, the sound striking him with a sadness that seemed older than nations. In Tokyo, Emperor Hirohito lifted his weary gaze from the shattered palace chamber around him. The throne room was half broken, his courtiers huddled in silence, survivors of American firebombs. At that voice, every head turned upward, as though the ruined ceiling itself had spoken. Hirohito's lips parted, but no sound came out, only recognition that he could not explain. In villages across Asia, children pointed at the smoky skies, clutching the sleeves of their mothers, whispering in awe at the man floating above the heavens. In London's underground shelters, where survivors clutched one another in the darkness, the voice reached them too, filling the silence with a sorrowful warmth. And in the ruins of New York, where a few half-burned survivors stumbled like shadows through rubble, they stopped and lifted bloodied faces to the sky, listening. The voice was everywhere, no one could escape or ignore it, and nobody did. Edward continued, his tone heavy with a sadness that wrapped itself into every syllable. "You have known me by many names through history. Some whispered, some forgotten, some cursed, but none of that matters now. I do not speak today to inspire false hope. I do not speak to promise salvation." His eyes swept across the horizon of smoke. "I speak because it is time for me to let you walk alone, not because you are beyond saving, but because I cannot keep guiding you when you choose to walk into fire. Perhaps because I tried to steer you in that direction, that you walk the other path so fervently. From now on, humanity will write its own story, for better or for worse." Gasps, sobs, murmurs spread across the globe. In homes, in trenches, in bomb shelters, some clung to each other, others fell to their knees. Roosevelt bowed his head into his trembling hands. "God forgive us," he whispered under his breath. Hirohito's lips trembled as he whispered, "Kamigami wa watashitachi o misurera no desu haka?" Has the gods chosen to forsake us? "When I freed you long ago from divine tyranny," Edward said, his voice quiet but firm, "I believed in you. I believed you could build a brighter world. I gave you my strength, my knowledge, my guidance. When no god would save you, I chose to stand by you." He paused, the memories weighing heavy. His heart burned with images of centuries past, empires rising and falling, innocents slaughtered, tyrants overthrown, revolutions for freedom and revolutions for greed. "I thought, if I stayed by your side, you would learn, that you would see the beauty of life and choose to protect it." Edward's jaw tightened. His golden eyes shimmered, but no tears fell. He had shed too many already in lifetimes gone. "But I was wrong," his voice trembled just slightly. "I was delusional." Across the world, people listened in stunned silence. Some broke into tears. Some shouted angrily at the heavens, calling him a coward for abandoning them. In one underground shelter in London, a man screamed at the ceiling, "You could have saved my wife, my children, and you say you walk away now." But Edward's voice remained steady, carrying even through the cries. "I underestimated your hunger for chaos, your lust for war, and yet, I never lost faith, not truly, for I saw kindness too. I saw men and women lay down their lives for strangers. I saw compassion in places where cruelty reigned. I saw children smile even in the rubble of bombed homes." His words softened, like a father speaking to his wayward children. "Good cannot exist without evil. Light cannot shine without shadow. I never blamed all of you for the sins of the few." The orb in his hand pulsed faintly, casting dim golden light across his face. Edward raised his head, eyes sweeping the sky. But today, his voice grew heavier. "Today I have seen how far you've gone. I have seen New York burn. I have walked through London's ashes. I felt the last breath of children in Tokyo, and I realized I cannot stop you from destroying yourselves, no matter how much I love you, no matter how much I fight." All across the globe, silence fell. The sheer weight of his grief seemed to smother every heart at once. "You have unlocked the power of the atom," Edward continued, voice firm but sorrowful. "And this is how your story will end. Not by alien invasion, not by natural disaster, but by your own hand, tearing each other apart with the fire you forged. I cannot fight that for you. I cannot take away your free will even if it's for your own good. Then I would become the same gods I stood up against." The reactions were raw and fractured. In America, some prayed in churches and synagogues, believing God himself had spoken. Others cursed Edward, shouting into the air, "You're no savior, you let us burn." In Britain, families wept openly, hugging each other as though his words were the final judgment. In Tokyo, broken families bowed their heads in silence, unable to weep anymore. In small villages untouched by bombs, peasants clutched their children tighter, terrified that the voice meant the world was truly ending. And in hidden halls, men of power whispered urgently, was this a god, a devil, a myth returned? But no matter their speculation, none could escape the chill of truth in his voice. Edward closed his eyes briefly. He let himself feel their grief, their anger, their despair. He did not flinch. He had borne it for centuries. "So I will walk away," he said at last. "This is my farewell, but before I go, I will give you one final gift, a miracle." The world seemed to inhale at once. People clasped hands, fell to their knees, whispered prayers. Survivors in the rubble of New York looked skyward with wide eyes, daring to hope. "I shall restore your cities," Edward declared, voice firm now, resonating like a vow. "I shall restore the lives lost today, but you will remember this, every one of you. You will remember the screams, the fire, the despair. You will remember what awaits you if you continue this path." He raised the orb slightly, its light glowing brighter. "Help one another, create rather than destroy, protect rather than hate. The world is dark, but light lies beyond despair. You will fall, you will fail, you will bleed, but do not lose hope." Edward's gaze softened. "One day you will find your way without me." The world was silent. Tears streamed down faces across nations. "Live well, mankind, and remember, this is my final lesson. From this day forward, I will no longer intervene in your wars and your destruction. You are free. Choose peace or choose war, choose life or choose death. The choice is yours, forever." He exhaled deeply, shoulders trembling slightly, as if the words themselves were tearing him apart. "Now," Edward whispered, his voice lowering to a final, quiet promise, "look to the sky with hope, my beloved humanity, and receive my last gift, the miracle you hoped for." Edward's words still lingered across the globe, heavy as chains, tender as a farewell embrace. Humanity held its breath, caught between despair and trembling hope. He floated higher into the ashen skies, the winds stirring around him, his crimson and silver robe billowing like torn banners. Slowly, he extended both hands toward the heavens. The orb of ancient power shimmered in his palm, its runes glowing as though awakening from slumber after millennia. Inside his mind, another voice stirred, calm, old, resonant. "Are you certain, Master?" Solomon's voice asked, solemn as a bell. "This miracle is absolute. Once given, it cannot be undone. You will exhaust my gift." Edward smiled faintly, his expression soft despite the storm raging within his heart. Yes, Solomon, this is my last gift to them, not because they deserve it, but because they need it. If I leave them with only despair, they will never rise again. Then let it be so, Solomon answered. I am with you as always. Edward lifted the orb high. Golden rings began to spiral out of it, one after another, like ancient gears grinding back to life. They spun slowly, then faster, creating a luminous halo above him. The skies themselves seemed to bend around the light, as though time and creation waited in reverence. His voice, once soft, now rang out in ritual cadence. The time of birth hath come, he is the one who masters all. The rings blazed, its light tearing through the veil of smoke and ash above the world. For the first time since the bombs fell, sunlight pierced through the darkness. The time of crowning hath come, he is the one who begins all. The second set of rings spun, locking into place. The glow expanded, a dome of golden radiance spreading over continents. People everywhere looked up, gasping as the broken skies filled with shimmering light. Survivors who had been choking on ash found themselves bathed in warmth, their tears catching the glow like tiny crystals. Edward lowered his head, his voice quieter now, aching with finality. And now, the time of parting hath come, he is the one who lets go of the world. All the rings ignited, forming a radiant halo of warm light that encompassed the first two. The orb pulsed like a beating heart, waiting for his final wish. Edward closed his eyes. He could feel billions of lives, billions of voices pressing against him, the grief of parents clutching dead children, the hollow silence of lovers torn apart, the despair of nations in ruins. He bore it all, every scream, every broken breath. Thus he spoke the final prayer. I return what you bestowed upon me. Omnipotence is not for me, nor it is for humanity. My work shall be done within the limits of mankind. But grant me this one final prayer. Undo the destruction of this day, restore what was lost. Let there be a second chance for mankind. Let there be light. The orb dissolved into brilliance. The golden rings spun furiously, collapsing inward until they burst in a shockwave of radiance that swept across the entire world. After releasing the light, they fell down gently into Edward's outstretched palm. Their glow dimmed as the miracle contained within them was released. London. Beneath the ruins of London, survivors had huddled in collapsed shelters, coughing on ash. Mothers held their children tightly, shielding them with frail bodies, waiting for the silence of death. Then the golden light descended. Streets blackened by fire reformed, stone and brick pulling themselves together. Crumbled houses rose again, soot vanishing from walls. Big Ben, reduced to rubble, stood whole once more, its clock hands frozen at the moment of destruction before ticking forward anew. And where bodies had been turned to ash, flesh reformed, breath returned. Children gasped awake in their mothers' arms. Soldiers stumbled to their feet, staring at rifles that had melted hours earlier but now were whole. A man who had cradled his wife's charred remains suddenly felt warmth in his arms. He opened his eyes, and she was alive, blinking in confusion, whispering his name. He collapsed against her shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably. Above it all, church bells rang again, restored by the miracle. London was alive. New York. The smoldering ruins of Manhattan shimmered with golden radiance. Buildings rose like phantoms made real, steel bending, glass fusing, concrete knitting itself together. Bridges reappeared across the rivers, subways reconnected beneath the earth. On Times Square, where a crater had been, neon lights flickered back into life, glowing brighter than ever. Billboards lit up, their messages suddenly mundane in contrast to the miracle unfolding. On the sidewalks, where shadows of vaporized citizens had been seared into walls, the shadows vanished, replaced by the very souls who had cast them. Men and women blinked, confused, clutching their children, gasping as if waking from a nightmare. A boy who had melted into the pavement now sat up, whole, tears streaming down his cheeks as he looked around at a city reborn. Firefighters who had died in the initial blast suddenly found themselves standing again, their uniforms intact, sirens echoing in the distance as engines revived. The Statue of Liberty, blackened and cracked, gleamed anew, torch held proudly aloft against the golden sky. Tokyo. Tokyo had suffered deep wounds, not just the bomb, but the relentless firebombing that turned whole districts into seas of ash. Edward had seen it all through clairvoyance. Children clutching empty rice tins, siblings huddled in the ruins, their small bodies eventually going still. Now the light poured over the land. Charred wooden homes rebuilt themselves, one plank at a time. Temples reappeared, their bells ringing gently in the breeze. Rivers once choked with bodies cleared, their waters running pure again. And the children. A boy who had died clutching his baby sister in a collapsed shelter gasped awake. His sister stirred in his arms, alive. Their bellies no longer ached with hunger. They blinked at each other, then burst into tears, holding each other tight as though they might vanish again. All across Tokyo, families reunited. The dead lived. The burned were healed. And in the distance, cherry blossoms bloomed unseasonably, their petals drifting in golden light. Berlin. Even the ruined city of Berlin was restored, the people embracing their loved ones with tears. Among others, Hitler himself was there. But he wasn't the same man who perished. He gathered his marshals and spoke calmly. Ich habe des Licht gesehen unverflech mich zum ersten Mal davor, das ich so blind bin. Geben sei den Krieg auf unbauen sei gemeinsam ein besser Nation auf. Für mich ist dies des End meines Weges. Ich verdien sen Freundlichkeit nach dem, was ich getten habe nicht. I have seen the light, and for the first time I curse myself for being so blind. Give up the war, build a better nation together. As for me, this is the end of my road. I don't deserve his kindness, after what I have done. He smiled gently at his men, probably for the first time ever, then pointed his gun to his head and pulled the trigger while leaving the parting words that would later be passed down after centuries. Let my death usher an era of peace. Everywhere, people screamed, wept, prayed, laughed hysterically. A tide of emotion unlike any in history swept across humanity. In Washington, Roosevelt rose slowly from his chair, tears streaking down his worn face. So this is what a God's mercy looks like. His hands shook as he gripped the desk, and we squandered it. In Tokyo, Emperor Hirohito knelt beside his throne, hands trembling as he bowed his head. Kami-sama, forgive us. In the slums of India, peasants knelt in the dirt, crying into their hands as their sick and starved were healed by the light. In Europe, villages untouched by war still bowed their heads, feeling the miracle as surely as those who had been destroyed. Even soldiers on battlefronts froze mid-fire, their rifles falling from numb hands as they stared at the glowing sky. Enemies turned to one another, wide-eyed, unsure if they should embrace or fire again. For a moment, the world held still, and although nobody spoke it, the same thought rang through their minds: is this our salvation? Edward, high above the earth, floated amidst the halo of dying golden light. His body trembled. His face was calm, but his heart was breaking. He looked down at the restored cities, the millions of lives given back. He saw their tears, their disbelief, their gratitude, their guilt. And he smiled faintly. "This is your second chance," he whispered, though his voice still carried to all. "Do not waste it." His golden eyes dimmed, heavy with grief yet filled with love. "Even though I'll watch over you, I will no longer walk beside you. No more miracles, no more salvation. This was my farewell. From now on, your story is yours alone, so write it well, dear humanity." All across the world, people begged him not to leave. Cries rose into the air. "Don't abandon us. Please stay with us. We need you." But Edward shook his head gently. "No, you don't need me. Not anymore. You only need each other." His voice softened, like saying a goodbye to wayward children. "Remember, hope lies beyond despair. Never forget this day. Learn this lesson and engrave it deep in your mind. Live a peaceful and happy life. That's all I hope for." The rings in his palm flickered, dimming, then dissolved into motes of light. Solomon's voice echoed faintly in Edward's mind. "Well done, Edward. This was truly a grand miracle. Although I don't know if they will remember this long, but I sincerely hope they do and walk a different path." Edward let out a long breath. He closed his eyes. His form shimmered faintly, the heroic aura fading as though the world itself was letting him go. The last thing the world saw was his silhouette against the golden sky, a lone figure in robes, hands folded in a prayer. Then the light receded, and he was gone. For a long moment the earth was utterly silent. Then sound returned, sobs, laughter, cries of joy, and prayers whispered to the heavens. But Edward was no longer there to hear them. He had left. But before he vanished, he wanted to do a small act of kindness. So he flew down near the riverbank where two siblings were reunited. Moonlight spilled across the water like liquid silver, its glow brushing over the worn stones of the riverbank. Two children sat there, their silhouettes small and fragile against the vast sweep of the night sky. Seida's thin frame shook as he clutched his younger sister in his arms, his face buried against her shoulder. His sobs were quiet, restrained, as though even grief itself had learned to be subdued after too many days of hunger and loss. Setsuko, far too young to fully understand the weight that pressed down on him, smiled faintly. She lifted her tiny hand, calloused and smudged with dirt, and gently patted her brother's head. It was an innocent gesture, but in its tenderness it carried the strength of a lifetime. At their feet sat a dented metal can, holding only a meager handful of rice. It caught the moonlight, gleaming faintly, a cruel reminder of how little remained for them. Then the air shifted. A soft hum rose in the stillness, like the whisper of a breeze through unseen wings. A figure descended slowly, his boots touching the earth as lightly as falling ash. Edward. His presence was not thunderous, not divine. It was quiet, human, yet carried with it a strange comfort, as if the night itself sighed in relief at his arrival. The boy reacted instantly. Seida's arms tightened around Setsuko, and he stepped protectively in front of her, his small body shielding hers. His eyes, red from crying, narrowed with wariness. "Who are you?" he demanded, his voice trembling but firm, a boy forced too soon into the role of guardian. Setsuko, however, peeked out from behind him. Her wide, innocent eyes glimmered with hope rather than fear. She stepped forward, tilting her head up at Edward with a child's trust. "Are you the kami-sama who saved us?" she asked softly, her voice barely more than a whisper carried by the river's song. Edward looked at her for a long moment. The corners of his lips curved into a tender smile, one touched by sorrow. His golden hair caught the moonlight, framing his face like a faint halo, though his eyes, gentle and weary, spoke only of humanity. "No, little one," he said quietly, kneeling so he could meet her gaze. "I am no kami. I'm just another foolish human with a hopeless dream." Then, with a subtle flick of his hand, the air shimmered. From the nothingness bloomed abundance, warm, fragrant food appearing on the ground before them. Bowls of steaming rice, freshly baked bread, vibrant fruits that seemed to glow with life. The sight of it made Setsuko's eyes go round with wonder, her tiny hands clapping together with delight. Even Seida's guarded expression faltered, disbelief and hunger flashing across his face. Edward chuckled, the sound warm in the cold night. He reached out and ruffled their unkempt hair, his touch gentle. "Go on, kids, eat until your hearts are content." For a moment, both children just stared. Then Seida bowed deeply, his shoulders trembling as he forced words past the lump in his throat. "Arigato, Oniai-san," he said, his voice breaking with gratitude. "I hope you find happiness, like you've given it to others." Setsuko, giggling softly, threw her little arms around Edward's leg, pressing her cheek against him as though she had known him her whole life. Edward's smile softened. His hand lingered briefly on their heads, as if giving not only food but the blessing of warmth and protection he could not stay to provide. His eyes glimmered, touched by unspoken emotion, before he straightened. As he prepared to leave, a female voice, gentle as warm sun, brushed against his ear. It was not spoken aloud, yet it echoed clearly within him. "Thank you, Edward, I am grateful." He froze for a moment, the whisper carrying with it the resonance of something familiar, ancient, and divine. His lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "I just did what I should," he murmured softly to the unseen presence. His gaze lingered on the children one last time. "Take care of them and yourself, Amaterasu." And with that, his figure shimmered, the night reclaiming him. Within a blink, he was gone, vanishing as if he had never existed. Only the children remained by the riverbank, bathed in silver moonlight, their laughter and soft voices carrying across the water as they ate. Capítulo 62. Time flies. the World War I ended in the most spectacular way. One moment the world had been a landscape of ashes and screams. The next it was a world of people stumbling out of rubble and staring at one another with the same stunned question. How am I alive? They were whole, and they remembered everything. Berlin was quiet in an honesty it had never known. Soldiers who had been ready to die for the Reich descended from their posts and ran their palms along buildings that had been ruined hours before, as if testing for a fever. In the chancellery, men in gray uniforms moved like men waking from a long mandate of terror. Hitler's final act, the sudden, inexplicable repentance, the speech, the suicide, cut a line through the city that did not heal in a day. His marshals carried the ghost of that last command in their heads: abandon the war, build a better nation. Many obeyed because obedience was easier than the questions left behind. Others obeyed because there was suddenly nowhere else to aim their fury. Across continents, surrender came not as the thunder of campaigns, but as a series of small, stunned gestures that rippled outward. A white flag hoisted at dawn, a radio voice breaking while announcing ceasefire, lines of armored vehicles idle in fields. Whole divisions pressed down their rifles and, for the first time, noticed the people around them, the mothers with hollow eyes, the children who smelled of smoke, the old men who had watched every generation of their family go to war. There was no place for triumph. Those who had expected parades found only the weight of mercy and the question that followed: what do you do with a second chance you never earned? Cities that had been broken were rebuilt by hands that trembled. Men and women who had buried their children sat with them again and did not celebrate. They stitched the wounds of memory into daily life. Londoners who had crouched in basements now swept soot from doorways and watched their children play, as if play could banish the memory of a white flash. New Yorkers walked along restored avenues and found the same barstool where they used to meet a lover now again warm with breath, and discovered that warmth did not erase the echo of the last time the world had nearly ended. In Tokyo, parents who had watched empires of wood and paper vanish into flame now held their children until their arms ached, not trusting the future, but compelled by a stubborn love to try anyway. The camps came to matter in a way they had never been able to when death was an unproven rumor. Survivors of Auschwitz, of Treblinka, of places where human cruelty had been measured in bureaucratic precision, returned to the world with the same raw bewilderment. They were alive and scarred, and when they spoke, they were not pleading for vengeance but demanding memory. Do not let this be undone by forgetfulness, they said. The courts could not pretend the crimes had not happened. Nuremberg was different after the miracle. The defense could not deny events whose victims now sat at the dock and testified. The judges, many of them fathers who had seen their own sons return to them, listened with a monstrous gravity that matched the horrors recounted. Train manifests, orders, the names and faces of those who had organized systematic murder. The world watched as justice tried to stretch to include crimes that the universe had themselves briefly reversed, and found a stubborn, moral clarity. Restitution, the prosecutor said, is not simply to the dead but to history. Reparations were organized. Memorials were built. The lesson was written into law: restoring bodies did not erase responsibility. In halls of power, the miracle was the subject of prayer and fear in equal measure. Roosevelt sat with his hands folded until his knuckles ached. He realized the war had been ended by mercy, not merely by the armies he commanded. Churchill wrote letters in cramped script, trying to find the right phrase for a world that had been both killed and saved in a single day. Stalin watched the sky and counted possibilities. He did not smile. Power looked different under the knowledge of what could be undone and what could not be unremembered. For every leader the miracle had touched, the immediate impulse was the same: to reframe what it meant to rule. If a single voice could save millions and then leave, what did that demand of the men who kept armies? The answer lay, awkwardly and stubbornly, in restraint. The United Nations formed out of a different impulse than in the history people had once learned. The covenant that followed the miracle was drafted as an explicit promise: never again a world where human fire could match the destructiveness of the gods. It was not a fragile treaty of convenience. It was written with the sharp, sacred edge of what survivors felt: an obligation. Representatives from Von Arland, from Eternia, from Moskva, from Greece, nations that had been changed by Edward's interventions ages ago and by his immediate miracle now, sat at the great table. Their presence had a strange authority. They had been recipients of centuries of Edward's direct influence. They had weapons and magics the rest of the world lacked, but they carried the miracle as a burden rather than a triumph. "We will not rule you," a Von Arland elder told the assembly, voice low and steady. "We will only remind you why you must choose differently. That's the least we can do to honor him." And remind they did. The covenant placed prohibitions on certain classes of weaponry, created mechanisms for truth commissions, and required public memorialization of atrocities. It was a legal scaffolding of shame and hope in equal measure. Science took a different path. The Manhattan Project men were not exiled for having invented nuclear weapons. Many of them were haunted into humility. Their laboratories that had once been sealed for the creation of annihilation became places for healing. Fusion work turned, in large part, toward clean energy. Nikola Tesla, older, clearer-eyed in this world because Edward had spared him a different fate, led the Order of Light, or rather Illuminati, a loose assembly of scientists and mystics that monitored and guided governments and universities on applications of power for civil use from. He argued often fiercely and late into the night that the first lesson of a miracle was prudence. The order had no authority to enforce, only the moral authority of knowledge. That was enough most times. In the 1950s and 1960s, investments once earmarked for bombs found their way into vaccines, into infrastructure, into irrigation. The result was not utopia, but steadier life. Fewer pandemics, wider electrification, harvests that did not fail every few years. Culture changed in the human places where memory lives, in songs, in plays, in the small rituals of everyday life. There were new liturgies, not always religious, that marked the Day of Light, a day when people of different faiths stood in town squares and celebrated the man who gave them a second chance. Artists rejected abstract triumphalism. Painters put charred hands back on canvases, poems asked the unanswerable question, why us? And children learned the stories in school not as national myths, but as human parables. The Holocaust and the war was taught not only as history, but as a charter of moral responsibility. Children practiced listening. They learned the words the survivors demanded: remember, witness, refuse. The global political map bent in subtle directions. The Cold War, as it might have in another timeline, never fully defined the latter half of the century. There were tensions, ideological disputes, regional conflicts, old enmities, but the threshold of mutual self-destruction had been seen and felt, and that restrained many impulses that would otherwise have spiraled. Proxy conflicts still happened, but the specter of 1945, the knowledge that whole cities could be erased and then painfully returned, made even the most war-hungry soldiers pause. Where American and Soviet leaders might once have calculated gains against the cost of Armageddon, they now had the shared memory of a divine intervention and a human chorus demanding a different path. Agreements on arms reduction came earlier and with greater public support. Nuclear stockpiles were treated as existential relics to be limited, not trophies to be grown. New power centers emerged, political as well as cultural. Von Arland's Gungnir remained a deterrent, but its existence was now framed in public as a sacred task, never to be fired in anger, only ever to protect. Moskva grew into a technical and moral force in the Eurasian north, using its resources to stabilize borders and feed crowded cities. Greece, ancient and continuous without the Dark Age or wars that had once sundered its memory, became a center of philosophical rebirth. Its universities became a cradle for political thought that emphasized remembrance and restraint. Eternia, for all its worship and strange rites, positioned itself as an exemplar of a different relationship to power. They would not impose, but they would also not share what they knew. They adopted a more seclusionist policy compared to Von Arland. People could only walk through their lands if they held no malice. The magical barrier still protected them. Not everything was noble. There was greed and fear. There were men and women who tried to instrument the miracle for advantage, to harness public religiosity into political capital. Sects arose that called Edward a deity to be served, and cults that rejected him as a deceiver. Governments fell into scandals when they were found to have tried to weaponize salvation, but the dominant currents of the century leaned toward reconstruction and repair. The public appetite for revenge ebbed into a steadier demand for justice. Justice, when pursued, was slow and human and flawed, but more consistent for being insisted upon by those who had been restored. The survivors of the camps grew into the century as teachers and witnesses. Their presence in parliaments and classrooms turned abstract phrases like "never again" into living politics. They argued again and again for law and memory, for museums on sites rebuilt but preserved as testimony, for education that taught both the mechanics of atrocity and the ordinary manners of cruelty that allow it to happen. Their insistence was fierce. The miracle returned our bodies, it did not give us amnesia. If anything, it made remembrance a kind of sacrament. By the 1970s, a generation born after the miracle began to ask its own questions. They were not the people who had crouched in cellars or watched trains pull away. They had clean hands mostly, but they had inherited a culture that measured faith in the currency of accountability. Universities taught moral ethics, courses where students studied the legal and moral aftermath of being saved. Musicians whose parents had been revived wrote songs about second chances. Some became anthems for the youth movements that demanded better housing and environmental care. Technology served life. Satellites launched for Earth observation rather than targeted guidance. Medical research pooled across borders rather than hoarded by states. None of it made humanity pure. Mall-scale wars still flared in places where old resentments never fully healed, in newly independent nations that stumbled toward self-rule. But none escalated without the whole world remembering how close it had been. When a provincial war in the 1970s threatened to draw in major powers, an emergency council convened with representatives from Von Arland and Eternia alongside fearful diplomats. The council proposed a transparency protocol. Any extreme arms buildup required independent inspection and public justification. It was imperfect, but it worked because no leader wanted to face the global shame of flouting the final mandate. By the final decades of the millennium, the miracle had taken on the hard softness of myth, spoken of in hushed reverence by some, invoked as moral leverage by others. Pilgrimages to memorials were common. A child in Lagos could recite the names of those from Auschwitz as easily as she could the names of her grandparents. A school in São Paulo had a memorial garden where children planted trees and read aloud promises to remember. In small towns and great capitals, people celebrated the Day of Light not with triumph, but with silence and small acts of service. Hope lies beyond despair, the old plea went, and communities tried to live like it. In the early 2000s, a man named Jonathan, who had been a boy when the world nearly died, stood atop a quiet hill in Greece, looking at the ancient altar dedicated to the hero Edward, built more than 3,000 years ago. He carried his grandmother's story in his heart, how she had held him when the world burned and later watched him grow in a peace that had cost so many tears. The man was not a leader, just a scientist before his accident, ordinary and unheroic, and yet he had the weight of that century in his lungs. He whispered as his eyes glowed, not to command or plead, but because the habit of prayer had entered the culture. We will not squander it. The words were simple and almost stupidly small compared to the world's history. But history is often moved by small things, by a man's humility repeated in the millions. Across the world, towns named the miracle in different tongues. A festival in Athens where old poets read lines about mercy. A quiet assembly beneath maple trees in Jatvarther where veterans set down their guns for the last time. An art exhibit in Manhattan where an artist painted a child's hand melting into a radio and titled it Memory. The past remained a wound. The new order built itself around tending that wound. Public laws enshrined transparency, truth, and the public remembrance of past crimes. International courts found new strength by virtue of being asked to sit in judgment not only of deeds, but also of the stories nations told themselves. And in the quiet places, the small kitchens and hospital corridors, the fields where children learned to plant instead of drill, ordinary people carried the miracle not as a doctrine to defend, but as an obligation to practice. They fed strangers, taught literacy in rubble-cleared schools, and argued fiercely in town halls about whether their city should accept refugees. The answer in most places was yes, and the reasons varied. Moral duty, the memory of being saved, the pragmatic fact that the world was safer when fewer people starved and learned. That did not end sorrow. There were those who suffered quietly, parents who had watched children die twice in one lifetime, once to ashes and once in the nightmares of memory. They spoke rarely in public, but were never far from the conversation in private. The world learned to hold their silence without trying to fill it. By the time the century after the miracle came to a close, the man who had vanished from the sky was no longer an immediate presence, but a living absence. Statues were debated, altars were refused by councils that feared idolatry. The last proclamation Edward had made, the promise of a final gift, the exhortation to choose peace, had become a kind of civic scripture, read in parliaments, quoted in classrooms, muttered by old men who had once crouched in cellars. The world had been changed, not by one day of magic, but by the way that day settled into the structure of human institutions. On an evening in the 6th decade after the miracle, a child looked up through the leaves of a tree in a city that had been rebuilt more than once, and asked his grandmother, "Do you think he sees us?" Her grandmother had been a little girl during the war, had watched a neighbor vanish into ash, and later had held him as he lived again. She did not answer with certainty. Instead, she took his hand and said, "Maybe, but even if he does not, we have to be the ones to keep the light." The child repeated the words like a promise. That vow, small and stubborn, spread like a seed. It was not enough to keep the world perfect. It only kept the world trying. And perhaps that was the miracle's deepest legacy, not the restoration of bodies, but the remaking of will. And just like that, the world welcomed another new millennium. Yet the questions remained. Where did the hero who saved the world disappear to? Will he ever come back? Is he happy with the path humanity was walking? Nobody had the answers. Meanwhile, Edward was currently busy dealing with an annoying emo brat with a penchant for vengeance. Volume 2 ends. Sue, how was it? Hope you enjoyed that. Let me know your thoughts on comments. Also, how many of you watched Gurren Lagann? Do you know about it or the plot? I need to know to figure out some details. We're halfway through for the milestone for first bonus chapter. Go crazy. Capítulo 63, The Dark Knight Rises. Tibet, 2001. The snowstorm had calmed, but the wind still howled across the barren plateau. The peaks around them rose like white giants, jagged and ancient, stretching into the pale sky. A lonely figure sat on a rock near the frozen slope, gnawing lazily at an apple, his reddish sunglasses faintly reflecting the endless sheets of white around him. His breath didn't fog, his skin showed no sign of frostbite. He looked like a man on vacation, not someone sitting in the middle of nowhere at the roof of the world. The boy in front of him, however, was shivering despite the thick cloak wrapped around him. His dark hair was wild and damp from the melting frost clinging to it, and his eyes carried a stubborn fire that refused to dim. "Stop nagging me to train you. I am not some hidden cultivation master," the man said flatly, waving his free hand as if swatting away a fly. His tone was careless, but behind the glasses his sharp gaze didn't miss the boy's persistence. The boy didn't flinch. He straightened, brushing the snow from his shoulders. "I know you are not an ordinary human. Just watching you standing without any protection in -40-degree temperature proves it. I can offer you any amount of money or treasures you wish for." He bit into the apple again, crunched loud in the silence, and raised an eyebrow. "Go home, kid. I don't need your money. Buy some steroids or something with that. That's better than training." He spoke casually, almost mocking, but there was a weight to his words that carried an unshakable finality. Anyone else might have turned away then, but the boy held his ground. "I understand you wish to stay here in seclusion," the boy said, his voice steady despite the shiver in his body. "But you probably don't know how much I can offer. I don't lack money. Even if you don't need it, the money can help these people." He gestured vaguely down toward the valley. where a small village was tucked against the mountain, smoke barely visible from the chimneys. His chewing slowed. He sighed, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "No, it won't," he said flatly. "Money will only bring their downfall. The more you have, the more you want. A man can go without drinking wine his whole life, but if you give him a taste of wine first, he'll eventually start craving it. That's the nature of humans." The boy clenched his fists at his sides. He wanted to argue, but there was no hesitation in that man's tone, and he also knew it was the truth. The man turned his head slightly, looking at him now. "Look, kiddo, I only saved you accidentally. I don't usually stay here. I'm just passing through. You've already been trained properly. Your body knows discipline. Your movements aren't those of a beginner. You just need to temper your heart and mind." The boy shook his head sharply. "Then teach me that. Teach me whatever you can. I will be grateful." His voice dropped lower, almost desperate, and then he bowed deeply, snow sliding off his cloak as he pressed his forehead close to the frozen ground. For a long moment, only the wind filled the silence. The man stared at the boy, expression unreadable behind his sunglasses. He could see it. The weight in his shoulders, the anger barely contained in his chest, the way his jaw locked even when he bowed. This was no ordinary brat after all. He let out another long sigh, tossing the apple core into the snow. "All right," he said at last, tone resigned. "Since you won't budge, I'll guide you for the remaining time I stay here, but you must prepare yourself. It's going to be rough." The boy straightened at once, his eyes flashing with resolve. "I accept. Pain is an old friend." For the first time, he let out a genuine chuckle, low and amused. "Let's see if you can say that after the training begins." The wind whistled, sharp against the cliffside. The plateau stretched out endlessly, painted in whites and grays. Edward stood, brushing off his robe, then motioned with his chin toward the higher slope. "Come," he said. The boy followed immediately, his steps uneven at first, then steadying. Despite the freezing cold, despite the thinness of the air, he kept up. They climbed, passing through jagged ridges until they reached a clearing where the rocks were bare, the snow swept away by constant wind. Edward walked to the center and stopped. "Sit," he ordered. The boy obeyed, dropping down cross-legged on the frozen ground. He didn't complain, didn't ask questions. Edward studied him for a moment, then lifted his hand. With a casual flick, the snow and loose gravel shifted, as if the mountain itself obeyed him. From beneath, a bed of long, thick thorns emerged, tangled and cruel, each tip sharpened like a needle. The boy's eyes widened briefly, but his expression hardened again. "Sit on it," Edward said simply. There was no hesitation. The boy removed his cloak, folded it neatly, and placed it aside. He sat on the bed of thorns without flinching. His jaw tightened as the sharp points pierced through his clothes, biting into his flesh, blood welling at once. Edward watched him quietly, hands folded behind his back. He didn't offer comfort, didn't explain. This was the beginning. The boy's breath came slow, controlled. His eyes shut tightly. He was meditating or trying to. The wind cut through him, the pain clawed at him, but he stayed still. Edward turned his gaze to the horizon. The mountains seemed endless, timeless. "Let's see if you can endure," he murmured softly to himself. Behind him, the boy clenched his fists harder, jaw grinding, but he didn't scream. Not once. The training had begun. The lonely mountain peak was not so lonesome for the next few months. A cold wind blew across the mountain, sharp and unforgiving. The air was thin, and the sky above was pale and still. Snow rested on the rocks nearby, untouched by anything living. On a patch of flattened ground near the edge of a cliff, a young man sat alone on a bed of thorns. His body trembled slightly, but he didn't move. His breathing was slow, steady, even as blood ran from his back and legs. The thorns pierced through the thin layer of cloth he wore and dug deep into his skin. Every breath hurt. Every second that passed was another moment of pain. But he didn't cry out, he didn't scream. His face was pale, jaw clenched tightly. His black hair was damp with sweat, sticking to his forehead. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his fists rested on his knees, knuckles white from how tightly they were clenched. He was meditating, or trying to. But his mind wasn't calm. All he could think about was pain. Not just the pain in his body, but the pain in his heart, the despair. the helplessness, the anger that came after. All of it boiled inside him, and no matter how hard he tried to push it down, it stayed there, burning quietly, always ready to rise. He wanted revenge, he wanted justice, and more than anything, he wanted to never feel powerless again. Behind him, quiet footsteps approached. They barely made a sound, but the young man heard them. A calm voice spoke. "Ignoring pain isn't salvation, my dear disciple." The voice was gentle, but full of wisdom, carrying across the cold wind like it didn't care about the weather. "You must accept it, embrace it, and move on even if it tries to hold you back. You can't live in the past forever." The young man didn't turn his head. He kept his eyes shut, kept his breath steady, but his jaw tightened more. He spoke through gritted teeth. "I don't want to move on," he said. "I want to remember. I want to take everything I felt, everything I lost, and turn it into strength. That's why I begged for your teaching. I want to make it into a weapon for justice." The man who stood behind him said nothing for a moment. He looked young, maybe a bit older than the boy in front of him. His face was smooth, without a single wrinkle, but his eyes were old. Not just tired, but full of things seen, things learned, and things let go. His hair was white as snow, and he wore simple robes, plain and a little worn from time. He wore a reddish sunglass that hid his serene eyes. He finally spoke after a while. "No one saves us but ourselves," he said. "No one can and no one may, we ourselves must walk the path." He stepped forward, his hands behind his back. "I am just a wandering soul, I can't save you from yourself." The young man opened his eyes then. His gaze was sharp and full of fire. "I don't wish to be saved," he said. "I want to become something more than just a person. I want to be a symbol. I want them all to feel the pain I felt, the fear, the vengeance. That's the path I've chosen to walk." The older man walked up beside him, then slowly reached out and ruffled the young man's hair with one hand. His touch was gentle, soft. "Remember this always," he said, his voice steady and kind. "Hatred does not end with more hatred, only with love. That's the eternal rule." The young man scrunched his eyebrows, but didn't interrupt. "Don't blind yourself with grief. Don't let hatred guide you, and don't stay attached to what's already gone." He looked up at the cloudy sky above them. "The root of suffering is attachment," he said. "Don't live in the past. Don't dream only of the future. Focus your mind on the present, on what's in front of you." Then he turned back to the young man. There was a small, gentle smile on his face. It was full of radiance, and it carried warmth. "I believe you can find the light," he said softly. "Even with the darkness you carry, even with the past you've lived, you will find your way. I have faith in you, my precious disciple." For a moment, it felt like the wind itself grew warmer, like the whole world brightened just a little. The quiet, peaceful strength in his smile seemed to push back against the cold around them, as if the world has achieved nirvana. The young man looked away, blinking quickly. His eyes were wet. He didn't want to cry, not here, not now, but the warmth in his mentor's voice reached a part of him that he'd tried to lock away for a long time. It hurt, but it also felt like something inside him was loosening. Not breaking, just unburdened. He remembered clearly the day this man found him. He had escaped from his old mentor who betrayed his trust, broken and bleeding, barely able to walk. He should have died. He thought he would. But this man had found him lying at the foot of the mountain and carried him here. He fed him, treated his wounds, watched over him while he slept, never once asked for anything in return. The young man had tried to repay him. He'd offered money, services, even to take him to his home and gift him generously. But the man had only laughed and said, "I'm already the wealthiest man in the world." And somehow, it hadn't felt like a joke. There was something different about him, something hard to explain. He looked like a man in his early 30s, but he spoke with the wisdom of someone far older. And people listened to him. The villagers below the mountain respected him deeply. Even though they had very little, they always brought him offerings, vegetables, fruit, even handmade blankets. Even children would rush to share their sweets with him. They bowed to him with respect when they saw him, not because they were told to, but because they wanted to. They smiled when they saw him, every single time. A pure smile of joy and peace. The young man wiped his eyes quickly with the back of his hand and sniffed, pretending nothing had happened. He didn't turn around. He stared straight ahead. "Master," he said after a moment as if nothing happened. "You still haven't stopped pretending to be Buddha, have you? You're stealing his quotes again. You should start coming up with your own lines." The older man froze for a second. Then the soft smile disappeared. A small vein popped on his forehead. Without a word, he smacked the young man lightly on the top of the head. "Ow," the boy muttered, rubbing it. The man turned away and began walking off, hands behind his back as he grumbled. "Stupid brats these days. No respect for their elders. People would kill to have me offer a lesson to them." The young man stood up slowly, wincing as the thorns pulled out of his skin. Blood dripped from his legs and soaked the thorns beneath. He took a deep breath, then let it out as he started walking away. His steps were slow but steady, his back straight, yet he couldn't stop himself from watching his mentor's back that always gave him a glimpse of hope. As he walked away, the bed of thorns remained behind, stained with red. The blood had spread outward, drop by drop, until it formed a small, strange shape. If someone had looked closely, they might have noticed. It looked like the shape of a bat. The next morning was unusually still in the high mountain air. Snow stretched endlessly, pure and white, broken only by sharp stone ridges and the tiny streams that cracked through the ice. Bruce stirred awake in the small house of stone and wood that had sheltered him the past weeks. The air inside was quiet, too quiet. He sat up quickly, his instincts already sharpened from training and hardship. The cot was neatly arranged, his master's belongings gone. The only thing left was a folded letter on the low wooden table and a small, strange amulet that pulsed with a faint light. Bruce's jaw tightened. His hand hovered over the letter for a moment before he picked it up and began to read. "Dear disciple, I have resumed my journey to see the world and watch how much humans have changed. Plus, I have to check on my kids. Your master is too handsome, and my wives can't bear to stay apart from me for long, unlike your lonely self. I'm not good at goodbyes, so I spared you the tearful departure as you clung to my foot and sobbed how grateful you are and all that. I know, I'm such a great guy." Bruce scoffed. He could almost hear the smugness dripping from every stroke of ink, see that teasing grin on his master's face. But despite himself, a faint smile tugged at his lips. He shook his head, muttering under his breath, "This guy." The letter continued. "Despite your skepticism and tragic past, you have become a fine man, although you will still be a snotty brat in my eyes. I wish you good fortune, and that you may find peace and happiness despite your questionable choice of career. Funny, all my disciples are not right in the head. There's that blue fella who is full of confusion and contradictions. Then the kid who is obsessed with finding the Pirate King's treasure, although he might actually find some of it. Then I got you. The emo kid with lots of issues. Ha 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 ha, did that annoy you? If so, then you still need mental fortitude. Go home, kid, and maybe live a little for yourself instead of giving everything for others. Your path is a hard one, but I have faith you have the ability to walk on it. Perhaps only you can. So raise your head high and move on with your life. Carry yourself with pride, but also show humility when needed. Be wrathful to the evil, but show compassion to the innocent. You are my disciple after all. P.S. I left this gift for you. It'll grant you protection from magic, mind control, and save your life in case you are in a bad condition. And also, don't be so gloomy all the time. No girl will stay with you if you act so edgy all the time." Bruce chuckled, the sound quiet but genuine, and picked up the amulet. It was cold in his hand, but it pulsed softly as if alive. The glow shimmered faintly against the wooden walls, chasing away the shadows. He studied it carefully, then tucked it close to his chest, feeling the warmth radiate through his skin. He turned toward the open window, where the mountains stretched endlessly. The wind rushed against the cliffside, but the view was breathtaking, an endless expanse of peaks and valleys bathed in pale light. He whispered softly, almost to himself, "You are really kind, master. Although you acted annoying and willful often, your compassion and empathy are sincere. Somehow, I don't find it untrue when you claim to be Buddha. But a part of me keeps thinking of another person, someone far older than him." He let the thought fade, unwilling to chase it further. He began to gather his belongings, what little he had. His master had taught him much, but now it was time to walk his own path. The time had come for the boy, lost in tragedy, to become the man who would fight for justice. Far above the earth, past clouds that swirled like oceans of mist, another scene unfolded. A colossal structure drifted across the skies, Avalon, the flying fortress city Edward and Death had forged from nothing but will, wisdom, and power. From a distance, it looked like a floating island wrapped in light, its edges rimmed with gold and silver, waterfalls of magic cascading down into the clouds. Though built as a fortress, it was not a grim place of war. Its walls gleamed white, its towers crowned with gardens and spires. Courtyards overflowed with flowers that bloomed even in the high air. Fountains shimmered, and birds followed its drifting path as though drawn to its warmth. Despite its immense strength, Avalon was as much a sanctuary as it was a fortress. Here Edward lived, not as the warrior who had once saved the world, but as a husband and father. His wives were by his side. Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons, regal and composed. Hera, the once jealous goddess who now found warmth and devotion in Edward's presence. And Death herself, the endless who carried both eternity and tenderness in her smile. 50 years earlier, his life had changed forever. After long years of uncertainty, all three of his wives became pregnant almost at once. For Edward, it was joy mixed with terror. He, who had faced gods and monsters, found himself pacing nervously, careful not to spark the storm of their pregnancy moods. Hippolyta remained calm mostly, carrying herself with grace. But she too had her moments when she acted spoiled. Hera became almost inseparable from him, her usual pride softened into something warmer. Death was another matter. Her emotions swayed like the tide, one moment mad at the way he smelled like, the next moment clinging to him as if he were her anchor. Edward stumbled through it all, Diana often rescuing him with laughter as she helped soothe their moods. And then, in 1950, their children were born. Cassie Elric came first, the daughter of Edward and Hippolyta. She bore her mother's beauty and mismatched eyes, one blue, one red. Her golden hair framing a face that carried both beauty and strength. From birth, she radiated power, divinity tied to strength and love. She would cling to her father and wouldn't go to sleep unless he put her to bed. He indulged her often, as he knew these days would not last forever. Next came Alphonse, Edward and Hera's son, his red eyes blazing against his blonde hair. A striking figure even as a newborn, Edward had laughed that he looked like a miniature mongrel king. His domain was water and courage, and even as a boy he carried himself with a natural boldness. But he was also kind and gentle. Hera was happy beyond imagination. She doted on him without care. She would still drag Edward away from time to have another child. Alphonse, being a mischievous kid, would even egg her, saying he wanted another sibling. Then came the most mysterious of all. Sophrosine Elric, son of Edward and Death, pale-skinned, dark-haired, with Edward's piercing blue eyes and looks. His birth shook the world. Half the earth fell into shadow, while the other half blazed with light, as if creation itself bowed to his arrival. He bore two domains, light and darkness, opposite and intertwined. Death named him over Edward's playful protests, with an ancient Greek word meaning balance and harmony. For more than 30 years, Avalon rang with the laughter and cries of their children. They grew quickly, divinity accelerating their strength and understanding. Edward was there for every moment of it. He was a proud father, guiding them with love and wisdom. Diana, though older, found her role as sister fleeting, for she too set out into the world, determined to see what her father had once given everything to protect. Edward, in his usual stubborn way, refused to let her wander in armor that resembled more fashion than protection. He forged her a suit of gold and silver, elegant yet unbreakable, a gift of both love and worry. Cassie and Alphonse lived partly as mortals, schooling in America, blending among human children, though their powers had to remain hidden. They wrestled with dual identities, balancing childhood with the burden of divine blood, but they found the way to balance it with their father's help. Soph, however, was different. He was too powerful and born with knowledge. He was rather mature and responsible. Despite being the youngest, he was the one taking care of his siblings. Edward would often take him to enjoy things a kid should. He wanted him to have a childhood rather than growing up too soon. Soph also loved and admired his father, although he was a mama's boy. Being a mother for first time, Death would rarely let him out of sight and doted on him. She even made a solar eclipse because Soph curiously asked how it looked like. He was also beloved by his uncles and aunts, the endless themselves. Destiny read to him from books no mortal eyes could glimpse. Even Morpheus visited with gifts, though his glares at Edward never softened, resentment lingering from that cursed video Edward had once taken. Desire and Despair, much to everyone's surprise, grew fond of Edward after that same incident, though the details remained whispered jokes among the family. Ulthros also returned to his duty after the war, but he would rarely be in his realm. He was often seen carrying Soph on his shoulders, laughing like a warrior who had rediscovered joy. Death watched all this with quiet bliss. She, who had guided countless souls, who had thought herself beyond the experience of motherhood, found herself smiling at the children's laughter, at Edward's playful scolding, at the warmth of family. Hera and Hippolyta stood with her often, the three mothers united by love, watching their children play in the gardens of Avalon. It was peace, a fragile, fleeting peace, but beautiful. Yet Edward was not one to stay in silence forever. By the 1990s, he left Avalon to check on the world again. He found it steadier than he had expected. The order, or Illuminati, he once built now worked tirelessly to limit conflict, to guide humanity toward balance. But Edward knew the wheel of history never stayed still. Trouble was always waiting. It was during these wanderings that he came upon Nepal, one of his old retreats. There, in the snow, he found a boy, bloodied, broken, barely alive. A boy who had lost everything, yet whose eyes still carried a fire that refused to go out. Edward carried him back to his small house, tended his wounds, and in time, trained him in the ways of discipline and spirit. That boy was Bruce. Edward had seen many disciples across the centuries, each carrying their burdens, their flaws, their strange ambitions. Bruce was no different, driven, scarred, stubborn beyond reason. Edward mocked him, challenged him, tested his patience. But he also guided him, sharpening the steel of his will, tempering his grief into focus. And then, as always, Edward left. He returned to Avalon, to his wives, his children, knowing full well that the timeline of this universe, the DC world, was entering its turbulent era. The era of heroes and villains was about to unfold. Bruce, left alone with the letter and the amulet, stared long into the horizon. He carried the lessons of his master not as chains, but as a compass. The house behind him, the letter in his hand, the amulet at his chest, these were not farewells, but new beginnings. He would go home, he would forge himself into something more than a man. A symbol, the Dark Knight of Gotham. The upcoming years won't be peaceful anymore, filled with lots of chaotic world-ending events. They were officially in the canon timeline of DC Universe after all. Capítulo 64, Brave New World 1. The new millennium dawned quietly for most of the world. Planes still filled the skies, cities roared with life, humanity pressed forward into a digital age. But in the shadows of every great city, the gloom of Gotham, in the winds that crossed the fields of Kansas to Metropolis, in the libraries of New York, and in the lightning storms of Central City, something was stirring. The Age of Heroes had returned. Gotham 2012. The night sky bled through the smog as Gotham flickered in its endless rhythm of crime and silence. Somewhere in the labyrinth of alleys, a young man in black moved with purpose. Bruce Wayne had walked a path sharper than most mortals could endure. Trained in shadows by Ra's al Ghul, betrayed by the same man, and then remade under the hand of the mysterious wanderer who had called himself Buddha. That single year had changed everything. Edward had stripped away the poison Ra's left in him, the obsession without compassion, the fury without balance. He had taught Bruce that the mind was as vital as the fist, that justice without empathy was tyranny. Wrath against evil, compassion for the innocent, his master had repeated. Now, by 2012, Bruce had built Gotham into something different than the broken nightmare of his youth. As Batman, he struck terror into criminals, his body and mind honed into a weapon sharper than steel. As Bruce Wayne, he reformed police infrastructure through quiet donations, funded schools, and worked to purge the rot that allowed crime to thrive. And yet his heart was not untouched. For the first time in decades, Bruce had begun to allow himself the smallest flickers of connection. A boy named Dick Grayson, circus orphan, spirited and fearless, had come under his wing. Bruce had taken him in not as a soldier, not as a tool of vengeance, but as a son. "Try again," Bruce instructed one cold morning as Dick wobbled on the training bars in the cave. "You're worse than my coach," Dick shot back with a grin, sweat dripping as he landed clumsily. "Your coach didn't wear a cape," Bruce replied, lips twitching ever so slightly. Beneath the mask of the dark night, Bruce had learned to smile again. The caves beneath Wayne Manor echoed with the rustle of bats. Shadows danced across stone walls as a figure in black moved silently through the training floor. The sharp crack of an eskrima stick against wood rang out, followed by the grunt of a boy who tumbled backward. "Again," Bruce said firmly, his voice steady but not harsh. Dick Grayson, barely 12, wiry and bright-eyed, scrambled back to his feet, defiance flashing in his gaze. "You're worse than the circus coach." Bruce allowed the faintest tug at his lips. "Your coach didn't have to fight armed men in alleys." "I still landed the flip," Dick muttered, gripping the sticks again. "Sloppy," Bruce corrected. "You were fast but not focused. Discipline first, power follows." It was the same lesson Edward had drilled into him years earlier, when Bruce himself had been raw and furious, more wound than man. His master had taught him that rage without clarity was just self-destruction. Now Bruce found himself repeating those words to the boy in front of him. He hadn't planned for this. Taking in Dick hadn't been about continuing a war. It had been about giving the boy what he himself had never had, a home after tragedy. But the boy's fire, his determination, was undeniable. Bruce recognized the same darkness he had once carried. That night, after training, Dick sat on the edge of the Batcave platform, swinging his legs as the cave waterfall thundered in the distance. "Why do you do it?" Dick asked suddenly. "Why be Batman? Is it just because of your parents?" Bruce was silent for a long time. He could still hear Edward's voice in his mind, wrath against evil, compassion for the innocent. Justice without empathy is just vengeance. "No," Bruce said finally, "not just for them, for everyone who doesn't have someone to stand for them. Gotham can't survive if no one tries. I can't walk away." Dick looked at him, something like awe flickering across his features. "Then I want to help, not just because I'm angry, because I don't want anyone else to feel like me, like us." Bruce felt a pang in his chest. For the first time in decades, he wasn't alone in the dark. Outside the cave, Bruce's other life stirred as well. As CEO of Wayne Enterprises, he pushed reforms, funding mental health programs, new schools, and rehabilitation centers. Slowly, Gotham changed. The corruption didn't vanish, but the city wasn't drowning anymore. But another presence lingered in his mind. Athena Pallas, the professor of psychology at Gotham University. She fascinated him, not because she feared him, but because she didn't. She was the first person to discover his dual identity. In this world, Selina Kyle, the Catwoman, didn't charm him. Bruce helped her, but she was a thief in heart. So he let her be herself, joining with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy to run a club called the Sirens. Conversations with Athena left him thoughtful, challenged. She dissected human behavior like a surgeon, but with a warmth that disarmed him. Their meetings at quiet university cafes, under the guise of donations to her department, stirred something Bruce had long buried. "I don't think you're chasing criminals," she said once, her eyes sharp. "I think you're chasing yourself, but one day you'll have to decide which version of you deserves peace." Bruce had no answer, but for the first time, he wanted to find one. Athena's sharp intellect cut through his walls, her warmth disarmed his defenses. "You wear two masks," she told him once, her gaze unwavering. "One for Gotham, one for yourself, but what you fear most isn't losing either. It's letting someone see you without them." Bruce swallowed, unsettled in a way battles never left him. For a man who thought himself immune to vulnerability, Athena was dangerously close to piercing the armor no bullet ever could. For the first time, Bruce began to wonder if Batman's path could coexist with Bruce Wayne's humanity. And he didn't even know the woman he was interested in was not really a human. If his mentor saw her, he would have facepalmed. Kansas, 2013. Across the plains of Kansas, a boy had grown into a man. Clark Kent's childhood had been blessed by the love of Jonathan and Martha, but his destiny had nearly taken a different path. When his ship first streaked toward Earth decades earlier, its trajectory had been toward Metropolis. If it had struck, thousands would have died. But unseen hands had caught it, Edward, invisible, carrying the vessel across the skies and laying it gently in a Kansas field. The Kents had found him, as they always were meant to. But Edward had not left Clark's life untouched. Throughout his youth, Clark had met strangers at crossroads, an old man mending a fence, a traveler in a dusty diner, a young man by the river. Each time, the figure had offered quiet, piercing words, and despite their different appearances, Clark felt they were similar. He found their warm words without asking for anything in return as an anchor for his teenage years. Strength isn't about bending steel, Clark. It's about knowing when not to. People will lie to you, hurt you, love you, worship you when they see your strength. See them as they are, not as you wish them to be. Carry their burdens, but don't lose your own heart along the way. Clark had never realized, until much later, they were all the same man. The wheat fields stretched endlessly beneath the afternoon sun, golden waves rolling with the wind as though the earth itself breathed. The horizon shimmered, flat and endless, broken only by a lone figure walking across the soil with the weight of the world in his chest. Clark Kent. His boots pressed into the dirt, heavy, deliberate. His flannel shirt clung to him in the breeze, his hands curled into fists at his side as if he was holding something back, something vast, immense, dangerous. His gaze was distant, troubled. Behind him, the Kent farmhouse stood quiet, its paint faded by time but steady as the day Jonathan and Martha had raised him beneath its roof. Martha's curtains fluttered from the kitchen window, and for a moment Clark thought he could still see his father on the porch, leaning against the rail, hat tilted low, waiting to tell him something wise, something grounding. But Jonathan was gone due to illness, and all that remained was the echo of his voice, guiding Clark even when he doubted himself. But today was different. Today the weight pressing inside him felt unbearable. Clark turned his face upward, toward the wide blue sky. It stretched forever, open, infinite, unreachable. And yet something within him ached to break free into it, to cast off the chains of fear, of doubt, of smallness, and embrace the truth he had carried all his life. He was not from here, not entirely. And yet he was. Every lesson, every word from Jonathan, every meal from Martha's kitchen, every friend, every failure, it had all been here on Earth in Kansas. He was their son. But he was also something else, something born beneath another sun, carrying the blood of a world long dead. The wind grew stronger, tugging at his shirt. His heart pounded. He closed his eyes. And in that silence, a voice, familiar, steady, seemed to whisper to him as though the air itself carried it. Strength isn't about bending steel, Clark. It's about knowing when not to. He could almost see the face, half in shadow, half in light, the mysterious traveler who had crossed his path so many times throughout his life. That same man who had nudged his choices with words sharper than steel, who had once told him with a gentle smile, without saying it directly, "You are meant for more. You shall embody what I possess, the power of hope." He didn't know at that time, but his thoughts became clear when he found his father's recording in the Fortress of Solitude. He closed his eyes, his breath steady. Memories rippled through him, Martha's gentle touch, Jonathan's firm lessons, Edward's mysterious guidance. But above them all, another presence stirred. A voice. Not one he had ever heard in Kansas, but one buried in his blood, etched into his very being. The voice of his true father. You will give the people of Earth an ideal to strive toward. Clark's breath caught, the sound reverberating inside him as though the air itself carried it. He glanced upward, his eyes squinting into the sun. They will race behind you, they will stumble, they will fall, but in time, they will join you in the sun. The words resonated like thunder and like prayer, shaping the silence around him into something holy. He felt it, not just in his ears, but in his bones, in his heart. It was Jor-El, the echo of Krypton, the father he had never known yet who spoke to him now with unshakable certainty. Clark's knees bent slightly, the earth beneath him trembling with restrained power. Dust swirled around his boots, his fists clenched as the voice pressed on. In time, you will help them accomplish wonders. The ground cracked open. And then, Boom! The sky swallowed him. Clark shot upward like a meteor, the shockwave flattening the wheat fields below, rattling the farmhouse windows, sending birds scattering in terror. The world blurred beneath him, the Kent land shrinking, rivers and roads streaking past in a smear of color. His chest seized with exhilaration and fear. He wasn't controlling it. The sheer force carried him higher, faster, the wind screaming in his ears until the world became a blur of sound and motion. He flailed, angled wrong, and slammed into the side of a mountain with the force of a cannon. Stone exploded around him, boulders tumbling, the ground shuddering beneath the impact. For a moment, all he could hear was the ringing in his ears and the cascade of rubble. Groaning, he dragged himself from the crater he'd carved, dust and rock falling from his shoulders. His body was unhurt, but his pride stung. He spat grit from his mouth and braced against the cliff. And then, faint but unbroken, the voice came again. "You will give the people of Earth." Clark's head lifted, his chest heaving. He stared out across the horizon, snow-capped peaks, rivers like veins of silver, the world waiting. Hope. He narrowed his eyes, his jaw tightening. He stepped back. He breathed. He launched again. The earth cracked like thunder, and this time he leaned into it. He broke through the sound barrier with a deafening crack, the shockwave trailing behind him in a white cone. His body steadied, his arms outstretched, and suddenly the chaos of the air bent around him, streamlined, controlled. Clark's eyes widened. He wasn't falling, he wasn't flailing. He was flying. A childish laugh tore from his chest, raw and unrestrained, ripped away by the wind but echoing in his own ears. He soared upward through the clouds, their mist breaking against him in shimmering bursts. He twisted, dove, then climbed again, every movement awkward but improving, every mistake corrected by instinct. The world opened before him like a secret finally revealed. Forests sprawled in endless green, oceans shimmered blue and vast, cities sparkled in the distance like constellations. Clark's heart raced. And then Jor-El's voice returned, carrying him higher still. "They will look to you for hope. They will look to your example." The sun pierced through the thinning clouds, striking him across the face. It warmed him, filling his chest with light. His eyes burned, not with pain, but with tears he refused to shed. He angled higher, the blue fading into black, the stars flickering above. For a moment, he hovered at the edge of space, weightless, the earth curved beneath him in all its fragile beauty. He whispered, his voice shaking, "This is what I'm meant for." The words came back to him, strong, certain. "They will join you in the sun." He exhaled slowly, a smile breaking across his face, not of arrogance, not of triumph, but of understanding. Then with a primal roar, he dove back toward Earth. The atmosphere roared against him, fire trailing from his body as he descended faster than sound. Farmers looked up from their fields, shielding their eyes as a streak of light carved across the heavens. Children pointed, laughter spilling into the air, their tiny fingers chasing the comet. Pilots cursed in disbelief as their radars screamed, the blur outrunning jets in seconds. Clark surged across the ocean, the water splitting beneath him like glass. He shot upward again, spiraling through clouds, twisting with joy like a child testing new wings. Each movement sharpened, each dive more controlled. He rolled, flipped, then shot straight upward again, bursting into the stratosphere with a sonic boom that cracked the heavens. And still Jor-El's voice carried through him, more than sound, faith woven into every word. "You will give them hope to build upon, hope that will outlast you, hope that will define them." Clark's laughter spilled out again, rich and free, his heart blazing brighter than the sun warming his face. He wasn't just Clark Kent, son of Jonathan and Martha. He wasn't just Kal-El, child of Krypton. He was both. And he was more. He arced over the horizon, the earth endless below, the sky endless above. His cape tore behind him like fire. His body cut through the heavens like destiny itself. For the first time in his life, he wasn't running from who he was. He was flying into it. Below, farmers looked up in shock, hats pulled from their heads as a streak of light tore across the heavens. Military radars scrambled, alarms blaring, pilots glimpsing only a blur as something faster than their jets rocketed past. Clark's laughter rang out again, echoing across the wind, a sound of liberation, of becoming something more. He dipped low over the ocean, the surface splitting in his wake like a blade cutting water. He rose again, spiraling upward, twisting, experimenting with rolls and dives like a child testing new limbs. Each movement became surer, each turn sharper, until he felt the rhythm of it, like he had been born to do this. Because he had. He flew higher once more, until he broke through the last veil of clouds, and the sunlight struck him full across the face. The warmth of it sank into his skin, deeper than warmth, revitalizing and strengthening his body. And all the world below, whether they knew it or not, felt the tremor of hope born in that moment. Because the Man of Steel had taken his first flight. By the end of 2013, the world had seen the first glimpse of Superman. Clark revealed himself cautiously, at first rescuing a plane, then halting a flood. People adored him, but he saw the darker sides of fame too quickly. The world knew him as Superman now, but to Clark, the weight of that name was suffocating. His powers let him catch planes, stop floods, bend steel, but none of that made people see him as a man. To some, he was a savior. To others, a weapon. And for some, he was a path to fame. And to Lois Lane, he was an opportunity. When Clark had first joined the Daily Planet, Lois had seemed like the brave journalist he had admired. But the more he watched, the more he saw the sharpness beneath. She pushed too far, twisted too hard. The breaking point came one evening when Lois cornered him after a rescue as Superman. She had ventured into some terrorist hideout, knowing the man in red cape would come to save her. "You can't hide forever," she pressed, her eyes burning. "Who are you really? Where do you sleep? Who do you love? What's your weakness? People deserve to know." Clark's jaw tightened. "They deserve the truth, not your ambition. I'm not just another story Lois." Lois's laugh was cold. Says the man who lies every day, "I know you are living among us, pretending to be just like everyone else, but you also know that won't last." Clark's cape rippled as he turned away, the air humming with restrained power. "I won't let myself be your story. I won't be your rescuer to entitle yourself." That night, he sat on the Kent porch, staring at the stars. Jonathan came out with 2 mugs of coffee, handing one to his son. "You've got to learn, Clark," Jonathan said quietly, "that not everyone who looks at you will see you. Some will see power. Some will see headlines. Some will see hope. But the ones who matter will see the man. Don't waste your heart on the others." Clark clenched the mug, fighting the loneliness pressing in on him. And then, faintly, he remembered a stranger's words from years ago, the traveler who had once leaned across a diner counter and told him, "Carry their burdens, but don't lose your own heart along the way." Clark didn't know it then, but the same man who had placed his ship in the Kentsfield had been guiding him all along. Superman's compassion was unshakable, but unlike the bright, boyish ideal of another world, this Clark grew into something sharper. He was patient, but not naive. Gentle, but not blind. He learned to look deeper into people's intentions, to see the humanity behind the facade. And though the world cheered for Superman, Clark Kent remained his truest strength, the reporter who sought truth not for fame, but for understanding. Somewhere, he thought he could almost hear the stranger's familiar laughter on the wind. Capitulo 65, Brave New World 2. New York, 2010. The museums of New York were vast cathedrals of silence, their halls echoing with whispers of civilizations long buried. Glass cases gleamed under amber light, housing relics that had outlived empires, survived floods, wars, the collapse of kings. And yet none of those relics drew as many eyes as the woman who walked among them. She moved with the quiet confidence of someone who belonged both everywhere and nowhere. Long coats framed her tall, statuesque figure, and dark hair cascaded over her shoulders with effortless grace. Her name, to those who greeted her, was Lara Croft, archaeologist, philanthropist, founder of the Croft Corporation. But that was not the truth. Her truth lay in another name, one whispered only in the songs of her island home. Diana of the Masira. She had not stepped into the world of mortals as a warrior, as her mother had long feared she would. There had been no battles to drag her into the storm, no war to ignite her wrath. She had stepped into man's world in the 1980s with the soft tread of curiosity, not the clash of sword and shield. Her father's words had planted the seed. Edward, a figure both mortal and more than mortal, who had walked with gods and monsters, yet still chose to kneel to tie his daughter's sandals when she was small. His stories of mankind had filled her youth, painted with colors Hippolyta never would have used. Where her mother warned of cruelty, betrayal, and endless hunger for war, Edward had spoken of artists painting in candlelight, of men and women who had nothing yet gave everything, of laughter that carried through hunger, of kindness blooming in the darkest corners. "See them, Diana," he had told her once, his voice quiet under the Masira's twilight sky. "Not as they fail, but as they try. That's the truth of humanity, not perfection, perseverance." And so, when the 1980s dawned over the world beyond the mists, Diana chose not to hide. She stepped into man's world not as the Wonder Woman of prophecy, but as a scholar, a seeker. She crafted an identity, a woman of wealth and education, sharp as the edge of a blade and cloaked in the dust of forgotten ruins. The name Lara Croft became her armor. Her foundation, the Croft Corporation, presented itself as an engine of preservation. Its mission: to fund archaeological digs, restore artifacts, and build museums. But beneath the public face lay something truer. Diana's creation was a shield, an organization designed to intercept dangerous relics before they could be abused, to lock away weapons that whispered too loudly, to guard humanity from powers it was not yet ready to wield. The world saw a benefactor in tailored suits and expedition gear. None saw the warrior who could cleave a tank in half with a swing of her blade. None knew that the quiet archaeologist who smiled for cameras and cut ribbons at gala dinners was, in truth, a daughter of Zeus and the child of an ancient Amazon queen. And that was how Diana wanted it. For now, by 2010, the Croft Corporation had grown into a titan of philanthropy. New York was its headquarters, a sleek glass tower overlooking Central Park, where her name adorned plaques and walls alike. Her reputation was ironclad. She was the globetrotting genius who uncovered tombs, rebuilt schools in war-torn nations, and offered scholarships to young archaeologists whose dreams outpaced their wallets. Yet beneath the applause, Diana lived with a quiet ache. Every time she prepared for an expedition, she heard her mother's voice, stern, echoing like judgment across oceans. "Do not be swayed by man's lies. The world is cruel." And yet her heart whispered otherwise. She had seen orphans laughing when handed books by her foundation. She had seen firemen rush into burning towers while others fled. She had seen nurses hold strangers' hands in crowded hospitals, refusing to let them die alone. Cruelty lived in man's world, yes, but so did courage, so did kindness, and more often than not, the good outshone the shadows. It was that belief, the one her father had nurtured, that anchored her. On quiet nights in her New York apartment, she would remove the mask of Lara Croft and simply be Diana. She would stand on the balcony, gazing over the city lights, and let the sounds of the metropolis wash over her. The honking cars, the distant laughter, the echo of music from a street corner, it was chaos, but it was alive. And sometimes, her phone would buzz. Her father never called in the daylight. He appeared in moments like shadows, like stories drifting into her life at odd turns, an old man in a library who nudged her toward a forgotten book, a fisherman in Greece who spoke with too much wisdom, a quiet figure mending a wall in the British Museum. But when he did call, his voice was steady, grounding her like no one else could. "You're too hard on yourself, Diana," Edward said once, his voice carrying warmth even through the crackle of the line. "Your mother raised you to be wary. I raised you to be hopeful. The balance lies somewhere between. You'll find it." She had smiled at that, her fingers tightening around the phone. "And what of you? Do you still believe mankind is worth all this?" A pause, then softly, "More than ever." The Croft Corporation's boardroom was often filled with people who had no idea they were sitting across from a goddess. Her assistants and colleagues marveled at her stamina, her endless calm, the way she could outwork men half her age and still walk into a gala radiant. But none of them saw her spar in the dead of night, when she slipped into a private gym beneath the tower, drawing sword and shield to keep her skills sharp. None of them saw her return from expeditions with bruises that healed too quickly, or with relics too dangerous to ever display. Diana was always careful. She was patient, calculating. She knew the world was not ready to see her for who she was. Not yet. But she also knew this: the day would come. Her father's words echoed in her heart like prophecy. The time will come when you must step into the light, not to rule, not to conquer, but to remind them of what they can be. And when that day arrived, Diana of the Masira would no longer hide behind the name Lara Croft. The world would remember another name. Wonder Woman. It was late one evening when Diana stood alone in the museum's upper halls. The crowds had gone, the lights dimmed, leaving only the echo of her footsteps on polished marble. She stopped before a case holding a shattered Greek shield, its bronze face scarred by centuries of war. She lifted a hand, pressing it lightly against the glass. Memories of the Masira tugged at her, the clang of sparring swords, the stern gaze of her mother, the laughter of sisters who believed she would never leave. Her reflection stared back at her. Not Diana of the Masira, not Wonder Woman, just Lara Croft in a tailored black coat, her eyes steady, her lips pressed in quiet determination. She smiled faintly, almost wistfully. "You were wrong, Mother," she whispered softly into the empty hall. "Man's world is cruel, yes, but it is also kind." Her hand fell away, and she turned, her heels clicking softly as she strode into the shadows of the museum. Tomorrow, she would board a plane to Cairo, chasing a relic whispered to be older than history. Tomorrow, she would sign papers funding a children's hospital in Queens. Tomorrow, she would laugh with her father over coffee, and he would remind her that hope was a choice, not a gift. But tonight, she walked the halls of history alone. And the world, unknowing, unprepared, slumbered beneath the gaze of a warrior who had chosen, for now, to simply watch. But not forever. When she revealed herself, she knew, the world would not just see a protector. It would see a truth. And in that truth, mankind would remember that even in their fractured imperfection, they were never broken. Central City, 2012. Barry Allen had always believed in heroes. It was the only way he survived his childhood. His mother's death was a wound that never closed. His father's wrongful imprisonment left him adrift, a boy trapped between grief and rage. But instead of surrendering to despair, Barry filled the void with stories. Stories of justice, of courage, of people who chose to rise when everything told them to fall. And among those stories, one name glowed brightest. Edward Elric, the mysterious savior who had once stood between humanity and annihilation, who had challenged gods themselves and vanished into legend. Temples were built in his honor, shrines dotting Greece and scattered corners of the world. Some said he was myth. Others whispered he was still out there. To Barry Allen, he was real. He had to be. Because if Edward Elric had existed, if someone like that could rise and win, then maybe Barry could still believe in the impossible. The world outside the window of Barry Allen's cramped apartment blurred past in streaks of neon and rain as if even the city itself could never quite keep still. It fit, in a way. Barry had never been able to keep still either. His mind was always racing, chasing after truths and justice, sprinting faster than his own legs could carry him. But when night fell, when the hum of the city softened into a dull roar, he always found himself staring at the same wall. A shrine, his shrine. Pinned across it were yellowed clippings and grainy photographs. Blurry shots of Edward caught mid-step in some forgotten crisis. Anonymous testimonies from people who swore they'd been saved by a man who appeared and vanished like smoke. Even half-legends ripped from obscure forums where the faithful whispered about an invisible guardian who'd walked the earth for centuries. In the center was a drawing Barry had sketched as a boy, Edward standing tall, faceless, half shadow, half light. Barry would lie back on his bed, eyes fixed on that wall, and hear his mother's voice. "Remember, Barry, real heroes don't just save lives, they give them meaning." Her laughter would echo a heartbeat later. Then the memory would shatter and the weight of reality would crush him again. She was gone. His father, innocent, rotted behind prison bars. And Barry was still just Barry, a forensic scientist with too many questions and not enough answers. A man running in place. Until that night, the night lightning chose him. The storm had torn across Central City with a fury that rattled windows and cracked the sky. Barry had been hunched over his desk in the lab, another stack of case files spread like playing cards before him, when the bolt struck. Light exploded through glass, air, and bone. For an instant, Barry Allen was nothing but raw nerve and lightning flashes. And then he was on the floor, the taste of ozone on his tongue, his heart pounding a rhythm that didn't feel human. The hospital stay that followed was a blur. What Bari remembered most was the silence. Although he was in a coma, he could sometimes perceive things. Doctors whispering outside his room, Joe and Iris watching his with sorrow, his transfer to Star Lab, Caitlin Snow's steady presence at his side, her eyes betraying a mix of terror and fascination as she studied his impossible recovery. Wounds closed overnight. Bruises faded within hours. His body wasn't just healing, it was changing. When Bari finally stumbled back into his apartment, the shrine stared back at him like it had been waiting. His skin buzzed with a restless energy, his fingers drumming so fast against his thigh they blurred. He knew, he didn't just feel it in his bones, this was no accident. This was a beginning. But the gift also terrified him. Every time he tried to push himself toward heroism, fear whispered in his ear. What if he wasn't good enough? What if he failed the way he had failed his mother? What if this power was just another cruel joke from a universe that had already taken too much? Doubt chased him no matter how fast he ran. Beginnings demanded guidance, and there was only one man Bari trusted to give it. The run began with a step. A simple, almost hesitant step onto the empty street, then another, then the world fell away. Central City became a smear of color, light peeling into ribbons, the air tearing in shuddering bursts as Bari pushed faster, faster, faster. His breath came in sharp gulps, but his body begged for more. Asphalt trembled beneath each stride. The horizon bent, then broke, then reformed with mountains, oceans, fields, all tearing past in the blink of an eye. Time lost meaning. Distance became irrelevant. He was everywhere and nowhere, a streak of living lightning carving across the earth. And then Greece. The Aegean shimmered under a silver moon. The ruins of an ancient temple jutting from the hillside like broken teeth came to his sight. When he finally stopped, the Mediterranean air hit his lungs like fire. Before him stood an ancient stone shrine, weathered but proud, nestled among the cliffs of Greece. Candles flickered at its base, offerings of flowers and carved tokens left by countless pilgrims. At its center stood a statue, a tall figure, arms folded, gaze unyielding. Edward, the greatest hero of mankind. Bari's chest tightened. He had seen blurry pictures online, read message boards about these shrines, but standing here was different. It felt alive, sacred. I made it, Bari panted. I ran here in a minute. He dropped to his knees before the altar, sweat dripping down his face, breath hitching as words spilled from his heart. Please, hero Edward, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know how to use this gift. I don't want to waste it. I don't want to make things worse. His voice cracked. I wish to be a hero, to give them hope, like you. Silence answered him. Only the wind through the stone, only the soft hiss of the sea below. Bari's shoulders slumped, he gave a half-bitter laugh. Guess I should have known better, talking to statues. Stupid, myths are rarely real. He turned to leave, disappointment weighing heavier than his exhaustion. He almost stumbled and fell. And then, guess you should have stretched first, a voice said lightly behind him. Bari froze, his heart jumped into his throat. Slowly he turned. A man leaned against one of the pillars, arms crossed, posture casual. Golden hair streaked with time, eyes sharp and amused. The smirk was unmistakable. Bari's jaw dropped. His words tumbled out in a messy, breathless rush. Oh my God, you're him. Holy crap, you're actually real. You have no idea how many nights I've spent reading about you. Do you know how many forums I've argued on, trying to prove you exist? I even made a Reddit thread about that time you supposedly suplexed a god. Wait, did you actually suplex a god? Oh man, Cisco is never going to believe this. Edward chuckled, shaking his head as he dropped onto a broken pillar like it was a throne. Calm down, kiddo. You talk a lot faster than you run. Bari laughed, breathless, then fell silent as his emotions surged all at once. Awe, relief. The crushing weight of every question he'd carried since childhood. He swallowed hard. All my life, I've looked up to you. I read every story, every myth and legends, every rumor. Others thought I was crazy, but I knew you were real. And now, you're just standing here. Allow me to geek out for a minute. Edward chuckled softly. It's nice to know someone still looks up to me as a hero despite my many failures. Bari was almost shocked. How can you say that? If you are a failure, what does that make the rest of us? You are like closest thing to perfection. Edward tilted his head. Haha, thanks for the compliment, kid. You're a hardcore fan, huh? So tell me, Barry Allen, why'd you run all this way to seek me? Barry dropped to the worn stone floor, his hands trembling. I don't know what's happening to me. 1 minute I was struck by lightning, and now I can run faster than sound, faster than thought. But it's more than that. I feel like I'm carrying something bigger than myself, and I don't know if I'm strong enough. His voice cracked. I don't want to fail. Not like I failed my mom. Not like I failed my dad. For the first time, Edward's gaze softened. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Listen to me, Barry. Strength doesn't come from the speed in your legs. It comes from the weight you're willing to carry. Your father's truth, your mother's memory, the lives you'll save along the way. But don't mistake speed for purpose. Running fast won't solve everything. Barry managed a shaky smile. Kind of figured. Otherwise, I'd just run back in time and fix everything. Edward's expression grew sharp, almost warning. Be careful with thoughts like that. Time isn't a toy. What you've been given, it's a gift, yes, but also a responsibility. The world doesn't need a man who can outrun his mistakes. It needs a man who can face them, head on. The words hit Barry like the thunderbolt that had birthed him. He wanted to argue, to cling to the desperate hope of undoing his pain, but Edward's voice held the weight of centuries. He knew better. Deep down, Barry knew he was right. He spoke all his doubts unlike his usual reserved self. He was with the man he admired most, who else better to confide? Edward listened, patient, attentive, sometimes nodding, sometimes giving a quiet laugh at Barry's self-deprecating humor. When Barry's voice finally cracked, Edward rested a hand on his shoulder. Speed won't solve anything if your mind's tangled, he said softly. You need to temper your heart first. See people as they are, not just how you feel about them. That's how you'll know who deserves your speed and who doesn't. Otherwise, you're just running blind. Barry blinked, biting his lip. So, you think I can also be a hero? Edward smiled, faint but genuine. You already are. You just have to choose to live it. You will indeed become a great hero, kid. I believe in you. Something ignited in Barry's chest then. Not lightning, not adrenaline, something steadier. A warmth, a certainty he hadn't felt in years, being acknowledged by someone he admired. Edward drew him into a brief, firm embrace, and Barry almost broke then, almost let himself cry like the boy who had lost his mother all those years ago. He just stayed like that, feeling an unknown sense of peace. He muttered softly, So, I can't run back in time even if I'm too late to stop something bad. Edward leaned back, eyes twinkling with mischief now. If you keep running around changing things, you'll make a mess. Trust me, I've seen enough comic books to know how badly that goes. Ever read Spider-Man? Barry blinked. Wait, you read Spider-Man? Edward chuckled. Of course. Kid's always broke, can't hold a job, but still gets up every day to save people who don't even thank him. Reminds me a little of you. He paused, his tone softening. Remember this, Barry, with great power. Barry groaned, cutting him off. No, don't you dare say it. I would run back in time if you died like Uncle Ben to give me character development. Edward laughed, the sound echoing through the ruins. All right, that's fair, haha, but you get the point. For the first time since the lightning struck him, Barry's chest felt lighter. He laughed too, wiping at his eyes. Yeah, I get the point. Edward's voice grew quiet, almost reverent. Then run, Barry, run. Run into the storm, not away from it. And when the world sees you, when they call you hero or menace, remember, it isn't about what they call you. It's about who you are. Barry nodded slowly. His heart raced not with fear but with certainty. For the first time, he knew who he was becoming. When Barry returned to Central City, he was different, more mature, grounded. He carried Edward's words like armor. He began to believe, not recklessly, not blindly, but with purpose. His crimson suit, stitched together with Caitlin's steady hands and Cisco's restless genius, was more than fabric. It was a symbol. A blur of red and gold that streaked through alleys, over rivers, across rooftops, leaving criminals dazed and citizens saved. Each night, Barry remembered Edward's words, carrying them like scripture. When a runaway train thundered toward the city's edge, Barry didn't panic. He remembered Edward's calm, his patience. He matched his speed to the train, calculated each car's weight in milliseconds, and guided it safely to a halt. When a young boy cried in the aftermath of a fire, his toy lost to the flames, Barry slowed down long enough to comfort him, searching the smoldering wreckage until the boy's eyes lit up again. "Strength isn't about speed," he whispered, recalling Edward's lesson. "It's about carrying hearts without breaking them." And when he stood over the grave of his mother, finally free of guilt's chains after his father's exoneration, Barry closed his eyes and spoke into the night. "I'm not running away anymore, Mom. I'm running toward something. Toward hope, toward Dad, toward every life I can save. And I won't stop." Lightning crackled in the clouds above, answering him like a promise. And in Caitlin Snow, he saw something he hadn't expected. She had been there from the beginning, quietly steady, brilliant, but haunted in her own ways. She believed in him when he faltered, challenged him when he hesitated, and offered comfort when the weight of his father's imprisonment grew too heavy. Together, they pursued the truth, piece by piece, case by case, until finally, Henry Allen walked free, a man vindicated after years of injustice. The moment Barry embraced his father outside those prison gates, Caitlin's hand in his, he knew Edward had been right. He could almost swear he saw the smiling face of Edward among the crowd, but he vanished before he could reach him. His heart had found clarity, his purpose had found shape. Barry Allen, once a boy frozen by grief, was now a man defined by motion. The fastest man alive, the Flash. Not just a blur of red lightning, not just a reckless young man with powers too big for his shoulders, but a guardian tempered by wisdom. By 2014, whispers filled the world. Gotham had its Bat, Metropolis had its Superman, Central City had its Flash. And somewhere in New York, a woman named Lara Croft was far more than she appeared. None of them had yet met, but each knew in their own way that they were not alone. The Age of Heroes was not just beginning. It was gathering. And somewhere, watching unseen from the edge of the crowd, Edward smiled. His work wasn't finished, but it had begun, and that was enough.